When others transmigrate, it is always a triumphant anthem, crowned invincible from the very beginning. As for him, the wind turns against him. The moment he arrives, he meets misfortune, his meridians sealed shut. For his entire life, he is watched by demons and ghosts, all because he carries the immortal longevity physique within him. That is the moment he falls into the depths of despair. Right then, the domain system awakens. Within the system's range, he is invincible. One punch pierces through the heavens of the immortal realm, charging straight into the immortal domain and smashing the entire plane apart. The whole world shatters, crashing down into the mortal realm, casually controlling the heavenly Tao of countless realms. A blazing great battle against a god-level existence, fighting until even angels kneel and beg for mercy. When he meets a god, he slays the god. When he meets a demon, he slays the demon. Enough talk, we officially begin the story. The story opens at a desolate, crumbling temple. At that time, a young woman smells something rich and fragrant, immediately clutching her stomach and crying out that she is starving, so hungry she might faint. Why is it so fragrant? It seems to be the scent of immortal longevity physique. Just thinking of it makes her eyes shine brightly. The fragrance guides her from this direction, a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. She must find the rare immortal longevity physique and eat it. After eating it, she can ascend to immortality at once. That moment inside the immortal temple, a ragged young man clutches his rumbling stomach, unable even to stand steadily. He is one of the unluckiest transmigrators. His name is Tran Truongan. Others transmigrate and become invincible. As for me, I came to the cultivation world, but because my meridians are blocked, I cannot cultivate. If being unable to cultivate was not enough, that old thief heaven even gave me a Tang monk physique, making me suffer for 3 years. I still remember what Master once said, Truongan, you are not bad. You are the legendary immortal longevity physique. Eating you allows immediate ascension. Does that not sound delightful? Hunted by countless demons, covered in injuries, even the sect was attacked. The old man could not endure it and tore through the void to send me here to escape. It is truly cruel. I have endured enough. Why do other transmigrators rise with the wind and water while I am like a goat waiting for slaughter? That heartless old thief heaven, so perverted, why torment me like this? If you have the guts, then strike me dead. The moment he finishes speaking, a bolt of lightning crashes down right beside the bedding. He is so frightened he nearly wets his pants. He immediately bows 90 degrees to make peace. Enough. I was joking. I was only joking. Fine, I will sleep to stay healthy, conserve energy. Maybe tomorrow morning, the old man will ride a cloud, carrying roast chicken back to surprise me. Suddenly a pretty girl appears behind him. The spring night is short, young master. Why not stay with me? He jumps in shock. Heavens and earth, who are you? You scared my heart out. When did you come in? Before he can finish speaking, she kisses him repeatedly, accompanied by an indescribable sticky sensation. She secretly rejoices in her heart. That is right. This is the one. Exactly the scent of the immortal longevity physique. I am a dignified man, yet because of hunger I am forcibly kissed. Truly humiliating. Brothers going out must protect yourselves, especially handsome ones like Admin. Cannot let desire overwhelm reason. He immediately pushes her away. She pretends to be weak and smiles as she speaks, so the young master likes it rough. Wait a moment, this is moving too fast. How about we sit and talk about life first? I am about to lose control. Lose control of what? I have encountered this before. Tell the truth. You are a ghost. You guessed correctly, but there is no reward. I am of course a ghost. After hearing this, his face turns deathly pale, drained of all color. Has the immortal longevity physique appeared here again? The ghost immediately lunges to swallow him whole. In the final moment, he thinks in despair that perhaps he will die today. 3 years of hiding will have been in vain. At this critical moment, a mechanical voice sounds in his mind. Ting, detecting the host encountering a vengeful ghost, activating the invincible domain system. Range diameter 2 meters. An invincible domain, in other words. Within this 2-meter range I am the absolute ruler. System 1, name Tran Truongan, realm none, functions none, domain range 2 meters. I knew it. How could transmigration lack a golden finger? Gathering his thoughts, he tenses slightly and flicks the ghost flying outward. The ghost is stunned. What did you just do? HMPH, now it is my turn to counterattack. Let me see how strong this invincible domain is. Seeing him strike a cool pose, the ghost sneers, counterattack with you alone. Young master is merely a mortal. Your attack against me is at most like scratching an itch. Why not just lie still and let me serve you? It might even feel better. He smiles with full confidence. Come here. Let me see whether I can kill you. Tran Truongan lightly swings his fist straight at the ghost. Surge of force erupts from the punch sweeping across. The ghost instantly turns to ashes. That power does not stop but continues soaring upward, piercing through the sky itself. Tran Truong is completely dumbfounded at this moment. This cannot be a dream. I can truly fly now. Ting, the host has eliminated a third-level Chi refining ghost minion, obtaining 10 domain points. Every 100 points can expand the invincible domain range by 1 meter. Current range is 2 meters. Then how do I earn domain points? If the domain range covers the entire continent, would I not be able to directly dominate this whole place? Ting, the method of collecting domain points requires the host to comprehend it himself. Damn it. Does this system not provide guidance? It does not even have a trial version. By the time I figure it out, I will probably have starved to death long ago. Thinking of that, he faints on the spot. He has no idea that the punch just now pierced through the heavens of the upper realm. The entire cultivation world is violently shaken at this moment. The sky has been pierced by something, such terrifying immortal might. Could it be that an immortal treasure has fallen to the lower realm? When the heavens show a strange phenomenon, an immortal treasure is bound to descend. The world likely is about to enter great chaos. At the same time, in the black tortoise immortal domain of the upper realm, Tran Truong's punch shoots straight up into this place. It slams heavily into a towering pagoda. As the pagoda collapses, a treasured sword flashes with spiritual light as if it possesses consciousness. Seizing the chance, the treasured sword shatters space and shoots straight down to the lower realm. Man with an enraged expression appears. Where is this venerable one's immortal sword? 12 immortal generals come here at once. Immediately after, 12 figures gather one by one from across the black tortoise immortal domain. All of them clasp their hands and bow in unison, paying respects to the immortal venerable. Natal immortal artifact, this venerable one refined for 10,000 years, has been lost in the lower realm. You must retrieve it at any cost. Whoever dares to covet it, kill without mercy. The scene shifts back to Tran Truong. He has now awakened. Fainting from hunger would be too embarrassing to admit. Could it be that he must gnaw on the incense ashes in the temple to survive? Damn it, even in the 21st century I was never this hungry. I still have to live and return. Logically speaking, the restriction in the temple set by the old man should prevent demons from entering. Yet tonight a female ghost rushed in, and she was only a minor Chi refining ghost. What exactly happened? In any case, I cannot save the old man now. Without cultivation, thinking about it is useless. Unless the invincible domain can move with me. If it can, then I am truly invincible. After thinking this, he tries stepping outside the domain's range. The moment he steps past the boundary, a terrifying aura crashes toward him. He is so frightened that he hurriedly pulls back inside. My heavens, the moment I step out it turns freezing cold. Could there be vengeful ghosts outside too? So the domain cannot move with me. That makes sense. What system would allow such a bug to exist? Right now I must both fill my stomach and figure out how to earn domain points. Once I leave the domain, if ghosts do not kill me, then heavenly lightning or 100 ghosts will tear me apart. Suddenly a loud shout rings out from outside the temple. Let me see where you can run. A beautiful girl darts over from nowhere. This scene makes Tran Truong's heart skip a beat. At the same time, a middle-aged man steps forward. He is the Grand Elder of Evil Dragon Cavern Li Zio, Lin Bayar. Stand still obediently and do not think of running. Otherwise, I will send you on your way with one palm. If you have the ability, then try killing me. My father only needs one finger to stab you to death. Tran Truong hurriedly hides behind. When cultivators fight, mortals suffer. I should hide first to be safe. Wait, I wonder if they have food on them. They definitely do. At last, I will not have to starve anymore. Thinking this, he immediately speaks up. The girl turns her head in panic. How can a mortal be here? This temple is my territory. You dare to barge in without permission, and even dare to make noise and disturb my peace while I eat. So if you have anything edible, then hand it over quickly. Otherwise, do not blame me. The girl is stunned. Do you not want to live anymore? You dare provoke Scarface Lee. Scarface Lee angrily grabs the girl. His eyes vicious. Compensation, I think this beggar wants to die. In your next life, remember to be a more obedient beast. After speaking, he strikes out with his palm, sending 3 skulls toward Tran Truong. But the attack vanishes the instant it touches the domain's range. Hey, I have not even planned to kill you yet, and you already attack first. Do you think I am still a soft persimmon anyone can squeeze? This scene leaves the girl gaping. What just happened? The attack disappeared in a blink. Is he not a mortal? Scarface Lee is also sweating now. He is a mortal indeed, but there is no way he could block my attack. I have fought for more than 10 years and never encountered such a thing, unless the original force was neutralized. Tran Truong raises one finger and sneers. Just you want to kill me? I stand right here. Come over here. If you can kill me, I will kneel and kowtow. Scarface Lee is furious to the point of madness. His whole body surges with crimson aura. I will unleash my ultimate killing move. No matter who you are, since you want to die, I will send you on your way. As soon as he finishes speaking, Scarface Lee swings his blade and charges forward filled with killing intent. Tran Truongan smiles with full confidence. Step into the invincible domain. Whether you live or die is up to me. He calmly raises his hand, as if preparing to receive the attack. The girl is terrified. What is wrong with him? Does he intend to use his bare hand to block a magic artifact? Scarface Lee laughs loudly. The Blood Chaos Blade is a third-grade magic artifact, peerlessly sharp. A mortal like you daring to receive it with your body is truly courting death. In a single instant, Tran Truongan clamps the blade between two fingers and sneers. Well, did I not still catch it? Scarface Lee breaks out in a cold sweat. Tran Truongan gently snaps the blade in two and slowly says, "Young people should be more modest. In your next life, remember to think carefully." Then he uses the broken blade fragment to hurl it straight into Scarface Lee's face. Ding, the host has killed a third-level Golden Core cultivator, obtaining 500 domain points. So killing cultivators can also grant domain points. The higher the cultivation, the greater the reward. Golden Core is already 500. Then what about Nascent Soul, Spirit Transformation, or Immortals? Current domain points 510. Use 500 points to expand the invincible domain. Confirmation successful. The invincible domain expands by 5 meters. May the host continue striving to accumulate domain points. Tran Truongan is so overjoyed that he jumps up and down, tears and snot streaming, leaving the girl beside him utterly confused. The Grand Elder of Evil Dragon Cavern, such a terrifying Golden Core expert, was actually killed by a mortal. Or rather, this mortal is a hidden master, cultivating in the 10 Great Mountains. Wait, how do I open this storage ring? Without cultivation, how am I supposed to use it? After thinking this, he turns to ask the girl, "Hey, little girl." Girl hurriedly clasps her hands, reporting to Senior. Tonight a strange, heavenly phenomenon appeared. The sect suspected an immortal treasure descending, so they sent me to lead the disciples of the Nine-Sword sect here. Unexpectedly, we were ambushed by Lee Zio. Tran Truongan is speechless. Heavens, I did not ask about that. All the disciples of the Nine-Sword sect except me have died at his hands. Many thanks Senior for saving my life. If Senior had not intervened, I would have been captured by him. Lee Zio was at the Golden Core realm, yet was still killed by Senior. Could it be that you are a legendary nascent soul expert? Your province has not seen a nascent soul cultivator for hundreds of years. Tran Truongan thinks for a moment, then replies, "As long as you are not his accomplice, it is fine. That Scarface is dead. Can this storage ring be opened?" After Lee Zio died, the mark dissipated. The storage ring has become ownerless. It can be opened. Is there anything edible inside? I am about to starve to death. After a while, he finds a roasted chicken and is overjoyed as if celebrating the new year. The invincible domain is about to cover the entire immortal temple. I must quickly earn more domain points to expand it to the cultivation world. Once unified, what need is there to worry about protecting the old man? Perhaps I can even find him 18 wives. Suddenly, Lin Bayar drops to her knees to beg. Ah no, kneels to plead for mercy, Senior. Tran Truongan gnaws on the chicken while asking, "What is it?" Senior saved my life, proving that we are fated therefore. Please accept me as your disciple. Even if you do not accept me as a disciple, please allow me to remain by your side and serve you. This is truly a golden thigh. I must cling to it tightly. No need, I saved you only in passing. I would like to take in a disciple, but right now I only rely on the invincible domain. If I accept you, what could I even teach you? Could it be that I teach you to play cards or make you a maid? Moreover, within the domain, I cannot find food. But if I go out to look for food, I have no cultivation. Stepping out means death. Taking you as a tool to fetch food would not be bad either. After all, with the invincible domain, I am not weaker than a disciple. Thinking this, he coughs lightly and begins boasting. Little girl, this old man has roamed the immortal realm for 10,000 years. To worship me as your master, you must pass through the 6 paths of reincarnation. Hearing that boast, Lin Bayar's eyes widen. He continues, but seeing that you are fated, this old man will give you a chance. For now, you will be a registered disciple. Only after passing the test will you be formally accepted. Girl immediately kowtows repeatedly. This disciple Bayar greets Master. She is so happy that tears fall. With Master's guidance, her strength will surely improve. Ting, the host, has established a master-disciple relationship with Lin Bayar, rewarded 100 domain points. Seeing the notification, Tran Truongan grins broadly. Taking in a disciple also grants domain points. Very reasonable. Master, what is wrong? Suddenly, Lin Bayar covers her nose. Master, How long has it been since you bathed? He blushes and says, go bring a large cauldron outside the temple and fill it with water for me to bathe. After a while, Bayar carries the cauldron over. Suddenly she senses something unusual. A dangerous aura comes from the forest. A pair of eyes shining like headlights makes Bayar tremble in fear. This is bad. Outside there is a golden core demon beast attacking Master. Tran Truongan smiles brightly. Is this not domain points delivering themselves? Hurry, follow your master to hunt a tiger. Switching to the fat tiger, a golden core tiger demon is recounting its last words. I was lured here by a fragrant scent, then saw that fellow use his fist to kill a ghost and even take a person. Whether it is too terrifying. It scared this tiger lord to death, meow meow, I plan to retreat. But that fragrance keeps drilling straight into my nose. At this moment Tran Truongan extends his hand full of scent outside the domain to bait the tiger. Without scent, how could he lure the tiger demon? The allure of the immortal longevity physique is unstoppable. What secret art is Master using? By the way, let me check whether the old man left any restriction on me. Can the invincible domain conceal the aura of the immortal longevity physique or not? The closer it gets, the more the tiger drools. So fragrant it is about to lose control. Immediately after, the tiger shoots forward, as if rockets are strapped to its rear. Tran Truongan remains extremely calm while analyzing. The old man's restriction on me has lost effect. The invincible domain can still block the aura, but perhaps not completely. Bayar shows no reaction, possibly because cultivators are not as sensitive to scent as demons, or perhaps because I have not bathed for long. In contrast to his calmness, Bayar panics and shouts loudly. It is charging over. A golden core tiger demon. Quickly act, Master. The tiger demon's eyes are bloodshot. Today, even if it is crippled or dies here, it must eat no matter what. The moment it rushes into the invincible domain, its entire body is suppressed by a massive force, stiff and unable to move. This little tiger has only one goal, which is to eat human flesh. Unfortunately, it chose the wrong target. It has walked straight into a trap, little tiger, Bayar asks in shock. Was it Master who made the golden core tiger demon freeze? He replies lightly. A small matter, disciple, take it away and butcher it. Tiger weeps in despair. This time it is truly doomed. Bayar immediately draws her blade to prepare to deal with it, secretly thinking that becoming his disciple was indeed a wise decision. She must cling tightly to Master's thigh. But just as she makes her move, the blade touches the golden core, tiger's body, and shatters into 3 pieces. Bayar helplessly turns to look at Master. Tran Truongan waves his hand. Let me do it. He takes Bayar's knife and straightens his posture. Just a gentle swing of his hand, the tiger demon is instantly cleaved in 2. Ting. The host has killed an 8th level golden core tiger demon, rewarded 800 domain points, eligible to upgrade the invincible domain system. Not bad at all, the harvest is decent. 1 move is enough, truly formidable. Disciple, the tiger demon's corpse is for you to handle. Remember to butcher it neatly like slaughtering a pig. The system can even be upgraded. What will there be after upgrading? Ting. The current version is 1, eligible to consume domain points to upgrade to 2, unlocking the new function all living things. Tiger demon is good stuff. Remember to store it well for your master. Yes, master. What kind of skill is all living things? Ting. After upgrading, the host will know. Then upgrade it immediately. Consume 800 domain points. The system is upgrading. Please wait. Upgrade complete. The system has reached version 2, unlocking the skill all living things. It can bestow life upon all things and grant them intelligence, at the same time controlling everything within the domain's range. This skill is truly heaven-defying. Bayar, go outside and pick 2 small plants for me. Yes, I also want to see how powerful all living things is. Shortly after, Bayar brings back 2 fresh green plants. Tran Truongan holds the plants in his hand and uses his method to gradually transform them. Bayar watches and keeps swallowing hard. Disciple, what is wrong with you? Master, how did these 2 stalks of grass turn into spiritual herbs? Do not be hasty, step aside. Everything is ready. I wonder if it will succeed. A series of astonished cries from Bayar follow. Stop. After a while, the blade of grass in Tran Truongan's hand finally takes form. Heavens, it has taken form. Master truly made it take form. Why shout so loudly? You will scare it. It's one your master grants you as a ceremony gift. This spiritual medicine contains life essence. Use it quickly, I will guard you. Master, rest assured, this disciple will never disappoint your expectations. From now on, I will call you Little Tail. Master is truly formidable. Even wild grass can be refined into a spirit pill. Bayar immediately swallows the spirit pill. Spiritual energy gathers through her body, and the feeling of breakthrough surges. Lin Bayar has broken through from 6th level foundation establishment to 7th level, rewarding the host 50 domain points. This works too, because the master-disciple relationship is locked. Each time Lin Bayar breaks through, she provides domain points. The higher her cultivation, the greater the reward. Then in the future, I only need to accept many disciples and push them to cultivate. Will not my domain keep expanding endlessly? The all living things function is already so powerful. I wonder what the next function will be like. Right at that moment, a sword suddenly flies down from the sky. AR looks at the sword in shock. Master, could this be the immortal treasure descending? Immortal treasure? What is that? Master does not know. I heard my father say that a great power used one punch to break the heavens and create a hole. An immortal sword fell from it. Everyone is searching for it. It is a pity you did not see it with your own eyes. Tran Truongan steps forward and picks up the sword to examine it. The sword is rather weak. Let me try using all living things to repair it. The sword gradually changes, rust disappears, and the blade becomes bright and glossy. After repair, it is indeed stronger. But for me, a bit of force can still snap it. Not very useful. Is this all an immortal sword amounts to? If you like it, then take it. Many thanks, Master. Bayar just takes hold of the sword. Suddenly a terrifying aura erupts, and even Bayar trembles. So frightening, such astonishing power, yet Master does not even care. Just how high has his cultivation reached? Master truly treats me too well. I must quickly grow stronger and shoulder everything alone. In the future, I will serve Master thoroughly. Your Master will display a bit more skill to broaden your horizons. I will say first that I am very gentle when I act. The entire ruined temple becomes clean and bright in an instant. Even the holes and cracks in the floor and walls are completely repaired. Such an environment is worthy for a reclusive master like me to reside in. Stop standing there in a daze. It has been a tiring night. Go rest. That little being falls asleep the moment it is told to sleep. Having just taken form, it is still very weak. Not long after the house is repaired, someone falls from the sky and stomps a hole straight through the roof. Oh, Lin Bayar is still alive. This person is the master of Evil Dragon Cavern, Li Beishan, 9th level Golden Core. Immediately after, 2 more fall down and punch 2 more holes in the ceiling. Where is Li Zio? Tell him to roll out and see me. Is the immortal treasure with him? Bayar hides behind Master in fear. That is Li Beishan. The people from Evil Dragon Cavern have come for revenge, Master. Li Beishan frowns like a monkey chewing chili. Li Zio is nowhere to be seen, and only these 2 are here. Could it be that the immortal treasure has already been taken by the 9-sword sect? The spiritual energy of this place is unusually abundant. No wonder the immortal treasure chose to fall here. Above appears another masked figure with a strange grin. I did not expect such a land of rich spiritual energy hidden in this broken mountain. That man is the sect master of Ghost Tower sect, Jiu Tiantu. It would have been manageable if only the 9-sword sect came. I did not expect this old poison to show up as well. Jiu Tiantu's gaze is immediately drawn to the transformed spirit grass of Tran Truongan, a spirit herb that has taken form. Such a thing exists here. Heaven bless my Ghost Tower sect. This treasure land and the transformed spirit herb here are all mine. Bless what I arrived first. Everything here belongs to Evil Dragon Cavern, Jiu Tiantu. Get lost. Who these things belong to is not for you, Li Beishan, to decide. If you refuse to accept it, then fight. If war, then war. What do I fear from an old man like you? Tran Truongan listens and grows irritated. This treasure land belongs to whom? Why not ask its owner? Especially you 2 who call yourselves Overlord and Heaven. Your attitude makes me extremely displeased. Do not force me to get angry. Owner of the treasure land, just you. The owner of this treasure land in the future will certainly be me, Li Beishan. I smash whatever I want. What can you do to me? Call the authorities to arrest me. Jiu Tiantu also interjects. Keep dreaming. This place can only belong to Ghost Tower sect. Tran Truongan sneers. Such contempt is truly suitable as a source of domain points. It is a pity they are not standing within the invincible domain. Bayar immediately steps forward to protect Master. What kind of attitude is that? My Master is the most terrifying existence in the world. Li Zio died at my Master's hands. Tran Truongan nods. Absolutely correct. Li Beishan scoffs. A mortal killing Li Zio of the Golden Core realm. Are you deaf? He came and I killed him. What about you? Jiu Tiantu stands above and laughs mockingly. We have seen many mortals pretending to be masters to protect themselves. Let us observe a bit more. A lowly mortal like you. I, Li Beishan, have crushed countless people like you. Souls of mortals I refined into my blood seal number in the tens of thousands. You say you killed Li Zio. No matter what happened to Li Zio, the immortal treasure must have been taken by these 2. Li Beishan, do not think of snatching it first. Hand over the immortal treasure, and I will grant you a whole corpse. Haha, hand over your head, fine. Come at me together. Right, do you have to speak to my master like that? Shut up. Lin Bayar, do not think that just because you are the daughter of the 9-sword sect master, I would not dare to kill you. Bayar says with a trembling voice, Master. This old man Li Beishan is the culprit. Last night he ordered Li Xiao to slaughter my senior brothers and sisters of the Nine-Sword sect. Hearing this, Li Beishan merely sneers without speaking. Bayar continues, if I were not only at Foundation establishment and unable to defeat a golden core, I would have twisted his head off and used it as a chamber pot for Master. Cursed until his face darkens, Li Beishan immediately strikes, you vile woman seeking death. Ran Truong and activates all living things. The domain authority unfolds. Within this domain, everything is under my control. The blood seal in the air instantly turns to dust. Does not stop there. He directly casts the skill on Li Beishan. In an instant, Li Beishan's cultivation drops straight down to the Qi refining realm. Qi refining is the lowest realm. Above it are Foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, then great ascension crossing tribulation or some earth immortal stage. Could not defeat a golden core before. Now he is suppressed to Qi refining. Can you kill him? Yu Tianta watches and breaks into a cold sweat. This person clearly has no cultivation yet suppresses Li Beishan. Could he be at the nascent soul realm? Tran Truong instructs Bayar. Revenge must be taken with your own hands to feel satisfying. Li Beishan trembles and curses, so you are hiding your strength, a nascent soul expert. Say whatever you want, right now I have lost. Go Bayar, yes master, I will kill him, leave the whip to you. Li Beishan, on behalf of the fallen brothers and sisters of the Nine-Sword sect, I take your life. Even your father could not kill me. What can you do? I am the master of Evil Dragon Cavern. Even suppressed to Qi refining, so what? Just using my storage ring is enough to smash you to death. Why waste words? Get out of my sight. Li Beishan immediately takes out his 4th grade golden scale treasure armor. What no one expects is that Bayar's sword is an immortal artifact bestowed by an immortal venerable. Li Beishan's mediocre armor cannot withstand even a blink of time. Li Beishan dies just like that. Only a pair of boots remain. Even Bayar is startled by the power of the strike. This immortal sword is truly terrifying. Such dreadful immortal might must be an immortal treasure, and it is in her hands. Jiu Tiantu immediately conceives a reckless thought. At such close range, he could suddenly kill Lin Bayar and seize the sword. As long as she cannot react in time, the Ghost Tower sect will prosper. At that very moment, Jiu Tiantu suddenly feels a cold gaze like death locking onto him. If he had moved even slightly just now, he would likely already be a corpse. Today it is better to withdraw first, having confirmed the whereabouts of the immortal treasure. Returning to report to the Grand Ancestor, and planning further is not too late. Bayar suddenly remembers. That is right. Earlier there were still several of you who were disrespectful to my master. Come here, let me slash a few times. Do not worry. I strike very lightly. One sword is enough. It will not hurt. Seeing the situation turn bad, the group immediately scatters and flees. Bayar below continuously unleashes her moves. Whoever runs cannot escape. Several unlucky ones are struck and lose their lives. King, the host's disciple Lin Bayar, has slain 3 golden core cultivators, obtaining 1,500 domain points. My disciple killing people also grants me domain points. This seems not bad. The current invincible domain has reached 22 meters. May the host continue striving. Master, how should we deal with those from Ghost Tower sect? About killing them all? This Ghost Tower sect specializes in refining living people into ghost slaves. Clearly an evil sect. Lin Bayar, do not slander me. What have I done? I am truly wrong. Senior, our Ghost Tower sect has conducted proper business for decades. We are a righteous sect, not an evil one. There must be a misunderstanding between your disciple and our sect. I apologize on their behalf for disturbing Senior's quiet cultivation. I hope Senior will be magnanimous and spare us. Are you still standing there? Quickly come and kowtow to Senior to apologize. We beg Senior not to hold grudges against petty people. Give us a path to live. This Junior truly knows his mistake. Please, Senior, be merciful and spare my life. I'm someone with such great ambition kneeling to admit fault before me. It makes me feel slightly uneasy. I'm a righteous sect. I recall you using the grievous soul technique just now. Or do you think I am truly blind? Seeing this approach fail, Jiu Tiantu immediately orders, all of you charge together, kill him. Making a move within my invincible domain is truly a wrong decision. Merely waves his hand lightly. The entire group instantly turns into points. The notifications of domain points ring without cease. The host has obtained a total of 450 domain points. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jiu Tiantu desperately flies straight into the sky. This is bad, master. The Ghost Tower sect master has escaped. If he gets away, he will surely leak news of the immortal treasure. Then those seeking to seize it will come endlessly. What should we do? Hearing that many guests will come, he instead smiles with delight. Indeed, what should be done then? If not enough come, it would be meaningless. Ghost Tower sect. Just hearing the name sounds improper. everywhere filled with yin energy, wandering resentful souls, scattered skulls, ghosts roaming around the sect. Jiu Tiantu fortunately escapes back to the sect, harboring resentment. If he cannot win, then what? Of course he will report it, and the one he targets is the Supreme Elder. But before he can report, a disciple rushes in shouting, Sect Master, something big has happened. Jiu Tiantu turns and scolds irritably. What are you panicking for? I am still fine. The disciple trembles and reports, not that. The ancestor who ascended to immortality 5,000 years ago has manifested and is meeting the Supreme Elder. Only the sect master is missing. Jiu Tiantu stares blankly at the disciple. His anger dissipates, leaving only confusion as he stammers, the ancestor. Has the ancestor truly manifested? Ancestor manifesting means they have a chance to venture out and seize treasures. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is far more cruel. In the ancestral hall of Ghost Tower sect, the Supreme Elders have all gathered. Disciples stand below, and above the incense altar a figure floats. That is the ancestor of Ghost Tower sect. Jiu Tiantu and the others kneel in salute, apologizing for arriving late, smiling stiffly outwardly while trembling inside under the terrifying pressure. The ancestor looks at him, his entire body radiating a blood-colored aura, slowly saying this immortal has received the immortal venerable's command and will soon descend to the lower realm. As the news falls, everyone is shaken. An immortal will truly descend. One must know the strongest expert in Ghost Province is only at nascent soul, while the ancestor surpassed that realm long ago. If he descends, the Ghost Tower sect dominating Ghost Province will no longer be a dream. Suddenly, the ancestor releases pressure as if angered. Just a strand of divine sense makes people suffocate. Seeing the ancestor angered, the group clutch their heads trembling, completely unaware of what they did wrong. Expectedly, the ancestor is extremely perceptive, seeing through their thoughts and coldly saying, withdraw those petty ideas. Otherwise, this immortal will wipe you out with a flip of his hand. The group trembles violently, not daring to harbor any further thoughts, bowing deeply in unison to obey his command. The old ancestor glared and shouted, before this immortal descends to the 9 provinces, your mission is to find the whereabouts of the holy immortal sword that fell the other day. Is that clear? Hearing that, Kuthindu was startled and overjoyed. He hurriedly replied, old ancestor, I know where the holy immortal sword is. After all, I was almost beaten to death because of it. After hearing this, the old ancestor anxiously pressed on, where is it? Having just been thoroughly frightened, Kuthindu did not dare to say anything unnecessary. He answered whatever was asked and reported that the location was the Immortal Temple. Meanwhile, at the Immortal Temple, the air was fresh, peaceful to a strange degree. Tran Truong held the bowl of tiger meat soup cooked by Lin Bao and A Chai. She nervously asked if it was good. He nodded and said it was acceptable. Next time, remember to add a little more salt. Then he crossed his legs and sat thinking about the future. The invincible domain had reached 22 meters. The range was larger, but food was limited. It seemed he still had to rely on Bao and A Chai to go out and find more. At the beginning, when he first obtained the domain, he was only undefeated within that range and could not control it. It felt no different from an ordinary person. After the domain upgraded, he gained the skill All Life Flourishes. He could completely control everything inside it, and the feeling became much more relaxed. No matter how invincible he was, it was only within the domain. Once he stepped outside, he was still immortal. He simply could not protect Lin Bao and A Chai when her cultivation was still too low. Was there any way to help her increase it? The other side, Lin Bao and A Chai remained carefree and unaware, completely not knowing that Tran Truong was having a headache trying to find a way to make himself stronger. Suddenly glancing at the little fellow floating beside her, Tran Truong came up with a bold idea. If All Life Flourishes could enlighten wild grass into spiritual herbs and even give birth to intelligence, then why not use it to increase her cultivation? Thinking of it, he immediately acted. Tran Truong excitedly grabbed her hand and ran, saying as they went, Bao and A Chai, hurry and follow your master. I have something I want to try on you. He stopped, his eyes shining as he stared at her, making Lin Bao and A Chai slightly flustered. Her face red as she asked, Master, why are you looking at me like that? Tran Truong said seriously, your master has a way to help you increase your cultivation. It will be a little painful at first, but once you endure it, it will feel like ascending to the heavens. Do you dare to try? It was no wonder she was thinking wildly. Tran Truong spoke too ambiguously. Words like ascending to the heavens and pain. Anyone hearing it would easily misunderstand. Sure enough, Lin Bao and A Chai immediately thought of something else, believing her master wanted dual cultivation with her. But if it was Tran Truong, she could reluctantly accept it. Her face flushed red with embarrassment. Though she liked it to death in her heart, she still pretended to refuse. She stammered, Master, is this progressing too fast? I am not prepared at all. Tran Truong frankly replied, What I need is precisely your first time, causing Lin Bao Nha, who had just relaxed a little, to blush all the way to her ears. She covered her face and laughed shyly, her other hand lightly punching Tran Truongen. Tran Truongen held the spot that was hit, his expression serious as he said, Bao Nha, do not be afraid. It must be the first time to be effective, making her stammer in response, but a fierce struggle began in her mind. In the end, she still lost to the imagined thought of dual cultivation. Lin Bao Nha took a deep breath and said, Master, I am ready. 2 streams of blood flowed from Tran Truongen's nose. He reached his hand toward her and instructed, worthy of being my disciple, later remember to focus your mind and protect your heart meridian. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Lin Bao Nha replied, yes, master, then suddenly paused and asked, wait, can dual cultivation also cause death? If it truly caused death, then it should indeed be reconsidered. But Tran Truongen had already acted, placing his hand on her head and shouting, focus your mind. Stream of pure energy poured into Lin Bao Nha body, surging throughout her. The skill all life flourishes activated and vitality awakened. While operating, Tran Truongen asked how she felt. Lin Bao Nha closed her eyes and replied it felt numb and tingling. She opened her eyes and asked doubtfully, Master, so you only wanted to help me cultivate? Tran Truongen innocently asked, what else would it be? Lin Bao Nha sighed regretfully, but said nothing more. It was all because his words were too easy to misunderstand. Then focus on the task first, Tran Truongen said. Your master must increase the force. Carefully feel the energy your master is transmitting into your body. The energy rose higher and higher. Lin Bao Nha gradually could not endure it, her face burning red, her body trembling, her speech becoming unclear. Her whole body convulsed. Lin Bao Nha cried out that her master energy was too strong. It felt as if she were being filled, both painful and pleasant. Lin Bao Nha emitted a hazy aura. Tran Truongen remained focused like a painter creating art, observing her cultivation and thinking why she had not broken through yet. Perhaps he had to increase the force further. Thinking so, he gently raised his hand and continued gathering strength. Suddenly, a greater surge of energy rushed in, causing Lin Bao Nha to let out a strange cry. Tran Truongen maintained his concentrated expression and told her to endure it, while Lin Bao Nha was numb with pain, her whole body feeling as if swept by electric currents. The energy continued to pour in. She was in such pain that tears fell, her face flushed red, nearly fainting. A powerful force ran through her body as if breaking something. Lin Bao Nha screamed, her body swaying. Her whole body trembled. She looked at Tran Truongen and said in a shaking voice, Master, it hurts so much. Lin Bao Nha cried that she could not endure anymore. Tran Truongen began to worry. Had he been too impatient? As for Lin Bao Nha, she only felt her body about to explode. Too much energy could open meridians and cultivation, but with the slightest mistake, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tran Truongen gritted his teeth and encouraged her, Bao Nha, hold on. The arrow has been shot and cannot be retrieved. Endure it and you will be reborn. Fail and you will die. The word die indeed had a powerful effect. Lin Bao Nha began recalling the bitter memories of her past. To become a strong cultivator, both body and soul had to be strong enough. Moreover, the sect master had said the 9-sword sect would be handed to her in the future. Therefore, she absolutely could not die. Not yet a strong cultivator, not yet inheriting the sect. She shouted that she could not die, energy erupting from her body. She still had to travel the world together with her master. How could she die here, even if the reason was a bit strange, as long as she got through it? In the sky, the lightning tribulation appeared. Dark clouds churned. Thunder tore through the heavens, white light blazed. But when it struck the invincible domain, it could not penetrate, leaving the heavenly Tao utterly perplexed. At this moment, the heavenly Tao was extremely furious. Someone dared to defy fate and alter destiny right before it. Tran Truongen completely ignored it. He held Lin Bao Nha and asked worriedly how she was. She weakly replied, Master, I can endure. Tran Truongen happily said that was good. According to his understanding, aptitude on the continent was divided into 9 grades. Above that was the 10th grade. He wondered how much she could still improve after this cleansing. The more the heavenly Tao watched, the angrier it became. In its eyes, the two of them seemed to be flirting, so it sent down several more violent bolts of heavenly lightning. The surrounding demon beasts fled in terror. Staying near this thing could easily cost them their lives. Nearby, strong cultivators, including 3 demon kings, all witnessed this scene. Hangye asked in confusion whether the lightning striking that mountain was caused by the immortal treasure from last night. Thakbak Jia sighed that such a terrifying lightning tribulation would kill them on the spot if it struck them. Satu Engai muttered whether they too would turn to ashes at Mount Phi Time. While the 3 demon kings were still discussing, within the heart of the lightning tribulation, Lin Bao Nha continued following Tran Truongen instructions to absorb the lightning force. He smiled, and said he had reinforced the lightning power. The more she absorbed, the more beneficial it would be. Seeing the lightning tribulation gradually subside, the demon kings widened their eyes. Even this kind of tribulation could be overcome. More importantly, there was someone within the heart of the lightning tribulation, and it was a young girl. Could it be a sentient treasure? Unable to kill the person, the heavenly Tao could only retreat in resentment, inwardly cursing the shameless sinner. Next time it would definitely strike them dead. The lightning tribulation dissipated. The final danger finally passed. The three demon kings hurriedly invited one another to approach and investigate. This time Lin Bao Nhi was already sitting in cultivation. Tran Truong stood beside her protecting the Dharma. Yet when the three demon kings rushed into the domain, why did he not sense it? The three demon kings only paid attention to Lin Bao Nhi. She was not a spiritual creature, yet with bones only 18 years old she had reached this realm. Hong Yi exclaimed that she was an unparalleled genius of the human race. With future nurturing, she would certainly become a great power. I will not compete for the immortal treasure, but I want this girl. While they argued, Tran Truong also gained benefits from her. Lin Bao Nhi broke through from the 6th level of foundation establishment to the 7th, rewarding the host with 50 domain points. Each level had a reward. This time the harvest was not small. The demon kings hid to one side, discussing her unmatched aptitude, her value exceeding even an immortal treasure, while Tran Truong could not be bothered and only focused on gnawing a chicken drumstick. Hong Yi finally could not hold back. She rushed out and shouted that this was her future disciple. The two of you take your time, I will go first. Bat Jia sprang forward and grabbed Hong Wai's tail, roaring how could he let her take such a huge advantage. He wanted this girl too. He did not need the immortal treasure. Hong Wai was startled and shouted, "Are you tired of living? A crude brute like you could teach her. Only my ancient heavenly demon fox art suits her." There were still three demon kings after all. Sa Tu Engai naturally refused to fall behind. While the other two were arguing, he rushed ahead. A genius like this was rare. Missing her would be foolish. Behind them, when Hong Wai saw Sa Tu Engai surge ahead, she grew anxious and revealed her true form to attack. Sa Tu Engai was startled and cried, "Are you serious?" He also transformed into his original serpent form and plunged into the melee. If they were going to fight, then so be it. Whoever won would take her, and the loser would die. Hong Wai shouted that anyone who dared snatch a disciple from her would be skinned alive today. Thak Bat Jia suddenly let out a roar, his eyes blazing fiercely. Hong Wai and Thak Bat Jia both halted at once. Thak Bat Jia transformed into a bull and stepped forward, saying they should ask the girl directly. Whoever she chose, she would follow. The others would not compete. This was the fairest way, so both nodded. Inside the formation, Lin Bao Nhi had finished cultivating and awakened. He gnawed on a chicken drumstick and asked Bao Nhi, "You are awake. How do you feel?" Lin Bao Nhi's eyes shone as she exclaimed, "Master, I have broken through to the golden core realm. It is wonderful." He rubbed her head and smiled, "Well done. A genius created by your master. Keep working and you will reach nascent soul." Lin Bao Nhi was stunned. In the 9-sword sect golden core was already an elder, yet she had broken through so easily. Could this be a dream? Wait, Master just mentioned nascent soul. She turned and asked Nascent Soul, "I have only just reached golden core." He tossed several storage rings and said, "This is your reward. Take them and use them." Lin Bao Nhi accepted them and saw they resembled the rings of Li Qiu group. The feeling was familiar, like the first day they met. He poured spiritual power into them to check, and then stammered that these resources equaled half of the 9-sword sect. Was he giving them all to her? He replied calmly that he did not even care about such a small amount. In truth, he had no use for them because he could not cultivate. As long as he remained within the invincible domain, he was like a god. His current goal was to expand the domain across Mount Phi Time. 800 points were still not enough. Suddenly a voice rang out. He turned around and the three demon kings had appeared one after another. Thak Bak Za arrived first, his aura fierce as he declared, "Worthy of being this king disciple. I am Thak Bak Za, a nascent soul demon king." That man produced 3 great demon golden core essences and said if she acknowledged him as her master, this would be her initiation gift. The golden cores could help her break through to nascent soul, an irresistible temptation. Sa Tu Engai pushed Thak Bak Za aside and raised a glowing fruit. Smiling, "I am Sa Tu Engai, a nascent soul powerhouse. How could 3 golden cores compare to the immortal beauty fruit? It blooms once in 1,000 years and bears fruit in 10,000. One fruit preserves youth forever. There is only one left in the lower realm. If she acknowledges him as her master, it would be hers." He even praised his own handsome looks and respect for all races, hinting he was open-minded. Lin Bao Nhi was full of question marks. The fruit was tempting, but adding this man to it made it questionable. He watched silently. Was that an immortal fruit that could change one physique? Even he was moved. Lin Bao Nhi was even more tempted. Eternal beauty would stir anyone's heart. Tu Engai smiled sinisterly. He had originally planned to gift it to Hong Wai, but exchanging it for a genius disciple was a huge profit. Only then did Hong Wai speak, laughing loudly that she too was at nascent soul. She had no initiation gift, but if the girl was willing, she would accept her as a foster daughter, make her the young sovereign of the ancient heavenly demon Fox clan. The entire clan would help her become an immortal. How about it? Thakbak Za and Sa Tu Engai were both dumbfounded. The opportunity to become an immortal was too alluring. Their previous gifts instantly paled. Hong Wai laughed smugly and beckoned, "Come here, my disciple, follow me." Lin Bao Nhi immediately replied she did not want to, leaving all three stunned as stone. She raised her head and said she already had a master. Following her master, becoming an immortal or a god would be easy. Her master was the best. Hearing this, he felt warmth in his heart. Hong Wai asked irritably who her master was. He stepped forward and smiled at his me. Hong Wai angrily shouted that he was merely a mortal with no cultivation. What right did he have to be her master? Sa Tu Engai mocked him as a servant deceiving a child and suggested killing him before continuing the discussion. He completely ignored them. Thakbak Za released Demon Chi, his massive form radiating pressure as he said, "Let me see whether you are qualified." Lin Bao Nhi retorted that her master was extraordinary. Without her master, there would be no her today. He raised his hand, crooked a finger, and smiled, "Come here." Thakbak Za roared and charged, shouting that one finger would grind him to ashes. He revealed his strength, making Sa Tu Engai realize the opponent was stronger than expected. Hong Wai puffed her cheeks in annoyance. The chance to impress a future disciple had been snatched by that old bull. Yet there was no need to show off. Before that overwhelming power, he still smiled calmly, causing Thakbak Za's eyes to widen in shock. Sa Tu Engai and Hong Wai both changed expressions at the same time. Thakbak Za was famed for strength, yet he blocked the punch effortlessly and even smiled, asking was his eyesight poor. Was that all the strength he had? He teased that it was not satisfying at all. With such performance, he would be eating dirt at the end of the month, then suggested the other two try their skills with a sinister smile. Raised a finger, golden light gleaming at the tip, his ordinary appearance suddenly exuding the aura of a supreme powerhouse. Thakbak Jia stared intently at every movement, watching as he slowly raised his middle finger. Then he thrust it forward, piercing through Thakbak Jia's chest, blood splattering as the massive body flew backward. One finger had severely wounded the strongest demon body. Such a realm was not something a mortal could attain. He held up his middle finger and laughed arrogantly. Hong Wai trembled inwardly. This person's cultivation was certainly above hers. This time she had kicked an iron plate. Thakbak Za collapsed with a hole in his chest, bleeding. He turned to the remaining two demon kings and smiled, asking could they withstand it. He stood there flicking his finger. Lin Bao Nhi behind him watched. He arrogantly asked whether he now had the qualifications to be her master. Sa Tu Engai and Hong Wai immediately knelt, cold sweat pouring down, hurriedly saying Senior was joking. Of course he was qualified, it was they who were not. Sa Tu Engai offered the immortal beauty fruit an apology, presenting it to Senior to atone. At this moment life was more precious than treasure. He thought this demon serpent was sensible. Taking the three demon kings under him would not be a loss, while Sa Tu Engai grew more fearful seeing him silent, afraid of being silenced. The worry was unnecessary. He accepted the fruit and asked about its origin. Sa Tu Engai honestly reported that this fruit had been taken 3,000 years ago by his ancestor, the deity transformation Golden Emperor Python, from Bronze Ancient Mountain in Fengzhou Forbidden Land. Afterward, the tree was discovered, and an immortal descended to take it away. Aside from this fruit, there were no more immortal beauty fruits in the lower realm. He pondered. Bronze Ancient Mountain of Fengzhou was a forbidden land. He had not expected items from the upper realm there. Sa Tu Engai reassured himself that his deity transformation ancestor would surely preserve his life. Setting that aside for now, he looked at Lin Bao Nhi staring greedily at the fruit in his hand. He handed it to her to eat and instructed her to keep the seed. Lin Bao Nhi happily thanked him. Following her master always brought good things. As soon as the fruit entered her body, a strange energy was born. He saw the immortal essence within her transforming as if reborn. The old man's words were indeed correct. This fruit could turn the flesh into that of an immortal. Lin Bao Nhi obediently kept the seed and handed it back. He noticed immortal essence still within it and thought he could plant it into an immortal beauty fruit tree. He casually sowed the seed into a patch of soil. Sa Tu Engai hurried to stop him, saying an immortal tree required a special environment and this place was unsuitable. Manhwa also forced a smile in agreement. Yet immediately after, their worldview collapsed as the place where the seed was planted suddenly shone with dazzling light. Inside, it was nearly impossible to see clearly, only sensing something extremely terrifying about to emerge. The three demon kings trembled at the same time, thinking it could not be. From the earth, an immortal beauty fruit tree burst forth, its entire body radiating immortal chi. He nodded and sighed that his treasured land produced whatever was planted. Sowing an immortal tree would naturally yield immortal fruit. Manhwa stared blankly at the immortal tree before her. They had thought the embarrassed one would be that expert. Who would have expected it was themselves who were short-sighted. He looked at the tree and smiled faintly, saying that a single immortal beauty fruit was not enough to erase their offense of barging into his place of quiet cultivation and offending him. According to them, how should this matter be handled? Three demon kings were stunned and then dropped to their knees, kowtowing and begging Senior to be magnanimous and give them a chance to atone, willing to accept any punishment, their miserable appearance rarely seen. He had been waiting for these words, smiling calmly as he said then he would give them a choice, submit or die, inwardly praising his own acting talent. Akbatza immediately shouted that he was willing to submit to Senior and devote his full strength. Manhwa and Sa-Tu Engai also hurriedly expressed their willingness to submit and serve wholeheartedly. He smiled in satisfaction, light blooming again at his fingertip. Since they followed him, they should call him Master. Rest assured he would not treat them poorly. Today he would grant a small meeting gift. The aptitude of the three demon kings surged simultaneously, shocking them. Aptitude that was originally fixed could actually be elevated. Heavenly Tao descended once more, its voice furious. It is you again. One who defies heaven was not enough, and you even dragged three more with you. Today I will beat you to death. When the three demon kings saw the heavenly lightning descend, they were terrified. Their aptitude had just increased, and it had already triggered such a powerful tribulation. They simply could not withstand it. This was his invincible domain. He raised his hand and smiled, saying, "Do not worry, I am here." The fierce lightning struck the barrier, yet did not cause the slightest ripple. He chuckled softly and guided the lightning with his finger. He let the three demon kings absorb the tribulation lightning to temper their bodies, not only strengthening their physiques, but also rapidly healing their previous injuries. The heavenly Tao withdrew once more in resentment, grinding its teeth and cursing, "Just you wait. Next time I will surely beat you to death." Dark clouds dispersed, and the tribulation vanished. The three demon kings sat in the courtyard to regulate their breathing. Their strength clearly improved. When they awoke, all three knelt before he to thank their master for elevating their aptitude. He smiled and asked how many grades they had increased. Sa-Tu Engai replied that it required an aptitude stone to test. Aptitude was divided into 9 grades corresponding to 9 colors. Red was 1st grade and gold was 9th grade. Previously, they had been 6th grade. Sa-Tu Engai tested first. When the stone displayed a black color, he blurted out a curse. Manhwa and Thakbat-Za were also eager to try. The three demon kings jumped about excitedly. Anything related to cultivation made them strangely exhilarated. He almost burst out laughing, coughing lightly as he reminded them it was only 8th grade for now. 9th grade could be raised later as well. Calm down. Lin Bao Nhi stood stunned. Nascent soul demon kings before her made her not dare look directly. The three demon kings prostrated themselves and swore to follow their master to death. Lin Bao Nhi curiously asked, "Master, my aptitude was originally 4th grade. They have risen to 8th grade already." Manhwa immediately handed her the aptitude stone to test. He nodded in agreement. He was also curious. The three demon kings had only received a bit of all life flourishes, yet reached 8th grade, while Bao Nhi had received his full effort. Who knew how far she had risen? The stone gradually lit up. First displaying red, Manhwa said excitedly, "Bao Nhi aptitude must certainly be 9th grade." Stone surpassed black and then reached the golden 9th grade. Yet immediately afterward, all color vanished. The golden color appeared and then disappeared. Even if it was not 9th grade, it should not have turned completely transparent like this. Lin Bao Nhi held the stone and looked at he with teary eyes. He scratched his head and looked back. She burst into tears and complained, "Master, my aptitude is gone." He muttered awkwardly that this script was not right. Sa-Tu Engai suddenly conceived a terrifying thought, his voice trembling as he asked, could it be that Miss Bao Nhi had already become an immortal body? Lin Bao Nhi immediately brightened and asked, "Master, then, is my aptitude that of an immortal?" He replied calmly, "Stay calm. It is only an immortal body, nothing remarkable." He waved his hand and said the lower realm highest was 9th grade, but above that were higher levels. Bao Nhi had surpassed 9th grade, so the stone could not measure it. As long as she obediently followed him, let alone a celestial body, ascending to become an immortal would not be a dream. The three demon kings were stunned upon hearing this. Manhwa and the other two demon kings became even more loyal. In their eyes, he was like someone from the upper realm. Clinging tightly to this thigh would one day lead to immortality. He smiled, feeling that his boasting skills were becoming more and more refined. Even renaming himself King of Boasting would not be bad. Satu Engai proposed that Master allow him to go to Mount Kibat to capture the Long Hue Chicken King, to offer to bow Nhai and Master. At the Immortal Temple, naturally no one knew what the Long Hue Chicken King was. Manhwa smiled and explained that within the Long Hue Chicken King flowed immortal beast bloodline. Its meat was extremely delicious, a rare delicacy and very beneficial to the fleshly body. Bao Nhai listened with drool almost flowing, wiping her mouth as she asked permission to test herself. He nodded and allowed her to go. But at this moment, danger was already approaching. In the distance, the people of Ghost Tower under the lead of Ku Thin-Du were gathering. The one riding a flying sword was Lin Bao Nhai, two fiery chicken kings hanging from her hand, her face extremely joyful, completely unaware of the danger. He thought Master must be hungry. She had to hurry back. The Ghost Tower group saw her and immediately rushed out to surround and capture her. Ku Thin-Du laughed loudly, saying he was worrying about seizing the immortal treasure, and she delivered herself. Lin Bao Nhai had not even reacted before being surrounded. Ku Thin-Du shouted hand over the holy immortal sword, and I will leave your corpse intact. Lin Bao Nhai expression changed, recognizing them as people of Ghost Tower sect. Besides Ku Thin-Du, there were three others with powerful auras, clearly all nascent soul. He hugged the two chickens tightly and shouted, Ku Thin, do you still dare come? Have you forgotten being scared out of your wits by my master, buying time while seeking a path to escape? Ku Thin-Du raised a ghostly banner with surging yin energy and laughed arrogantly. Once I kill you, I will take the holy immortal sword and refine you into a ghost slave. Afterward, it will be your master's turn. The spirit sword that abhors evil heard this and grew furious, its spiritual light bursting dazzlingly. The sword stood before Lin Bao Nhai, forming a sturdy barrier to protect her. She immediately reinforced it with spiritual energy. Ku Thin-Du cried out in shock that she had already reached Golden Core. Just days ago, she was still Foundation Establishment. The three accompanying figures pondered. An 18-year-old Golden Core was terrifying talent. Since enmity was formed, she could not be left alive. A man wearing a ghost mask decisively ordered Ku Thin-Du kill her and seize the sword. Ku Thin-Du received the command and charged forward, vengeful spirits swirling around him to empower him. Lin Bao Nhai threw the two chickens aside, gripped the spirit sword and shouted loudly, mobilizing spiritual energy to counterattack. Blinding golden light collided with dense black ghost energy. Seizing the chance, Lin Bao Nhai hurriedly fled, her mana nearly exhausted after blocking with the holy sword. She had to escape immediately. Ku Thin-Du was not much better. His full golden core peak power had been halted. Light and shadows dispersed with no sign of her. The Ghost Tower group immediately gave chase. At this time at the Immortal Temple, he group waited idly and laid out tiles to play. Manhwa tapped a tile on the table, impatiently asking Thakbat Za whether he would play or not. Satu Engai rested his chin and grumbled, hurry up. We have waited until flowers would bloom. He sighed and urged him to move faster, while the pitiful Thakbat Jia held two tiles and kept staring, his body large but his thinking slow. He had stared at them for nearly the time of one incense. In the end, he made up his mind and played a phantom chicken tile. He flipped his tiles, fanning himself and smiling, sorry, pure one suit. I win. Bullying novices is truly delightful. Batzah slammed the table angrily and cursed that it was all their fault. He should not have played the phantom chicken to let the young master win. Manhwa immediately scolded back that he was foolish and blaming others. He looked into the distance and murmured that at this time Bao Nhai should be returning soon. Outside the domain, he could not sense the situation. Manhwa smiled and said she should be back soon. Young master, rest assured. The Long Hue Chicken King at Mount Ki with Bao Nhai's strength capturing one was more than enough. But as soon as she finished speaking, her brows suddenly furrowed and her expression changed. Bao Nhai aura was weakening, clearly injured. Still smiled and said, what is there to worry about? Bao Nhai had reached Golden Core. As long as she did not encounter nascent soul or above, she would naturally return safely. Thakbat Jia fanned himself, pretending calm, but the three demon kings were all anxious. Thakbat Jia glanced at Satu Engai, asking whether they should speak. Satu Engai shook his head and transmitted that young master surely already knew. But judging from the aura, Bao Nhai was clearly severely wounded, yet young master remained silent. Could it be? Manhwa gritted her teeth and said perhaps young master was tempering Bao Nhai. Wait a little longer before speaking. Meanwhile, Lin Bao Nhai had withdrawn her flying sword and was forcing herself to run back toward the sect, still carrying the fiery chicken king in her hand. As she ran, she kept glancing back. For the moment, no pursuers were seen, but she looked exhausted, panting heavily. In the distance, the immortal temple was already visible. Lin Bao Nha rejoiced inwardly, telling herself she was almost there. As long as she met Master, everything would be fine. But upheaval always struck at the crucial moment. Suddenly, from above, a gigantic hand descended. A cold voice rang out that when Ghost Tower Sect wanted to kill someone, even fleeing to the ninth heaven was useless. The hand struck Lin Bao Nha, causing her organs to feel shattered. Blood spurted out, and her face turned pale. A woman wearing a ghost mask said indifferently that the cat and mouse game was over. After taking one palm from her, it would be hard to live long. Go seize the immortal treasure and bring her soul back to refine into a ghost slave. Clearly, only a supreme elder had such authority. Lin Bao Nha lay on the ground, barely breathing, her injuries grievous. Spirit sword beside her suddenly began to glow. It shot into the sky as if trying to flee. Supreme Elder immediately gave chase, her speed increasing ever faster. In the end, the sword was caught, seeming incomparably furious. The moment she touched the sword, the Supreme Elder understood the surging power within. No wonder a golden core cultivator had been able to hold out for so long. Lin Bao Nha had completely lost the ability to resist, lying motionless like a fish on a chopping block, blood spreading everywhere. Ku Du slowly walked up to her, his eyes filled with venom, as he roared, "Lin Bao Nha die." Fresh blood splattered, staining the ground red. Dust gradually dispersed. Ku Du collapsed onto the ground, trembling as he looked at the figure before him, stammering demon. Hongwei, one hand drenched in blood, gripped Ku Du's throat, veins bulging on her forehead as she roared, "Who gave you such courage? You are courting death." Daring to attack the young master disciple is truly seeking death. Thakbat Jia walked over leisurely, his aura surging. Sa Tu Engai flicked his tongue and sneered, "This fellow Taoist should not struggle in vain. Dying sooner will spare you suffering." In the blink of an eye, the three demon kings stood surrounding and protecting Lin Bao Nha, the situation reversing instantly. Lin Bao Nha looked at Hongwei with emotion and weakly smiled, asking Sister Hongwei, "Did Master send you?" Hongwei replied with heartache, "Yes, just now at the Immortal Temple." When the danger escalated, Hongwei could no longer endure and reported to the young master that Bao Nha aura was weakening. Even if it was a trial, there was no need to rush so much. Thakbat Jia also roared in agreement. He had been placing tiles when he suddenly froze, thinking in shock, what trial? Something has happened to Bao Nha. Hongwei hurriedly said, although she did not understand master plans, as long as Bao Nha grew steadily, she would surely become a genius. There was no need to be impatient. Thakbat Jia said with a trembling voice, "Miss Bao Nha is about to die." He gritted his teeth in fury and said in a low voice, "It is because I was too impatient. Bao Nha is someone close to me. I will not allow anything to happen to her. Go bring her back safely. Whoever harmed her, kill without mercy." The three demon kings immediately received the order and rushed to provide aid. While healing her, Hongwei anxiously told Bao Nha to stop talking. She weakly whispered, "The ones who want to kill me are from Ghost Tower Sect. 3 of them are nascent soul." Hongwei shook her head and told her to protect her soul and regulate her breathing. Suddenly, Bao Nha fainted, her face contorted in pain. Hongwei cried out in panic that Miss Soul was unstable, and she had to be taken back immediately for the young master to treat. Ku Du, beaten miserably, still struggled up and laughed arrogantly. "Taking her away is useless. I have cast the soul-devouring curse. Without me removing the curse, she will surely die." Sa Tu Engai sneered and said he knew the soul-devouring curse of Ghost Bone Sect. "Kill the caster and the curse will dissolve." Thakbat Jia roared, "You dare use evil arts to harm Bao Nha. I will stew you into soup." Ku Du was only good at boasting. Once frightened, his legs went weak as he cried for help that the Ghost Tower Sect Supreme Elder was here. "Do you dare kill me?" The woman wearing the ghost mask stepped forward and said coldly, "I am the Ghost Tower Sect Supreme Elder. Do you dare oppose Ghost Tower Sect?" Sa Tu Engai burst into laughter and asked, "So what? Truly arrogant." From the Immortal Temple, he voice rang out, holding a loudspeaker as he shouted, "Stop the nonsense. If you dare touch my people, then beat them all to death." Thakbat Jia transformed into his true form and charged forward, roaring, "Beat them to death." Sa Tu Engai also revealed his true form, his long serpent body darting forward. He directly targeted the ghost-masked Supreme Elder and attacked. She raised her hand and shouted loudly, "Suppress." On the other side, Thakbat Za also rushed in, slamming into the barrier of another Supreme Elder. She endured the full impact, her clothes torn to shreds, her organs shaken. This stupid bull is truly strong. She braced herself and raised her hand to block, the robe behind her nearly torn apart. The Demon Kings were long accustomed to coordination, their moves extremely seamless. Sa Tu Engai immediately spun and swept his tail fiercely. That Supreme Elder was struck back into her original form, her robe and mask flung away, leaving nothing to conceal her. The most miserable was still Ku Thin-du. Struck by only one blow, he was sent flying, ironically straight toward the immortal temple. Batu Engai said coldly, "The one who cast the curse is you. As long as you are killed, Miss Bao Nhai will be unharmed." The serpent body shot forward, lightly yet swift as lightning, heading straight toward where Ku Thin-du had fallen. At this moment, a figure suddenly blocked his path. A supreme elder holding a blade shouted, "Stop. If you want to kill their sect master, you must step over my corpse first." Satu Engai snorted coldly, inwardly cursing these people for clinging like leeches. On the outer battlefield, Thakbat Jia was also overwhelming the situation, fighting two alone with strength to spare, his power terrifying. He sat atop the immortal temple with his heart burning with anxiety. Within the invincible domain, he sensed every movement, but outside that range, he was completely blind. This was the fatal limitation. If at that time he had not allowed Bao Nhai to go catch the Long Hue Chicken King, perhaps she would not have suffered such calamity. In the past, he failed to preserve the eternal life sect, and today he could not even protect Bao Nhai. If only the power within the invincible domain could be used on himself, he could cultivate, grow stronger, revive the eternal life sect, and shelter the old man and Bao Nhai. Clenched his teeth, his eyes nearly bloodshot, resentment toward his own helplessness filling his heart. But the next moment he awakened, slapping himself hard. Now was not the time for regret or cultivation. The only thing he could do was expand the invincible domain to cover the 100,000 great mountains. Then how could he fail to protect those he wished to protect? Near the immortal temple, the demon kings and the supreme elders fought fiercely, the commotion shaking heaven and earth. Ku Thin-du hid behind a rock, trembling as he looked out, thinking that a nascent soul powerhouse battle was only this much. Fortunately, he had 3 supreme elders accompanying him. If relying solely on his peak golden core cultivation, he would have died within half a moment. After temporarily treating Lin Bao Nhai injuries, Hong Wai sent a clone to join the battle and seized an opening to knock the holy sword from that woman's hand. The sword was knocked flying, staggering midair as if lost. Then it fell straight to the ground, landing right before Ku Thin-du. Ku Thin-du was like a drowning man grasping driftwood, overjoyed as he thought this was the holy sword. He only needed to pick it up and secretly withdraw to report to the Ghost Tower sect ancestor. But as soon as he grasped the sword, he paused. If the 3 supreme elders all died here, then what standing would he have in Ghost Tower sect? Would he have to rely on the distant ancestor? At this time, Lin Bao Nhai had been placed within a protective barrier safely. The only one still in danger was Ku Thin-du. Seeing he rushing over, Ku Thin-du's face turned pale in fright, terror flooding his heart. He angrily shouted, "Your courage is not small." The moment Ku Thin-du saw him, he trembled uncontrollably, not knowing when he had appeared. He had not sensed any aura, then recalling that mortals were difficult to detect. Sword seemed to despise Ku Thin-du. Upon seeing he, it joyfully flew straight toward him. He reached out to receive it, thinking it had come at just the right time. But when the sword touched his hand, it suddenly shone and gradually dissolved. It was no longer a sword, but transformed into a glove covering his arm. He smiled in surprise and said, "So you can read thoughts as well." While the sword seemed both proud and slightly displeased at being underestimated, he remained calm. Yet Ku Thin-du's heart was urging him to flee. This man could freely control the holy immortal sword and even change its form. If he did not run, there was only death. He cast him a cold glance filled with killing intent. After touching his people, he still hoped to escape. Knowing he was no match, Ku Thin-du fled desperately. Behind him, he chased like a god of death, spiritual energy surging from the glove, foretelling a miserable end if struck. He roared and threw a punch that struck Ku Thin-du. Dazzling light exploded. The opponent's clothes nearly shattered. He gritted his teeth and continued to press his force. Ku Thin-du cried out in pain, begging Senior to quell his anger and spare his life. But he showed no mercy at all. The result was Ku Thin-du being annihilated on the spot. Before his eyes remained only empty space. Ku Thin-du's body had turned to nothingness. He silently carried Lin Bao Nhai back into the temple to treat her, unaware that the opponent primordial spirit still lingered. Ku Thin-du's primordial spirit fled in panic, terrified beyond measure. One punch had destroyed his body, yet he did not pursue the spirit. Perhaps he had not discovered it. His body destroyed, 100 years of bitter cultivation vanished like smoke. Only the primordial spirit escaped. Returning to Q, Trang would risk being refined into a ghost soul. This time, Ku Thin-du was truly cornered. Suddenly, a seductive fragrance entered his nose. Ku Thin-du hurriedly observed his surroundings, certain it was the aura of the eternal life body. He did not know why the scent of the eternal life body emanated from he. This very thing made Ku Thin-du hesitate to act rashly. In theory, the eternal life body could not cultivate, so it could not be he. Yet regardless, it was related. The thought was beautiful but useless, because within his own domain he was invincible. paid no mind to such trifles, and carried Lin Bao Nhi to the rear courtyard where spiritual herbs were planted. Looking at the unconscious Lin Bao Nhi before him, his heart ached even more. How had she been injured so severely? Ghost Tower sect had acted viciously beyond humanity. He swore inwardly to flat them sooner or later. But for now, he had to focus on healing Lin Bao Nhi. The wounds on Lin Bao Nhi gradually healed. He let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Otherwise, her life would have been hard to preserve, and she slowly awakened. Yet the first words she spoke after opening her eyes were that Bao Nhi failed to catch the long Hue Chicken King. Sorry, he hurriedly held her hand and said no need to apologize. It is master's fault for arriving late. Suddenly, dazzling light erupted in the distance, the aftermath of battle spreading straight here. Akbatta was fighting two Ghost Tower sect supreme elders, though at the same realm he was not at a disadvantage at all. The Ghost Tower sect supreme elders were being driven to a desperate state. Manhwa in her true form continuously clawed and tore, smashing the opponent straight to the ground. How could he miss such an opportunity? The opponent had completely fallen within his domain. The person did not even realize she was like fish on a chopping board, roaring angrily. Her robe vanished and mask fell, kneeling amid the ruins and cursing loudly. He narrowed his eyes and looked at her coldly. That supreme elder also noticed his appearance. She shouted toward the distance, where did this trash crawl from daring to block me? Yet who was truly courting death remained to be seen. A blink he vanished and appeared before her, his eyes murky like a demon. He swung his hand and asked coldly, nascent soul. The speed left the Supreme Elder no time to react as she took a full slap. One side of her face swelled, her eyes bloodshot with veins crisscrossing. Before she could react, he backhanded another slap across her face, striking while asking coldly, Supreme Elder right. The Supreme Elder held her face trembling, stammering you, her face swollen purple, almost like a pig head. Had no intention of showing mercy, charging again with his arm raised high. Bastard, he cursed through gritted teeth and smashed his fist straight onto her head, driving her face into the ground. The earth beneath shattered and scattered. He stepped directly on her head, one hand raised to the sky, looking at the remaining two and saying coldly, come again. The two Supreme Elders were already terrified. He looked weak like a mortal, yet the second Elder had no power to resist at all. This was unbelievable. Seeing the opponent flustered, Hong Wai grew even more excited, demon power bursting as she laughed arrogantly, ha ha ha. Surrender obediently. Do not make my master angry. Short-haired Supreme Elder frowned, thinking master, a deity transformation demon emperor. Since when had such an old monster appeared? 3 nascent soul demon kings plus one whose cultivation was strange and unknown. Perhaps it was better to retreat temporarily and wait for the ancestor decision. Yet the second elder was already subdued. Could they abandon her? At this moment, Kuthin Du voice rang out miserably, Supreme Elder, save me. My body has been destroyed. Elder, quickly protect my primordial spirit. The Supreme Elder glanced at that spirit with disdain as if at trash. So it is the sect master. Fearing annihilation, Kuthin Du hurriedly revealed that he had smelled the eternal life body sent from him. The 3 words eternal life body held fatal allure for cultivators, enough to drive one to defy heaven and ascend. Who could let it go? The first elder turned to ask the third elder. The third elder laughed loudly and cursed, fool. 100 years of cultivation was for today. If we stake everything, I do not believe we cannot kill these beasts. Could a brat truly be deity transformation? Such arrogant words immediately angered the 2 demon kings, and he naturally would not miss the chance. He beckoned with a sinister, tempting smile. This is the immortal body you crave, and I am not deity transformation, I am even stronger. Standing within his invincible domain, he became even more arrogant, deliberately spreading the eternal life body scent, turning himself into an extremely tempting bait. The 2 evil cultivators lost reason upon smelling it, not even thinking why the opponent dared be so brazen, believing only that he truly possessed the eternal life body. The eternal life body fragrance attracted not only cultivators, but also demon kings. Satu Engai and Hong Wai were no exception, almost drooling. Eternal life flesh? I want to eat eternal life flesh. The third elder roared and charged like a monster craving Tang monk flesh. This Tang monk was no mortal. In his hand was a domineering system. He curled his lips and smiled schemingly. Come, I will grant you eternal life. I'll send your whole family along as well. He slightly raised his hand, spiritual power rapidly condensing. That elder rushed in like a madman. Before he could approach, he reached out and seized his head. Immediately he lifted him and smashed him hard into the ground. The earth shattered with a thunderous crash. This moment he was like a demon descending, eyes crimson, killing intent enveloping, the smile on his lips chilling. One blow was not enough to satisfy him. He laughed loudly, still gripping the opponent's head, each throw cracking the ground into ruin. Demon kings nearby turned pale witnessing this, their bodies trembling instinctively. Was this their true master? He stood amid the dust he created, calmly wiping dirt from his face, as the system notified that killing a nascent soul fourth layer cultivator succeeded, and he received 1,200 range points, tiring yet profitable. Remembered there were still 2 nascent souls left, one in the sky and one lying face down on the ground. Just thinking about it excited him, truly a fortune. Hongwei asked in shock what happened just now. Thakbat only shook his head foolishly, saying he did not know. He only sensed a terrifying fragrance, then it vanished. Satu Engai speculated softly, perhaps Master used some means to affect the immortal treasure consciousness. If they were so flustered, the opponents were even more frightened, arrogance turning to cold sweat soaking their backs. The first elder gritting her teeth in regret for misjudging due to the immortal body temptation. Seeing the third elder beaten to death miserably below, hatred surged in the first elder heart. The second elder lay barely breathing nearby, life or death uncertain. As for Kuthindu, he was nowhere to be seen, clearly having fled secretly. The first elder could only roar helplessly and curse. After venting, the first elder turned and fled with her weapon. Remaining here meant death. If you wish to come, you come. If you wish to leave, you leave. This place is not a market to enter and exit at will. He raised his hand. A violent wind surged, terrifying pressure spread. The strange power of the domain instantly enveloped. The first elder, still within the domain, was naturally suppressed without the slightest resistance. Seeing the opponent panic, he suddenly found it amusing and smiled, saying, "Do not be afraid. I will only raise your aptitude a little." Pure and powerful energy surged into the Grand Elder's body. She cried out in terror, upgrading aptitude rank. "You are giving it to me. Have you gone mad?" But immediately after, she clearly felt her strength soar along with a strange sensation within her body. Something like an aptitude upgrade she had never heard of. Then the stream of energy abruptly stopped. Dark clouds gathered and covered the sky. While the Grand Elder was still dazed, Tran Truongan had already looked up and laughed loudly. "You came at the perfect time. I have been waiting." Heavenly lightning descended under Tran Truongan's control, continuously striking the Grand Elder's body without killing her outright. The Grand Elder's entire body went numb as if electrocuted, yet she felt an unprecedented smoothness in her cultivation. Using the lightning tribulation to enhance aptitude, it was unbelievably fast yet filled with doubt. Bizarre thoughts suddenly flashed through her mind. Could it be that Tran Truongan had taken a fancy to her? In the distance, Kuthindu hid behind a boulder and watched in extreme shock. Aptitude and cultivation could be granted directly. Just what kind of monster was this man? Had he known earlier, he would not have provoked him. Tran Truongan's actions also made several demon kings uncomfortable. He was clearly an enemy, yet an expert surely had his own intentions. They could only stand aside. How could there be such a thing as granting favors for free to an enemy? The immense energy continued to pour into the Grand Elder's body, filling her meridians to the point of nearly bursting. The heavenly lightning seemed to complain resentfully about being used as a tool, wailing noisily and threatening to report to the heavenly Tao. Tran Truongan remained cold and expressionless, showing not the slightest guilt, continuing to pour energy into the Grand Elder's body. Grand Elder's entire body twisted in agony, feeling as though every strand of flesh was about to explode. Tran Truongan maintained his posture. The light descending from the high heavens was the final blow meant for the Grand Elder. The system notified that killing a first-level deity transformation cultivator was successful, obtaining 2,000 range points. Tran Truongan thought to himself that this reward was indeed quite good. Only now did the second elder come back to his senses. Witnessing that horrifying scene would make anyone's hair stand on end. This man was no ordinary villain. The second elder's heart was filled with fear, trembling as he begged like someone standing at death's door. You do not come over here." Tran Truongan shrugged and waved his hand, nodding as he replied, "Fine, I will not come over." But whether he came or not, the outcome was the same. Powerful energy once again surged into the second elder's body, causing him to scream in panic. "Do not kill me." Tran Truongan said coldly, "I am not killing you. I am only upgrading your cultivation." But this time the sky remained empty. Tran Truongan frowned in confusion when no heavenly tribulation appeared. Could it be that the time had not yet arrived, or that this tribulation could somehow be created? Heavenly tribulation was furious to the point of madness, yet could only curl up in the sky and howl. Tran Truongan did not bother to wait any longer, and waved his hand to eliminate him. Unfortunately, he only managed to kill a nascent soul. Thinking this, he did not care much. The cultivation world had always been one where the strong devoured the weak. Once the dust settled, all were dead, and Tran Truong's actions were effortless. The three demon kings who had watched from beginning to end looked at Tran Truong now and did not know what expression to show. At first they thought he was merely at deity transformation. Now it seemed he had likely surpassed the realm of immortals. While wondering why the heavenly tribulation had not appeared, the system reported that a bug had been detected. From now on, if lightning tribulation was used to help others increase cultivation, then each time one would have to wait a month to recover. Tran Truong was puzzled because this had never happened before. The system then asked whether to use 5,000 range points to upgrade the Invincible version 3. There were currently 5,250 range points available. It asked whether to use 5,200 points to expand the Invincible domain. Since there was benefit, no one would be foolish enough to hesitate. The system notified that the Invincible domain had been expanded. The current range reached 74 meters. Inside the Immortal Temple, Ku Thin-du witnessed Tran Truong easily killing the three supreme elders of his sect and trembled in fear. He secretly crawled out intending to seize the chance to escape. But unfortunately, he was still within Tran Truong's sensing range and was immediately discovered. The moment he was called back, he panicked to the point his heart nearly stopped. Tran Truong shook his head disdainfully. Outside there might have been a chance, but within his domain, thinking of escaping was truly foolish. Ku Thin-du knew running was useless, so he cast aside all dignity, tears and snot streaming down as he begged, "Senior, this lowly one knows his mistake. Please spare this lowly one's life." He flew around Tran Truong flattering and pleading, swearing to serve as an ox or horse, revealing every secret about the Saint Immortal Sword, claiming to know the inside story of immortals descending to the mortal world and various secret arts, even declaring himself the sect master of Ghost Bone's sect and begging to become a loyal servant. He only begged the senior to give this lowly one a chance. Tran Truong's head ached from Ku Thin-du flying noisily around his ear. He reached out and grabbed Ku Thin-du's divine soul that was darting about wildly. Pulling hard to both sides, Tran Truong said coldly, "You are quite capable. Other than those tricks, can you transform into anything else, Hua Hua?" Ku Thin-du felt like crying without tears upon hearing this. He had never heard such a strange term, and naturally had no idea what to transform into. Tran Truong also lost interest in teasing, releasing Ku Thin-du and throwing him toward Satu Engai, saying, "I will leave him to you. Wait until Bao Nhai wakes up and let her decide." Although this man still has value, he dared to touch Bao Nhai and must pay the price. Hong Wai saw that everything was more or less settled and forced a cautious smile as she asked, "Then, Master, what should we do next?" Tran Truong pondered for a moment before speaking. "I remember when Bao Nhai returned, she brought a chicken. You should go catch it. When Bao Nhai wakes up, we will roast the chicken to nourish her. As for that unfortunate chicken dragged here, it can only wander in confusion searching for the way back to its nest. Hopefully in its next life it can return to its homeland." After a clash that was not too fierce yet still left some dead and injured along with a dissipated soul, the group of Tran Truong calmly sat roasting chicken beneath the starry sky. The scene both lively and peaceful, yet whether this calm could last no one dared to be certain. As Tran Truong stirred the rising flames, he calculated the newly expanded range had only reached 74 meters. Circling around Mount Phi Tine was no different from lingering beside Ivory. He urgently needed to gather more range points, not only to complete the unparalleled Great Domain, but also to upgrade the system. To harvest range points quickly, he had to lure those who coveted his immortal body. Yet that body did not only drive demons and monsters mad. Even Bao Nhai and the three demon kings found it hard to resist its allure. Thinking of this, Tran Truong drew out the sword, smiling excitedly as he said, "It seems I can only rely on you now, sword." Pointed straight at the sword and ordered, "Stay here and release the aura of an immortal treasure. Lure the demons and monsters to come to me. They are extremely sensitive to the scent of immortal treasures. Once they detect it, they will surely swarm over to seize it." In this way, he could take advantage of the situation to expand new territory. At the thought of this, the corner of Tran Truong's mouth curled slightly, revealing a calculating smile. The three demon kings looked at him, smiling slyly beside the sword, stuck near the tree root with puzzled expressions. Their master often did strange things no one could predict. The night grew deeper, long past resting time. Bao Nhai and the three demon kings gathered together and fell into a deep sleep. Only Tran Truong stubbornly stayed awake all night, eyes wide open fixed on the sword, his mood growing more irritable as he waited until he felt as though moss might grow on him. Damn it, what exactly is going on? Not a single demon appeared all night. Tran Truong suddenly lost his temper, startling Hong Wai and Bao Nhai awake. Bao Nhai drowsily asked, "Master, is it time to eat?" The three demon kings were also awakened by the shout, but Tran Truong paid them no attention, still furious about the matter. He bit his nail and muttered to himself, Where exactly did it go wrong? That moment Ku Thien Du crept over and flatteringly said, "Senior, this humble one knows the reason." Tran Truong frowned and replied, "Speak and let me hear." Ku Thien Du glanced at Bao Na Chai and the Demon Kings stretching in the morning and explained, "It is like this. There are 3 Demon Kings in the temple. The aura on them is too strong, making low-level demons not dare approach." Tran Truong stroked his chin, cast them an annoyed glance, snorted, then suddenly understood. So the problem lay with these fellows. The 3 Demon Kings immediately looked delighted and full of pride. Thakbat Jia flexed his muscles and grinned, overly praised. "Aside from Master, I have never seen any demon stronger than me. Chatter gives people a headache." Tran Truong frowned and shouted, "Get lost." Just a light motion, the 3 Demon Kings instantly felt themselves weaken noticeably, their faces pale and gaunt, their cultivation dropping to the chi refining stage, and Thakbat Jia's chest muscles even deflated. Tran Truong ignored their complaints. He stomped angrily, truly formidable. Even Demon Kings were suppressed so miserably. Then he walked to the sword, smiled slyly, and said, "All obstacles have been cleared. No one will disturb our world anymore. Start again." The sword trembled as if crying. The sword wobbled into the air trying to escape. But how could that be easy within his domain? Tran Truong raised his hand, blew lightly, and ordered it to come back. From the void, a dark red rope appeared, hanging the holy sword up and binding it into a striking and seductive posture. Tran Truong laughed with delight and said, "Try running again. It looks just like those blood-crazed fanatics." Then he shouted, "Release all the might of your immortal treasure for me." Seeing the surging spiritual power of the holy sword shoot straight into the sky, Tran Truong nodded expectantly. This time it should lure the demons and monsters over. The spiritual power had just torn through the sky when it immediately attracted the attention of countless powerful demons. Even several large demon clan members bullying others had to stop, mouths open as they looked up. They all understood that as long as they seized this immortal sword, their strength would soar. Ordinary cultivators would be nothing. An abyss filled with cold blood chi, the demons also rose one after another. That familiar and enchanting aura drove them mad. A blood-eyed demon with rugged horns on his head led the way. He laughed strangely and said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and snatch the immortal weapon back. The immortal weapon only deserves to belong to us demons." Demons immediately surged forward and surrounded the immortal temple densely, the scale hardly inferior to a night parade of 100 ghosts. Tran Truong stood within the barrier and coldly watched the demons encircle the immortal temple. Demonic chi covering heaven and earth, recalling the day Truong Sin Jiao was destroyed, killing intent in his heart rising higher. The only difference was that this time the ones to die were not him, but the demons. Tran Truong raised his hand, spiritual power surged like great waves, fierce momentum sweeping through space, leaving no one behind. Ku Thien Du. Demon Kings and Bao Na Chai witnessed the scene with eyes wide and mouths agape, cold sweat pouring down, instinct telling them that thing was extremely terrifying, especially Ku Thien Du. In the future, he must absolutely obey, even planning to borrow Lin Bao Enhai's 36 stratagems of flattery if there was a chance. Tran Truong stood within the barrier as the demonic chi suddenly vanished, countless sparks falling like a rain of blood that was not blood. After many hours, Tran Truong fought tirelessly, killing countless demons of every rank. Finally, when dawn arrived, there was nothing left to kill. He sighed. After slaughtering so many demons, he only gained a little over 300 to 400 points, while upgrading the system to version 3.0 required 5,000 points. These range points were simply not enough. The immortal sword bound beneath the tree was almost exhausted. Tran Truong stared at it and thought, most of those drawn here were only low-level demons. Where were the golden core ones? Why was there not even a single demon king? Perhaps those old nascent soul monsters were too far away to sense it, or they were waiting for something. After thinking for a while, he called the 3 demon kings out. During the call, the 3 demon kings immediately stood at attention, awaiting orders. Their cultivation quickly restored to its original state. Tran Truong looked at them and smiled. Spread the news of the immortal weapon at this immortal temple throughout 10 miles of Van Dai Sun. The more nascent soul demons who know the better. Today he wanted to fight a great battle. Tran Truong stroked his chin and asked, "Among you who understands Van Chao better than I do?" Atu Engich raised his hand and smiled as he answered, "Young master, I come from the Golden Python tribe of Van Chao. The other 2 know Van Chao less than I do. I wonder what young master wishes to inquire about." Hong Wai stepped forward and slapped his hand down, then squeezed in with a smile, "Young master, you still have me." Tran Truong looked at them thoughtfully, then ordered, "Hong Wai and Thakbat Jia go spread news of the immortal treasure. Zatu Engich go to Van Chao to investigate which force destroyed Truong Sin Gyro in the past. and also inquire about news of Fong Koi Van Truong Jaya. If there is any news of him, report back immediately. If he is in danger, then no matter what, you must protect him. He took out 3 spirit pearls and instructed, take these with you. Once the mission is completed, I will not treat you unfairly. The 3 demon kings responded in unison, accepting the order and swearing to complete the mission. Tran Truong nodded in satisfaction and urged them to set out. A week later, the sect master of Ku, Kim Tong, Lin Than's son, and the supreme elder Lin Hai rode flying swords back to Mount Phi Tai, because they had used Ku Thin due to divine that the ruined temple where Bao Nha once stayed was located on this mount. Lin Than's son frowned and snorted coldly. That brat Ku Thin Du even said the immortal treasure was in Bao Nhai's hands. How could such nonsense be possible? However, contending for an immortal treasure was extremely dangerous. If the immortal treasure implicated them, the calamity that followed would be unbearable. Therefore, the two urged their flying swords to speed toward the immortal temple. At this moment, Tran Truong was lying on the bed eating watermelon, while Ku Thin Du flattered him at the side with massages. Suddenly, 2 auras intruded into the domain, and he immediately sensed it. Tran Truong excitedly leaped from the bed and laughed loudly. Haha, another nascent soul has come. Ku Thin Du secretly thought this aura feels so familiar. Why are those 2 old immortals, Lin Than's son and Lin Hai, here? I cannot let the 2 elders see my shabby state. I must hide. Ku Thin Du hurriedly slipped away, while Tran Truong eagerly ran outside. Lin Than's son and Lin Hai stepped into the temple, backs straight and hands clasped behind them, bearing the air of immortal sages. Tran Truong came to the temple entrance, puffed out his chest, and placed his hands on his hips as he looked at them and said, "You have also come to seize the immortal treasure." Before he finished speaking, Lin Bao Nha poked her head out from the kitchen, intending to say something to Tran Truong, and, upon seeing the 2, she joyfully called out, "Oh, why are you 2 here?" Tran Truong stared at her in astonishment, wondering, father and elder Hai. So they are all acquaintances. This domain truly has high status. The moment Lin Than's son saw Lin Bao Nha, he shouted, "Lin Bao Nha, what are you doing? Hurry and follow father back to Ku Kim Tong." Lin Bao Nha immediately shook her head in refusal. "I want to stay and follow master." Lin Than's son's face darkened. He frowned irritably. How can this girl be so stubborn? The current situation is changing constantly, and you still dare. Wait, what did you say, master? Who is that? He angrily pointed at the man who looked like an ordinary mortal in front of him and cursed without restraint. Who is this fellow? A piece of trash. Relying on him, that girl dares make me furious. Lin Bao Nha broke out in cold sweat upon hearing this, her body trembling as she waved her hands, thinking, please, no, father. These words cannot be spoken carelessly. Before, when someone said that they were beaten until their bones shattered, she hurriedly cried out, master is very strong. With a single palm he can destroy a nascent soul. Father, do not provoke him. I will not be able to save you. Lin Than's son was boiling with anger. After hearing his daughter, he flicked his sleeve forcefully, snorted coldly, and shouted, one palm killing a nascent soul. Why not say a single breath can kill instead? Tran Truong suddenly felt enlightened upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. Not a bad idea. I will try it next time. Lin Than's son pointed straight at him and roared, I have never seen anyone as shameless and thick-skinned as you. Today I will teach you what heaven and earth truly are. At that moment, movement suddenly came from outside, startling Lin Than's son as he turned his head. At the entrance, Thak Bat Jia and Hong Wai returned with imposing momentum after completing their mission. Sensing unfamiliar auras, their faces showed vigilance mixed with anger. Lin Than's son and Lin Hai broke out in cold sweat, looking at them with apprehension, thinking the pressure is too terrifying. This demon king must have come for the immortal treasure. His cultivation is far higher than ours. If we fight, we may not survive. The 100,000 great mountains are indeed extremely perilous. Thak Bat Jia snorted coldly, showing displeasure. Hong Wai stepped forward, frowned, and asked, you have also come to snatch the immortal treasure. Fear stirred within them. Lin Than's son and Lin Hai forced themselves to remain calm and smiled as they introduced themselves. Two fellow Taoists, please wait. I am Lin Than's son, sect master of Ku Kim Tong. This is Lin Hai, our supreme elder. Lin Hai continued, we did not come for the immortal treasure. He said so. Inwardly, he was worried to death. Demons had never been reasonable, especially powerful demon kings. He could only speak first. That brat did not matter, but Lin Bao Nha absolutely could not come to harm. Yet they had truly misunderstood gravely. Lin Bao Nha hurried forward and forced a smile as she explained, Sister Hong Wai, they are my father and grandpa Hai. They are not bad people. Everyone, please do not fight. It is only a misunderstanding. Thak Bat Jia let out an "oh" and slightly lowered his head, loosening his fists. Hong Wai also cupped her hands in apology. So they are Miss Bao Nhai's relatives. Please forgive us. Lin Than's son was so frightened his face twisted. Only then did Tran Truong step forward and cough lightly as he asked, Have you two completed the task I assigned? Hong Wai quickly stepped forward and respectfully replied, reporting to Master, this subordinate has completed it. Lin Than's son heard this and his heart pounded wildly. His expression drastically changed, dark as the bottom of a pot. His face turned pale as he wiped cold sweat and muttered, Miss Bao Nhi, subordinate Elder Hai, what kind of demon art have we fallen into? Lin Bao Nhi awkwardly waved her hands and thought, Father, please watch your words. Do not provoke them anymore. Two great demons guarding a region, yet calling that ordinary-looking man master. Just how deeply was this person hiding himself? Unless his cultivation had reached deity transformation, this was what truly concerned Lin Hai. Tran Truong smiled faintly like a fox and said, all right, should I maintain close ties with Bao Enhai's Ku Kim Tong? The more people there are, the stronger the power. Lin Bao Nhi hurriedly slapped Lin Than's son's hand and turned with a smile to smooth things over. Earlier, father was only asking after you. Lin Hai stepped forward, cupped his hands respectfully and said, your esteemed self truly hides your debt. Our sect master only offended out of concern for his daughter. We hope you will forgive him. Tran Truong waved his hand and laughed. It is fine. We are all one family. Lin Than's son, who had been stunned, suddenly jolted. What do you mean one family? I never agreed. Lin Bao Nhi quickly tugged his sleeve and whispered, Father enough. Lin Hai suddenly spoke sternly, but today we must take Bao Nhi away. That is what is best for the child. We hope your esteemed self will not obstruct us. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned to him. Lin Bao Nhi hurried to stand before Tran Truong and cried out, Why, Grandpa Hai, I do not want to go back. I want to follow Master. Tran Truong placed a hand on Lin Bao Nhi's shoulder and smiled. You two are her relatives. If Bao Nhi wishes to leave, I will not stop her. But since she does not want to go, then you should not force her. Lin Hai still refused to retreat. He said, if your esteemed self can command demon kings, then your strength is naturally extraordinary. But immortals from the heavens have descended to seize the immortal treasure. No matter how strong one is, it is hard to oppose true immortals. It would be better to let Bao Nhi leave this dangerous place early. Tran Truong frowned and asked, Immortals descending. Lin Hai explained, the ascended ancestor of Gui Lu Tong has manifested. It is likely that before long he will lead disciples to seize the immortal treasure. Gui Lu Tong has immortals backing them. How can people like us resist? Ku Thin Du, hiding inside, listened with secret delight. If the ancestor is coming, then he would have a chance to escape. Lin Than's son frowned and warned. The sect master of Gui Lu Tong, Ku Thin Du, is extremely cunning and vicious. If your esteemed self encounters him, you must be careful. The hearts of immortals are unfathomable. It would be better to hand the immortal treasure to Ku Thin Du to avoid a fatal calamity. Ku Thin Du could not hide any longer and angrily rushed out shouting, You foolish old man, what nonsense are you spouting? I knew you were hypocrites, a pack of beasts in human skin, daring to slander my reputation behind my back. After speaking, he hurriedly ran to massage Tran Truong's shoulders in flattery. Senior, please discern clearly. How would I dare covet the holy immortal sword? These two old men are framing me. Please do not believe them. Seeing doubt in Tran Truong's eyes, Ku Thin Du panicked even more and swore, In life I am your person, in death I am your dog. I absolutely would not dare touch your belongings. My lifelong wish is only to serve you until death. How could they forget that voice and aura? Seeing and hearing it was like thunder striking their ears. It was truly the soul of Ku Thin Du. Tran Truong grabbed Ku Thin Du's soul. That man forced a smile with a strong desire to live. Lin Than's son suddenly thought, could it be that, when he said one family, he meant it, and that this person truly could contend with immortals? Lin Than's son anxiously transmitted his voice to Lin Hai. Ku Thin Du has only his soul left, yet still flatters desperately. Lin Hai also shook his head vaguely. He could only sigh in confusion. Lin Hai shook his head. Lin Than's son glared at him, while Tran Truong flicked his finger and sent Ku Thin Du's soul aside, then smiled. This old fellow truly knows how to speak. Lin Than's son asked again, so what should we do next? Are we truly to hand Bao Nhi to him? Lin Hai clicked his tongue and replied, let me think first. Seeing them silent for too long, Tran Truong smiled and said, it seems you two still doubt me. Just in time a guest has arrived. Let me broaden your horizons. As soon as he mentioned it, the person arrived. Tran Truong smiled and instructed, Hong Wai, go receive the guest. As soon as his words fell, before anyone could step outside, a group had already noisily rushed in. Hong Wai, where is the place with the immortal treasure you spoke of? Where is the immortal treasure? Where is the vermilion beauty immortal tree? Tran Truong strode out proudly. The demons clamored and roared. Is this brat the mortal who occupied the immortal treasure last time? Hong Wai laughed loudly and replied, that is right. Our young master has been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Than's son and Lin Hai stiffly stepped out and looked at the new arrivals. All of them were nascent soul demon kings. It was their first time seeing more than 10 demon kings joining forces. Lin Bao Nhi took out Lin Bao and smiled. Father, do not be afraid. Master is very powerful. These demons cannot seize it. Look, the immortal treasure is here. Such a fine treasure, yet Master even gave it to me. Lin Than's son looked at the immortal treasure in his daughter's hand and cried out in alarm. How is the immortal treasure in your hand? Put it away quickly lest the demon kings see it. As soon as the demon kings saw the immortal treasure, they roared, "The immortal treasure! Kill them and seize it." One sneered and said, "Hand that girl to me. I will play her to death. What a fine figure." The one beside him laughed loudly. "That brat, leave him to me. I will devour him and turn him into nourishment for my child." Truly one does not know fear until seeing Mount Tai. Tran Truongan stepped out and smiled faintly. "You two watch carefully." He waved his hand over his face, striking various bizarre poses like foolish youths. He tossed his hair, his whole body shimmering with light. Next he lifted one leg and gently twisted his waist, hair flying in the wind, one hand raised high as if radiating brilliance. The demon kings were all stunned by Tran Truong and sudden strange actions. Even Lin Than's son and Lin Hai were startled. Lin Bao Nhi hurriedly waved her hands to explain. Father, Grandpa Hai, Master is not usually like this, truly." Thak Bat Jia was also speechless and stood silently. Only Hong Wai gazed at him with infatuation. Master is truly too handsome. Tran Truongan placed 2 fingers on his forehead and smiled faintly, slowly uttering a single word, spirit. Instantly the demons seemed invaded by an invisible force. Their bodies swelled, skin split as blood gushed out before exploding and vanishing. Fresh blood scattered everywhere. The system notified, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining 12,000 domain points. Total now 15,450 points. Would you like to upgrade to version 3.0? Everyone stood frozen staring at Tran Truongan, their minds blank and unable to process the scene. Lin Than's son opened his mouth and shouted, with just that he wiped out more than 10 demons. Is this not the power of all things in his grasp? Lin Hai was frightened by him as well, eyes wide as he stammered, "The power of all things." Lin Than's son glanced at Lin Hai and whispered, "Could he be an immortal?" Lin Hai transmitted his voice in reply, "Impossible. Immortals must ascend. Even if descending, they are suppressed by the laws of Jiaju and cannot remain long." Yet he easily wielded the power of all things and did not change expression at the mention of immortals. Could he be the legendary Hone Kitch immortal who specializes in slaughtering immortals? Lin Hai said with a trembling voice, "Hone Kitch immortal. Bao Nhi found such a master. Damn it, I even feel the urge to take him as my teacher. I wonder if he would accept me." After finishing his show, Tran Truongan felt incomparably refreshed inside. He tossed his hair smugly and thought those power fantasy novels I read were not in vain. Pretending to be cool like this is quite decent. It is just a pity that showing off earns no points. Otherwise, he would already be able to dominate the continent. Immediately afterward, the system announced congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the version and unlocking a new function named True Explanation of the Immortal Tao. Faint fragrance immediately emanated from Tran Truongan's body and spread through the space. The demon kings almost simultaneously lost control. Their faces flushed red, and their eyes gradually turned fanatical. Tran Truongan was startled in panic as he realized the seal within his eternal life body had completely vanished. Those people went mad and charged straight at him, all intending to devour the eternal life body. This fragrance was indeed terrifyingly alluring. Tran Truongan turned pale and thought it is over, immediately taking action to suppress them. A massive surge of energy descended like 1,000 caddies pressing down, pinning all of them firmly unable to move. Looking at the people lying flat on the ground, Tran Truongan stood dumbfounded and lamented inwardly. After upgrading, the restriction on the eternal life body disappeared. How am I supposed to handle this? The system then appeared to explain the true explanation of the immortal Tao, meaning that I am the immortal. Every word and action carries the true intent of the immortal Tao and can expand its functions. Tran Truongan immediately tested it. The true explanation of the immortal Tao can use immortal concealment to cover the host's body, both hiding appearance and concealing the aura of the eternal life body. He looked at the layer of energy around him and sighed in amazement. So it can be used like this. In any case, the new function at least relates somewhat to the word immortal. But could it not look brighter? These flashy moves of a male cultivator look no different from a light bulb. The system continued, "Dear host, before upgrading to version 3.0, the host has received a grand gift. Would you like to open it?" Tran Truongan excitedly tied a red headband on his head and shouted, "Open, open, open." After dealing with the nascent soul group, Lin Than's son and Lin Hai stepped into the rear courtyard of the temple, feeling the dense immortal aura and immortal patterns, and fell silent. Beside them, a transformed spirit herb smiled brilliantly at them. Tran Truong lay leisurely beneath the tree, holding several immortal pills in his hand and tossing them to the spirit herb, while Hong Wai knelt beside him, massaging his shoulders and back. Lin Than's son's sweat poured down as he asked in a trembling voice, "Were we not just asleep for a moment? Why does it feel as though we have ascended to the immortal realm?" Lin Hai replied in shock that they were likely still in the immortal temple, only that all the changes were caused by that senior. Lin Than's son frantically grabbed Lin Hai by the collar and shook him hard. "Is Hone Luke immortal truly that powerful?" Lin Hai shouted, "Of course. Hone Luke immortal thousands of years ago rampaged through the upper realm, slaughtering countless immortals, an existence that defies the heavens. Now as long as that person is here, I no longer need to fear immortals. Our Kukim Tong also has a backing." Lin Than's son was still bewildered as he tugged his beard and asked, "But will Hone Luke immortal truly help us if he descends?" Lin Hai glared and scolded, "Fool, with Bao Enhai's relationship with him. As long as we do not cause trouble, how could he ignore us?" Lin Than's son whispered, "Now that Gui Lu Tong is leaderless, I can strike first and deal with them," conveniently pulling Senior onto the same boat. Lin Hai frowned and said, "This old man has roamed for 100 years. This is certainly a rare opportunity. If Hone Luke Immortal has appeared and we do not seize it, even lining up later will not be our turn." Lin Than's son immediately seized the moment, stepped forward, cupped his hands, and called out Senior. Tran Truong was pinching Ling Cao's cheek when he turned his head in confusion. Lin Than's son said respectfully, "We have disturbed you long enough. We should take our leave. Earlier we offended you. We hope Senior will be magnanimous and forgive us. My daughter will rely on your care in the future." Tran Truong smiled politely, still pinching Ling Cao's cheek as he replied, "It is fine. Remember to visit often in the future, all right. If any immortal causes trouble, you may bring him to see me. I will wait for him. The knowledge of someone at that level must be abundant. It would be a waste not to make use of it." Lin Than's son felt moved and thought Senior is truly benevolent. Lin Than's son clenched his fists with determination. "Senior, rest assured, Kukim Tong will never hinder you. We are willing to devote ourselves to you." Tran Truong was filled with question marks in his mind upon hearing this. Seeing her father preparing to leave, Lin Bao Nhi asked sadly, "Father, are you leaving already? Stay a few more days." Lin Than's son awkwardly rubbed her head and told her to listen to Senior. Even conflicts are great opportunities. Lin Bao Nhi muttered that was not what he said when they first arrived. After everyone left, the little one who had been cheerful suddenly shrank in size, startling Tran Truong. Worried, he quickly carried the little girl to find Hong Wai and ask about the situation. Hearing him call, Hong Wai immediately ran over to check the little one's condition. As soon as she probed the flow of spiritual power within her body, Hong Wai let out a cry. Face showed relief and joy as she said the little one has officially stepped onto the demon path. Tran Truong frowned and asked, "What is the demon path?" Hong Wai explained that before taking form they are only spirits. To become a demon they must absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth day and night and refine it before entering the path of cultivation. When I stepped onto the demon path it took a long time. Within the Fox clan I was considered a genius, yet the little one succeeded in less than a day. This aptitude likely surpasses the 9th rank, truly a peerless genius of the demon race. Instability of the little one's body is because she has just entered the path and has not yet learned demon cultivation techniques. She does not know how to control her spiritual power. If she has a suitable technique, she will be able to regulate the spiritual energy. Her body will no longer suddenly shrink, and her form will gradually change. In Tran Truong's mind suddenly appeared the scene of the little one after finishing cultivation. Her body grown into a filial young girl, smiling and asking, "Father, are you tired? Come here, let me massage your shoulders." And Truong's face unconsciously reddened, his smile gradually turning sly. "She can cultivate into a human, and there will even be a daughter." He turned to Hong Wai and said, "You are a demon king. Your technique suits the little one well. You are the subordinate I trust most. I entrust the matter of passing on the technique to you." Hearing this, Hong Wai was overjoyed. She thought, "The young master trusts me most. His cultivation reaches the heavens, yet he still assigns this task to me." He understood the young master must know the characteristics of the heavenly demon Fox clan's technique. Because of restrictions, he cannot personally pass it on, so he treats this as a test for her. She immediately cupped her hands solemnly and said, "Hong Wai will not fail your trust. I will bring the little one back to the clan and help her obtain her own technique. I will never disappoint you. She may even become a capable assistant. The elders will surely agree. This will be a great support for the Fox clan." Tran Truong did not think much. He placed the little one into Hong Wai's hands like a serious parent and instructed solemnly, My future happiness and my future both depend on you. After speaking, his eyes grew moist. He waved them off and told them to return quickly. Once everyone had gone, the space became quiet, and he felt lonely. Tran Truongan wiped his tears. Thakbatjia, standing beside him, sniffled as well. Thakbatjia blinked and said, "Master, you still have me." Tran Truongan froze and turned to look at him. "What did you say?" Without another word, Thakbatjia rushed forward and hugged Tran Truongan, his tail wagging as he said, "Master, let me serve you. I know many techniques." Tran Truongan shouted in alarm, "Let go. If you dare touch me, I will cook you into hot pot." Lin Bao Nhi had just returned after seeing off her father and grandfather when she witnessed that strange scene, feeling her worldview expand another layer. A few days later, a giant snake appeared in the immortal temple. It opened its mouth and bit straight at Tran Truongan's head, its body coiling tightly around him. Tran Truongan could no longer endure it and turned into a streak of light and left. Arriving elsewhere, he sat angrily on the bed and punched the mattress hard, twice already. "My clones have all been ruined by that snake. Sooner or later, I will skin it." The more he thought, the angrier he became. Tran Truongan called out, "Lin Bao Nhi. At noon, I want snake soup." Lin Bao Nhi immediately dragged out the green snake and replied, "Yes, master." While waiting for the meal, he opened the status panel to study and concluded that the strength of the clone depends on the points consumed. The more points used, the stronger the clone. He can merge his consciousness with the clone like wearing VR glasses to watch a movie. It just feels a bit strange. When a clone is killed, it automatically dissipates, leaving only memories and not affecting the main body at all. Tran Truongan rolled back and forth, lamenting that he wanted to try more, but only had 4,950 points left, only enough to exchange for a nascent soul clone. Too poor. When will those immortals arrive? The landlord is running out of rice. Suddenly, as Lin Bao Nhi was handling the snake, she sensed a demonic aura had just appeared. Tran Truongan sprang up excitedly and looked outside. Another great demon has come, truly worth anticipating. From outside the gate came a knock accompanied by a gentle and polite apologetic voice, startling both Lin Bao Nhi and Tran Truongan, for recently no one had come with such a soft attitude. When the door opened, the sight was even more astonishing. A stunning beauty with long silver hair and beast ears on her head stepped in and softly asked, "Is Senior Tran Truongan here?" The love of beauty within Tran Truongan and Lin Bao Nhi immediately boiled. This great beauty appeared from nowhere, her legs long, slender, and fair, beautiful from every angle. Tran Truongan rushed to the door faster than the wind, a flower stem in his mouth as he posed and smiled. "Are you Jiu and I am San? Greetings, I am Tran Truongan." The beauty immediately cupped her hands respectfully and said, "Greetings, Senior." The beauty softly said, "Senior, I am Bao Nhi of the Heavenly Demon Fox clan, entrusted by Hong Wai to deliver news." Tran Truongan asked in surprise, "Why did Hong Wai not come herself? Has something happened?" Bao Nhi nodded sadly in confirmation. "Hong Wai has been imprisoned." Tran Truongan's expression instantly darkened visibly. At the same time at Ku Kim Tong, the disciples of the entire sect were slaughtered, none left unharmed. Scene was devastated and ruined. Lin Hai stood among the gravely injured, his face pale and his wrinkles tightened with fear. It is over. This time it is truly over. If only one immortal had descended, he still believed that Hon Luke Immortal could handle it, but now it was different. For him stood 12 immortals who had descended. How could there be any chance to fight back in such a situation? The leader, also the ancestor of Gui Lu Tong, looked at Lin Hai coldly as if at an ant and interrogated, "Where is the holy immortal sword? Speak." Oppressive aura pressed down like a mountain. No one could resist. All were forced to kneel. Several could not endure it and spat blood. Lin Hai trembled and replied, "This junior does not know." A thin, haggard man flew over, baring his teeth in a strange grin, and said, "Why is the old man still hiding it? Directly strip his soul and be done with it." Soul stripping is a cruel, evil technique of the evil sect. Those struck become witless and die slowly. How could Lin Hai not know? Yet before he could react, his soul had already been torn away. That man laughed and said, "Interesting. During this descent, I also heard of the legendary Hon Luke Immortal. A pity the information is incomplete." Another immortal hurriedly asked, "How is that possible? Hon Luke Immortal vanished 10,000 years ago. How could he appear now?" That man tossed Lin Hai aside and said the old man's memories are only this much. As for the holy immortal sword, it is certainly in his hands. The ancestor of Gui Lu Tong laughed arrogantly and said, "What is there to fear? During this descent no one can stop us. Even Hon Luke Immortal would find it hard to escape against 12 immortal generals. Those mortals were surely deceived. Let us go. Time is short. Seize back the holy immortal sword." Lin Hai's forcibly seized soul bared its teeth in a ferocious grin, rushing forward while shouting, "I will lead the way." Let me see how powerful Luke Immortal truly is. At the same time in the cultivation holy land of the heavenly demon fox clan, the heavenly fox demon emperor Nin Tuk also sensed the terrifying immortal might approaching, signaling that many immortals had descended. A little fox demon reported anxiously, Elder Hong Wai and the little one refused to remain in the clan. We stopped them, but Hong Wai requests to see you. The little fox demon hesitated and asked further, Elder, why must we keep that demon tree? She currently has no cultivation at all. Nin Tuk snorted coldly and said, what do you understand? Although she currently has no cultivation, her talent surpasses the 9th rank. She is an abnormal existence of the demon race. Moreover, her demon body is only an ordinary blue root branch. Nin Tuk's gaze turned icy and ruthless. Once she begins cultivation, her progress will soar, not to mention deity transformation. Even becoming an immortal would take only a moment. It will only benefit and not harm the prosperity of our clan. After hearing this, the little fox demon understood. Nin Tuk waved his hand and said, enough. Take me to see that traitor. In the prison of the heavenly demon fox clan, Hong Wai was bound to a bronze pillar. The little one was also locked in heavy chains, struggling constantly, with 2 guards beside them. The prison door creaked open coldly. Nin Tuk stepped in with killing intent filling the air and looked at Hong Wai, who was kneeling bound. Hong Wai raised her head weakly and called Elder. Nin Tuk asked coldly, Hong Wai, you still refuse to remain in the clan? Hong Wai gritted her teeth and replied, yes. I do not want to. This time I carry Master's mission. If Elder will not allow the little one to study the technique, then please release us. Fox demons beside them sneered disdainfully. A dignified genius of the heavenly demon fox willingly taking a lowly human as master. Hong Wai, you have fallen. Their words not only insulted Hong Wai, but also mocked Tran Truongen. Hong Wai could endure being belittled, but she could not tolerate insults toward Tran Truongen. The anger in her heart instantly ignited. Demonic energy erupted and filled the space. Hong Wai roared, shut up. I will not allow you to insult my master. Though her talent was high, she was still inexperienced. With Tran Truongen's help, her strength had surged greatly. Yet compared to a great demon like Nin Tuk, it was still insufficient. Nin Tuk merely waved a hand and extinguished her pressure. Nin Tuk said coldly, your breakthrough is indeed swift. With strength and the clan's resources, you should know your place. Hong Wai earnestly replied, my strength comes entirely from Master. As long as I stay by his side, becoming an immortal is only a matter of time. Elder, please believe me. But those words sounded too absurd. Nin Tuk did not believe a single syllable and sneered. Is your master stronger than descending immortals? Strongest mortal can only reach deity transformation. Beyond that, one ascends sooner or later. At best, he is merely on par with me. Nin Tuk lowered her voice in threat. Now immortals have descended. As long as the immortal treasure remains in your master's hands, they will sooner or later find him. When that time comes, he will struggle to escape. After speaking, Nin Tuk turned and left, her tail swaying slightly as she cast a warning behind her. Hong Wai, think carefully. Is your master's life more important or your own? After everyone left, Hong Wai grew even more anxious, inwardly only hoping to break free soon and return to master's side. Meanwhile, at the Immortal Temple, Immortal might pressed ever closer. Bao Nhai looked at the sky in worry and thought immortals have descended. If what Hong Wai said is true, then we cannot continue waiting. We must leave early. She anxiously called out Senior Tran Truongen, yet his expression was extremely gloomy at that moment. Bao Nhai assumed he had sensed the immortals, and that was why he looked like this. In truth, those immortals entering his domain were no different from ants. Tran Truongen's grim expression was because of the news that Hong Wai had been imprisoned. Tran Truongen let out a cold laugh. Heavenly Demon Fox Clan, you truly have courage. You dare imprison my people. You are courting death. Bao Nhai stared at him in shock. Immortals are about to arrive, yet Senior does not worry for himself. He only worries about Hong Wai and the little one. Are they that important to you? Tran Truongen angrily slammed his fist into the ground, cracking the earth as he shouted, Bao Nhai, deliver a message to that old woman. Within 3 days, release Hong Wai and the little one otherwise. You will bear the consequences yourselves. At this moment, Tran Truongen did not place the Fox clan in his eyes. He only cared about those he trusted. Bao Nhai nodded in fear and replied yes. Even so, she remained worried and hurriedly said, Senior, I will convey Hong Wai's matter, but the immortals have arrived. Tran Truongen brushed the dust from his hands and cut her off. Are immortals that formidable? Since they have come, I will wait. Such a good opportunity does not appear often. Immortal energy surged with strange phenomena. Dark clouds covered the sky and lightning flashed densely. A beam of light tore across the heavens. The lesser demons below trembled and knelt, their faces pale with terror. Even high-ranking members of the demon race fared no better. All wore expressions of panic and unease. Thousands of years in the 100,000 great mountains, no immortal had descended. Yet this time 12 arrived. A single one would be enough to sweep this place clean. Such a scene had not appeared for a long time. The Fox clan used a secret technique to observe. Seeing the immortals arrive fiercely, they felt chills down their spines. An unknown cultivator at Mount Phi Tine guarding the immortal treasure had provoked overwhelming calamity. This time, survival seemed unlikely. In Tuck revealed a smug smile, fortunate that she decisively imprisoned Hong Wai and the demon tree. Otherwise, calamity would have been unavoidable. She wanted to witness the outcome with her own eyes. Those watching were also filled with anticipation. Immortals rarely took action. If one could learn from it, the gain would be immense. Nin Tuk was even more eager to see how Tran Truongan would resist. At this moment, the 12 immortals had arrived at the Immortal Temple. What astonished them was that this place actually possessed immortal energy. One suddenly pointed toward the rear courtyard and cried out, "Look, immortal patterns, immortal energy, and even an immortal tree bearing fruit. Who would have thought such an immortal land exists in the lower realm?" The ancestor of Gui Lu Tong sneered. "This fragment of immortal land must be brought back to Xuanwu immortal domain. With it, our cultivation will surely soar." Inside the immortal temple, Tran Truongan quietly observed the immortals gathered outside. He excitedly counted them in his heart: 1, 2, 3, 4, a full 12 immortals. In his eyes, they were all sparkling domain value. Lin Bao Nha and Thakbat Jia trembled involuntarily with worry. Thakbat Jia tried to steady himself and stammered, young master, what should we do?" Lin Bao Nha pressed close to Tran Truongan and said with a trembling voice, "Master, I am a little afraid." Tran Truongan curled his lips and smiled. "With me here, what is there to fear?" Suddenly a faint sound rang out. Something fell straight down before them. Three of them changed expression simultaneously and trembled. Is this not that old man from before?" The most frightened was Lin Bao Nha. Her face turned pale as she recognized it was Lin Hai, the person closest to her. Immortals in the sky looked down arrogantly and asked, "Are you Hon Kitch immortal?" Tran Truongan immediately flew into a rage. He said coldly, "If you want the sword, then come at me. If you dare implicate the innocent, then show your ability." The old ghost laughed disdainfully. "Ants of the lower realm dare question immortals." The female immortal beside him laughed loudly and added, "Those ants of Ku Kim Tong who dared conceal the holy sword have already gone to meet Yama." The one who stripped Lin Hai's soul grew impatient and urged, "Stop the nonsense. Kill him and immediately search for the sword." Before his words ended, a strand of pure spiritual power mixed with immortal energy shot upward from below, clearly originating from the holy immortal sword. Upon hearing that her sect had been destroyed, Lin Bao Nha nearly lost her reason, gripping the immortal sword and charging upward like a madwoman. Even killing one would count as revenge. Yet the disparity in strength could not be bridged. Even with the divine sword in hand, Lin Bao Nhai's cultivation was still far too weak. She could not harm those immortals at all. The old ghost raged with hair standing on end and roared, "The sword of my master is not for ants like you to wield, die." Behind him appeared the radiant image of a colossal skeleton wielding a great blade that slashed downward. A streak of blade light tore through the sky. Lin Bao Nha bravely met it head-on, for she knew her master stood behind her. Indeed, Tran Truongan appeared in front of her, and with a mere raised hand dispersed the attack. At this moment, Tran Truongan radiated overwhelming momentum. He frowned and said coldly, "You dare touch my disciple." The immortals murmured upon seeing him easily block the strike. Only the old ghost still snorted coldly with disdain. He said in a deep voice, "I used only a fraction of my power and he blocked it. Perhaps he has hidden methods. We should not underestimate him." The one beside him sneered, "It matters not. With so many of us, crushing him is as easy as turning a hand." Seeing Tran Truongan appear, Lin Bao Nha let the holy immortal sword fall from her hand, utterly pitiful. She burst into tears and sobbed, "Master, grandfather is gone. Ku Kim Tong is no more." Lin Bao Nha clung tightly to Tran Truongan and cried soundlessly, "I have no home to return to." And at this moment, Tran Truongan's fury surged violently. The scene of Ku Kim Tong's destruction, corpses piled high and devastation everywhere flashed in his mind. Tran Truongan's eyes turned crimson with killing intent. He gently wiped Lin Bao Nhai's tears and forced his voice calm. "Disciple, do not cry." He picked up the holy immortal sword, his entire aura transforming. "Today, as your master, I will slay immortals and avenge you." The immortals still laughed carelessly. unaware that death was already near. They could only blame themselves for not being the protagonists. Yang Jiao formed hand seals and said enough. Immortal Venerable has grown impatient. Time in the lower realm is limited. Seize the sword first and kill him afterward is not too late. The immortals behind simultaneously formed seals and chanted incantations. Better to strike first than allow unforeseen changes. Nearly a minute passed in silence. Tran Truongen stood quietly watching them cast their spells. The ones who panicked were the immortals themselves. The holy immortal sword showed no reaction at all. The incantation imparted by Immortal Venerable should have taken effect. Thinking the distance was too great, the immortals moved closer. Yet the moment they stepped into Tran Truongen's range, they were ensnared. Their fate was already sealed. They once again chanted the incantation, but the holy immortal sword in Tran Truongen's hand remained unmoving. Yang Jiao Jinghai cried out, "Master's incantation is ineffective. The sword does not respond. How can this be? Could it have been controlled by him?" The truth was indeed so. The holy immortal sword in Tran Truongen's hand only trembled and wept to return. He said indifferently, "If you wish to return, then go. I will not keep you." Immortal grew impatient and intended to charge forward, but was stopped by the one beside him. "Wait, this man is strange. Let me probe first." She began chanting, thunder energy coiling around her body as dark clouds rapidly gathered across the sky. Heavenly lightning was drawn down. This was the law of the lower realm, suppressing those who defy heaven. Mortal cultivators could hardly withstand it. Using this move to kill him would suffice. The holy immortal sword forged by Master would remain unharmed. When the incantation concluded, heavenly lightning once again condensed in the sky. Heavenly lightning excitedly thought, "At last it is my turn to act. Let me see whom I should strike." Then it descended eagerly. Slaying people was what it liked most. Heavenly lightning plunged down enthusiastically. Tran Truongen raised his head and looked at the heavenly lightning calmly. Within this domain, how could it possibly touch him? The heavenly lightning trembled in fear the moment it saw Tran Truongen, its face twisting as it screamed, "Heavens, why is it him? I am finished." It hurriedly fled while shouting, "Whoever wants to strike can strike. I withdraw," then vanished without daring to look back. Tran Truongen brushed his hair and mocked, "Is that all, little immortal? You look fierce yet are weak. Truly disappointing." The immortals were furious to the point of boiling blood, veins bulging on their faces. The old ghost gritted his teeth and said, "The immortal power within us is not something mortal cultivators can compare to. Stop wasting time, kill him." The immortals simultaneously unleashed their divine abilities and attacked Tran Truongen. A terrifying force swept in, filled with fury toward this ignorant man who did not know the vastness of heaven and earth. Tran Truongen held the holy immortal sword and smiled arrogantly at them. 12 of you attacking together, that works. It saves time. Killing all with one strike is more satisfying." He laughed loudly and swung the holy immortal sword across the void, immortal energy erupting in torrents. The immortals had not even reacted when the sword light arrived. All of them panicked and fled. The one who had been the most arrogant earlier shouted in fear, "The situation has changed. He is not a mortal. Dodge." You immortal behind Qiang Jiao let out a breath. Fortunate to have dodged that strike otherwise. Qiang Jiao suddenly pointed ahead in panic. "Wait, look there." Before their eyes, a massive void rift appeared in the center of the immortal temple, connecting straight into nothingness. Only then did they feel fear piercing to the bone. Qiang Jiao said in a trembling voice, "No matter how strong one is, it should be impossible to tear space apart. Yet this young man did it." One who stripped Lin Hai's soul and the old ghost were the most terrified, their faces twisted in horror. In theory, only a Dharma body beyond the 9 provinces' grand formation could shatter heaven and earth. Yet he achieved it with a single strike. The immortals shifted from unity to chaos. Some proposed retreating to report to Immortal Venerable and send stronger experts. But at that moment, they saw something even more horrifying. Tran Truongen had no idea he had torn open space. He even curiously reached his hand inside to take a look. The immortals were terrified to the extreme, as if seeing a living ghost. Even their ancestors were invoked. That was the power of spatial destruction even Immortal Venerable feared. Yet he dared to touch it. "He truly seeks death," one shouted. "Is that the point? Should not the focus be that he remains completely unharmed?" The rift before them slowly closed. Tran Truongen frowned and muttered, "I thought space was shattered, and the system would lose an entire district. Yet it repaired itself. The system remained silent. Do you even know what rules are?" Tran Truongen ignored the matter of laws. His gaze quickly returned to the battlefield. the aura around him shifting accordingly. Mortal energy and magical artifacts intertwined and surged. He stood holding the sword without uttering another word, yet the invisible pressure suffocated others. His eyes gleamed coldly. Though he was clearly smiling, that smile chilled to the bone. He asked, "Are you ready to be crushed to death by me?" The immortals roared together and charged. "I refuse to believe 12 of us cannot kill him alone. He has already said he will not spare us. Only by fighting desperately is there a chance to live." Of course, the outcome between one man and a swarm of ants was obvious. Tran Truongen laughed and softly uttered a single word, "Freeze." The moment he spoke, it seemed to become the law of the world. The entire group halted, their bodies unable to move even half an inch. The immortals were thrown into extreme panic, cold sweat pouring like rain. This was the power of law. It is over. We are truly doomed. Tran Truongen stroked Lin Bao Enhai's head as she sobbed beside him, smiling gently as he said, "Be good. Open your eyes and watch clearly how those who killed your father and grandfather will die." The immortals hurriedly shouted and dragged out their backing as a threat. "Think carefully. Behind us stands Immortal Venerable of Xuanwu Immortal Domain. If you kill us, you will not live in peace." Qiang Jiao shouted, "Yes, Taoist. Kukim Tong was nothing but ants. Offending Immortal Venerable for them is not worth it." Tran Truongen replied with a light laugh, "Whether Immortal Venerable or Immortal King, as long as they dare come to Mount Phi Tine to seek me, I will send them all to the Western Heaven. Here I am invincible, the strongest." They realized negotiation was impossible. Furious and wide-eyed, yet unable to do anything but watch death approach, Tran Truongen said coldly, "The heavenly Tao of the lower realm is useless. If it does not dare judge you, then I will act myself." His gaze changed. The smile vanished, leaving only cold indifference like vengeance completed, hair and robe billowing, immortal energy and pressure surging so none in this world could resist. He said in a deep voice, "Let me judge on behalf of this world. On behalf of the innocent Ku Kim Tong you slaughter." As his words ended, a flame ignited in midair, incinerating both bodies and souls of the 12 immortals without exception, all turning to ash and dissipating into nothingness. Tran Truongen looked on indifferently, his eyes no different from gazing at roadside weeds being pulled. This outcome was something they had brought upon themselves through arrogance. Thakbak Za and Ku Thin Du witnessed everything, their worldviews collapsing once more. Tran Truongen stood beside Lin Bao Nhi and spoke solemnly as if carving it into her heart. "Look carefully, cultivate diligently, and grow stronger. Do not disappoint your father's expectations." Tears still fell, yet Lin Bao Nhi's eyes were filled with determination. She nodded and said yes. Scene of 12 immortals, burned body and soul, quickly reached the ears of the ancient heavenly fox clan. Only then did they realize they had provoked someone who could not be offended. Nin Tuk trembled and said that flame can burn immortals. It is absolutely no ordinary fire. She looked at the flame that could burn all things and felt chills down her spine. It must be heavenly fire, an existence they could never resist. Immortals were nearly burned away completely. Only the purest essence remained. More precisely, Tran Truongen had deliberately preserved their immortal cores. Tran Truongen collected all the immortal cores and curled his lips in a smile. Immortals falling to the mortal realm and dying like this is proper. Otherwise, killing them would be too wasteful. Earlier, he was focused on them and did not notice. Now that it was over, the rest naturally caught his eye. Nin Tuk sighed. After being glanced at by Tran Truongen, all monitoring techniques shattered and the image fragmented. Nin Tuk trembled and muttered, "One sword repelled immortals. One word suppressed immortals. One man killed 12 immortals. Just as Hong Wai said, immortals die in his hands. Then what is my deity transformation cultivation work?" A chilling fear surged from the depths of her heart, her body trembling instinctively. She had even imprisoned Hong Wai and the little one that was courting death. That moment, Nin Tuk recalled Bao Enhai's words. Senior gave 3 days to return Hong Wai and the little one to Mount Phi Tine. She said, trembling, "Take them there. Besides returning them today, we must go to apologize, hoping Senior will be magnanimous and not hold it against the heavenly demon Fox clan." Tran Truongen had no idea he was being watched. He only briefly sensed a gaze. When the feeling vanished, he did not think much of it. Ku Thin Du trembled and said, "All 12 immortals are dead. Master is truly too powerful." Thakbak Za was full of admiration. Only young Master can refine immortals into immortal cores, truly supreme. He narrowed his eyes at the pills refined from immortal cultivation and thought this harvest is indeed not small. Suddenly Tran Truongen realized he had not heard the familiar sound today. After killing 12 immortals, the domain points seemed to have disappeared. The system immediately appeared with a reminder that it was collecting domain value. Due to the enormous quantity, it cannot be loaded immediately. Please wait. Tran Truongen sighed in relief. Fortunately, he had feared killing immortals would not be recognized. Unexpectedly, Lin Bao Nhi rushed straight into Tran Truongen's chest, startling him slightly. With tears in her eyes, she choked and called Master, repeatedly thanking Master. After that, she said nothing more, only sobbed, tears soaking the front of Tran Truongen's robe. Tran Truongen fell silent, looking at Lin Bao Nhai as if seeing his former self. He slowly said, Bao Nhai, before I am certain there is something I have kept hidden. I do not know whether I should tell you. After Lin Bao Nhai cried enough, Tran Truongen told her to rest. Tonight Thak Boy will take her back to Ku Kim Tong to check. She nodded softly. Lin Bao Nhai left. Tran Truongen leisurely sat in the courtyard. Thak Bak Za brought out a tray of tea and offered it, saying this tea is brewed from an 82-year spirit spring. Its taste is very sweet and pure. Suddenly a knock sounded, drawing everyone's attention, followed by the low voice of a woman. The door opened. Nin Tuk stepped in, suppressing her fear and forcing a smile as she cupped her hands, and said, Demon Emperor Nin Tuk of the ancient heavenly fox has come to apologize. This junior boldly imprisoned your people, hoping senior will calm his anger. Bao Nhai was also behind her. Nin Tuk thought in fear senior is Hong Wai's master. With Hong Wai here, he will surely show mercy to the ancient heavenly fox. Moreover, I only imprisoned them and did not harm them. Furthermore, the upper realm still has immortals backing us, and the Fox clan's inheritance is ancient. It should not reach mutual destruction. Yet Tran Truongen's expression remained terrifying from beginning to end. He slowly turned his head to look at Nin Tuk and said coldly, kneel. A terrifying pressure erupted. Nin Tuk could not endure it and collapsed to her knees, her whole body trembling in fear. Nin Tuk clenched her teeth and thought, so this is the power that can kill immortals. Mere pressure suppresses deity transformation. If senior wished to kill me, he would likely need only a finger. Tran Truongen said, displeased Demon Emperor Lin Tuk, the loudest voice in the 100,000 great mountains, always shielding your clansmen before countless loyal subordinates. It seems you are quite bold. Nin Tuk trembled and begged senior to quell his anger. Everything was my fault. I am willing to die to atone. Please do not exterminate the heavenly demon Fox clan. Bao Nhai cried in alarm. No. Elder is very important. She cannot die. Bao Nhai also knelt beside Nin Tuk, urgently pleading for Tran Truongen to spare the Elder and the Fox clan. If senior does not despise it, Bao Nhai is willing to do anything. Tran Truongen said coldly, step back. This matter does not concern you. Elder Bao Nhai has already decided. To die under the hand of a strong one like senior would be Bao Nhai's honor. Tran Truongen fell into thought. The more friends the better, the fewer enemies the better. Everyone understands this principle, if the ancient Fox clan can. He propped himself up and looked at them, asking, as long as I spare the Demon Emperor and the Fox clan, you will do anything. Bao Nhai nodded and said yes. Tran Truongen held his staff and stepped behind Nin Tuk, snorting coldly, let me see your sincerity. Right after that he swung the staff and smashed it hard onto Bao Nhai, her body trembling as every muscle convulsed in pain. Nin Tuk's eyes widened in horror. Unable to utter a word, Bao Nhai collapsed on the ground, her body curled like a shrimp. With every strike of the staff, she could not stop herself from trembling. Nin Tuk stared at the scene in panic. His mind blank. Bao Nhai, what was he doing? Yet she truly did not dare to move. Nin Tuk glanced at Tran Truongen, bitterness filling his heart. He forced me to watch my clansmen suffer humiliation with my eyes wide open without daring to cry out. What protection or shelter? It was nothing but a joke. From the beginning, he never cared what background we had. He did not kill them at once, but trampled their dignity step by step. This was a warning to behave obediently. Otherwise, those 12 immortal generals would be the fate of the heavenly demon Fox clan. This man was truly a demon. Only when he felt the person before him was nearly unable to endure any longer did Tran Truongen finally stop. He stretched and let out a sigh, finally relaxing a little. Striking a few more times would not have been impossible. Only then did the system issue a summary of domain points. Each immortal general brought 20,000 domain points. Tran Truongen froze, his gaze fixed firmly on the amount of domain points he had just received. Expression twisted in shock, his mouth hanging open, the level of astonishment far beyond imagination. Tran Truongen's eyes shone brightly. 240,000 domain points. Truly satisfying, truly wonderful. If all were used to expand the invincible domain, it could cover 2,400 meters. System, spend all the domain points to expand. I'll wait. I now meet the conditions to upgrade to version 4. The system displayed that upgrading the invincible domain to 4 required 50,000 domain points, along with a special condition. He immediately asked what the condition was. The system replied that within 1 month, if the invincible domain expanded to cover the entire Mount Fei Xian, he would obtain the title Lord of Mount Fei Xian. If overdue, the upgrade would fail, and the mission would be released again. Tran Truongen was startled, meaning only by becoming the Lord of Mount Fei Xian could he reach version 4. and there was even a time limit. Thinking he was rich yet exhausting all points would only cover 1/3 of the mountain. The more this was upgraded, the more unreliable it seemed. Truly asking a horse to run without feeding it grass, I will not upgrade this version. The system immediately consoled him. Host, work hard. After obtaining the title Lord of Mount Fei Xian, a mythic secret realm will open, containing cultivation techniques and divine weapons of Chinese mythological figures. Hearing this, he hugged the notification panel. Then I am relieved. It is only Mount Fei Xian. For now use 190,000 points to expand another 1,000 meters. Flash of light appeared. The system deducted 190,000 domain points. The invincible domain now reached 2,023 meters, with 50,050 remaining. And Truong was briefly stunned, feeling as though he had returned to the starting line. He had to quickly find a way to earn more domain points. I wonder how things are over there. The items given to them should have worked. Ku Kim Tong, Lin Bao Nhi looked at the corpses scattered everywhere, running while crying, senior brothers, senior sisters, junior brothers. Ku Thien Du had said that Kui Lao Tong would certainly report the Saint Immortal Sword to the upper realm. The first destination of the Immortals would very likely be Ku Kim Tong. She trembled as she looked at her father's corpse, crying out "Father" when a voice sounded, "Bao Nhi, do not cry. Father is here," startling her as she turned around. Father and the elders of the sect stood there smiling, single-handedly eliminating 12 immortal generals. The senior's strength was truly terrifying. Lin Bao Nhi widened her eyes in astonishment. Father, was Hai Jia not killed by the immortals? What is going on? The scene of corpses behind them flickered and gradually faded away. Lin Than Sun smiled and explained that it was only fake, an illusion created by the senior's talisman. Thanks to him, we were able to escape death at the hands of the immortals. At the beginning, when Father was about to leave, the senior suddenly called him back. Lin Than Sun recounted the conversation, respectfully asking if the senior had further instructions. Tran Truong pondered and said, "I was thinking about how to let you die." Lin Than Sun was alarmed and asked if the senior blamed them for acting on their own. Tran Truong waved his hand and said no. He analyzed that the first destination of the immortals was very likely Ku Kim Tong. The chance of annihilation was extremely high, so two plans had to be prepared against accidents. The first plan was for the entire sect to move to my place, abandoning all foundation in exchange for safety, and waiting for an opportunity to rise again in the future. Took out a talisman called True Explanation of Immortal Tao, a death-feigning illusion array talisman. This was the second plan meant to deceive the immortals. I advise you to choose the first plan because the second is unstable. Even I am not certain. I do not want you to be dragged into this muddy water. Lin Than Sun looked at the talisman with some hesitation. Abandoning the sect to survive was something they could not do. Ku Kim Tong and Kui Lao Tong would sooner or later have a great battle. They had long had no path of retreat. Tran Truong emphasized that Bao Nhi is my disciple. I have the responsibility to protect you, just as her master once protected me. If everything goes smoothly, then set off fireworks to let me know you are safe. Bao Nhi cried with emotion. Master is truly good. I love Master very much. Lin Than Sun also sighed at the senior's righteousness, facing the immortals alone yet still leaving life-saving talismans for us. Lin Than Sun even suspected that everything was within the senior's calculations. Only after this incident, the upper and lower realms would likely find it hard to remain peaceful. Bao Nhi asked, "What about Hai Jia?" Lin Than Sun explained that he deliberately exposed a flaw to hold back the immortals, merely hoping for a stroke of luck. At this point, he suddenly jolted as he remembered something. Hurriedly took out the firework tube. "We forgot to report safety to the senior. We must report at once." The fireworks shot into the sky, clearly displaying the symbol that Lin Than Sun was safe. Tran Truong saw it and was overjoyed. The people of Ku Kim Tong were still alive. At present, it has been confirmed that True Explanation of Immortal Tao has 3 functions: concealing the aura of the longevity body, concealing appearance. From this, it can be inferred that it likely has illusion effects and is extremely suitable for dealing with immortals. However, the system's functions cannot be taken outside the domain. I speculate it may be condensed into items like living beings of all things, and then tested many times. At first, I was not sure whether, after leaving the invincible domain, the true explanation of immortal Tao would still be effective, and whether it could deceive the immortals, but reality has proven it. While thinking, a city suddenly appeared before his eyes. Tran Truong laughed loudly. I guessed correctly. True explanation of immortal Tao can be infused into items and taken out of the domain while still usable. Next, I only need to test the other functions. In the upper realm, the Xunwu Grand Gathering in Wanzhou region was in full swing. A voice greeted Brother Shengwu. It has been a long time. It was Sheng Wu Immortal Venerable's good friend Leng Ming Immortal Venerable. He asked why he was drinking alone. If there was something troubling, just say it. Sheng Wu drained his cup and said my natal sword was knocked down to the lower realm by an unknown person. I sent 12 immortal generals to retrieve it, but the result. He recalled Tran Truongen's gaze at that time, causing anyone who witnessed it to be shaken. In the end, all failed. Sheng Wu held his head and cursed in anger. Lightning flickered in his furious eyes. My 12 immortal generals were all slaughtered by a lower realm man. Ming Immortal Venerable was astonished. Could the lower realm truly have someone so ferocious? Sheng Wu snorted coldly and said, in my eyes, he is merely an ant but protected by the laws of 9 provinces, so I cannot kill him myself. Truly humiliating. Leng Ming smiled faintly, just an ant. Then I will kill him for you. Under my command, there is an immortal whose horizontal strike is not suppressed by the laws of 9 provinces. Dealing with this man is most suitable. Leave it to me. Within 3 days, I will bring back his head and the Saint Immortal Sword. Sheng Wu smiled smugly in thanks. Long time no see, today we drink until drunk and do not return. Just then someone reported that Fairy Yu-chan had arrived. Yang Yu-chan's appearance immediately caused a stir. Everyone marveled at her icy pure jade-like beauty. She frowned slightly in displeasure and said, I came only to borrow an immortal face-preserving tree. 3 days later, at the immortal face-preserving tree, Lin Bao Nhi was massaging Tran Truongen and asked, Master, is this strength all right? Tran Truongen looked refreshed and said, move a little to the left. That is right. Having a disciple attend truly is comfortable. He asked why Thakboy Jia had not returned yet. Lin Bao Nhi replied that he went to catch the Dragon Fire Chicken King to nourish you. Grandfather said Ku Kim Tong is undergoing repairs and will come to pay respects in a few days. Tran Truongen only responded that he understood. The sword god behind frowned and said, actually, I also know a bit of massage, senior. Gayat and Hong Wai appeared. Bringing it here is enough. Hong Wai looked at little Wei Ba in her arms, already drunk limp, guilt filling her heart for failing the task her master assigned, and even forcing her master to handle it personally. She feared she would be punished later. She softly said you should leave first. Gayat asked in confusion, will there really be punishment? Hong Wai paused slightly. Gayat hurriedly explained, between you and me there is no need for courtesy. It is fine, I will go with you. Hong Wai blinked and smiled. You are truly kind. If we were not so close, I would have thought you had feelings for master. Hearing that, Gayat remained silent. At that moment, Tran Truongen's voice sounded. What is going on? Yes, over there, a bit stronger, haha. Lin Bao Nhi's voice followed, Master. I am about to be unable to endure. Hearing those ambiguous words, Hong Wai hurriedly set little Wei Ba down, her face flushing red as she thought, could it be that master and Miss Bao Nhi? But it turned out she was overthinking. Lin Bao Nhi was massaging Tran Truongen while smiling in greeting. Sister Hong Wai, you are back. Tran Truongen also nodded in welcome. Hong Wai stood frozen, momentarily speechless. Regaining her senses, Hong Wai quickly knelt to admit fault. Young master, this subordinate did not handle things properly this time. Please punish me. Gayat cheerfully stepped forward and said, Senior, this time Hong Wai was only implicated. I am her friend, so let me bear it in her place, causing Hong Wai to softly call out Gayat in surprise. Tran Truongen rested his chin in puzzlement. Punish for what? Do you think I am some great demon? This time no one will be punished. Hong Wai was visibly delighted, while Gayat immediately looked dejected. Tran Truongen did not ask further, only thinking that Gayat still seemed aggrieved. Indeed, this kind of soft-hearted girl was very easy to solve. He took out a pill and handed it to Hong Wai. This matter is not your fault. This trip was hard on you. Take this immortal pill. One day I will open the furnace for you. Hong Wai was startled and gratefully thanked young master. Gayat stood beside them completely bewildered. After that, she pondered deeply. How could she continue to feel that strange thrill like the first time? System displayed domain range 2023M. System level 3, name Tran Truongen, domain points 50,050. Skills all living things biochemical survival. True explanation of immortal Tao and many special functions. Tran Truongen sat alone calculating. After spending 190,000 points, only 50,000 remained. Now that he was free, he could exchange for a clone to go out and earn points. He thought excitedly that an immortal realm clone priced at 30,000 would be enough to roam the lower realm. Exchange it immediately. The system prompted that 30,000 points were deducted to exchange for an immortal realm clone. 20,050 remained. Tran Truongen stared straight ahead, then slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly he felt dizzy with blurred, overlapping images. The perspective was too strange. He was still more used to the first-person view, switching to the clone's perspective. He lay on the bed covering his face, while the clone over there had its back bare. At that moment he opened his eyes. Surge of exhilaration rose, strength abundant. He clearly sensed the cultivator's primal energy. A single palm strike now was enough to collapse 3 mountains. But thinking again, having only cultivation without techniques made it hard to unleash power. In the cultivation world, how could one not learn a few martial skills? Moreover, he was curious whether the clone's techniques would affect the true body. Learning techniques would still yield domain points even if the clone died. Yet he himself did not possess any cultivation techniques. System displayed that true explanation of immortal Tao had unlocked functions including illusion control, concealing appearance and aura, every movement embodying the true intent of immortal Tao. Other functions required unlocking. He suddenly had the idea of using techniques from his previous life seen on television combined with the third function. The clone was a product of the system. It should be able to use system abilities. First, he tried one yang finger that everyone in the 21st century knew. The single finger, the distant city wall, was instantly pierced with a huge hole. Everyone around was horrified. Tran Truongan was overjoyed. One yang finger succeeded. The system was truly amazing. He had been too narrow-minded before. True explanation of immortal Tao. He could completely teach Bao Nhi cultivation techniques. Bao Nhi, moreover, my techniques rank at the top of the continent. In the future, when bringing people into the invincible domain, Lin Bao Nhi beamed brightly. As your master, I have just comprehended many supreme arts such as 18 dragons subduing palms, 9 yin white bone claw. Tran Truongan lightly tapped her forehead. Do not be too greedy. First, I will pass you a sword Dao. Listen carefully. This is the mental method of Dugu 9 swords. From returning sister to no delusion, from no delusion to Tong Ren. Tong Ren transforms into great understanding. Jia turns to Bing, Bing turns to Zhang, Zhang turns to Gui. Tran Truongan's eyes shone brightly. Seeing energy swirling around Lin Bao Nhi, he was astonished. True explanation of immortal Tao even had projection effects. Then resonating with Dugu 9 swords would be very fast. As expected of my disciple, Bok and Gaiet, and Hong Wai stood at a distance watching. Hong Wai thought to herself she also had to continue cultivating. She could not let the disciple surpass her. Meanwhile, Jiang and Gok Thien was negotiating with Thien Nguyen Immortal King. She secretly wished that if she were the senior's disciple, it would be wonderful. It was said that in Thien Nguyen Immortal King's possession, there was an immortal face-preserving tree about to bear fruit. She intended to use 5 top-grade immortal stones to exchange for 1 immortal fruit. Thien Nguyen Immortal King smiled and replied, Fairy Jiang has misunderstood. I do not have that immortal tree, but I know where it is. What you need is in the lower realm. I will conveniently give you the information. Jiang and Gok Thien smiled and said, Than Vo Immortal Venerable borrowed my myriad phenomena immortal mirror to search for someone. That person is the owner of the immortal tree. The ancestor does not have much time left and must quickly descend to the lower realm. Therefore, in the following days, the system continuously notified. Lin Bao Nhi broke through to 5th level Golden Core. Host received 100 domain points. System continued notifying that Lin Bao Nhi broke through to 7th level Golden Core. Host gained another 100 points. Thunder roared in the sky. Everyone widened their eyes. Was Bao Nhi about to undergo the nascent soul tribulation? The lightning tribulation roared in fury. Why was it this pair of man and woman again? In any case, it could not win. The lightning tribulation resigned itself to being struck. In the end, Bao Nhi successfully entered 1st level nascent soul. The system notified that disciple Lin Bao Nhi broke through to nascent soul. Host received 10,000 domain points. Tran Truongan shouted 10,000 points. Killing 1 immortal only gave 20,000. Bao Nhi breaking through nascent soul already gave 10,000. The system immediately explained there was no error because immortals were suppressed by laws. The system notified that after upgrading the master-disciple relationship to 3, breaking through major realms rewarded 100 times. At 4 minor realms would reward 10 times, and major realms 150 times. Tran Truong and was angry that the system did not say earlier. System displayed a line of text that left him speechless. The host did not ask either. Thinking about it, this was good news. Within 1 month to earn many points, there was no need to kill enemies, only to take in disciples and let them quickly break through. Perhaps he should take in little sister Bok and Gaiet. Bok and Gaiet shyly misunderstood Tran Truongan's gaze. Could it be that senior saw through her thoughts and intended to act? Tran Truongan coughed lightly, Miss Bok, you. At that moment, the system signaled that version 3, covering the invincible domain, allowed anyone cultivating within it to grant domain points upon breakthrough. Only minor realms doubled. and major realms tenfold. Tran Truong angrily punched the system panel. Increasing like this at the crucial moment was nothing but trickery. Do you take me for a fool? Bok and Guyot blushed and softly called Senior. Lin Bao Nhi happily showed off, Master, I have broken through to nascent soul. Tran Truong raised his thumb in praise. Very well done. Much faster than I expected, truly worthy of my disciple. This joy was hard for outsiders to understand. Hong Wai watched with envy, truly jealous of Miss Bao Nhi. She wondered how far her cultivation would advance using the immortal pill young master gave. Just then, a strange beam of light suddenly appeared in Tran Truong's residence. The beam shot straight into his head. Tran Truong was stunned. What was that? Lin Bao Nhi anxiously called Master. Bok and Guyot and Hong Wai also cried out young master in alarm. Bok and Guyot stepped forward and asked if Senior was all right, but Tran Truong remained silent without reply. Hong Wai loudly asked, young master, what exactly was that white light? Tran Truong suddenly emitted a solemn aura. His expression darkened. Sha Zai has sent back news related to the Changsheng sect. I must personally make a trip to Yunzhou. Hong Wai hurriedly asked, young master, do you need me to accompany you? He replied, no need. This time my clone will go. You all stay in the temple and take good care of the true body. In the lower realm, a spatial gate slowly opened. Sinister aura spread throughout the area. A ghost-like monster gnawed on the remaining flesh of a skull, swallowing the cultivators in the city, finally eating until 3 parts full. It cackled, humans are truly delicacies, clutching its belly as it sat atop a pile of stacked human bones. It was the green-haired ghost immortal with a terrifying face. It laughed smugly. As long as within 3 days I kill the immortal Hone Kich Tran Truong and seize the immortal Venerable's treasure. When I return to the upper realm, I will rightfully become a high immortal. I have waited more than 1,000 years for this opportunity. Its direction was the 100,000 great mountains. The green-haired ghost immortal shot forward at terrifying speed. I am coming to kill you, Tran Truong Sin. The temple, Lin Bao Nhi asked in confusion. So these past days living with us was only Master's clone. Hong Wai nodded and said young Master's strength is unfathomable. Lin Bao Nhi was stunned. Then Master's true body must be. The three stared intently at Tran Truong's clone with complicated expressions. Lin Bao Nhi suddenly suggested, sisters, I have a rather bold idea. In Guizhou, he was flying swiftly through the air, passing over mountain peaks. He slammed into a tree canopy and fell down, flying too fast and almost failing to break in time. This place should be several thousand meters from Mount Fei Xian. Tusk, not only cultivation but even physique and aptitude are max level. Aside from being unable to use skills outside the domain, everything else is fine. Next is to find someone to ask the way to Yunzhou. Just then a cat spirit crashed into a nearby tree, startling him. The cat spirit rubbed her head and cried out in pain. She was the young master of Yuzhou, Amiu. He was curious. The cat clan. Amiu's subordinates rushed over to take her back. Young master, stop fooling around. Follow us back to complete your mission. Amiu angrily scolded back. You are so capable. Why do you not marry that damned bald man yourselves, talking without back pain? He was dumbfounded. Our monks tastes this heavy nowadays. Amiu roared and raised her claws. Stop talking nonsense. Take my meow meow fist. Amiu had reached 9th level golden core. Those around were all peak golden core. He stood watching and thought to himself the familiar script. If she loses, she will be taken back to Mary. He thought, since we met once, I will save you. And conveniently, I lack a guide. At that moment, Amiu was struck in the abdomen by a peak golden core. He immediately acted, his speed like lightning knocking down all the peak golden core. He said arrogantly, release that girl. The peak golden core shouted angrily, human, do not meddle in our affairs. Your cultivation is only equal to ours. With only a bit of strength, he made them all cough blood. He thought perhaps because his realm was higher, they could not see through it. The aura of immortal realm spread out. Amiu immediately cried and clutched his leg, begging for help. He frowned. This little cat truly knows how to seize the moment. Amiu clutched his clothes and called Senior. He said Senior is too strong, mere pressure suppressed them. Amiu is willing to serve Senior. Please allow me to stay by your side. He was stunned. What is this? Even a movie queen would not dare act such a free offer. The peak golden core trembled and pleaded. This is Yuzhou's matter. Please do not invite disaster. Young master of the cat clan, please consider the bigger picture. He coldly shouted, enough nonsense. Get lost before I change my mind. Amiu revealed a triumphant look. The peak golden core fled in panic. We will definitely return. Amiu secretly smiled. Luckily, I hugged a powerful thigh. The plan succeeded, temporarily safe now. Amiu turned and pleaded. Senior, save my life. In life I am yours, in death I am your ghost. He pushed her face away and said, I have no interest in raising a cat. Amiu muttered, if not raising a cat, then raising a wife is fine. He scolded, are you too idle? Go eat preserved plums. Do I look like a fool? Amiu cried and begged. He thought to himself, he was unfamiliar with Guizhou's terrain, and had not learned to tear space. So to reach Yunzhou, he still needed to take a flying vessel. He said taking you along is not impossible, but you must satisfy me first. Hearing this, Emu turned pale and stammered Senior. Pulled Emu along while saying, walk faster or we sleep in the wild. Emu meowed in agreement and thought escaping a wolf's den only to fall into a tiger's cave. At the previous battlefield, Emu had dropped her bracelet, and it was picked up by a monk. The monk laughed smugly. Miss Emu, this poor monk has finally found you. This time do not even think of escaping. In the central city of Guizhou, Emu excitedly said, husband, we have arrived. He curled his lip and told her, call me Tran Truong Sin. The city was bustling with trade, spirit beasts, and martial skills sold everywhere. He enjoyed the strong mortal atmosphere that evoked old memories. For the domain to cover here, it would likely cost tens of millions of domain points. Old man hawked various treasures. He pondered that after coming to this continent for several years, he still had not fully understood this world. Suddenly, a cultivator vomited blood and fell the moment he faced him. He was startled in panic, thinking he had caused a great disaster. Miu hurriedly waved her hands to explain. No, look at my head. I forgot about this. Truong-en, can you lower the cultivation on your body a bit? High realm cultivators unconsciously exert aura suppression. To low realm cultivators, it is fatal pressure. He was just struck by your demonic pressure. It already lowered from immortal realm to golden core realm. In the temple, he was used to beating golden core and nascent soul, so he forgot that outside refining chi and foundation establishment were the majority. That cultivator fled in terror. Sorry for the disturbance, farewell. He muttered that cultivators of Guizhou truly had tough constitutions. Miu asked again, so where do you plan to go next? I can lead the way. He replied, then take me to the central city first. Miu smiled and said, no problem. I have lived in Guizhou for over 100 years and know it well. He thought her status must not be low. Perhaps he could use her connections to board a flying vessel to Yunzhou. Thinking this, he asked Miu, why exactly are your clansmen chasing you? Miu sadly recounted, it is because my father insists on forcing me to betroth that monk from Fusion Temple. I do not want to marry, so I ran away. To avoid this marriage, I have been hiding around Guizhou for several years. Miu began to act pitiful. He pretended to sob. Who would not pity such a cute girl forced into marriage? Senior will protect me, right? He thought to himself, what a nuisance. Should he just throw her away? He asked, are you not afraid that fiancé will chase here? Miu frowned and said he cannot chase here. He is a Buddhist son of Fusion Temple and cannot leave casually. Before he searched for me several times and was kicked out by me besides. Miu smiled slyly. Now I have Senior. You saved me, so I will repay with my body. Consider me your wife. His mouth twitched slightly, little cat. My patience is limited. Suddenly, a surge of killing intent rushed over, making him alert. Powerful energy quickly enveloped the surroundings. Both Miu and he raised their guard. The one who came was Miu's fiancé, along with disciples, Jian Gan, peak nascent soul. He looked at Miu and smiled smugly. Long time no see. Miu fearfully hugged his neck and hid behind him. Jian Gan, why are you as persistent as a lingering ghost? She recognized them as the 18 Arhat Shura of Fusion Temple, whose combined strike could rival deity transformation. Miu worried that Jian Gan was vicious. If Senior helped her, he would surely be marked with hatred. She had to find a way for Senior to withdraw. Jian Gan sneered, Miss Myo. The wedding day is near. This poor monk, as your fiancé, has the responsibility to take you back. The surroundings instantly buzzed with discussion. Miu frowned. Jian Gan continued, your father is waiting at Fusion Temple. Do you not wish to see him? Miu angrily cursed, you are shameless. He was speechless. This bald man was even playing the domineering president. Miu jumped down and said, I can go with you, but do not harm my father and my friends. Jian Gan raised his hand. Fine, come here first. Miu thought to herself, as long as she kept her life, there would still be chances to escape again. Suddenly, the system notified that it detected the reincarnated son of destiny, Buddhist son 2. Information appeared. Jian Gan was about to break through to Immortal King and return to the immortal realm. He raised his hand to stop Miu. Wait. Sorry, she is my person. I refuse to hand her over to you. Miu stared blankly at Senior. Crowd cheered, such guts. A golden core daring to confront a nascent soul. Guizhou was about to gain a nameless corpse. Jian Gan was furious. A mere golden core dares to interfere. It is not your turn to speak here. Miu panicked. Senior, what are you doing? The 18 Arhats together can rival deity transformation. Why provoke them? Calmly replied, so what, in my eyes they are merely ants. Everyone burst into laughter. A golden core daring to treat nascent soul as ants. The biggest joke of the year. Jian Gan waved his hand coldly. Since you seek death, I will grant it. 18 Arhats heed the order. Kill him, the 18 Arhats responded in unison. He remained standing still, only stamping his foot on the ground, terrifying power spreading out. 18 Arhats were successively annihilated. The system notified killing peak nascent soul gained 1,200 domain points. Everyone's eyes widened, even Giant Gan gaped. He disdainfully asked, "Is that all?" Mew shouted in worship, all wiped out. Just how strong is Senior? The crowd buzzed that this pig pretending to eat the tiger act was too outrageous. Giant Gan reached into his robe. "You hid your strength, but at most you are only void refinement. I have this treasure, even immortals can be struck." He threw an object outward. Giant Gan said smugly, "This is a top-grade immortal item. It can convert demons and make cultivators below void refinement take refuge in the Buddha. I do not believe you can withstand it." He easily caught it with one hand and even tapped it. "This toy is not bad." Giant Gan's face turned pale. Giant Gan roared using his true body, "Bastard, I want you dead." The Buddha domain manifested. He formed a hand seal and sneered, showing off before an expert. "Today I will let you know what true Buddhist Tao is." Transformed into a massive golden dragon. The mighty heavenly dragon roared, shaking all directions. Everyone changed color. Such a terrifying true dragon. Stop it quickly lest it destroy Ghost City. Golden Dragon opened its mouth to attack. Giant Gan was burned and screamed. Only a little more and he would have succeeded. The system displayed killing peak nascent soul gain, 1,200 domain points. All stared wide-eyed. This scene was too shocking. System notified congratulations on killing the reincarnated son of destiny. Received an additional Yang treasure salt song and 20,000 domain points. Thought the reincarnated son of destiny indeed had special value to the system. Try checking it. The notification panel displayed domain points 73,450. He smiled. Hunting outside was more profitable than waiting for monsters to come. One trip he found a new way to earn points. Unfortunately, the clone could not open the Yang treasure. He had to return to the true body to try. He brushed off his hands. "I have helped you resolve the biggest trouble. Now can you help me with something?" A Mew answered seriously, "Of course, Senior, just speak." He raised his hand, pointing to the flying vessel hovering in the air. "I need to go to Yunzhou. Help me board that ship." Mew replied swiftly, "Yes." "Senior, wait a moment." He immediately turned solemn because the news the snake brought back this time not only involved the Changsheng sect, but also concerned the old man being hunted by 3 major cultivation forces in Yunzhou. Although he did not yet know what the old man had done in Yunzhou, his situation was clearly dire. He must quickly reach Yunzhou to reinforce. Mew immediately pressed close, clinging tightly behind him. In his residence, a loud cry rang out. "Ah, this is too much. Ah, I truly cannot endure anymore." Ling and Hi showed a trace of unease and softly called Master. Bak and Gaiet and Hong Wai opened the door and stepped out. Their senior truly made others endlessly captivated. Lin Bao and Hi blushed crimson and muttered that next time it must be her turn. "The two of you cannot compete with me." Several watches of time had already passed. Hong Wai replied calmly, "I will not compete with Miss. We can together, but we must tidy up properly before Master returns." Suddenly a terrifying wave of darkness swept straight toward them. Trees collapsed, and spirit beasts lay injured everywhere. Bak and Gaiet observed the surroundings, then said in a low voice, "This pressure is too strong. The one coming likely bears no good intentions." The spirit soared beside Than Sun, also trembled violently under the fluctuations of that dark energy. His expression changed as he cried in shock, "This is bad. The upper realm has again sent someone down. This time the target is Senior." The subordinate immediately reported to the sect master, "Senior once saved our lives. We cannot let him face battle alone." He nodded and said, "That is right. Ku Kim Tong repays kindness. Pass the order, all elders follow me to assist Senior." Immediately the entire Ku Kim Tong rushed forward. On the other side, Nin Tuk also sensed the anomaly. Those around panicked and asked, "What is that? Heavens, so terrifying." Nin Tuk frowned tightly and said coldly, "It is those despicable upper realm bastards again. Have they still not stopped? Or do they think our lower realm has no one left?" A woman behind asked worriedly, "What should we do?" Nin Tuk reassured her, "Do not panic. This time the immortal likely targets Senior directly. Now that the heavenly demon Fox clan has pledged to Senior, we must naturally assist." Yet this wave of pressure was even more terrifying than the previous 12 immortal generals, even surpassing Senior, causing the entire 100,000 great mountains to tremble. All clan members at the nascent soul realm and above, whoever is willing to assist Senior, follow me forward. The sky suddenly turned crimson, dark aura surged and spread. The green-haired ghost immortal slowly revealed himself. Looked down disdainfully at the place where Tran Truongen resided. "So this is where those immortal generals perished. Cock, cock. Drag Tran Truongen out here for this immortal. Cock, cock, cock." Lin Bao and Hi sternly demanded, "Who exactly are you?" Showed contempt, let out a cold snort, die. Immediately after, he raised a finger and pointed straight at Lin Bao Nhai. Bao Nhai, Bak and Gaiet and Hong Wai were instantly bound tightly by an extremely powerful stream of black aura. No one expected Lin Bao Nhai to immediately draw her immortal sword and slash apart his energy. He glared furiously. This place does not permit filthy demons like you to invade. You are even less worthy of mentioning my master. Get lost. The green-haired ghost immortal was stunned. An immortal sword. Tran Truong actually possesses an immortal sword. It seems he will not be easy to deal with. I fear it will be a bitter battle. As long as I seize the sacred immortal sword, the balance of victory will tilt completely to my side, Ka. He exerted force and lifted Lin Bao Nhai into the air. Bak and Gaiet and Hong Wai cried out her name in panic, while Bao Nhai felt terror as her body was no longer under her control. He reached out toward the sword. This sword is mine. Bao Nhai exhausted all her strength to swing her sword in counterattack. Lone blade raising sword to break arrow form. It is your mother. This is the sword my master gave me. Do not even think of taking it. The green-haired ghost immortal widened his eyes, fury erupting. He gripped Lin Bao Nhai's head tightly, courting death. At that very moment, two other streams of energy suddenly shot toward him in attack. He used the arm that was choking Lin Bao Nhai to block the blow. He laughed arrogantly. Oh, even foxes know how to launch sneak attacks. Not bad, cock. Bak and Gaiet confronted him head-on while Hong Wai hurried to catch the unconscious Lin Bao Nhai. The ghost laughed loudly. Let this immortal teach you what a real effective attack is. Bak and Gaiet was quickly defeated by him, without the slightest difficulty. She was gravely injured. Fresh blood filled the corners of her mouth. He looked at them all with disdain. I will eat you first, then go find that Tran Truong. That exact moment, a stream of white energy swept across his body. It turned out to be Nin Tuk and Lin Than's son arriving. Hong Wai cried out in joy, Master. Nin Tuk now revealed his fox true form and led the injured to retreat. Hong Wai hurriedly responded, yes. Lin Than's son anxiously asked his daughter, Bao Nhai, what happened to you all? Where is Senior? Lin Bao Nhai weakly opened her eyes, cough. Master did not send out an avatar. His true body is in deep slumber. Lin Than's son was enraged. Then this is bad, this one. The green-haired demon has long been notorious throughout the ghost continent. Wherever he passes turns into purgatory. He is an evil ghost that stepped out of hell. Nin Tuk said in a deep voice, Hong Wai, we must find a way to wake Senior. We cannot deal with him. We can only hold him off. Hong Wai nodded repeatedly, all right. Nin Tuk charged straight toward the green-haired ghost immortal. Sword-raising sect cultivators assist me. The disciples responded in unison, all right. The green-haired ghost immortal erupted with red-black energy that enveloped everything. Lan Min immortal venerable. Do you see this? This trip of mine killing countless people is all for you. These small fry can be considered a gift. Once it is done, I will ascend to immortality. Remember to speak for me, cock. He waved his hand once. Everyone around was blasted far away. Not only that, Lin Bao Nhai, Hong Wai and Bak and Gaiet all suffered severe injuries. Nin Tuk was also struck until he continuously spat out blood. Wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, thinking to herself, immortals descending to the lower realm are bound by the suppression of laws. Even those beyond spirit transformation or void refinement are no exception. The spirit transformation realm is fundamentally useless. Only cross-realm immortals who exist in the lower realm while bearing upper realm cultivation can ignore the suppression. From immortal, immortal soldier, immortal warrior, immortal general, earth immortal, immortal marshal, immortal king, immortal venerable, immortal saint, immortal emperor, all the way to the master of an immortal domain. There was no doubt he was a cross-realm immortal at the same level as Senior. Green-haired ghost immortal descended right beside Bak and Gaiet. He pulled out a rope and laughed sinisterly. Ka. After fighting for so long, Tran Truong still hides like a turtle in its shell, not daring to show himself. He tightly bound Bak and Gaiet and lifted her with one hand. Then I will eat you first and then eat him. Something is wrong. Everything is going too smoothly. When something is abnormal, there must be a reason. These ants usually flee upon seeing me. How dare they resist? Could this be Tran Truong's trick? HMPH, I almost fell into the trap. Were you planning to seize the chance to ambush and kill me? Dream on. Such scheming proves Tran Truong fears me and does not dare face me. He turned and shouted loudly, I know Tran Truong is hiding. Call him out here. Otherwise, I will eat her in front of you. Hong Wai and Nin Tuk turned pale and cried out together, no. Green-haired ghost immortal grabbed Bak and Gaiet's hair. She resolutely said, our heavenly demon fox clan has already pledged allegiance to Senior. We would rather die than betray him. Seeing Hong Wai about to rush forward, Nin Tuk hurriedly stopped her. Do not act rashly, let me. My lord, I am a spirit transformation cultivator. My cultivation is high and my spiritual power pure. If you want to eat, then eat me. There is no need to eat a nascent soul, little demon. like her. The green-haired ghost immortal fell into brief contemplation. He opened his mouth intending to swallow Bakangayat. I have already seen through your trick. Nintuk shouted loudly no. System notification detected that a person linked by life to the host is facing mortal danger. The host's life is being threatened. Bakangayat screamed miserably, Even if we perish together into endlessness, we cannot let Senior face danger. At that moment, a radiant stream of energy blasted the ghost flying far away. Bakangayat was utterly shocked. Tran Truongan arrived in time to catch her. All living beings. Bakangayat looked at him while crying, Senior, be careful of the evil ghost. Tran Truongan gently reassured her. Do not be afraid, I am here, sleep well. His eyes were icy with fury. You have all worked hard, next leave that beast to me. The green-haired ghost immortal stuck out his tongue and lunged straight at Tran Truongan, shouting the word die. Tran Truongan shifted aside, his hand seizing the ghost's hair. He laughed excitedly. I have lain still for too long. It is time to stretch my muscles and bones. You tightened your grip on the ghost's hair, slamming him back and forth against the ground without mercy. The ghost howled miserably in pain. In the end, the green hair was torn off completely. It staggered back facing Tran Truongan. The green-haired ghost immortal roared in fury. I will eat you. In the blink of an eye, Tran Truongan appeared right before him. You unleashed a flurry of consecutive punches, leaving the ghost no chance to retaliate. In his pain, he realized in terror that as a cross-realm immortal of the lower realm equivalent to an upper realm immortal king, he was completely powerless before his opponent. He steadied himself. He had to find an opening for a fatal strike. His body, tempered by scarlet bone demon refinement for thousands of years, was strong enough to withstand any attack. At this very moment, Tran Truongan unleashed another brutal punch. He slammed down another fist like thunder, trying to run. With the final move concluded, Hongwei gaped in shock. Nintuk was also stunned. That evil ghost was being toyed with like a child. Every strand of blue and pink energy that dispersed was absorbed by Tran Truongan. He stepped closer to the green-haired ghost immortal, a cold smile curling on his lips. You like to eat, do you not? The ghost was tightly bound and unable to resist. Countless red pellets were stuffed into his mouth, leaving him muffled and speechless. Tran Truongan said smugly, I was worrying about earning domain points quickly, and you delivered yourself to my door. The ghost's eyes bulged wide. He said coldly, you dared touch my people. If not for the life-binding system, I would have overturned. Even if I forcibly raise aptitude, there are still countless spirit pills to try. Let us see whether cultivation forcibly raised by spirit pills will be acknowledged by the system. Nintuk thought to herself that Senior had shown mercy to her before, while Lin Than Sun's eyes shone with fervent admiration. Ghost roared angrily, arrogant brat, you dare let me break through. Once I stabilize at peak state, I will slaughter you all. Thunderous roars echoed across the sky. Second-level immortal cultivation appeared again. He wailed miserably as if facing great calamity. Nintuk asked in confusion what Senior was doing. Hongwei frowned and replied that Master was forcibly raising the ghost immortal's cultivation. Lin Than Sun broke into a cold sweat at seeing pills work in such a way for the first time. Green-haired ghost immortal struggled in despair. Even at second-level immortal cultivation, he could not break free from control. Just what kind of monster is Tran Truongan? Human immortal realm immortal warrior second level. He had never seen such terrifying lightning tribulation. How can this be? Why can I not break through further? Break me through to 9th level immortal warrior. Otherwise, I will die. Tran Truongan observed calmly. Has it reached the limit already? Second-level immortal cultivation lightning tribulation descended once more. Tran Truongan felt the lightning envelop his entire body. The lightning tribulation roared with delighted laughter. It is finished. Tran Truongan laughed loudly. After all, it is an immortal lightning tribulation, yet it is only this much. Get it, next time I will make another one myself. A heaven-shaking explosion resounded. The green-haired ghost immortal screamed no. The system announced that the host had eliminated a 9th-level immortal warrior immortal, gaining 300,000 domain points. Nintuk's jaw dropped. With a snap of the fingers, a cross-realm immortal turned to ashes. Lin Than Sun shouted excitedly that he had finally witnessed Senior slay an immortal. Tran Truongan turned back and instructed, thank you all for your assistance. Those injured should take spirit pills to recuperate first. Lin Than Sun respectfully replied yes. Everyone joyfully discovered their injuries healed in an instant. Even their cultivation bottlenecks showed signs of loosening. Tran Truongan looked around. Fortunately, nothing had gone wrong. Being passively beaten is not the way. Upper realm immortals cannot be confronted in the lower realm. If the domain range were wider, it would not have been so troublesome. He needed many more domain points. Tran Truongan planned to use the immortal cultivation ground of Mount Fei Xian as bait, attracting human and demon cultivators to train and continuously gather domain points. But Mount Fei Xian was the foundation of the invincible domain. Those who entered must possess good character and commit no evil to maintain peace. So sword-raising sect and the heavenly demon fox clan needed to promote it. He fully trusted sword-raising sect. Only Nin Tuk's fox clan had submitted out of fear and might not be absolutely loyal. Nin Tuk held a very special status in the 100,000 Great Mountains. With her it would be easier to subdue great demons. Thus he used the upper realm immortal crisis to test their loyalty. Fortunately, the heavenly demon fox clan did not disappoint him. It was just that he had gone slightly overboard and made the situation miserable. Next time he must refine the plan. Such a strange effect. Could it be that he unlocked a rare function card like 10-star mirror flower water moon? System congratulated the host on receiving 50,000 domain points. Tran Truong cursed inwardly. What a letdown. He did not expect even a salted fish sunning treasure could open domain points. System consumed 373,400 domain points to expand the invincible domain. The current range was 5,757 meters. 50,050 domain points remain. The host received the title Master of Mount Fei Xian and a mythical secret realm key. The mythical secret realm key was of max grade quality, a one-time use item that would automatically be destroyed upon opening, location random. System version 4.0 can now be upgraded. Do you wish to upgrade? Tran Truong held the item in his hand hesitantly. This thing is truly strange. Nung, a brilliant light burst forth. The system deducted 50,000 domain points. The host successfully upgraded the invincible domain to version 4.0, unlocking the special point spending function. 50 domain points remaining. The strange object released a large amount of energy. Version 4 unlocked the special point spending skill. System judged the host worthy to possess it. Tran Truong wondered what kind of bizarre function this was. Each new skill was becoming less and less human. After resolving the green-haired ghost immortal, Tran Truong warmly invited sword-raising sect and the heavenly demon fox clan to move to Mount Fei Xian, promising to transform it into an immortal land to help them ascend. The two bowed in trust. The domain points gained were still insufficient. Tran Truong instructed Nin Tuk and Lin Than Sun to recruit familiar sects and demon clans. As long as they committed no evil, they would be accepted. Human cultivators and demon clans entering Mount Fei Xian all felt their strength surge, revering the place as a sacred cultivation land, while Tran Truong even earned domain points in his sleep as the system constantly reported breakthroughs. Tran Truong leisurely looked up at the sky. Everything was finally settled. It was time to check on the clone's situation. Someone was softly calling him, Master, Master, is your true body still here? Hong Wai gestured for silence to Lin Bao Na Chai and Bok and Gaia. Last time nothing was exposed. It seems it can continue again. Beside Tran Truong's clone, an unfamiliar young girl was sitting close to him. The crowd gathered and discussed. Awake already, perfect timing. Take him to the sex martial arena to liven things up. Though it is a pity we must yield, Tran Truong panicked. What is going on? Clearly he was at Red Harbor with the cat girl before. How did he change places upon opening his eyes? Where is Amiu? The blonde girl looked at him excitedly. Worry about yourself first. Soon you will belong to us, handsome boy. Tran Truong's face revealed obvious panic. He was pushed along on a cart. Could it be that he was truly sold out by a cat? The scene outside the city gate left him stunned. The host of the assembly loudly announced, "Welcome to the 3rd Dao Companion Martial Tournament hosted by the 3rd Generation Sect Master of Tian Xiang Sect. Female cultivators strive for your own happiness. Who will become champion and bring a handsome man home? Please wait and see." Women immediately plunged into chaotic battle to compete for the men. You hateful one. I was careless last time. This time I will definitely defeat you. Chiu Uknin sneered. You lack no men, but for those of us single for 18 years, how can we endure? Girl from before threw the bound. Tran Truong onto the arena floor along with the other men. The blonde woman threatened coldly. You golden core ones behave and nothing will happen. Dare to act rashly and you will suffer. Cheers rang out. Dao Nuong unleashed her ultimate skill flower snatching hand. Thuck my dodged it. Tang Hai curled his lips. Tisk, another unlucky one. Tran Truong gently snapped the ropes binding him, making Tang Hai stare in shock. He rotated his wrist and asked, what do you mean unlucky? Tang Hai hurriedly explained, brother, you do not know, Li Deng and I were both kidnapped here. This is the martial contest site of Tian Xiang Sect. Li Deng continued, Tian Xiang Sect is a major sect in Ghost Continent. Every year they capture outstanding men as competition prizes. Tran Truong hesitated. Is this not like a women's kingdom in the cultivation world? Li Deng looked down at the arena and muttered, if they were all beauties it would be bearable. But there are also some female cultivators with unpleasant looks and strong strength mixed in. If they win, I will kill myself on the spot. Suddenly Tran Truong spotted a Miu's familiar figure. She was risking her life. charging into battle against another female cultivator. Return senior to me and I will spare you. Tran Truongan was startled to see Amu here as well. Before he could understand what was happening, she was already struck flying. He was speechless. He had just thought of asking her for help, and she was eliminated. Losing interest in watching further and intending to find Amu, a shout suddenly rang out. So big, so white, ah no, so beautiful, drawing Tran Truongan's attention. Jiang Quan So, with 5th level nascent soul cultivation, stepped forward, immediately attracting every gaze. She said indifferently, "May I ask you all to step down?" Tran Truongan was momentarily entranced, suddenly unwilling to leave. The host pointed at the 3 captured men. The tournament has reached its climax. The sect master has prepared the reward. With just a bit more effort you can carry a handsome man home. Amu, with blood filling her mouth, looked up anxiously. It is over. This time it is truly over. Senior's chastity is about to be lost. The 3 men sneered. Since when has our fate been decided by women? The host continued. The champion will choose one of the 3 as Dao companion and immediately consummate the marriage. Shanghai thought, choose a Dao companion from the 3 of us. In terms of looks, I am also a top male god of Ghost Continent. I cannot lose. Li Deng was also full of confidence. Those 2 may have strength, but my abilities are outstanding. The female cultivators will surely choose me. Tran Truongan's face darkened. Perhaps he should eliminate these 2. Even the system trembled. Host, I misjudged you. 3 loudly cheered. Fight on. Keep it up, wife, I love you. The muscular female cultivator quickly swept away the surrounding opponents. 3 men turned pale with fear. Someone stop her. I do not want to marry her. At this moment, a trembling figure appeared behind them. 3 gaunt elders laughed mockingly, inexperienced brats. Being favored by the wife master is a blessing. She is strong and powerful. How can those other female cultivators compare? Tran Truongan frowned. Stop talking nonsense. I only like young and beautiful girls. 3 elders sneered, quite stubborn. We will see how you live later. Jiang Quan So is participating for the first time. How could she be a match for the wife master? Seeing your smooth skin and tender flesh, you should quickly acknowledge her as elder sister. The muscular female cultivator began forming hand seals. 13 crushing embraces. Double hand crushing Kunlun was unleashed. Jiang Quan So drew her sword, creating a water vortex, executing divine water ninefold devour. The current tightly engulfed the muscular female cultivator. The entire arena fell silent as Jiang Quan So landed lightly. Muscular female cultivator was completely defeated. Jiang Quan So declared, senior sister, I will take this season's championship. The host loudly announced congratulations to inner sect disciple Jiang Quan So for her victory. In addition, the sect master will grant the champion the opportunity to attend the 9 provinces grand gathering. Now please Jiang Quan So choose a Dao companion for dual cultivation. Jiang Quan So said calmly, I choose him. Tang Hai clutched his chest in joy. Heaven bless. She truly values looks. I have one. The other 2 felt as if cut by knives. Jiang Quan So blushed and corrected herself. I just misspoke. The one I choose is him. It is Tran Truongan. His heart blossomed. Tang Hai felt stabbed through the heart. Amu cried out in panic, senior. Female cultivators lifted Tran Truongan up, congratulating Jiang Quan So on forming a bond and preparing to send them into the bridal chamber. Tran Truongan was deeply shocked. Is this not too fast? Amu secretly swore to rescue senior. Tran Truongan fell silent. Tuss, how did things turn out like this? He sat alone in the wedding room grinding his teeth. His clone was about to lose his virginity today. He had to clarify the situation. Clearly the clone had been captured by Tian Xiang's sect as a tournament prize, then chosen by Jiang Quan So and carried straight into the bridal chamber. Indeed, heroes struggle to pass the beauty barrier. The system signaled that it detected the host at Golden Core Realm entering a wish fulfillment event. Tran Truongan was bewildered. The system displayed the past. The Jiang family declined. Eldest daughter Jiang Quan So participated in Tian Xiang sect's tournament to win a chance at the 9 provinces grand gathering to revive her family. On the way to Yun province, they were besieged by evil cultivators, fortunately surviving to attend the gathering. During the gathering, Jiang Quan So unexpectedly met the son of her father's old friend to form a good bond for the Jiang family. She was deceived by that man into using a pill to explosively raise cultivation, breaking the rules. Her reputation plummeted, and he plotted against her, causing her cultivation to vanish. She was presented to the Lord of Yun Province as a concubine slave, subjected to trampling and humiliation. In the end, Jiang Quan So could not bear the humiliation and chose suicide, her body discarded in the wilderness. Tran Truongan was stunned. What is this? He had never seen this before. Could this be a new function born after the system upgraded to 4? And those images just now, was that Jiang Quan So's future? Obviously, when touching Giant Kayan, the system had given a similar reminder. The feeling was very alike. Could it be that in the future he would constantly encounter such situations? Damn it, what kind of world is this? The special point spending effect detected a temporary mission consisting of 3 random tasks with clear rewards and punishments. Tran Truong and cursed inwardly. The system is truly messing with me, dragging me into events and still deducting domain points while I only have a bit over 10,000. Thinking again, these missions were all within reach for now. Accepting them, all would not be a loss. Free domain points would be foolish to refuse. In the end, he collapsed onto the bed. Next, he only needed to wait for her to arrive. Then the two could deepen their exchange. Sky gradually brightened. A knock on the door startled Tran Truong, and, after waiting all night with no sign of her, could it be he had been stood up? Yawning, he opened the door, thinking he must find a way to approach her. Without getting close, he could not help her cultivate, let alone stand behind her. A group of women were already waiting outside, shouting in unison, "Come out quickly." Blonde woman poked his cheek teasingly. "Handsome boy, could it be you cannot do it?" Junior sister Quan So is truly pitiful, marrying a man only to admire. Tran Truong held up a wooden sign, frozen. "Says I cannot. I am very capable. If you do not believe it, try." Blonde woman was puzzled. Of course, junior sister Quan So said so. She said you are only golden core realm, weaker than grass. Now she has boarded the flying ship to Yun province and left you behind. HMPH? No wonder junior sister went early to discuss Yun province matters. It seems she truly regrets it. Tran Truong immediately dashed off like the wind. His face was filled with panic. He had nearly been stripped by those women, stood up and slandered. But this was their territory, so he could not cause trouble. Suddenly he noticed something. Looking up at the gigantic flying ship in the sky, seeing it once truly surpassed, hearing 100 times, this aura meant it was about to depart. Voice sounded behind him. "Why are you here?" Jiang Quan So appeared. Tran Truong replied, "I heard you are going to Yun province. The journey is long and dangerous. I must follow to take care. It is my duty." He asked if he could go along, while calculating mission 1, only worrying whether Jiang Quan So would agree. Otherwise, he would have to use other means. Jiang Quan So said this trip was extremely important. The senior sisters were busy preparing formations. How could she? Muscular female cultivator laughed loudly. "All the beauties bring their men along. The journey will be less lonely." The men fawned endlessly. Jiang Quan So looked at the scene in silence. In the end, she turned her back and said, "Follow me then." He instructed him to stay close and not stray. Tran Truong replied, "All right," then was corrected to call her wife, and he casually complied. The flying ship continued hovering forward. The leading woman stood there while 2 men massaged her shoulders, laughing. "I did not expect Quan So to start getting close to male beauty as well. Last night must have been delightful." That was sect master to Ngung Huang. Jiang Quan So lowered her head and replied, "I believe dual cultivation is still too early. My husband behind me thinks the same." To Ngung Huang puffed on her pipe and said, "You will understand the benefits of dual cultivation later." She slapped her hand heavily on the chair. Then she solemnly declared the importance of the 9 provinces grand gathering. Major forces such as the Duong family, the Thatch family, and the Trung family would preside. This was a rare honor for Tian Xiang sect. Every gathering brought together prodigies from across the 9 provinces. So this trip would not be peaceful, yet it was also an opportunity for tempering. She emphasized that as long as lives were not in danger, she would not intervene. All minor conflicts must be resolved by the disciples themselves. Obstacles could be discarded. Her gaze swept over Tran Truong with hidden meaning. Tran Truong understood the hint. He had been subtly warned. To Ngung Huang concluded by telling the disciples to assign tasks themselves and not fight internally. 2 oars sprouted from both sides of the flying ship. A blonde woman hugged a man and sneered, "Junior sister Quan So bringing a golden core Dao companion to Yun province. Remember to watch him carefully, or he may cause trouble." Another woman chimed in. "Yun province is filled with experts and even has cross-realm immortals guarding it. Bringing a golden core along is truly bold." Jiang Quan So replied coldly that he could manage himself. Tran Truong interjected and asked whether cross-realm immortals had not gone extinct. Jiang Quan So reminded him that in Yun province golden core was merely paving stone level. Once they disembarked, he must stay close to her. "Do not cause trouble, otherwise I cannot protect you." Tran Truong smiled and replied he understood. He would not leave his wife even half a step. 3 days later near Yun province, corpses were piled high. There were still 10 days before the gathering began. Too many prodigies had arrived. Killing could not keep up. Someone said the master planned deeply. As long as they hunted prodigies, they could delay time and disrupt the righteous path. Someone pointed to the sky. The Tian Xiang sect flying ship has arrived. Another new prey. Red-haired man's eyes lit up, preparing to hunt. Inside the cabin, Jiang Quan So focused on cultivation. Tran Truong observed that for 3 consecutive days she had remained in her room cultivating. Thinking of her story, he understood her desire to become stronger. and asked the system to check Jiang Quan So's information. Tran Truong pondered. Her aptitude was high grade, even higher than Hong Wai and the others. To perfectly complete mission, when he had to raise her aptitude, she became strong enough to sweep away opponents. Her reputation at the gathering would soar, and he could also test the effect of the all-living beings talisman he carried. Jiang Quan So suddenly slipped and fell. Tran Truong hurriedly asked if she was all right, then grinned slyly. "Wife, are you enchanted? Or shall we do something interesting?" Jiang Quan So blushed shyly. She immediately drew her sword in defense, leaving Tran Truong frozen on the spot. Jiang Quan So said coldly that she would not do that kind of thing with him. Tran Truong was flustered. "I did not mean that." "Well, maybe a little, but not like this. Come here, I will show you a treasure that can raise aptitude." Jiang Quan So's face flushed red. He swung her sword straight at Tran Truong. Watching the blade sweep past made him break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he avoided it in time, or the consequences would have been unthinkable. Calm down, I only want to show you this talisman. These two talismans can raise aptitude." Jiang Quan So hesitated. "I thought you, talismans I know only have attack, defense, and support types. Talisman that raises aptitude can only be made at immortal grade." Tran Truong excitedly replied, "Exactly. This is an immortal grade talisman passed down by my ancestors that can raise cultivation aptitude." "You speak nicely." Jiang Quan So snatched the sword from his hand. "Immortal grade talismans only exist in immortal lineage families or the upper realm. You are only golden core realm, yet you dare give such a precious item to me." Tran Truong hesitated. Jiang Quan So turned and left, relying on a single talisman to raise cultivation. How could there be something so heaven-defying in this world? "Fine, I will continue cultivating." At that moment, Tran Truong swiftly pasted the talisman onto her forehead. She froze. "What is this? What are you doing?" Tran Truong said, "Now you are my wife. We are one body. Only if you are strong can you protect me. Stop spacing out and quickly absorb the life essence." Jiang Quan So calmed her mind and entered meditation. The pure life essence that entered her body immediately healed hidden injuries. Her meridians expanded, and her state had never been better. Not only that, the 8 meridians gradually opened. Her body felt lighter, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy soared. It was truly heaven-defying. Tran Truong observed her. Jiang Quan So's willpower was even stronger than Bao Nhi's. Without his help, she absorbed the life essence on her own. But the all-living being's energy within the talisman seemed weaker. Was her aptitude truly raised? The aura around Jiang Quan So spread and enveloped both of them. Sweat poured out, showing she was already exhausted. Tran Truong took out the aptitude measuring stone to test her. "Let us see what grade you reach." Jiang Quan So produced a purple stone. Soon the stone turned blood red, then black. Jiang Quan So was astonished. 8th grade. It truly increased. Tran Truong was still dissatisfied. Only 8th grade. Bao Nhi is already immortal grade. The talisman effect only reached 20%. Jiang Quan So thought that if he used a genuine talisman, her aptitude might rise even more. She hesitated and said, "I will treat this talisman as taking advantage of you. In the future, I will protect you with all my strength. And about the bridal chamber, I am sorry for harming you. Will clarify with the senior sisters. You are not incapable, but without feelings, I will not do that kind of thing. Perhaps you find me strange." Tran Truong rubbed his neck and smiled. "It is fine, wife. It is precisely that strangeness that I like most." Saying so, he leaned closer to Jiang Quan So. Suddenly, strange movement sounded outside. Tran Truong immediately stopped. "What is happening? Did something occur outside?" Jiang Quan So pushed him away. "I will go take a look." She quickly ran toward the door. Outside, the Tian Xiang sect female cultivators were confronting evil cultivators. "Who are you daring to attack the flying ship? Quickly initiate level 1 defense. They are all nascent soul realm." Jiang Quan So gritted her teeth. "Evil cultivators." The evil cultivators sneered. "Did not expect a sect full of beauties. What we like most is playing with women. Obey and you will keep your bodies intact. I want those in black robes." Huang Huang angrily swung 2 enormous hammers. "Dare to be insolent, and I will send you to the western heaven." Jiang Quan So rushed forward with eyes full of hatred. Evil cultivators shouted excitedly, "Do you think you can win?" Both sides plunged into chaotic battle. Tran Truong stood behind observing. The aura of these people carried both evil energy and ghost energy, but they were only nascent soul realm, while this side had many nascent souls and a spirit transformation sect master guarding. How could they lose unless there was another scheme? This is starting to become interesting. Let me follow the aura to find their lair. The hidden script should surface. The system is truly despicable. Tran Truong quickly went to gather information. From atop a tree, he discovered their base. So their nest is here. One of them cursed and urged the others to hurry up. If we do not catch beauties, then who would bother joining this mysterious organization? I am just patrolling to get it over with. Tran Truong quietly circled behind. He covered the mouth of the one who had just spoken. The system reported that killing a 5th-level nascent soul evil cultivator granted 1,200 domain points. A red heart appeared. Tran Truong put on that man's clothes and returned in disguise. "Brothers, I am back. How is the situation?" They laughed loudly and said the prodigy's souls had been offered to the master. The master is the upper realm Tula demon child reincarnated who will help seize the 9 provinces cauldron. Tran Truong pretended to ask, "We are only nascent soul, how can we fight spirit transformation?" One replied that with the master's bestowed heart, they would receive continuous power. Another laughed loudly, "Do not mention spirit transformation. The Tian Xiang sect group are all top grade. We struck luck as soon as we arrived." Suddenly one became suspicious. "Brat, why do you smell of rouge?" His hand ignited in flames. The one beside him demanded, "Who are you?" Tran Truong smiled. "I simply cannot stand watching you continue living. I am merely a passerby taking your lives." The system consecutively reported killing 4 5th-level nascent soul evil cultivators, each granting 1,200 domain points. Tran Truong collected the sinister hearts. This trip not only gained over 20,000 points, but also clarified the plan behind it. A loud explosion rang out. The system reported destroying the evil cultivator's plan. The situation changed and awarded 5,000 bonus points. The remaining evil cultivators also sensed something was wrong. Jiang Quan so swiftly used her sword to finish off one evil cultivator. Blonde woman was astonished. "The evil cultivators are not as strong as rumored. I only used half my strength and killed one." The green-haired woman agreed, but Jiang Quan so retorted that they had clearly been weakened. Muscular female cultivator hugged her man and asked with concern, "It is only a minor injury. Return to the room and apply medicine." The sight left Jiang Quan so speechless. Seeing everyone beside their Dao companions, Jiang Quan so turned away and quietly left. She pushed open the cultivation room door and stepped out, calling out Truong repeatedly. The room was empty without a trace of him. At that moment, a low voice sounded behind her. "White." Asked if he was injured. He blushed and shook his head, saying it was nothing, just a small scratch. Tran Truong held her hand. "Whether small or large, it is still an injury. It pains me to see it." He frowned and said, "Take it off. Clothes soaked in blood are hard to treat." Jiang Quan so was flustered and forced a smile. It was the first time she had heard such words. He replied shyly, "Then be gentle." Tran Truong blushed and hurriedly waved for her to stop. He only meant removing the outer garment for treatment, not everything. Jiang Quan so angrily snatched the medicine bottle and said she would handle it herself. After speaking, she slammed the cultivation room door shut. Tran Truong stood outside bewildered, not understanding why she was angry, thinking that women are indeed hard to fathom. 7 days passed. The sky was clear without a cloud. The ship continued gliding on its unfinished journey. Tran Truong looked at the scene ahead, joy filling his heart. They had finally arrived. Transmitted voice echoed, welcoming the prodigies to Yun City, the most prosperous capital of the 9 provinces. The 5-day grand gathering with lavish banquets was ready. The prodigy assembly held once every 300 years was hosted by the 8 province lords, fair and impartial. And good news that a senior from Mount Fei Xian had been invited to descend. The people on the ship stepped down one after another. Another announcement sounded for the Lord of Wu Province. Tran Truong looked up. Miu Nuong's father indeed had no small background. Lord of Wu Province Nam Kung Thien Van appeared. Lord of Ghost Province Min Ha also arrived. The province lords had all gathered. Everyone discussed the mysterious senior of Mount Fei Xian. No one had seen his true appearance, only heard he was handsome as a deity with extraordinary bearing. One glance revealed a superior being. Someone pointed to the sky and shouted, "Mount Fei Xian Senior Tran Truong has arrived." That self-proclaimed figure descended from the air with the familiar name. Surrounding female cultivators exclaimed endlessly, "Meeting Brother Tran once is enough to miss a lifetime. Senior is too handsome. Even his name suits perfectly." Someone asked whether he truly killed immortals with one palm and dealt with the man-eating evil ghost. The impostor spoke eloquently, claiming he upheld justice. Even the 12 immortal generals were nothing. Female cultivator praised that having a lower realm protector like Senior was a blessing. He laughed modestly, saying he only did what should be done. Others interrupted, praising his humility. Someone confessed viewing him as an idol. In his heart, Ditch Chuang calculated, using Senior's name to bewitch hearts. This plan of impersonating a master had never failed. Flying on Tran Truong's fame, this trip would surely yield great gains. As for those deceived, he did not care. The bad reputation would not be borne by him. The system warned of detecting high-level impersonator Ditch Chuang. The host's reputation was affected. Mission 3 suffered heavy loss, deducting 250 domain points. Tran Truong was stunned and furious, blurting out a curse in disbelief. Chuang continued boasting, saying he brought gifts to the gathering. The crowd scrambled to receive them, praising his warmth endlessly. Someone sighed that he was the senior who slew the 12 immortals. His majesty made people submit at first sight. Jiang Quan so wondered that Mount Fei Xian's reputation was indeed resounding. Another female cultivator squeezed forward, saying senior's feats resounded across the 9 provinces. Even children knew, mentioning the world-shaking true dragon once appeared. Jiang Quan so replied indifferently that she found Truong even more dazzling. Suddenly she sensed something was off. Unexpectedly, Tran Truong kicked him from behind, scolding Tran Doc too for not earning money to repay debts but running around flirting. Everyone widened their eyes, exclaiming in shock. Jiang Quan so froze. The crowd panicked, thinking that Golden Core brat daring to strike senior was doomed. Tran Truong hurriedly lowered his head and apologized, saying he mistook him for an old acquaintance because they looked alike. Ditch Chuong forced a smile, saying it was fine, and asked if he was hurt. Tran Truong turned and left, apologizing repeatedly, inwardly grinding his teeth at the imposter, swearing to deal with him properly. Ditch Chuong told everyone to change places. The female cultivators asked with concern. He gently said it was only a small misunderstanding. Outwardly, he was pleased by the admiration, but inwardly filled with hatred, vowing to shred that man after the gathering. Tran Truong stepped forward again and slapped him hard, scolding Tran Doc too for secretly courting girls behind his back. He even blamed him for causing the mistaken identity. If not for that brother's kindness, it would have been troublesome. The crowd gaped, realizing the one struck was the real senior. Tran Truong pretended to be stunned, recognizing the identity, apologizing repeatedly, and saying he had long admired senior, hearing his legends countless times. He flattered Tran Truong as magnanimous and benevolent, a hero of the age, subtly asking surely senior would not blame a fanatic like him. Chuong's fury burned, but he suppressed it, gritting his teeth, reminding him to be more careful next time. He hurriedly fled. The crowd cursed that if not for senior's magnanimity, he would have had his legs broken long ago. Chuong thought that it was not Tran Truong being tolerant, but that he needed that reputation. Temporarily, he could not tarnish it. He cursed that man, vowing to kill him if they met alone. Thinking of Tian Xiang's sect causing trouble was enough to enrage anyone. With a palm strike, Ngung Huang angrily struck the women and Tran Truong, loudly scolding them for lacking decorum and reminding them of their important status. The muscular female cultivator lowered her head, admitting fault. Jiang Quan so observed Tran Truong, suddenly remembering he bore the same name, not knowing whether he was related to senior or merely shared it. The system announced the host's reputation had begun to rise, considered a preliminary completion of Mission 3, awarding an additional 500 domain points. The master of Yun Province, Yun Truong Tong, stepped forward to speak, announcing that this Grand 9 Provinces Assembly would be hosted by Yun Truong Tong and was now officially begun. Tran Truong sat observing. In the storyline, the city lord of Yun was also the one behind Jiang Ton So's tragedy, refined on the surface yet hiding another face. Yun Truong Tong raised his cup in greeting, saying it had been a long time since they met, and inviting everyone to enjoy themselves freely today. The master of Feng Province, Feng Than, smiled in response, saying Truong Tong was too courteous and reminding that they often clashed over private matters. But today was a grand event that came once every 300 years, also a time of truce. He hoped the city lord of Yun would manage his people well. Even mocked that once on the competition stage, they should not resort to tricks after losing. Zich Kong flared up and retorted that if dissatisfied, then fight. Ming Ha, master of Ghost Province, laughed and said that after so many years, Zich Kong and Fong Than still could not stand each other. Nam Kung Thien Van spoke up and asked that he heard the young master Miu had also been brought here. He said the Heaven's Chosen competition had gone through 4,999 rounds, and the 5,000th was approaching, suggesting the young master Miu take the stage. But Nam Kung Thien Van waved his hand, saying his daughter was only at Golden Core and could hardly contribute. Instead, he took interest in this generation of Heaven's Chosen, whose talent was not bad. Perhaps he might gain an important disciple, and he also inquired about the situation of Thien Huang sect. Ming Ha leisurely lifted the lid of his teacup and slowly remarked that they were full of spirit, but their current strength likely could not contend for the top spot. This trip would count as broadening their horizons, and he was curious which province the champion of this session would belong to. The master of Lei Province strode out proudly, his tone brimming with confidence, as if there was even a need to ask. Surely it would be our Lei Province. The previous champion belonged to Lei Province, and this time would be no exception. The Heavens Chosen of Lei Province were always the strongest. Feng Than showed displeasure at the provocation, and said loudly that boasting like that was not afraid of biting his own tongue. The crowd suddenly erupted in cheers, Senior Tran Truongan had arrived. Chuang's appearance stirred the crowd. This was the mysterious Senior Tran Truongan of Flying Immortal Mountain in Ghost Province. Seeing him in person today, his aura was indeed extraordinary. Yun Truong Tong invited the sect masters closer, saying he had long heard of Senior Tran of Flying Immortal Mountain and had specially sent an invitation, not expecting the senior to truly grace them with his presence, which made him both delighted and uneasy. Meeting today, the senior's bearing far exceeded imagination. His imposing demeanor was extraordinary. Even Yun Truong Tong could not probe his cultivation. Perhaps he rivaled the top immortals of great families. Chuang smiled faintly and replied that the province master need not be so polite. Treating him as an ordinary guest was enough. Inwardly, he sneered that his method of concealing cultivation would never be seen through. Yun Truong Tong smiled and gestured invitingly, asking everyone to make themselves at ease. People outside whispered that Tran Truongan's name now shook the 9 provinces. With a single palm strike he slew an immortal. His strength defied the heavens, perhaps the strongest existence on the continent. Their attitude toward the senior must be respectful. Some even mentioned how a golden core who offended the senior was spared, saying the senior's mercy and magnanimity truly lived up to his reputation. Others sighed that the young brat was too lucky. If it were them, they would have long been dealt with. Hearing this, Tran Truongan merely smiled, though inwardly displeased. Dich Chuang suddenly sprang to his feet and loudly declared that Senior Tran was indeed the only true divine being. His excessive words angered others who shouted for him to shut up lest he bring disaster. Someone from another sect praised his courage and asked his name. Dich Chuang casually claimed to be Tran Tiu Dan at the Golden Core stage. Just then, a familiar voice rang out calling that brat. Tran Truongan returned to his seat beside Jiang Tonso. She asked doubtfully if it was the same name. He replied no. Jiang Tonso fell silent, thinking his lies were becoming ever smoother. The system announced that the host's reputation resounded throughout the 9 provinces assembly, completing the first step of Mission 3 to dominate the 9 provinces, rewarding 10,000 domain points. Suddenly he realized something and felt delighted inside. Surge in reputation was clearly not only due to himself. That imposter was the source. Keeping him had indeed been the right choice. The higher the reputation, the faster the mission progressed. That imposter was precisely the tool to accelerate Mission 3. Tran Truongan revealed a meaningful smile. For now, he would let you borrow this identity. Let us see how far you can perform. Yun Truong Tong toasted Dich Chuang and thanked the senior for attending the grand assembly. Dich Chuang returned the courtesy, saying since he had been invited, he naturally came to meet the heroes of the 9 provinces. Everyone shouted in gratitude for the senior slaying the ghost immortal Than Mao and saving Ghost Province from disaster. Yet they also worried that the immortals of the upper realm would not let it go. Fong Than nodded in agreement, saying Than Mao Ghost Immortal was already in the immortal realm yet still defeated. It was hard to imagine how deep the senior's strength truly was. Dich Chuang humbly replied that he was nothing special. That evil ghost was not as strong as imagined. Immortals descending to the lower realm were restricted. If unable to win, they could flee. Dich Kong respectfully requested help, mentioning that an immortal treasure had descended upon Red Province, yet for 1,000 years it could not be refined, hoping the senior would assist. Dich Chuang looked at the immortal treasure, and his heart pounded. If he seized this item, the trip would count as a great victory. Nam Kung Thien Van thought that if Zich Kong refined the immortal treasure, along with the Red Province cauldron, he would become the strongest province master. Ming Ha also believed the senior could accomplish it. Dich Chuang reminded himself to stay calm. Now he was Senior Tran Truongan and could not reveal his aim, so he directly asked why he should help. Zich Kong took out an item that made Dich Chuang's eyes light up. Could that be the legendary Immortal Phoenix Elixir of Undying? Its value comparable to Upper Realm immortal herbs and equivalent to an extra life. Crowd was shaken. The immortal phoenix grass of Undying had long vanished from the 9 provinces, yet the master of Red Province had brought it out. Zich Kong confidently said that if the senior helped refine the immortal treasure, he would present this immortal medicine as thanks. Dich Chuang slowly took out a pill. As soon as the pill appeared, it emitted astonishing pressure. Everyone gasped again. Immortal treasures unseen for 10,000 years, and today they witnessed 2 in person. Nam Kung Thien Van was startled to recognize it as the relic of Buddha Dai De Jian Kan. The master of Lei Province was also stunned. Such rare immortal treasures, yet the senior held 2. His foundation was truly terrifying. Chuang tossed the golden pill up and said he lacked neither immortal treasures nor immortal medicines. Zich Kong understood and bowed, admitting he had been overly forceful. Dich Chuang coughed lightly and said he could still help refine it but needed time. If they trusted him, then hand over the immortal treasure and return to Flying Immortal Mountain in a month to retrieve it. Zich Kong smiled, saying he fully trusted him, and even presented the immortal medicine. Dich Chuang turned and said that anyone with spiritual items difficult to refine could also entrust them to him. Out of respect for the province masters, he would help. Crowd clamored in response, this one and that one competing to ask favors. Dich Chuang smiled kindly and said no problem. In his heart, he laughed loudly at the huge profit. Keeping the relic had allowed him to intimidate these people who treated money like dirt, telling everyone to come to Flying Immortal Mountain in a month. Yun Truong Tong respectfully invited the senior to stay and watch the upcoming Great Heavens Chosen competition. Dich Chuang was about to decline when he was interrupted. Yun Truong Tong added that guests from other provinces would still arrive for introductions. Dich Chuang thought a few more wealthy fools made staying worthwhile and nodded. He replied that obedience was better than courtesy. Tran Truong stood watching and could only admire that man's acting ability, truly a perfect performance. Late at night, Tran Truong swept across the rooftop swift as the wind, slipped through a window crack and entered inside. Dich Chuang revealed his true nature, sneering that the province masters and sect masters were all fools, planning to swindle a few more tomorrow before fleeing. He crazily kissed the pile of treasures he had obtained. After caressing the treasures, he muttered about teaching the brat who offended him a lesson. Behind him, Tran Truong's voice sounded asking how he intended to teach it. Unaware of danger, Dich Chuang boasted of beating the opponent senseless, then selling him to the Hehuan sect, laughing craftily in triumph. Wait, someone cried out. Tran Truong threw a sack over Dich Chuang and asked how his skin felt. He erupted in fury and unleashed a flurry of punches, cursing that human prop for daring to act arrogant. Dich Chuang wailed for mercy, inwardly plotting to feign weakness to find a chance to counterattack and seize back the treasures. Before he could do anything, he was struck hard by Tran Truong and lay motionless in a daze. Tran Truong dusted off his hands. The matter was done. I will temporarily take these spoils first. Hee, you tricked me once, I robbed you once. Work hard. I value you greatly, my hired hand. A woman opened the window of her room, hearing rumors that a great figure was staying next door. She curiously looked over and saw Dich Chuang with his hands bound. On Tran Truong's body, there was only a strip of cloth covering his lower half. The sight left her stunned as she cried out in shock. Only then did Dich Chuang gradually regain consciousness. He covered her face and screamed that the so-called great figure was just a rogue, even copying Senior Tran's hairstyle. Dich Chuang flustered and dropped the cloth covering his body. Dich Chuang snapped the ropes apart and feigned dignity, saying she was making a fuss over nothing. Cultivation never fussed over trifles. This was his secret technique, and he told her not to speak of it. After speaking, he slammed the door shut. That woman still dazed as she wondered whether cultivating naked truly helped one train faster. Looking at the empty room, Dich Chuang went mad, roaring that his spiritual energy, immortal treasures, and spiritual medicines were all gone, vowing to tear the thief to pieces. At this point, words were useless. He had no choice but to remain at the 9 Provinces Assembly, continue borrowing the name of Senior Tran of Flying Immortal Mountain to swindle more people and find the culprit. Tran Truong carried the pile of treasures on his shoulder and suddenly sneezed repeatedly. He thought the Bao Nhai must miss him. After the grand assembly ended, he would return to his true body to visit them. A man was talking with Jiang Tonso. Seeing that scene, Tran Truong wondered why a lone man and woman would meet in the middle of the night. Secretly meeting that was truly puzzling. That person was Fong and Gao Thin, eldest son of the Fong family of Feng Province, 8th level nascent soul. He smiled and said based on the friendship between their families, he advised Jiang Tone so to hand over the command token. He even said that if the 2 families joined forces with his father backing them, then Uncle Jiang would surely keep his life. Jiang Tone so angrily flung his hand away. She coldly scolded Fong and Gao Thin to keep dreaming. Back then, when the Fong family was in trouble, the Jiang family wholeheartedly helped and even lost an elder. Now that the Jiang family was in danger, they not only refused to help, but kicked them while they were down. Truly ungrateful and faithless. Tran Truong quietly observed. This was the son of an old acquaintance, and also the lead that brought about Jiang Tonso's tragedy. Fong and Gao Thin sneered, saying the Jiang family would be swallowed sooner or later. A mere woman like her holding the position of family head was a waste. Better to let the Fong family take over for the sake of old ties. He gripped Jiang Tonso's face, saying he was saving her, promising that after annexing them, he would take good care of her. Jiang Tonso drew her sword and angrily told him to get lost. Tran Truong secretly cast a suppression spell. Fong and Gao Thin panicked and shouted. He angrily cursed, Whoever dared to cause trouble here. Before he finished speaking, he received a kick squarely in the face. His body was sent flying far away. Young Tone so called out in shock, "Husband." Tran Truongan pointed at him and scolded him for bullying the weak with strength, comforting his wife not to fear, and mocking that the opponent's body was so fragile that a light kick sent him flying. Fong and Gao Thin stood up, hands on his hips, rushed forward intending to kill. Jiang Tone so blocked in front of Tran Truong and reminding that internal fighting was forbidden at the 9 Provinces Assembly. Violators would be stripped of qualification to compete. Fong and Gao Thin sneered, saying in the Heaven's chosen battle, he would make him understand. Jiang Tone so coldly warned that everything the Fong family did to the Jiang family, she would remember, and one day take revenge. After speaking, she pulled Tran Truongan away. Tran Truongan mocked that traitors would sooner or later be summoned by the King of Hell. Fong and Gao Thin trembled in fury, cursing that he would cripple Jiang Tone so's cultivation and torment her, and the one who struck him would be reduced to a cripple in the Heaven's chosen battle. Ground his teeth and swore to make the other live worse than death. Suddenly he froze, wondering what this was. Flames suddenly enveloped him, and a scream of pain rang out. He howled desperately for help. In the end, his body was burned to ashes. All traces vanished completely. Tran Truongan smiled in satisfaction. The system announced that the host had eliminated Fong and Gao Thin, a key figure of the event, completely changing Jiang Tone so's fate and granting 20,000 domain points. The 9 Provinces Assembly, in the lodging of Thin Huang Sek. Tran Truongan teased that the senior sisters were playing boldly, the sounds from the room making others worry. He said tonight he would sleep in another room so she could rest first. Jiang Tone so grabbed his hand and told him to wait. Blushing, she hugged his arm, saying if they did not sleep together, it would reveal a flaw. Then she slammed the door shut. Jiang Tone so pressed him against the wall, her hand against his hand, holding him firmly. She leaned close, making Tran Truongan startle and call wife. Jiang Tone so told him not to move so she could hold him for a while. Tran Truongan blushed at the pleasant fragrance. Her soft body made a bachelor like him feel a rare stroke of fortune. He stroked her head, saying she could hold him as long as she wished. Jiang Tone so asked about what happened with Fong Hao Thin earlier and whether he had heard it all. Tran Truongan replied he heard clearly. Jiang Tone so felt wronged, not understanding why they treated her so when the Jiang family had done nothing wrong. Tran Truongan comforted her that the world gathered for profit. Family struggles were merely winners as kings and losers as bandits. If they wanted to annex, then she only needed to annex them in return. Jiang Tone so inhaled the scent of her husband, feeling warm and at ease, only wishing to stay embraced like this forever. She remembered the sect master's words that even without consummation, intimate contact could increase marital affection. Thinking so, she relaxed herself and moved forward to kiss Tran Truongan. She quickly pulled away and turned around shyly, saying it was late and they should rest. Tran Truongan was momentarily flustered, a thought flashing through his mind that perhaps she truly intended to do that. Jiang Tone so hugged him tightly. Tran Truongan gritted his teeth, enduring to the limit. This was truly sinful. Who could possibly withstand this? Not long after, Jiang Tone so fell asleep, unaware of anything. Deep in the mountains of Yun Province, something unusual seemed to be quietly happening. In the Asura immortal realm, the reincarnated Asura demon child stood before a pile of corpses, holding something in her hand. Looking at the slain human cultivators without any reincarnated heavens chosen from the upper realm, she cursed them as trash. She disdainfully said the lower realm was full of useless vermin. Perhaps a great purge must be carried out. Fortunately, she had already obtained what she needed. The Asura token trembled as 100,000 Asura heroic souls of the upper realm responded to the call. Fresh blood dripped from her hand onto the Asura token, for the Asura immortal realm awakened. In but a moment, martial might spread across the 9 provinces, killing intent seeming to dye the entire sky red. She sneered coldly and ordered them to follow her to the 9 Provinces Assembly to seize the 9 Provinces cauldron and dominate the lower realm. The ghost from earlier immediately knelt to accept the command. As you command, my master. The next day, the great battle officially began. Heaven's chosen battle took place within a small secret realm. The host announced the opening of the preliminaries. Anyone who obtained 500 Jade token points within the time limit would enter the finals. Each Jade token was worth 10 points. Being robbed of all Jade tokens meant elimination, and losing the chance to compete for the championship and opportunities. It was Jiang Tone so's turn to fight. Muscular woman also rushed into battle, shouting as she unleashed Mount Tai, pressing the summit, her thick thigh crashing down and leaving others breathless. Someone shouted that the women of Thin Huang sect were too strong, quickly joined forces to deal with that golden core first. Tran Truongan executed the move Monkey Steals the Peach, successfully raised his spoils and laughed loudly. I have taken the Jade token. The opponent angrily cursed him for ambushing without reason. Outside the secret realm, the spectators were in an uproar as someone was thrown out. He loudly declared an irreconcilable hatred with Tran Truong and provoked him to report to the authorities, while the one behind attempted a sneak attack and was promptly dealt with by him. Jiang Tone so rushed over in time to block in front of him, shouting not to touch her husband. Tran Truong laughed, saying his accumulated points had reached 200. Just continue earning more. Another person was flung out. The host sighed that fighting within the secret realm was truly brutal. Yet another heavens chosen from some province was eliminated. Feng Than praised that this generation was not bad, but still believed Feng province was superior. Zich Kong, displeased, asked Yun Truong Tong why the three great immortal lineage families of Yun province arrived so late. The host announced that the ancestors of the Thatch family, Duong family, and Trung family had arrived. Yun Truong Tong smiled, saying, had they not already come? The host continued to introduce the three ancestors of the three great immortal lineage families of Yun province. One standing in the middle was Thatch Keen, ancestor of the Thatch family, rumored to be a rampaging immortal, though true or false was hard to tell. Feng Than explained that after void refinement came the rampaging immortal realm. Sensing this pressure, it was even stronger than Senior Tran Truong. Thatch Keen had surely reached that realm. Thatch Keen apologized for his family's late arrival. Yun Truong Tong quickly replied it was merely courtesy and invited him to sit. Someone asked Thatch Keen about the whereabouts of the longevity body hidden by the longevity sect. He shook his head, saying it was not so easy to find. Everyone knew the longevity sect had once been the foremost power of the 9 provinces, with strict rules. Though few disciples, they were all spirit transformation and difficult to deal with. If not for the longevity body daring to confront the demon race, it would not have ended in such a tragic extermination. Some time ago, they had encountered a few remnants of the longevity sect, joining forces in a sneak attack to force out the whereabouts of the longevity body. Unfortunately, that old man was too stubborn and ran too fast, so he escaped. The host announced the preliminaries ended. Feng Than remarked that although all in the secret realm were nascent soul, there was still a golden core who made it through. Keen mocked that this session's heavens chosen were weak. Even a golden core could enter. Yun Truong Tong said that boy surviving to the end was also luck. Suddenly, Thatch Keen sensed something unusual. He excitedly said that outfit belonged to the longevity sect and even carried Duong Hyatt. Yun Truong Tong asked in alarm if it was true. Capturing a longevity sect disciple could lead to the longevity body, mentioning that Fong Koi Van once saved a suspicious person. Ning Ha retorted that concluding solely based on clothing was too hasty. Duong My Nhi analyzed that even if not the longevity body, one who survived from demons surely knew clues. Feng Than said sternly that the upper realm often infiltrated the lower realm. If there was a longevity body, then the human race would have enough strength to resist the immortals of the upper realm. Yun Truong Tong agreed, believing the longevity body could strengthen the lower realm's defense. Thatch Keen said truth or falsehood would be clear upon interrogation. I have a method to make him confess everything. System warned that extremely strong malice had been detected targeting the host. Tran Truong immediately raised his guard. Host announced the list of finalists from each province and stated that in half an hour the 1v1 matches would begin by drawing lots. Please heavens chosen who advanced follow me to draw lots. Truong Tong suddenly spoke, requesting a pause. He believed the battlefield was for nascent soul. A peak golden core was unqualified. The crowd immediately stirred, suspecting forbidden drugs. Yun Truong Tong declared an investigation of Tran Truong and on suspicion of using forbidden drugs, the other heavens chosen would proceed to the finals. Jiang Tone so hurriedly grasped his hand tightly. He anxiously asked to accompany him as witness, because she was always by his side and knew clearly he had not used forbidden drugs. Tran Truong reassured her to stay and compete in the finals. He alone was enough. Jiang Tone so still wanted to say more but hesitated. Tran Truong gently placed his hand on her lips, told her to strive to seize the championship so he could be the husband of the heavens chosen champion. She would not disappoint him. Jiang Tone so nodded, promising to win the championship and wait for his safe return. Tran Truong smiled and left, saying it was only a small matter and he would return quickly. Lone Tran Truong stepped inside. 2 rows of guards shouted in unison, "Sinner, enter." Inside the hall, the province masters were already seated waiting for him. Tran Truong thought that rumors once said the destruction of the longevity sect was related to the 3 great immortal lineage families of Yun province. Yet with their strength it would be difficult. There must be deeper secrets behind it. A group claiming to be righteous gentlemen, yet with only profit in their eyes, abandoning their own people for gain, now daring to sit under the banner of justice. The old man seated highest slammed the table and shouted, "Insolent brat, seeing an immortal lineage family yet not kneeling to pay respects. Tran Truong calmly replied that he only knelt to the dead. Kneeling here seemed inappropriate. Were they not suspecting him of using forbidden drugs? Why not investigate? Yun Truong Tong angrily cursed that the junior was arrogant, truly unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. Crowd murmured saying Tran Tiu Dao had used forbidden drugs yet still dared to be arrogant. Fortunately, the 9 provinces had immortal lineage families protecting it, yet he dared such disrespect. The female cultivators of Thien Huang sect also whispered that they did not expect Tran Tiu Dao to be such a person, fearing he would implicate the sect. Earlier, his disrespect to Senior Tran already seemed ominous. Dong Engai Nhi said, concluding he belonged to the longevity sect solely by clothing was too arbitrary, but to avoid mistakes his identity and cultivation still needed checking. His cultivation was revealed layer by layer from nascent soul first level to peak, causing laughter. Indeed, he had deliberately suppressed his strength. The old man laughed loudly, disguising and hiding cultivation yet daring disrespect. Enough crime for execution. Yun Truong Tong mocked that his scheming was no different from the remnants of the longevity sect. Hatch Keen leisurely drank tea, saying if he was only nascent soul, then interrogate gently. If frightened to death, it would be troublesome. Tran Truong coldly said that the upper realm constantly harassed the lower realm, yet they did not think of uniting against the enemy, only seeking profit. Then his strength kept rising from spirit transformation first level to 4th level. Duong Mai Nhi discovered in shock that his cultivation was still increasing and had stepped into spirit transformation. Thatch Keen grew interested, concluding he was a core disciple of the longevity sect. The old man angrily roared, "Have you hidden the longevity body? This place is already filled with evil aura." Tran Truong calculated that Jiang Tone So had likely begun competing. As long as she won the championship, the random mission would surely complete. As for Mission 3, the variables were too great. Whether exposing his identity would help was still unclear. For now, he should finish this matter. Pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger had reached its end. Duong Mai Nhi on the other side trembled as she assessed Tran Truong's power. He disdained this cheap scene of interrogation and coercion. Just as he thought of the call from the Asura immortal realm, he discovered his cultivation had leapt to the void refinement realm. Thatch Keen frowned and reminded Brother Trung not to be impatient. Someone feigned gentleness, urging him to reveal the whereabouts of the longevity body to preserve himself, even threatening to interrogate Jiang Tone So privately if necessary. As his words fell, Thatch Keen unleashed the aura of a rampaging immortal. Zich Kong widened his eyes in shock. Merely standing nearby made him tremble. Bong Than secretly thought that in the lower realm few could rival this. Hand suddenly stretched out from within that overwhelming pressure. Tran Truong pressed one hand straight onto Thatch Keen's face. Zich Kong's eyes instantly bulged. Tran Truong forced Thatch Keen's head into the ground and coldly said, "Resist." Thatch Keen was pinned down, unable to move, and roared that he wanted to die. He tried to swing his fist in counterattack. Tran Truong easily blocked that punch, and he immediately countered with a punch in return, followed by another strike that lifted under the chin. Thatch Keen felt aggrieved, thinking he could not keep up with the opponent's speed at all. This was impossible. He refused to believe it. Yet Tran Truong delivered another heavy blow to his face. The strike shook the entire Yun province. Everyone gaped in shock. Duong Mai Nhi was stunned, seeing a rampaging immortal utterly unable to fight back. Tran Truong had fully unleashed immortal might. Duong Mai Nhi trembled, saying he was truly a monster. After that, Tran Truong strode arrogantly to the highest position in the hall. He slammed his hand down on the old man's chair, then calmly sat upon it. System announced that the host had defeated the only rampaging immortal and intimidated the entire hall. The random mission advanced greatly and awarded 20,000 domain points. Tran Truong revealed a smug look and said, "Listen well." The 3 sect masters bowed their heads before him. Tran Truong declared that from now on this place was his square. Regarding the destruction of the longevity sect, they would answer whatever he asked. Anyone disobeying would die. "I will take your lives directly." Tran Truong's pressure enveloped everything. Yun Truong Tong clenched his teeth, thinking he was about to suffocate. Huang Huang wondered if this man, sharing the same name as Senior Tran, possessed such terrifying strength. Perhaps he was the real Tran Truong. Tran Truong coldly asked the first question: who was the mastermind behind exterminating the longevity sect? Group looked at each other in silence. Tran Truong said disdainfully that they were used to shielding each other. Surely they had done many filthy deeds. "I have no choice but to kill you all, to sacrifice to the spirits of the longevity sect." As his words ended, the province masters vomited blood simultaneously. The old man panicked. and shouted that the mastermind was the floating butcher demon sect. They were forced because of the longevity body. Fong Koi Van had also been captured by the demon sect. Tran Truong narrowed his eyes and listened. The others hurriedly knelt begging for mercy, saying they did not dare to attack Fong Koi Van because he had rampaging immortal strength. Yun Truong Tong secretly thought Tran Truong and was a follower of the longevity sect. Begging was useless. He would kill them all for revenge. No, I cannot die. I must find a way to escape. Tran Truong angrily said they claimed to be righteous, yet threatened and coerced him, now blaming the demonic path. Did they take him for a fool? The interrogation was over and they should die. Yun Truong Tong bled endlessly and despaired that if they died, the 9 provinces would fall into chaos. Who could stop this madman? They had once been illustrious overlords of the 9 provinces, yet now trembled like fish on a chopping block awaiting death. The female disciples of Thien Huang's sect were pale, as he had killed to the point of seeming madness, eyes red as blood. The system reminded him that the 9 provinces assembly had not yet concluded and suggested holding back temporarily. It was unwise to kill them now. If he did so, the random mission 3 afterward would greatly increase in difficulty. Tran Truong calmed down, realizing he had gone a bit too far. While the identity of Tran Truong was not yet clarified, these people still had value to exploit. Waiting until the mission was completed to take their lives would not be too late. At that moment, Dich Chuang entered, appearing polite, and said, "Pardon the disturbance." He heard of a golden core using forbidden drugs, violating the assembly rules, and specially came to see the villain, inwardly sneering that the chance for revenge had arrived. Suddenly, he discovered everyone around was kneeling on the ground. What was happening here? Yun Truong Tong was puzzled, seeing another Tran Truong appear. This one had once slain a ghost immortal and should be able to suppress that madman. He loudly cried for help. "Senior Tran, save us." Tran Tiu Dao hid his cultivation and ambushed everyone plotting to kill us. "Please, Senior, act quickly to eliminate this evil." Dich Chuang laughed loudly, saying it was no wonder everyone knelt, as they had been struck by the opponent's technique. He reassured the masters of Yun Province that with him present, that man could not cause chaos. Meanwhile, planning to seize this chance to kill Tran Tiu Dao to curry favor with the province masters. Tran Truong narrowed his eyes, staring at the imposter Dich Chuang with a cold gaze. Dich Chuang charged forward, shouting, "Heretic, receive this move." Confident none could escape the control of his Lama divine art at great perfection, he roared for Tran Tiu Dao to descend to hell. Tran Truong unleashed his might, his deep, cold voice uttering only 4 words: heretical, demonic path. Dich Chuang was immediately crushed to the ground, unable to move. He howled in pain, crying, "My eyes, my eyes." Yun Truong Tong was stunned. What was happening? Could it be that Senior Tran Truong could not kill Tran Tiu Dao? Tran Truong stepped forward, brimming with killing intent, before Dich Chuang, and coldly asked, was his name so easy to use? Dich Chuang trembled, asking who he truly was. Tran Truong looked at him as if at a corpse, killing aura surging. Immortal slaying spear slays ghost immortals. In the lower realm, there was only one invincible. Nam Kung Thien Van frowned, realizing everything. They had been deceived. This man was not Senior Tran Truong at all, but a fake. Everyone trembled in fear. So Tran Tiu Dao was not merely sharing a name. He himself was the true Tran Truong. Tran Truong smiled, saying he originally only wanted to see how far he could go borrowing his name. Unfortunately, he had reached the end of the road. He was the boldest man he had ever met. Chuang suddenly understood everything. No wonder he dared kick him before everyone. No wonder he was beaten strangely in the room. Even the treasures painstakingly swindled were switched away. He had intended to profit using that identity, yet was played in return. "Run," he screamed, pulling out a talisman from his sleeve. But Tran Truong had already reached out. In the next instant, his head was cleanly severed. Then Tran Truong flicked his finger lightly. Chuang's body exploded before everyone's eyes. The system announced congratulations to the host for killing an 8th-level spirit transformation cultivator, receiving 2,000 domain points. Due to continuing to intimidate top province masters and sect masters, the random mission 3 progressed further and awarded 30,000 domain points. Tran Truong turned and glanced at Yun Truong Tong, causing his heart to nearly stop. Yun Truong Tong trembled, begging for mercy, repeatedly calling Senior Tran Truong. Tran Truong leaned close to his face and reassured him to rest easy, for now he would not kill him. He executed a miniature version of one yang finger on Yun Truong Tong and said the Heaven's Chosen finals had reached the end. Go watch Jiang Tone, so seize the championship. The system reported Mission 1 was about to complete and awarded 30,000 domain points. He turned back and instructed the people behind to follow him to the finals arena. Remember to smile and clarify that he had not used forbidden drugs. Nam Kung Thien Van bowed and replied yes. assuring he would clear the senior of all grievances. The scene of the Heaven's Chosen Finals, Jiang Tone's opponent was continuously launching probing moves. Jiang Tone executed Divine Water 9 Forms Devour, gripping her sword and striking straight at the opponent. When the dust and smoke dissipated, she landed lightly on the ground. That opponent panted heavily, his breath steaming. Host announced that Jiang Tone of Thien Huang sect of Ghost Province had seized the Heaven's Chosen Championship. Thunder rumbled in the sky in response. A figure suddenly appeared from the void, smiling and saying it seemed he had arrived just in time. The entire grandstand instantly tensed to the extreme. The system displayed that the son of reincarnation Asura demon child had been detected. Tran Truong and immediately recognized it. Ngok Tu La was the Asura demon child reincarnated from the Asura immortal realm, retaining memories of her past life and the upper realm, seeking the Asura token for the grand ambition of domination, eventually summoning 100,000 Asura in the secret realm of Yun Province, besieging the 9 provinces and slaughtering the righteous sects to seize the 9 provinces' cauldron. Everyone buzzed in discussion. Who was this person daring to barge into the grand assembly so brazenly, truly arrogant? Tran Truong narrowed his eyes in thought. Another son of reincarnation, these immortals descending one after another. What scheme lay behind it? Hong Than spoke, asking if this fellow Taoist who arrived so grandly had an invitation. Zich Kong angrily shouted that a mere spirit transformation dared to rush in recklessly, tired of living. Ngok Tu La glanced at them. Nam Kung Thien Van coldly demanded that if she had no invitation she should leave at once. Ming Ha's expression darkened, sensing the sinister aura from her, fearing the visitor meant harm. A series of grotesque monsters crawled out, causing panic. Someone shouted, "Quickly look, what are those things?" Ngok Tu La muttered in disgust at the noise. Since the 9 province masters were all here, she ordered them to kill everyone. Demonic cultivators received the order and charged. Someone screamed that she was a demonic cultivator, and everyone should be careful. Someone cast flame explosion, but immediately cried out miserably. What kind of monstrosity was this? Cries for help echoed everywhere. Mother, save me, I do not want to die, retreat quickly. A demonic cultivator bit down on someone's head. Ngok Tu La twisted her wrist in annoyance at the piercing screams, ordering her subordinates to quickly clean up the vermin and take the 9 provinces' cauldron. Ming Ha raised her hand, unleashing tremendous power, directly blasting apart a group of demonic cultivators. She warned that the monsters were all at nascent soul, and above, most at spirit transformation. They must quickly escort the nascent soul Heaven's Chosen to retreat and not let them die in vain. Nam Kung Thien Van fought while retorting that the enemies were too numerous, and the entire assembly was surrounded with no way to escape. He secretly prayed that little Amel would stay obediently on the flying ship and not run out. Beside him, someone clutched his head, crying, thinking he could not escape death. Feng Than understood that if this dragged on they would all die. The only way now was to request Senior Tran Truong to act. A demonic cultivator stretched out a long hand, grabbing his neck and crushing him on the spot. Sich Kong rushed forward, shouting that the opponent was only spirit transformation. As long as she was killed, the monsters would dissipate. Ngok Tu La sneered disdainfully and cursed him as foolish. An Asura suddenly appeared, using a spear to pierce through Zich Kong's abdomen. Zich Kong clutched his stomach, howling in pain, not expecting monsters equivalent to peak void refinement. In such numbers, it was truly dire. A sword slash tore through the air, cutting across a demonic cultivator. Jiang Tone instantly split the demonic cultivator in 2. Yet the demonic cultivator quickly reformed, leaving Jiang Tone horrified. Could these monsters not be killed? It is bad, their strength is too terrifying. Her husband was only at peak golden core. She had to hurry to his side to protect him. Suddenly Jiang Tone felt danger approaching. Her body went limp and fell. Ngok Tu La coldly ordered the demonic cultivators that the woman was obstructing and to kill her. Tran Truong caught the demonic cultivator's blade with his bare hand. In an instant, the demonic cultivator vanished into nothingness. The system displayed that the host had eliminated an upper realm Asura heroic soul and gained 5,000 domain points. He reached out to support Jiang Tone and softly asked if she was injured. That moment, the system reminded that random mission 1 was completed, and the host and Jiang Tone were no longer bound. Forced intervention would be detrimental to her. Tran Truong hurriedly withdrew his hand, causing Jiang Tone to stare and call husband. The system simultaneously warned that the host's strength had reached the peak of the lower realm, and advised temporarily avoiding contact with cultivators below spirit transformation. Tran Truong told her to go to a safe place and protect herself, as this battlefield did not belong to her. Jiang Tone firmly replied that her husband should leave and she would protect him to the end. The rest should be handled by the province masters. Ung Than pleaded, Senior Tran, please act and save us. To Ngung Huang hurriedly added that they still had Senior Tran, and he could surely eliminate all the monsters. Please save everyone. Yun Truong Tong trembled while blocking a demonic cultivator, and begged that the senior be magnanimous and save them once, or they would all surely die. Jiang Tone so felt extremely puzzled. He did not understand why everyone placed all their hope on one person. The system announced Mission 3 progress had reached 80%. Once recognized by the 9 provinces Cauldron as Lord of the 9 provinces, it would be completed. Tran Truongan thought that if he lacked the strength to control the situation, he would already be fish on a chopping block. Standing at the peak of the world without challenge or pressure left no real difficulty. The invincible realm brought loneliness. This game had become too simple. Crushing was its true nature. Ngok Tu La sneered disdainfully that mere decorated vermin of the lower realm had no hope. Let this immortal send him off. All the demonic cultivators charged toward Tran Truongan. Jiang Tone so shouted for him to be careful. He raised his hand and executed one yang finger. All the demonic cultivators were instantly annihilated. Everyone stared wide-eyed. They could not kill even one with all their might, yet he needed only a single move. Now he was the only hope. Ngok Tu La frowned in surprise, saying the brat had some skill. Before she finished speaking Tran Truong, and was already before her saying that upper realm lot truly irritated him. He slapped her hard, causing blood to gush from her nose and tears to flow. Ngok Tu La was immediately struck dizzy and in pain. Without stopping, he slapped her again, making her aggrieved as she thought how could his strength and speed be so terrifying. She had no ability to resist. It was absurd. Tran Truongan delivered a blow to her chin, knocking her down, and coldly shouted, die. Then he directly pressed her to the ground. Tula trembled, raising her hand. A lowly lower realm vermin daring to be so rampant. Tran Truongan said nothing, and lifted his foot to stomp down hard. Stepped firmly on Ngok Tu La, pressing her into the ground, and berated what kind of cultivation was this. Fong Than was horrified at this power. It seemed in the interrogation hall he had not used full strength, or they would all be dead. Cries rang out around them. Was this power humanly possible? Too absurd. Tran Tiu Dao was this strong, yet still only golden core. Ngung Huang anxiously exclaimed what Tran Tiu Dao. He was truly Senior Tran Truongan. The one before was an imposter. She was truly foolish to offend Senior Tran Truongan for the sake of a fake. Blue-haired man was stunned. What Tran Tiu Dao was Tran Truongan? Was this a joke? Then had he offended Senior Tran Truongan? The person beside him despaired, thinking he was finished. Jiang Tone so stood blankly. She had always felt her husband was not simple, but never expected this level. Tran Truongan grabbed Ngok Tu La by the throat, lifting her to interrogate the purpose of the upper realm reincarnations descending. Ngok Tu La trembled, realizing he was the true Tran Truongan. Ngok Tu La suddenly spat a mouthful of blood onto his head. She clenched the token in her hand and issued the command to descend to the lower realm. The space around Tran Truongan suddenly twisted violently. Ngok Tu La crushed the token in her hand. Immediately after, she ordered Fat Thien Truong Lao to kill him. Blazing red lightning struck down repeatedly. Everyone trembled before the pressure of immortal aura. This time it seemed the immortal from the upper realm had truly descended. Fong Than broke out in a cold sweat because this pressure was even greater than that of Senior Tran Truongan. Perhaps even Senior could hardly withstand it. Zich Kong trembled and said no one could save them anymore. Everything was over. Fat Thien Truong Lao manifested with a cold smile. Ngok Tu La, after one reincarnation you have become so weak that you must rely on me. At this moment he also felt uneasy. Was this an immortal general-level guardian immortal? Fat Thien Truong Lao appeared behind Ngok Tu La and scolded that handling ants of the lower realm still required his intervention was utter trash. Then he struck Tran Truongan in the abdomen with a palm. The power of this strike far surpassed anything before. He lay motionless among the ruins. Jiang Tone so anxiously called out husband. Nam Kung Thien Van also frowned and called Senior Tran. Fat Thien Truong Lao said coldly that his time in the lower realm was limited, so it must be a swift battle. Ngok Tu La coughed and urged him to kill him, confidently declaring 3 seconds were enough. He seemed to sense that something was changing. System issued a warning that an upper realm immortal not suppressed by the laws of Ku Chao had appeared. The host's clone was in mortal danger, whether to switch to a higher level identity. The system displayed that the host currently had 200,000 domain points. In a critical situation, he could incur debt to exchange for upper realm clones of various levels with discounts, but must repay double. Clones from Kin Hoa Thai and Gaiet were not restricted by laws and could unleash full strength. The system asked whether to exchange. Tran Truongan remained silent without answering. Elder Fat Thien slowly walked up to him. After taking my blow head-on and still not dying, your flesh is indeed thicker than ordinary trash. Tran Truong Tong was utterly panicked. This time it is truly over. Even Senior Tran and his hands cannot resist. No one can save us, I am doomed. Nam Kung Thien murmured, they have pierced through the lower realm laws, treating the rules here as a joke, entering whenever they please. Elder Fat Thien's eyes burned with icy immortal flames. You so-called upstarts who managed to kill upper realm immortals are nothing more than rabble lingering on thanks to the laws of Ku Chao. Once you leave the protection of the Ku Chao laws, you cannot even defeat beasts raised by the upper realm. As for me, I carry special immortal authority, unrestricted by the laws of Ku Chao, able to unleash the full power of an upper realm immortal. Let me see how many moves the strongest of the lower realm can endure. Watching the hope of these insects crushed must be quite amusing. Yang Tone so cried out in panic, husband. Yet lost, Elder Fat Thien did not even spare a glance. A mere nascent soul dares to interfere, truly ignorant of life and death. Gok Tu-La shouted at the demonic cultivators. What are you standing there for? Continue slaughtering them and seize the Ku Chao Din. The system notified that 300,000 domain points were deducted to exchange for a peak immortal martial earth immortal avatar. Tran Truong pushed himself up. An immortal general is not enough. Since I am acting, I will crush him completely. Elder Fat Thien froze for a moment. The system announced that the domain points had been exhausted, and there was still a debt of 100,000 points. Tran Truong smiled faintly. I must beat this dog until he loses all face. Elder Fat Thien angrily cast a spell. This man has a trump card and cannot be spared. He must be killed at once. Tran Truong merely glanced at him with disdain. He was immediately struck by a punch. His abdomen twisting in pain, Tran Truong said calmly, I painstakingly accumulated those domain points, yet they are wasted on a beast like you. The kick just now sent Elder Fat Thien flying far away. He lay motionless on the ground. He asked in shock how your cultivation could soar so drastically. Clearly you were weak before. Tran Truong had somehow already appeared before him. What a pity this is not Mount Fei Xian. If I slaughtered you like a pig, I would earn quite a bit. After speaking, he delivered another kick that sent him flying. Miserable screams rang out. Elder Fat Thien roared in fury. You crashed heavily onto the ground, his hands rapidly forming seals. A gigantic Asura condensed. He howled, go die. Tran Truong merely flicked a finger slightly. Surrounding space instantly erupted with terrifying might. That power not only enveloped this place, but also swept across all of Ku Chao. The demonic cultivators around vanished completely. Even Elder Fat Thien's Asura dissipated, making him tremble in fear. Everyone stared wide-eyed. Strong, far too strong. Ngok Tu-La was stunned. How could an upper realm immortal general lose to this brat? Is this a dream? The lower realm cannot possibly have such battle strength. Tran Truong sneered, so weak. Have you not eaten? Elder Fat Thien intended to retreat. He could only take Ngok Tu-La away and report back to the immortal realm to send someone stronger down, using the time limit of the Asura curse to escape back to the upper realm. He believed Tran Truong would not kill him in time. He hurried toward Ngok Tu-La go. Tran Truong continued casting. Only thinking of running now is too late. Raised a finger and shot straight at Elder Fat Thien, ending his life. His body burst into fierce flames. Ngok Tu-La collapsed to the ground in fear. The system congratulated the host for killing an immortal general-level immortal and gaining nearly 1 million domain points, dropping a Yang attribute treasure and spirit crystals. Ngok Tu-La trembled as she begged for mercy. Tran Truong said sternly, now clearly tell me the purpose of the upper realm sending you to reincarnate in the lower realm. Ngok Tu-La weighed her options. Elder Fat Thien was dead and the Asura heroic souls were no match. Only by telling the truth could she hope to survive. She stammered, reporting to Senior, our purpose is to seize the Ku Chao Din. Tran Truong frowned and asked, what do the upper realm people want the Ku Chao Din for? Ngok Tu-La replied, whoever controls the Ku Chao Din is equivalent to controlling the heavenly Tao of the continent, becoming the guardian deity of the heavenly Tao and ruling Ku Chao. Each lower realm territory greatly aids the development of the immortal realm. She pointed at the provincial lords and added, besides us, there are other immortal realms reincarnating into Ku Chao. As long as the Ku Chao Din exists, the struggle will not cease. The 9 provincial lords each hold 1 province cauldron. Only combined do they form the Ku Chao Din. Tran Truong fell into thought. The system mission had indeed anticipated the upper realm's intentions. The 4 provincial lords remained silent, their faces pale with fear. Tran Truong suddenly understood. No wonder the system once stopped him from killing them, so the Ku Chao Din was on them. Ngok Tu-La frowned and pleaded, Senior, I have said everything I know, can you spare me? As soon as the words fell, her body burst into fierce flames. Miserable screams rang out. Tran Truongan turned and walked away. Very well, you may die. The system congratulated the host for killing a deity transformation cultivator and gaining 2,000 domain points. Other points are being calculated. In the upper realm, the Asura immortal realm, a figure knelt and reporting immortal venerable. The life tablets of Ngok Tu La and immortal general Fat Thien have shattered. The Asura heavenly lord flew into a rage. 2 useless wastes, achieving little and failing much. Before even seizing the lower realm, they died at the hands of lower realm ants. Summon Hongla here to this venerable one. I have an urgent matter for her to handle. The Asura dead, my layout of many years has become a joke to the other immortal realms. This cannot stand. This matter must be suppressed. Quickly send a new reincarnated prodigy to Kuchao. This treasured land must belong to me. In the Engai Thuong immortal realm, servant reported to a female immortal lord. Spies from the Asura immortal realm report that the life tablets of their reincarnated prodigy and protector have shattered, and they cannot continue reincarnating. The female immortal lord was surprised. Then our immortal realm has one less opponent. The servant wondered. The protectors are all immortal generals with immortal authority protection. How were they killed in the lower realm? The female immortal lord explained. Kuchao has limitless potential. Otherwise, it would not have become a treasured land contested by the immortal realms. Contact the protector of our realm before seizing Kuchao. Try to avoid Tran Truongan and absolutely do not conflict with him. Turning to the lower realm, the system sounded a notification congratulating the host for slaying the reincarnated son of the Asura secret path, receiving an additional Yang treasure and a reward of 20,000 domain value. Tran Truongan said with satisfaction, System wait, there are still some Asura heroic souls that are all domain points. Do not waste them. System continuously reported. The host killed upper realm Asura heroic souls and received 3,000 points, 100 points, 200 points, 500 points, 3,000 points, and 500 points of domain value. Tran Truongan dusted off his hands, all settled neatly. Not a single drop left behind. The people around collectively admired and praised him. Divine hands, marvelous hands, true immortal master, true immortal senior is truly a peerless hero, moving others to tears. The system congratulated the host for saving the Kuchao Grand Assembly and receiving the worship of the cultivators. Mission 3 completed, rewarded with an additional 30,000 domain value. The system finished calculating. The host has eliminated tens of thousands of Asura heroic souls, harvesting 3 million domain value. Tran Truongan was so delighted he felt like soaring to the sky. This is wonderful. From now on there is no need to live frugally, leisurely watching clouds scatter and the bright moon shine. Jiang Tonso ran over and called out loudly, Husband, you all right? Tran Truongan replied that he was fine, thinking to himself that she had rushed over far too recklessly. Miu rushed out from nowhere and screamed, Ah, husband, I finally found you. She immediately threw herself into his arms. Tran Truongan was stunned. Miu, where did you go before? Wait. Tran Truongan quickly dodged aside and casually pushed Miu away. Why, I have no relationship with her. She is only calling me that herself. Miu angrily scolded, You heartless man. Jiang Tonso rushed over and tightly hugged Tran Truongan. You scared me to death just now. How is your abdomen? What about your chest? Is your back all right? Turn around and let me see. At this moment, Tran Truongan was already at immortal martial realm and deity transformation. Jiang Tonso grabbed his arm to check. The arm is fine, but after being struck, your body must be bruised all over. I still have some medicinal wine. Later you come back with me for a rub. Tran Truongan frowned slightly and thought to himself, System, what did you mean before when you said it would not negatively affect Jiang Tonso? System replied, After the mission ends according to the rules, the two of you who should not intersect will return to the starting point. If you forcibly approach, you will encounter all kinds of misfortune. Her fortune will weaken, her cultivation will regress, and she may even suffer deviation. The closer you are, the more dangerous it becomes. If the host truly cares for her, then return to the origin. The rules cannot be defied, and any sophistry is useless. Tran Truongan frowned. System, just you wait. Tran Truongan decisively pushed Jiang Tonso away. Please conduct yourself with dignity. His words left her stunned. An invisible distance seemed to appear between them. Someone spoke up and called, Senior Tran. Frowned and you are. The provincial lords simultaneously raised their province cauldrons. This time the immortals disturbed the lower realm and caused heavy casualties. As the lords of Kuchao, we cannot shirk responsibility. We are willing to offer the province cauldrons and request Senior to protect Kuchao. The province cauldrons are the foundation of each province. With them we have maintained peace for many years, now that the upper realm invades fiercely. Only by handing the province cauldrons to Senior does the lower realm still have hope. We are willing to honor Senior as the Lord of Ku Chao. Everyone voiced their agreement. As long as Senior becomes the Lord of Ku Chao, there is no need to fear the upper realm anymore. Jiang Tone so worried inwardly whether her husband would agree. The gap between their statuses had already grown vast. If he became the Lord of Ku Chao, would she still be qualified to be his Dao companion? He curled his lips into a meaningful smile. I am someone who holds grudges and has many flaws. I fear the position of Lord of Ku Chao does not suit me. Inwardly he cursed it, using me as a shield. As expected, only you would do such a thing. Crowd cried out, we cannot do without Senior. As long as you nod, we are willing to do anything. Please accept the province cauldrons. Ku Chao cannot delay any longer. Manhwa stepped forward to present the province cauldron. At present in the lower realm, only Senior is worthy to sit as the Lord of Ku Chao. Manhwa understands Senior still has concerns. I am willing to step forward and resolve all troubles for you. Replied, oh, then let me see your sincerity. The immortal orthodox clans of Van Chao colluded with evil sects to slaughter their own people. You all know this crime clearly, yet turned a blind eye because immortals backed them. Now that the upper and lower realms stand opposed, the three great immortal orthodoxies remain a hidden danger. They should be dealt with. What do you provincial lords think? The crowd clamored in agreement. Senior is right. The lower realm must unite to eliminate the Van Chao immortal orthodoxy. Sooner or later, they will act as internal agents for the upper realm. Those who kill within their own sect are evil cultivators. The provincial lords are being pressured. Hand over those vermin at once. Without Senior's protection, the first to die will be you. And Truong Tong was furious. You beasts. He had intended to push him to become the Lord of Ku Chao so he would spare the immortal orthodox clans in exchange for fame and prestige. Yet he did not expect him to act so ruthlessly. Someone spoke up in opposition. I do not agree. Fong Than hurried to stop him. Do not be impulsive. Protecting the lower realm is what matters. As long as Senior becomes the Lord of Ku Chao, we are willing to obey all commands. Whether dealing with the Van Chao immortal orthodoxy or plunging into danger, we will not retreat. He raised his hand, not a bad awareness. I accept the province cauldrons. Inwardly he thought, I will clean you up later. 9 province cauldrons linked together and erupted with an immense surge of power. Thunder roared in the sky with deafening rumbles. Kung Thien frowned. In billions of years no one has ever passed. Can Senior withstand that cruel heavenly Dao trial? Jiang Tone so softly called in worry, husband. The heavenly Dao manifested. After billions of years, someone has finally become the guardian deity of the heavenly Dao. I have recovered, and it turns out to be this fellow. He smiled, oh old friend, it has been a long time. The heavenly Dao angrily shouted, who is your friend? The heavenly Dao asked, are you the one who wishes to become the guardian deity of the heavenly Dao? He nodded. You are the keeper of the province cauldrons. Do you wish to test me? The heavenly Dao shook its head with a smile. No need for a test. I acknowledge you, excellent. Then the heavenly Dao descended into he. Provincial lords were dumbfounded and could not believe it, just like that he had passed the heavenly Dao trial. He closed his eyes and felt the power surging within his body. He frowned as he realized he had merged as one with the continent of Ku Chao. The power of the heavenly Dao could be wielded at will. This was the sensation of ruling Ku Chao. Everyone knelt respectfully. We pay respects to the Lord of Ku Chao. He waved his hand. There is no need for such courtesy. The system displayed. Congratulations to the host for being recognized by Ku Chao as its Lord. Random mission number 3 completed. Reward of 30,000 domain value. Unlocking the conditions to upgrade the system to 5. Condition 1 of becoming the guardian deity of the heavenly Dao has been achieved. Condition 2 of possessing 1 million domain value has been met. System 5 unlocks the life and death command function. Does the host confirm the upgrade? He pondered. More than 4 million points are still unused and burning in my hands. I will not upgrade for now. Manhwa suggested, Senior, we wish to hold a grand ceremony to announce this to all of Ku Chao. You are now the Lord of Ku Chao. He nodded. Very well, you may handle it. Jiang Tone so looked at he from afar, her heart aching sharply. Everything was fine before. Why did it suddenly change? Did I trouble him? Or was everything before merely an act he put on to deceive me? She could not understand it at all, thinking as she wept in sorrow. After the ceremony, Ku Chao held a grand feast in celebration. Everyone raised their cups without pause. Having just escaped death, they drank even more fervently, thanking Senior Tran. Without him, Tian Xiang sect would have been finished. The cultivators drank until they forgot the world. Some clinked cups while others lay drunk everywhere. Thanks to Senior Tran, our sect has entered the top ranks and truly become famous. Half-drunk disciples of Tian Xiang sect chatted. Has Senior Tran never looked at us? Another replied, "Perhaps he only used us. Even if I were a pawn for him, I would be willing." The woman said this as her face flushed red. Yet their gazes turned toward Jiang Tonso sitting alone in a dark corner. They mocked. The most pitiful is still junior sister Tonso. Years without being close to a man and now hurt upon first encounter, while we have a chance to cling to senior Tran. That moment a glow suddenly shone from Jiang Tonso's waist. She took it out and saw it was a communication spirit talisman, an extremely rare communication artifact worth nearly 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Only great families possessed such a thing. Jiang Tonso stood up and took her leave under the astonished gazes of the women. "Continue drinking, everyone. I will return first." After returning to her room, she immediately activated the communication spirit talisman. The image of her father gradually appeared. Father anxiously asked, "My good daughter, I heard the Ku Chao Grand Assembly was attacked by the upper realm. Were you harmed?" He blamed himself for being useless and letting her bear such responsibility. She smiled to reassure him, "Father, I am fine. Is everyone at home safe?" Only then did her father feel relieved. "My health is still good. It is just your mother." Before he could finish, he was pulled aside by his wife. She spoke and instructed, "It is good that you are fine. The family is well. I heard you have a Dao companion now. When you return this time, will you bring him home?" He pretended to be moved to tears. "Hearing that my son-in-law is the Lord of Ku Chao makes me very reassured." Jiang Tonso shook her head and said, "Not necessarily. Moreover, he no longer pays attention to me now." Her mother, beautiful and youthful, advised, "If the two of you have a misunderstanding, you should laugh it off, or you could simply sleep with him. Your mother did the same with your father back then. If you love someone, you must be brave. Do not miss it and regret it like I once regretted missing your childhood." Jiang Tonso did not expect her mother to be so straightforward. Her face flushed red, and she did not know how to respond. Yet her mother continued speaking. "Mother can see that you truly like that boy." She did not expect her feelings to be so obvious. "You must bring him home. It is decided. Your father and I are waiting for you to return. Bye-bye," her mother said, and immediately cut off the communication spirit talisman, not giving her a chance to refuse. Father had not even finished asking about his daughter before being cut off by his wife. "Do not hang up. I have barely spoken a few words." Exhausted, she fell onto the bed and sighed. Why did Truongan suddenly change like this? Her eyelids gradually grew heavy and closed. In her hazy consciousness, she could still sense his familiar scent lingering on the bed. At night, the full moon shone brightly. She drifted into sleep in the quiet room with the lingering fragrance. In contrast to that tranquility, outside Tianxiang sect was still lively with singing and cheers. Voices shouted, "Without her, how could Yanzai live?" Yanzai opened the door. "We toast you." He slipped into his room and shut the door tightly. "I appreciate everyone's good intentions, but I have private matters and will not receive guests." He sighed in exhaustion, finally finished with the socializing. "I am used to having Tonso by my side, and now being alone is truly hard to adjust to." He sat down and called the system. "Come here. Open the interface and let me see the current situation." The system displayed a stream of information. Character Tran Truongan. Domain points used for human cultivators and demon cultivators to cultivate within the invincible domain. Domain range 5.757 million. Skill all living beings. True explanation of the immortal Dao. Maximum point special effect. Permanent mirror flower water moon ability. Eternal immortal Dao. System storage 12 salted fish and 11 mythical secret realm keys. Asked how many points are needed to cover the 100,000 great mountains within the invincible domain. And what about Ghost Chao? The system replied the 100,000 great mountains in Ghost Chao span 2,600 square kilometers and require tens of millions of points. As for the entire Ghost Chao spanning 240,000 square kilometers, it would require hundreds of millions of domain points. Hearing this, he sighed. Ku Chao is too vast. At this rate, when will I truly be invincible? Random missions and immortals are not encountered all the time. At that moment, the system continuously issued warnings that startled him. Detecting reincarnators from the Xuan Wu immortal realm can be deployed. Detecting the Asura immortal realm and the Engai Thuong immortal realm, possibly up to 20 reincarnators. Whenever I lack arrives, the system is truly considerate. Are you afraid I will not expand the domain? It seems the maximum point special effect is precisely a function to detect events and generate missions. He thought seriously. The next matter is to deal with the upper realm reincarnators in Ku Chao. Find the Fudu demon sect and rescue the old man. The reincarnators are not difficult. As long as the Ku Chao Din is in my hands, they will walk into the net themselves. Only Jiang Tonso's misfortune remains troublesome. To resolve it, bringing her into the invincible domain is the safest method. The avatar is heavily restricted by the system, and talismans are weakened. Perhaps returning to the main body can exploit a loophole in the system. A new idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Next morning, the great hall was filled with laughter. A phoenix spread its wings and soared through the azure sky. He wore ceremonial robes, symbolizing the Lord of Ku Chao, and formally presided over the celebratory banquet. Beautiful green-haired woman acted as host and solemnly announced, "From today, the era of 9 provincial lords ruling has come to an end. The current lord of Ku Chao is Senior Tran." She introduced Tran Truong An, and the platform erupted. A young provincial lord with terrifying strength. With him protecting them, the lower realm felt far more at ease. Unlike the former Van Chao lord who once used forbidden drugs, now Ku Chao needs only one lord. The crowd, only Van Truong Tong felt displeased. That damned Tran Truong and still wants to pursue and kill the Van Chao immortal orthodoxy. Once I contact the ancestor, you will see. In another corner, Jiang Tone so recalled her mother's words from last night. Love must be pursued bravely. Happiness must be grasped by oneself. So Tran Truong En, in this life, do not even think of escaping from me. Just as she steeled herself to approach Tran Truong En, she was shoved and jostled by the fervent crowd, praises ringing endlessly. The provincial lord is the support of a lifetime. All the beauties in the world combined cannot compare to your appearance. Her first attempt failed. She slipped and fell flat onto the ground. She did not lose heart, stood up, gathered herself, and walked toward Tran Truongan again. Yet misfortune struck again. A servant carrying a tray of water stumbled. Water splashed everywhere. A shout to get out of the way startled her. She hastily grabbed someone at random and jumped aside to avoid the water. The moment she landed, she stepped on a banana peel and slipped, falling once more. The people around were astonished, unable to understand why Tone so kept falling repeatedly. Second attempt still failed, and by evening Jiang Tone so continued following Tran Truongan. This time was even worse. Before she could do anything, a nearby wall suddenly collapsed. Her third attempt failed again. Boarded a boat to discuss matters with Manhwa. She tried to follow but was chased by a school of fish begging for food, failing yet again. After many failed attempts, Jiang Tone so leaned against a wall, breathing heavily in exhaustion. Suddenly a voice sounded. Someone said, "Is that not junior sister Tone So?" Two women from the banquet stepped out, mocking that they had seen her trailing behind Senior Tran these past days, yet never getting close, while they were always by his side, their tone dripping with sarcasm. The blonde woman provocatively said, "Even I can hardly resist Senior Tran's charm. Junior sister. If he no longer wants you, then tonight Senior sister will invite him to enjoy a night at Wu Mountain." A clang. Jiang Tone so had already pressed her sword to that woman's throat at a speed no one could react to, coldly warning that if she dared try, she would die. Even a senior sister would receive no mercy. Her gaze was sharp and terrifying as she softly asked, "Do you wish to die?" The two women turned pale and hurriedly waved their hands in apology. "We were only joking. Junior sister, do not be angry. Senior Tran is still yours." At that moment, a flower pot fell from above and struck her head, frightening the two even more. Her bad luck truly still clung to her. Standing beneath the balcony of Tran Truongan's room, she looked up at the still-lit chamber, longing surging in her heart. Her face flushed as she gazed at the light, thinking perhaps she should just go directly into the room and wait for him. That moment, Van Truong Tong happened to pass by and saw Jiang Tone so standing outside Tran Truongan's door. HMPH. Is that not the woman who always follows him? He ground his teeth in fury. "If Tran Truongan is the first day, then I will be the 15th. I will not spare you." He crazedly charged toward Jiang Tone so. Just as he was about to touch her, she sensed it and turned her head, but no one was there. The surroundings were empty. Could it have been just an illusion? She let out a light breath and warily turned to leave. In a dark corner, Van Truong Tong was being restrained, gripped his throat so he could not make a sound. Crimson power flared and burned his body. Van Truong Tong screamed miserably as wave after wave of force burned him into a living torch until not a trace remained. The host killed a peak deity transformation cultivator and received 2,000 domain points. The system returned to the main body under his command. Jiang Tone so arrived before the building where he stayed. Two guards holding fan-like weapons stood watch at the door. Seeing her approach, the two blocked her and shouted, "We have said many times the provincial lord is asleep. Leave quickly. Seeking a man in the middle of the night shows no shame. The provincial lord belongs to us." Jiang Tone so glared at them angrily. "If he refuses to see me, then I will." Two guards became alert and defensive. "She wants to force her way in. The provincial lord is under our protection." Before they finished speaking, they saw her sit down dejectedly in a corner, saying she would wait here until he agreed to see her. She would not go anywhere. The two guards looked at each other helplessly. This girl was truly stubborn. Inside the room, he sat cultivating spiritual power circulating around him. He was separating his avatar to alter the main body. He awakened in his complete main body. Among them, the main body was the one that suffered the most pain. He drew in a sharp breath, his bones feeling as if they were falling apart, barely sitting up with a pale face before letting out a long sigh. His stomach growled with hunger. He reached out intending to find a bun, touching something soft like one yet unable to lift it. Jerked his hand back in shock upon realizing what he had touched. Beside him, Bai Yue slept soundly, softly moaning in her dreams, "Yes, that is the force. Senior, please strike me harder." Turning to the other side, he saw Ling Bao resting her head on his thigh, sucking her finger, mumbling, "Master, do not die. Eat a big chicken leg." He was stunned and utterly confused about what was happening. Behind him, a long, fluffy tail of Hong Yi lay draped across. She murmured in her sleep, "Young master, do not be shy. One more time." The bizarre scene made he shudder. Their sleeping postures were far too familiar. Even his clothes had been changed. Who knew what they had done while he was unconscious? Glanced around and could only sigh that this was karmic retribution. Flushed red with embarrassment, who exactly made a move on me? Forget it, now is not the time to dwell on this. I must first resolve Jiang Tonso's matter. After being single for more than 20 years, I finally met someone like her. I cannot let this broken system ruin it. He got up and left the bed. It was still dark. He opened the system and confirmed this was the main body, so all functions were usable. Earlier, he had racked his brain over how to handle Jiang Tonso suffering misfortune whenever she approached him. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, then let us begin. He directly operated on the system interface. All living beings allows the evolution of all entities to generate intelligence and control everything within the invincible domain. Maximum point special effect is used for display or checking character data, discovering random missions and side quests. His eyes flashed as he looked at the system. If all living beings can control everything within the domain, then a bolder assumption is that the system itself is within that scope. Thinking this, he decided to use the all living beings function to control maximum point special effect, targeting the missions issued by the system. His hand forcefully pressed down on the words maximum point special effect. Mission he set himself. The system activated. Wind rose around him as all living beings was triggered. He controlled the target within the invincible domain. The system function and maximum point special effect intertwined. A mark appeared on his forehead. Suddenly the system froze, leaving him stunned. Could it have failed? Immediately after, the system panel displayed a notification of success. He rejoiced smugly. It worked. Now only the final step remains. Pressed on the system panel, host Tran Truong and has discovered a special mission. Eliminate all negative effects generated when Jiang Tonso approaches the avatar. The main body of Tran Truong is the mission target, invincible domain system. The reward is praise from Tran Truong himself. Laugh strangely. The punishment for failure is that the system must grant a batch of domain points to soothe the host's spirit. Mission time limit 10 minutes. The mission panel immediately displayed. Mission issued successfully. As expected, it worked. Discovering yet another way to use the system, not in vain at all. Even the system must be furious. The system cursed angrily for being exploited through a loophole. He ignored it, scratching his hand and saying, "I still have morals, just not much. The mission has been issued. According to the rules, you must complete it. Failure will empty the storage of 680 billion points." He sneered at the system, which could only howl in powerless rage. The system reported the mission completed. All negative effects when Jiang Tonso approaches have been erased. The system raged and cursed at being heavily tricked. He smiled brightly in appeasement. Finishing early is good, great genius. The next morning, spatial gates suddenly appeared atop the mountain peak. The gate opened, and a woman stepped out bathed in faint pink light, her eyes sweeping over the lower realm. With such thin spiritual energy, how could the immortal beauty-preserving tree survive? I hope its owner is sensible so I can bring it back to the upper realm soon. After speaking, she shot out of the gate and landed in the forest ahead. At the same time, the 4 women on the bed were still fast asleep. In their drowsiness, they all reached out toward the space beside them. They jolted awake when they found it empty. Even the warmth was gone. The 4 ran outside, and upon seeing they shouted in unison, startling him into turning his head. "Senior, master, teacher." All 4 crowded at the doorway, each wanting to be the first to hug him. In the end, all 4 tumbled at the door. He was used to such scenes and merely smiled, saying, "Good morning, did you sleep well?" 4 rushed forward and hugged him tightly, knocking him to the ground. One clutched his arm, another his chest. Someone even sat directly on him. The scene like a collective rebellion. Still did not believe it. Ling Bao pulled at his mouth to check. Is this not a dream? Hong Yi patted his head to confirm, leaving him speechless. He darkened and knocked each of them on the head, sternly asking, "Are you awake now?" 4 knelt, clutching their heads in pain, showing remorse. Ling Bao looked at him joyfully and called out, "Master." Little Spirit and the others burst into tears of joy, saying they missed him and had worried all this time. Bai Yue looked at him with delight and lingering affection, thinking that the plans she had nurtured could finally be carried out. He helplessly explained it had only been an avatar. Hong Yi hugged him and begged to be allowed to search for the avatar next time. He could only sigh at them. Thinking of Jiang Tonso holding a sword with killing intent, He quickly pushed that thought away, otherwise she might truly chop me down. He asked seriously, "Who changed my clothes, and what did you do while I was asleep?" The question startled Bao Nha and Hong Yi. Flushed red, these girls were far too obvious. Who exactly made a move? Yue admitted she had changed his clothes. Hong Yi hurriedly covered her mouth and explained it was because they missed him too much. He grew darker, unsure what they had done. Hong Yi and Bao Nha pulled Bai Yue away to avoid further talk, asking whether Master was hungry and offering to cook. He called them back, demanding a clear explanation. Night gradually fell, fireflies drifting like specks of light in the dark. After a tiring day, I will bathe first. Just as he removed his robe, the back door opened, and a woman's silhouette stepped in. It was Bai Yue. She approached timidly and whispered, "Senior." He turned and asked, "What is it?" Bai Yue blushed and handed him a whip, saying she had been struck by a special poison and needed him to use this whip to strike her to dispel it, begging Senior to save her. He was stunned. Another strange poison again. He panted repeatedly, her face flushed. "I can finally feel it again. That strange sensation from last time has returned." Unexpectedly, he naively believed she was truly poisoned and produced 3 spirit pills. "Eat these. The pills melt in the mouth, not in the hand. 1 cures all poisons, 2 remove fatigue, 3 grant eternal youth, and they taste good too." Thus her detox plan failed. He stuffed the 3 spirit pills into Bai Yue's hand and pushed her out, slamming the door. "There, go cure yourself. I will bathe." Bai Yue was not discouraged. If one plan fails, there is another. Somehow she would seize Senior. He removed the garments from his body, and he quickly stepped into the bath, immersing himself in the warm, soothing water. At that moment he thought, "It has been long since I returned. I should go back to Mount Fei Xian and see how the human and demon cultivators are developing. That is a long-term source of domain points. Supplies must be replenished on time." He rubbed his nose thoughtfully. Suddenly a loud noise echoed from the mountain peak. Announcement: Senior Tran Truongan has awakened. Crowd rejoiced. "Wonderful, I moved to Mount Fei Xian for half a month and Senior has finally awakened. Hurry, I must put on makeup and tidy my tail. I must present my most handsome appearance to Senior. I even wish to recommend myself as Senior's mount." In the air above the peak, a woman glided past, her eyes filled with doubt. "I do not have much time in the lower realm. Where exactly is the one guarding the immortal beauty-preserving tree? I will capture a few demons and ask." Vortex of wind rose around her as she officially stepped into the domain. He sensed the disturbance. Another immortal from which immortal realm, bringing domain points to me, and even at immortal king level. The woman circled the mountain peak, the demon cultivators quickly sensing her as well. Mortal energy, those hateful upper realm immortals have come again. Such terrifying spiritual power clearly aimed at Senior. We must not let her cause chaos at Mount Fei Xian. The woman descended to the ground, and the demon cultivators immediately assumed battle stances. She frowned disdainfully. "Such dense immortal energy here. It seems I have found the right place. But these lower realm ants do not fear an upper realm immortal." A demon cultivator spoke. "This is Senior Tran's place of secluded cultivation. Flying is forbidden. Please leave and do not disturb Senior." Being opposed by the lower realm for the first time, she angrily shouted, "Insolent! You shrimp-like creatures dare show disrespect." She released her pressure, forcing the demon cultivators to their knees under the heavy force. Senior has encountered an opponent. She declared angrily, eyes red as blood, "I am Fairy Jiang Yu-chan of the Xuan Wu Immortal Realm. There is nowhere in this lower realm I cannot go. Where is Tran Truongan who holds the immortal beauty-preserving fruit?" Suddenly her pressure was shattered by another green force. Her entire body pressed to the ground. That domineering pressure shocked her. "Is there someone stronger than me here?" She roared, "Who? Come out." The demon cultivators rejoiced at recognizing who had arrived, while she was shaken. "It is Senior Tran Truongan. Senior has acted to protect us." From the mountain peak, the lit house emitted a heavy pressure. He sat on the veranda, his gaze looking downward. Her aura vanished, replaced by fear. "That is Tran Truongan. I cannot sense his cultivation, yet his gaze makes me tremble." She noticed the demon cultivators seemed blessed, immortal charm lingering on them, capable of becoming immortals. Is all this related to Tran Truongan? His eyes were sharp and majestic, like a deity overlooking mortals. This pressure left her breathless, more terrifying than a life-and-death battle. She bowed respectfully. "Disciple of the Jiang family of the Xuan Wu Immortal Realm, Jiang Yu-chan requests an audience," leaving the demon cultivators wide-eyed. System appeared. Random Mission 2 activated. Target detected. Host, please prepare. He ordered that she be brought to the temple. Jiang Yu-chan flew off, wanting to see what he was planning. Suddenly a shout rang out. "Stop, flying is forbidden here." Ning Tuk reminded her, "Since you have come, you must follow Senior's rules. If you wish to seek help, you must perform the proper rites." He pointed to the mountain path. "Walk up step by step." These words caused cold sweat to break out on Jiang Yu-chan. He turned back angrily. "I am an upper realm immortal. How can I endure such humiliation? How can a dignified, immortal king bow before a mortal? Thakbakza mocked while eating. Do not speak of immortals before the master. Even those lofty above must bow. Jiang Yuchan shouted, shut up. Only then did she notice the fruit in Thakbakza's hand, shimmering with light. That was an immortal beauty-preserving fruit. A sacred fruit rare even in the upper realm was being eaten by a demon like an ordinary fruit. Her heart ached as she choked out. Where did this fruit come from? Thakbakza smiled proudly. The master gave it. Everyone has one. Jiang Yuchan was dizzy. Everyone has one. A sacred fruit that blooms once in 1,000 years and bears fruit in 10,000 years. Where did you obtain so many? Intuk understood her purpose. So the fairy also sought the fruit. The demonic cultivators gathered here not only received protection, but also had sacred fruit to use daily, making her face turn ashen. She snorted coldly and walked toward the temple. Thakbakza watched and thought her mouth said no need, but her body was very honest. Jiang Ngakthien stepped forward heavily, her aura gloomy. Tran Truongan, you dare distribute sacred fruit to these lowly demons. Demonic cultivators on both sides of the steps watched the spectacle. Since ancient times, the lower realm worshipped immortals. Now seeing a fairy lower her head truly broadened their horizons. Tran Truongan on the veranda only felt they were too noisy. After a while, Jiang Ngakthien arrived before the temple, introducing herself as a disciple of the Jiang family of Haiyan Vu, seeking an audience. Tran Truongan replied calmly, come in. She slowly pushed open the door. The man sat in the center of the room with chin propped leisurely. Tran Truongan looked at her. Fairy Jiang has come all this way with effort. You must have business. She tossed the gourd over. This immortal treasure in exchange for a youth preserving immortal fruit. Even in the lower realm, it is a top-tier treasure. Tran Truongan smiled faintly and flicked it back, not exchanging. Jiang Ngakthien angrily caught the gourd and shouted, do not go too far. Those demons all have one. Tran Truongan interrupted with a mocking laugh. With that arrogant posture, do you think everyone must indulge you? He released pressure, forcing her to kneel. The terrifying might like facing an immortal lord, just who was he? Tran Truongan leisurely crossed his legs. I do not need immortal treasures. Answer a few questions, and you will get what you want. Jiang Ngakthien gritted her teeth, preferring death over humiliation. At that moment, Bao Nhi carried a tray full of youth-preserving immortal fruits. Tran Truongan ignored her. Bao Nhi, it seems you picked a bit too many. Bao Nhi smiled brightly, enough to share with everyone, and even picked one to eat deliciously before Jiang Ngakthien, making her heart ache, only worrying how to handle the remaining baskets. Jiang Ngakthien changed her tone. Cough, cough, I think talking is fine. Senior Tran may ask and I will answer. Replying a few questions is not a loss. Tran Truongan was stunned by the sudden change. Well then, you change your mind quickly. He tapped the chair and asked the first question. Why does the upper realm invade the lower realm? Should it not protect instead? What exactly are you plotting? Jiang Ngakthien laughed. Invasion, how ridiculous. She lowered her eyes to the ant crawling on the ground. Lower realm beings and immortals were never related. In our eyes, you are merely insignificant ants, not enough to stir any storm. Crushing an ant on the ground is as easy as turning a hand. Its life and territory are in your grasp. Because of the ability to control, the upper realm treats the lower realm the same. You are not worth our concern. Even those great worlds beneath the void are ultimately only tools to increase our immortal power. Tran Truongan secretly wondered, besides Ku Chao continent, could there exist other parallel worlds? Or perhaps? Jiang Ngakthien continued, among the boundless myriad worlds, Ku Chao is but a speck of dust. Do you understand how fragile your world is? In our eyes, you are no different from beasts under shelter, unable to raise waves, ultimately only to be bound and controlled by the upper realm. Bao Nhi angrily hid the plate of immortal fruit away. The words were too harsh. She did not know how to respond and could only apologize. Tran Truongan said with interest, consider it broadening my horizons. Second question, the upper realm has long intended to seize the lower realm. Why has it not succeeded all these years? Question struck the key point, and she answered eagerly, because the heavenly Tao rules obstruct it. Otherwise, a single immortal king would suffice to take the lower realm. Moreover, the upper realm once contacted certain immortal lineage families in the lower realm, but I do not know the specific reasons. Jiang Ngakthien pondered, then said, now I know one more thing. In the lower realm, there was someone who deliberately delayed the upper realm's seizure repeatedly for this matter. Year after year, he alone rushed to the border of the world domain, kneeling before the boundary monument of the immortal realm. Mortal hands touched the stone monument. Patches of black chi gradually clung to that man's palms. He consumed cultivation accumulated over tens of thousands of years, just to repeat one sentence again and again. His gaunt face aged gradually, dark spots spreading across his cheeks, his eyes left only with deep black. This is my final request. It must be delivered. When Ku Chao was being seized, in the immortal realm, the immortal lords surrounded a golden pillar listening to the mortal's final words. They mistakenly thought Ku Chao had been taken by another immortal domain, and thus paid no attention. Recently the truth was exposed. The immortal lords realized they had been toyed with by the lower realm and grew furious. One immortal lord ordered a full-scale seizure of Kaio Zhou, swearing to drag out that lowly lower realm wretch who ruined the plan and flay him alive. The struggle among immortal domains erupted. The one who caused chaos, dreaming of prolonging the land's life, was finally dragged out and killed. Oh right, that person's name was Koi Van. The name resounded and shook Tran Truong. Jiang and Gok Thien continued. One disciple founded a sect named Truong Sin Sect. The scene appeared within a cave, the ceiling not light or exit but a blood-red hole. Black bats circled above the blood-soaked old man, life or death unknown. Tran Truong angrily slammed his hand on the chair, the sound sharp. From his palm burst a stream of golden force, his eyes filled with killing intent. He growled, suppressing anger. Is this information true? Jiang and Gok Thien and Bao Nhai were stunned by his attitude. Jiang and Gok Thien hurriedly said, "Of course it is true. I hate lying most." Bao Nhai also called worriedly, "Master." Tran Truong forced himself calm. "It is nothing." He analyzed. According to her words, Ku Chao had long been regarded by the upper realm as something in their pocket. The reason they had not invaded was because the old man exhausted his mind and cultivation to delay time. Now that he was dead, Ku Chao lost its protector and was fully exposed, meaning it would soon face a great invasion of immortals. Continued, I have a few final questions. What is the medium connecting immortals and the lower realm? Why can the protector unleash full power in the lower realm? And an immortal king like you, how much strength can you use? Tran Truong released pressure to suppress Jiang and Gok Thien, forcing her to answer as he intended. Jiang and Gok Thien broke into a cold sweat, inwardly cursing this man was truly hateful. I only wanted some fruit. How did I become his source of information? She could not lose momentum and immediately smiled, confidently proposing a trade. Give me fruit and I will speak. Knowing the truth requires a price, do not expect to eat for free forever. That momentum flickered and vanished. Tran Truong darkened his face looking at her, negative emotion from being seen through plus 0.01. Seeing her heart set on the immortal fruit, he indulged slightly and handed her one. Jiang and Gok Thien immediately rejoiced and bragged. The upper and lower realms connect through ascension. Relying on a jade pass, one can open an immortal gate to descend to the lower realm. Only the process is quite long, usually taking about 15 to 30 days. After receiving the fruit, she obediently replied, Guardians are those reincarnated accompanying prodigies. They have special privilege, relying on the prodigy to briefly appear in the lower realm, not restricted by heavenly Tao, and able to unleash full strength. Jiang and Gok Thien quickly thought. The Jiang family also seemed to have had a reincarnated prodigy. At that time, she must ask to pass a message not to provoke the killing star before her. After answering, she extended her hand for more. As for me in the lower realm, I can only use 2/10 of my strength, but it is enough to deal with small fry. I have finished speaking. Give another immortal fruit. Tran Truong laughed. Give what more? I already gave you one. Jiang and Gok Thien did not understand at first. He calmly smiled and pointed at her hand. I never said how many. You were greedy. She did not expect to be tricked and angrily cried. Only one fruit. Too little. Swindler, no one has dared to deceive this fairy. Tran Truong ignored her, pretending not to hear. She bit her lip, aggrieved yet helpless. Clearly, one wisdom immortal fruit refined into longevity pills would not extend the ancestor's lifespan much. First time being bullied like this, what could one fruit do? Hearing that, he calmly reached to take it back. If you do not want it, return it. Seeing him about to snatch it, she quickly dodged and angrily shouted, crafty lower realm man daring to play with words. He sneered, did not expect the fairy to be somewhat naive. Tran Truong escorted her to the courtyard, tactfully seeing her off. In short, fairy, you may leave now. He turned to call Bao Nhai to gather everyone. Bao Nhai immediately ran off. Jiang and Gok Thien still guarded the fruit tightly, fearing it would be reclaimed. Having achieved her goal, she regained her arrogance and carefully stored the fruit to avoid trouble. Do not be smug. The lower realm has been targeted by the immortal lords. In the end, no living being will survive. I admit you have some strength, but ultimately it is only futile struggle. Tran Truong was indifferent to the warning, coldly glancing at her and saying, I truly hope they dare stand before me. She laughed disdainfully and replied, a mantis trying to stop a chariot not knowing its limits. Humans gain a bit of strength and become arrogant. Seeking death cannot be stopped. In her heart, she thought the pressure earlier was too great, so she misjudged. A lower realm mortal daring to challenge the peak of the immortal realm. That moment, Bao Nhai ran over calling, Master. Everyone around the mountain had been summoned. all gathered excitedly, paying respects to Senior. Why the sudden assembly? Is there something for us to resolve? Tran Truongan opened his palm and immortal pills floated up. You came just in time. Here are some immortal pills. Ku Chao is about to face invasion from the upper realm. To respond, I have decided to create immortals. Everyone was shocked and delighted, each receiving one. The immortals created will not be restricted by Ku Chao and can unleash full strength. Are you willing to become the first batch of immortals under my hand? All answered in unison. As long as we follow Senior, we are willing to do anything. Ngaktheen, hearing this, mocked disdainfully. Creating immortals is mere fantasy. The path to immortality is so arduous, relying on these people and a few pills emitting immortal aura to become immortal. This is not the upper realm. They lack immortal fortune. Fundamentally impossible. His gaze swept toward her, not playful but extremely solemn. Tran Truongan turned back and ordered, "Eat." Everyone did not hesitate, responding in unison and swallowing. He explained, "These are ordinary immortal pills, but their effect in breaking realms is extremely strong." All sat down, circulating their magic power to undergo collective breakthrough. The conditions to become immortal are originally complex and hard for ordinary people, but as long as one is invincible within the domain, anyone can. He thought silently as he watched them circulate their power. Tran Truongan began to circulate his power. The seal between his brows emerged. "Tiu Loi, help me." Coming father, a bolt of lightning struck straight down onto the small temple. Streams of immortal aura rose from everyone, merging with the lightning and forcefully driving forward the process of immortal cultivation. Jiang and Ngaktheen witnessed it and cried out in panic. That was immortal fortune. She could not believe her eyes. This absurd thing could not possibly happen. Could it be that he truly created an immortal? No, he was only a man of the lower realm, not a god. Absolutely impossible. The air was filled with the pressure of immortal power. Streaks of immortal energy tore through the sky, illuminating the entire area. Demonic cultivators below the mountain hugged each other and looked up in shock. At this moment, someone was undergoing immortal tribulation. Someone was becoming an immortal. That direction was the immortal temple. It must be caused by the Senior. Hurry and go see. The crowd gathered before the temple gate, squeezing to look inside. Behind them, people pressed forward in curiosity. Her on her body there was. Everyone was stunned as they realized immortal aura was erupting. Waves of power shot straight upward. Lightning radiance continuously strengthened their magic power. Bao Nhi was in such pain that she could not speak. She could only scream loudly. Her body was about to reach its limit. The people outside saw Bao Nhi suffering during immortal cultivation and panic, not knowing what to do other than cheering her on. Keep going. Bakangayat also seemed to be gritting her teeth to endure the agony. At that moment, the system panel popped up. Nin Tuk's cultivation underwent a drastic change, beginning to record domain points. Deity transformation reached its peak, advancing to void refinement, continuing to rise to peak strike, then stepping into immortal balance. Could I be dreaming? Her cultivation advanced as easily as drinking water. She completely could not believe what had just happened. Her gaze changed as she witnessed the unimaginable. A gate appeared in midair. Inside it, a vortex of void converged toward a single point of light. Those who witnessed it with their own eyes were all stunned, unable to believe it. The immortal gate had appeared. She had truly become an immortal. Jiang and Ngaktheen's face turned pale. Sweat poured down. This madman had truly created an immortal. Tran Truongan did not think so. Nothing good could be attributed to the upper realm. His hand continued to release power. This was an immortal of the lower realm. He suddenly clenched the stream of power in his hand and declared firmly, "It does not belong to the upper realm." The slender strand of power wrapped around the gate, causing the immortal gate to gradually shatter. Everyone cried out in shock. The immortal gate was casually destroyed by the Senior. Jiang and Ngaktheen found it hard to accept this blow. She gritted her teeth and suppressed her emotions. As far as I know, the lower realm has not had anyone ascend for thousands of years because the conditions are extremely harsh. But now someone had cultivated to the peak of peak strike in just a single night. The peak of peak strike was only the first condition. The second was to condense immortal fortune. Without immortal fortune, it was absolutely impossible to ascend. Cultivating immortal fortune required a cultivator to completely comprehend one type of heavenly law such as time, space, metal, wood, earth, fire, or water in order to succeed. As far as I know, countless powerhouses of the lower realm could not comprehend the heavenly Tao in their entire lives to generate immortal fortune. Moreover, they still had to pass the 99 lightning tribulations and inner demons during ascension. Only by overcoming the lightning tribulation and breaking the inner demons could a lower realm cultivator qualify to step into the upper realm. The spiritual energy of the lower realm is increasingly depleted. Reaching peak strike is already forced, let alone having enough spiritual power to become an immortal. Just what terrifying realm has Tran Truongan reached? This time the reincarnated prodigies seem to have met their opponent. Jiang and Gok Thin thought to herself. At the same time, in a small village of Kuchao, the cries of crows echoed across the sky, their eyes glowing red. It was said that crows were messengers of the night. Wherever they appeared, disaster would follow. On the road lay corpses of unknown life or death. Only a brown-haired boy suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a strange smile, this time reincarnated to Kuchao. I have sensed the aura of the peak of Kuchao. Little girl of about 6 or 7 years old sat in a corner stroking her head, whispering softly, "I am reborn." In another corner, a reincarnated boy angrily strangled the one who had given birth to this body. How could the ants of the lower realm be worthy of being my parents? All of them were prodigies reincarnated from the upper realm. They received the same command. Prodigies obey the order. Go all out to kill Tran Truongan and seize the peak of Kuchao. As for Tran Truongan, he was still helping everyone level up to prepare for the great war between the upper and lower realms, while upgrading the system, expanding the invincible domain, rescuing the old man, and earning some benefits along the way. System sounded continuously. Lin Bao Nhi broke through to half immortal, rewarded 500,000 domain points. Hong Wai broke through to half immortal, rewarded 300,000. Lin Than Sun half immortal, rewarded 100,000. Bak and Gaiet half immortal, rewarded 100,000. Nin Tuk entered the immortal realm, rewarded 800,000. Tin Thak Bat Jia reached human immortal, rewarded 800,000. Tran Truongan sensed within the space that their cultivation was still low, only reaching half immortal. Next time he had to find a new path to create more immortals. At this moment Bao Nhi suddenly appeared behind him, acting spoiled and crying, "Respected master. Did not expect that I also reached half immortal." Bao Nhi wrapped her arms around his neck. Hong Wai and Bak and Gaiet each took a side, competing to thank him. This great kindness Bak and Gaiet will remember for life. Unexpectedly, Hong Wai and Bao Nhi were too bold. They both pounced onto Tran Truongan, clinging and kissing him repeatedly, causing the three of them to fall backward onto the ground. And Chao, standing beside them, also flexed his bulging muscles, showing off proudly, "Look at me. I have also become an immortal, ha ha ha. Truly a joyful matter." Lin Than's son beside him shed tears of joy. "Ancestor, did you see? I have also become a half-immortal." The demonic cultivators outside the temple looked in with envy. Those who ascended to immortality sighed endlessly. "The senior is our god. Now that the lower realm has immortals, there is no need to fear the upper realm. I also want to hug the senior." Yang and Gok Thin was still stunned. She did not expect that two immortals were truly created without being suppressed by the heavenly Tao. This person was terrifyingly powerful, with him guarding Kuchao. In the future, it might become a corner of the immortal domain. The system set off fireworks in celebration. Total domain points reached 7,685,000, suggesting upgrading the system to 5 to expand the invincible domain. Discovered 2 members, rewarded an additional 12 salted fish blessings, making him so delighted that he jumped up. Tran Truongan was still studying the system. Jiang and Gok Thin suddenly called out, "Hey." He turned his head to look at her with a mocking expression. "Fairy, have you not left yet? Want to continue the transaction?" Jiang and Gok Thin avoided his gaze and said awkwardly, "I temporarily have no new information." Tran Truongan immediately softened his tone. "It is because of the immortal fruit right. I will leave it for you. When there is news of the upper realm, come find me." Hearing that, she seemed to have achieved her goal and hurriedly bade farewell and flew away. Tran Truongan watched her figure gradually disappear. At that moment, the system popped up, detected the fairy's favorability change. Cultivation progress increased, rewarded 10,000 domain points. He thought about it. Only the unfinished mission had not been reported as completed. It seemed to be a long-term mission. Better upgrade the system first. System upgrade to 5. Checking conditions completed. System version 5 begins upgrading. Deducting 1 million domain points. Upgrade successful. Unlocked new function, control of life and death. Can consume points to resurrect the dead within the domain. This function was too good, even more reliable than special effects. Tran Truongan laughed heartily. He chose to expand, keeping 1 million domain points for later to exchange for a high-level clone when the Protector surpasses Immortal General. The system announced consumption of 5,685,000 domain points to expand the invincible domain to 56,850 meters. 1 million remaining. Current range, 62,607 meters. Light radiating from the Immortal Temple began to spread outward. According to the map, his domain had already covered Phi Tine Mountain, Hoa Qua Mountain, and many other mountain ranges. Only Ngu Kong Dai Sun and a few areas had not yet been reached. The expansion of the domain allowed him to sense more things. It currently covered only half of the Thap Van Dai Sun. Compared to the entire Ku Chao, it was still just a small portion. Ku Chao consisted of 9 regions: Vu Chao, Feng Chao, Yu Chao, Quang Chao, Loi Chao, Van Chao, Zich Chao, Hui Chao, and Thap Van Dai Sun. Taking the chance to open the salted fish blessing as well, he quickly pressed 4 icons in succession. Last time he obtained the Mirror Flower Water Moon clone card, which was quite useful. Who knew what treasure would appear this time? System fireworks exploded. Congratulations on opening a 4-star salted fish blessing. Received 15,000 domain points and a 1-star mind reading card. Explanation of how to use the 1-star XXXX card. Those who understand will understand. It can also be used for teasing. The system continued to explain. The mind reading card allows hearing the thoughts of any subordinate or partner. Tran Truong held the reward and was stunned. He angrily grabbed the system panel and shouted loudly, "System, what are you doing? Where is your morality?" The system hurriedly explained that the items obtained were not under its control, but depended on the host's luck. Tran Truong was suspicious. Perhaps he had struck too hard and cracked the system panel. The system felt wronged and angry. "Host, my design." But design can be modified. There is not much gossip. The system excitedly activated the mind reading card. "Let us see who is lucky enough to be chosen." Immediately thoughts sounded in his mind. "That itchy and uncomfortable person, senior. Why is there such a demonic voice in my head?" Streams of thoughts poured in continuously. How to enjoy that feeling from last time? If I rush over and hug the senior, will I be beaten? What if I force a kiss? Only the senior makes me recall that strange pleasure. Among the crowd, only that voice was the clearest, yet no one noticed. Tran Truong sighed helplessly. None of his subordinates were normal. He did not know whose voice that was. Salted fish blessings are not easy to gather. Let it pass. For now, he should inform everyone about the situation of immortals. After saying that, he quickly summoned everyone to prepare. "All of you come here for a moment." Everyone responded in unison, yes. The preparation time officially began. It was not until the hour of Mao that everything was temporarily settled. Tran Truong returned alone to his room to rest. Lying on the bed, he thought that everyone had begun preparing to face the immortals about to descend. Yet the current battle strength of the lower realm was still insufficient. If they did not seize the time to raise their power, there would be only the path of death. Tran Truong's gaze gradually became more resolute than ever. He recalled the past. When he was little, any adult could capture him with a mere lift of a hand. If not for the old man's protection back then, he would have long been devoured by demons because of his longevity physique. For so many years, the old man had kept him in the immortal temple, not only protecting him, but also exhausting his cultivation to guard the lower realm. If this lower realm is worthy of protection, you can rest assured I will guard Ku Chao in your place. Thinking so, he turned over, carrying that resolve as he gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Bao Nhai softly called him, "Awake, master. Breakfast is ready, get up and eat." Yet there was no movement from the room. Bao Nhai pouted in dissatisfaction. "Damn it, respected master has switched to his clone again." Seeing this, Hong Wai rubbed her head to comfort her. The young master must have been in a hurry this time. Usually he tells us before switching clones. This time he was completely silent. Could it be there is another woman outside? Bok and Guyot worriedly refuted. The senior surely is not that kind of person. Hearing Hong Wai say that, Bao Nhai immediately made up her mind. "Sister Hong Wai, Sister Bok and Guyot, I have decided to go down the mountain to train and find Master's clone." Hong Wai's eyes were full of worry because it was clear the young master did not want them to meet the clone. But Bok and Guyot did not remember the warning and immediately raised her hand to volunteer. "I am not at ease letting Miss Bao Nhai go alone. I will go too." With someone accompanying her, Bao Nhai was even happier. If there is punishment, someone will share it. Let us go find Master and give him a big surprise, hee. This moment Tran Truong had already switched to his clone, so he could not hear the plan. If he knew, he would surely explode with anger. The original body had completely transferred to the clone. Present, a fine drizzle like mist fell within the residence. Jiang Tone still sat motionless in a corner without leaving. The 2 guards saw her stubbornness and irritably shouted, "Miss, you are too stubborn. We already said the prefecture lord is very busy and does not meet admirers. The senior runs about daily for the sake of Ku Chao, yet you still want to cling to him for personal motives. That is too much." Jiang Tone heard clearly but remained firm. "I will not disturb him. You should go rest early. Do not worry about me." 2 guards' faces darkened, inwardly cursing. "Who wants to care about you? There are so many infatuated women outside. What if they harm the prefecture lord? If she does not leave, we cannot end our shift. These old bones are about to stiffen like her stubborn head." It was a long time before the rain stopped, the early sunlight shining upon the puddles that remained. Tran Truong also woke up and opened the door to step outside. 2 guards saw him and panicked. "Prefecture lord, we are done for. We have disturbed you." Jiang Tone so waited all night and finally met him. Truongan, you are awake. Tran Truongan did not expect she was still here. He knew she wanted to see him, and knew she had stood waiting outside the residence last night. Yet it was hard to speak. Could it be that she had waited here all night? She hurriedly denied it. No, I just arrived. Jiang Tone so looked at him joyfully, sunlight shining on her beautiful face still dotted with rain, a gentle breeze lifting her hair into a scene of breathtaking devotion. She softly pleaded, Truongan, can we talk for a while? Tran Truongan could not help but feel moved, blushing as he scratched his head. Come to my room and we will talk. Jiang Tone so immediately nodded. At the same time in Van Chao, Hoa Long City, two children held hands and walked into a deserted alley. The boy held a bottle in his hand. The girl excitedly pointed at it. Brother, we finally bought the Foundation Establishment liquid. The boy smiled and replied, as long as I drink it, I can break through to Foundation Establishment and become a true cultivator. The girl covered her face dreamily. With your talent, you will surely succeed. In the future, our family will not go hungry or be bullied anymore. The older brother rubbed her head. To buy this liquid, father, and I endured much hardship. Rest assured, once I reach Foundation Establishment, I will let everyone live better. Just then another boy approached. His entire body emitted a dark aura. This mortal body could not withstand the divine demonic Tao physique and was about to collapse. He needed a new body. Because he had killed the original host's parents, this body was rejecting him. That boy was the reincarnated prodigy Tri-Thene of the Hien Vo immortal domain. Boy noticed he was only about 9 or 10 years old, yet already at the peak of chi refining, spiritual energy overflowing, and on the verge of breaking through to Foundation Establishment. Judging by his appearance, he likely could not afford the liquid. Kind-hearted boy held out the bottle. I see you are about to break through. Do you have a container? I will share some liquid with you. He thought half a bottle was enough for himself. It could be considered forming a good bond. Tri-Thene of the Hien Vo immortal domain was astonished. He did not expect it to be a postnatal Tao physique. He grinned ferociously. The body capable of bearing the divine demonic Tao physique had finally been found. Immediately he seized the body, blood splattering everywhere. After taking the new body, he no longer suffered weakness and rejection. Much more comfortable, he killed the original host's younger sister as well, and sent the old body to reunite with its parents. His eyes glowed dangerously red, blood staining his hands and face as he laughed thirstily. Next, he would use an upper realm secret technique to seclude himself for a few days, surpass Tran Truongan, seize Ku Chao, and occupy the lower realm. System panel displayed character information. Name Tri-Thene, 9th Emperor of the Hien Vo immortal domain, arrogant and domineering, carrying memories and techniques of the upper realm, possessing the divine demonic Tao physique, cultivating both righteous and demonic paths, proficient in formations, able to borrow formations to summon evil entities, probability of successfully seizing the lower realm domain 80%. In Hoa Long City, people were abuzz. Have you heard? The new prefecture Lord Tran Truongan is about to come here on inspection. A few days ago, he already appeared near the prefecture residence. Tri-Thene gathered information, delivering himself to the door. In his mind, the name Tran Truongan echoed. A passerby continued rambling, looking forward to the new prefecture lord who is both handsome and powerful, wanting to bear his child. Tri-Thene thought to himself he could postpone the massacre plan and prepare a grand gift for him. If Tran Truongan is truly strong, he will be an excellent vessel. He cackled, long fangs exposed with fierce malice. In the old alley, a pair of small hands trembled. That boy had not died, but had his body swapped with that man. He remembered everything. What that madman had done to him and his sister. His kindness had been misplaced. His sister, who had just been laughing and dreaming of a bright future, was now a cold corpse. That future had also turned into pitch darkness. He tightly held his sister's body, trembling as he called her name, Zai Zai. At the same time, in the residence of Van City Prefecture, Tran Truongan looked at Jiang Tone so with heartache, her whole body drenched. Soaked clothes clung to her body, making the scene even more stirring. Tran Truongan worriedly pulled her hand. You are too wet and will fall ill. There is a hot spring beside us. Go bathe to warm up. He held her hand and led her to the hot spring pool, leaving her stunned. Jiang Tone so obediently removed her outer garment and stepped into the pool, steam rising to veil her body. After all, bathing in a man's room made her blush in embarrassment. Tran Truongan stood behind the screen and gently reminded her, do not just stand there. It is only you and me. Is the water fine? Jiang Tone so startled and sat down, shyly replying, the water is just right, she said with a red face. Only then did he feel at ease. After you finish bathing, tell me. I will prepare new clothes. She mechanically answered, all right. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Tone so gathered her courage and asked, Truongen, do you want to bathe together? Tran Truongen bluntly refused. I have already bathed, you continue. She froze and replied. In his mind, he only thought about the system. Have new prodigies appeared recently? Thai Thien, Peak Chi refining, still needs to be nurtured. He immediately ordered system. Check the background of the reincarnated prodigies. The system reported deducting 250 domain points to search. Deducting points again? Tran Truongen irritably scolded. Do you find yourself very humorous? Information found. Reincarnated prodigies are at most human immortal realm of the upper realm, receiving orders from the domain lords of various immortal domains to descend and seize the myriad worlds. They carry memories of many lifetimes and immortal techniques, enough to avoid the restrictions of heaven and earth laws for a short time. Rapidly break through cultivation, slaughter the strongest powerhouse of the lower realm, and then seize the world domain. For prodigies, killing across realms is commonplace. Among those chosen, some were recommended by immortal venerables and thus qualified to reincarnate. Some reincarnated to increase their own cultivation. Naturally, there also exists a small group forced down to the lower realm to work. Though they come from different immortal domains, their goal is only one, to dominate the lower realm this time. The spearhead of all points to a single place, the continent of Ku Chao. For many intertwined reasons, this place has become the battleground contested by the immortals. Being seized is only a matter of time, which also means whoever wants to be a savior must face these old monsters and be ready to stand alone against the entire pack. Hearing that Tran Truongen crossed his arms and sneered, do not drag me into the role of savior. This clone Agu of mine may be weak, but as long as I have domain points, it is enough. I have no interest in being a hero. Whoever likes can do it themselves. That moment Jiang Tone so suddenly spoke, interrupting his thoughts. Truongen, before I once had a very strange dream. In the dream, my Dao partner was not you, but a stranger of unknown name. On the way to attend the Grand Ku Chao assembly, we were besieged by prodigies. He sought survival and voluntarily offered me as a furnace. After the prodigy assembly, I lost everything and died in the wilderness with no one caring. That dream left me breathless. At times, I could not distinguish reality from illusion. Her eyes revealed clear unease mixed with sorrow. Fortunately, this is reality. I am truly very happy. Tran Truongen understood what she implied and thought to himself that must have been the old fate line. Cautiously asked further, did you discover anything else? Jiang Tone so had finished bathing and gently walked over, replying, there is one more very important matter. Tran Truongen immediately grew tense. What is it? Her beautiful face tinged with shyness as she softly said, without you I would not be able to persevere. I realize very clearly I like you. She softly asked him to hand her the clothes. Tran Truongen blushed and passed the towel over. Here. Jiang Tone so reached out to take it. Suddenly she slipped, letting out a startled cry. She fell toward the screen. Tran Truongen was alarmed, her body exposed before his eyes. He hurriedly reached out to pull her back for fear something might happen. Not knowing how to steady themselves, the two of them fell straight into the water together. Sound of splashing water rang out violently. Two looked at each other awkwardly, too embarrassed to speak. After a moment, they burst into laughter at the same time. Ha ha. Tran Truongen held Jiang Tone so and gently said, then let this count as us making up. Jiang Tone so looked at him with eyes full of affection and softly replied. Emotions surged, breaths intertwined. Their lips slowly moved closer. At the very instant they were about to touch, the system panel suddenly let out a loud beep and appeared between them. A random mission has been activated. Tran Truongen's face turned dark as stone. He snapped in fury. Your system really knows how to pick the timing. Master and servant have never been so speechless in this life. The system displayed the mission. An upper realm prodigy is approaching. Target located in Hoa Long City. Host is required to quickly find and eliminate him. Hearing about the upcoming reward, he grew excited. Another upper realm prodigy has appeared in Hoa Long City, just as I was planning to go inspect. Delivering himself right to my door, I wonder if killing a prodigy gives more reward than an immortal general, truly worth looking forward to. Seeing his expression, Jiang Tone so felt a trace of sadness. Truongen, you are about to leave again. I heard you will go to Hoa Long City to inspect. Tran Truongen nodded yes. Before he could speak, Jiang Tone so took the initiative to kiss him, blocking all his words and making his eyes widen in surprise. She lightly bit his lip teasingly, the one you owed me. Do you not plan to repay it, husband? Tran Truongen smiled foolishly and replied, of course. In his ears, only the two words husband lingered endlessly. Jiang Tone so softly said, if husband has matters to attend to, I will return to Thien Huang's sect and wait for you. Tran Truongen gently embraced her to comfort her. Once I finish handling things, I will go pick you up. That promise filled her heart with sweetness. Then it is settled. Elsewhere, Hoa Long City seemed dyed red. The stench of blood rushed straight to the nose. Blood flowed in streams. Streaks of blood stretched beneath a man's feet. That man was bound and hung from a wooden stake as a sacrifice. Beneath him, a formation had already been laid. Thine floated nearby, his vicious face breaking into harsh laughter. He roared, "Enough, the formation is complete." Streams of white chi rose. This was the nine heavens god slaughtering formation. His smile grew increasingly mad. The killing formation had opened, only waiting for the prey to fall into the net. From afar a boat approached, piercing through dark clouds into the crimson sky. At this moment, Hoa Long City was nothing but blood. The system panel issued a warning, requesting the host to pay attention. A hidden prodigy has been detected near the host. Sitting on the boat, Tran Truong clearly sensed the death aura enveloping Hoa Long City. As expected, it was caused by that prodigy. Behind Thine appeared a skull-shaped evil entity. He controlled the evil entity to destroy the boat, its body splitting into two. Infernal flames swept forward as if to devour Tran Truong. Was this an attack at immortal soldier level? What surprised him even more was the evil entity itself. In midair, Thine sat at the center of the skull-faced evil entity, yet his posture resembled a Buddha. Tran Truong sighed, neither Buddha nor demon, yet possessing immortal-level strength. Prodigies nowadays truly cheat. The other side appeared to have victory firmly in hand. He sat within the formation, laughing maniacally. "Good evening, my new vessel." Thinking of the pile of future rewards, Tran Truong smiled and replied, "Good evening, my little lamb." System panel displayed information. Reincarnated prodigy detected. Peak chi refining cultivation, but relying on innate divine demonic physique can summon immortal soldier-level assistance. Host is requested to eliminate swiftly to protect the citizens of Hoa Long. Tran Truong floated in midair with arms crossed, provoking. Prodigies nowadays all have some golden finger. The stronger they are, the more domain points. Thine laughed disdainfully, believing Tran Truong was frightened by his Buddha demon evil entity. No need for further probing. A direct killing blow to seize the body would suffice. Thinking so, Thine immediately waved his hand and executed the technique. Thousand-hand soul-devouring staff. Thousands of gigantic hands bearing crimson eyes appeared simultaneously, striking toward Tran Truong. The power of this move was extremely terrifying. Thine smugly thought everything was over, snapping his fingers and sneering. "With such little skill you dare obstruct the grand plan of seizing the lower realm." But immediately his eyes widened. What? Tran Truong still stood unmoved and unharmed, even his hair not disturbed. He raised his middle finger in mockery. "Ninth Prince Thine right, those tricks, and you think you can do anything to me." Thine flew into a rage and struck again. "Since you have recognized me, I grant you the mercy of an intact corpse. I refuse to believe you can still withstand it." He roared loudly, the thousand hands once again crashing toward Tran Truong. Yet Tran Truong showed no fear. Instead, he became even more eager to meet it. He did not forget to mock. "Use a bit more strength, killing so weakly, and you dare call yourself immortal." The cultivators within the city sensed the terrifying spiritual fluctuations and gathered. "Who is the prefecture lord fighting? I can even sense immortal aura. Has the upper realm sent someone down again? We must find a way to assist the prefecture lord." A beautiful woman also appeared to watch, seated upon a flower platform followed by two people, one tall and one short. She was the reincarnated prodigy of Nichang immortal domain, regretfully saying, "We arrived too late and let Thine go first." The woman behind her sighed softly. This time it may be in vain again. After all, Thine's true body cultivation in Haiyan Vu immortal domain has reached immortal ring realm. His bloodthirsty Buddha move is almost invincible within the same realm. Even descending to the lower realm reduced the power of his summons. It is still more than enough to deal with lower realm beings. The new prefecture lord likely cannot escape this calamity. The one who spoke was also no ordinary figure. The reincarnated prodigy of Tin Chuang immortal domain, Kong and Gaia. Nam Dung laughed while twirling a lock of hair. Such. Thine truly fits the great villain of storybooks, invading and destroying others' homeland. And the new prefecture lord resembles a hero struggling to protect his land. Unfortunately, his strength is thin, and his homeland is about to fall. Truly pitiful. What a pity, those of the lower realm who fall into my hands still have a chance to live. But falling into Thine's hands, they only become nourishment to increase his cultivation. This woman was the reincarnated prodigy of Zheng Yang immortal domain, Ngo Chin Engia. Dung glanced at her. Such domineering cultivation methods will sooner or later backfire. On the battlefield, the evil entity no longer produced attacking arms but directly charged, swinging its gigantic arms straight at Tran Truong. Kong and Gaia turned away in boredom, intending to leave. Victory and defeat are already clear. No need to continue watching. Better reincarnate to the next domain. Wait, look over there. Nam Dung's eyes widened, disbelief on her face. After that strike, Tran Truongan remained safe and sound as if never attacked. This scene stunned everyone. Even the evil entity was dumbfounded. Tran Truongan raised his middle finger, pressing it directly against the evil entity's body. At the instant of contact, power erupted, tearing apart the evil entity and simultaneously destroying the entire formation. The three immortals watching from afar broke into cold sweat. Thai-Then's bloodthirsty Buddha had been destroyed. A heaven-shaking explosion resounded. The evil entity Thai-Then was proud of completely vanished. Ngo Chin Engia stroked her chin with interest. Tran Truongan indeed has strength. Unfortunately, he made a grave mistake by provoking Thai-Then. Beside her, Kong and Gayat added, Thai-Then is outstanding among prodigies, ruthless in methods, and relying on special status has gathered many loyal immortal Buddhas. Each immortal Buddha under his command was subdued through his expenditure of time and effort. If Tran Truongan continues to resist, the outcome will only be miserable. Only Nam Dung showed amused regret, sacrificing himself to protect all beings and ultimately failing to become another's plaything. This story I like. If it were me, I would train him into a special male consort. The system panel chimed. Congratulations, host, for eliminating the bloodthirsty Buddha at immortal soldier level. Reward 500,000 domain points. Tran Truongan was surprised. Oh, killing a summoned divine demon also grants domain points. He immediately turned to provoke Thai-Then, little friend. Without enough strength, do not put on airs. You are already dying at the start. I have not even warmed up. Those words successfully enraged Thai-Then. That man roared, I have more than one in my hands. Continue summoning. Formation operated. A new evil entity appeared, holding a great saber, its resentful aura filling the heavens. This evil entity was stronger than the previous one. It was the peak immortal soldier Chang On Chuang. Just summoned, it immediately swung its great saber toward Tran Truongan. Its body bulky, yet its movements extremely swift. Too slow, die. The evil entity's eyes were ferocious. The blade light flashed and struck Tran Truongan. The evil entity sneered, thinking he was already dead. Lower realm beings are truly easy to kill. Thai-Then suddenly sensed something wrong and shouted a warning. On Chuang, be careful. At some unknown moment, Tran Truongan had already appeared above the evil entity's head. It turned out he had not been hit at all earlier. He had dodged long before. I will crush you with one step. Tran Truongan's eyes burned crimson. His foot came down carrying terrifying power. The evil entity was instantly destroyed. The system panel appeared again. Congratulations, host, for killing a divine demon at immortal soldier realm. Reward 500,000 domain points. Thai-Then refused to accept it and continued summoning. At this moment, one of his eyes had already been swallowed by darkness. This time a ferocious demonic creature appeared, enormous in size with 3 heads, each head bearing 3 eyes. Thai-Then roared madly, kill him. Tran Truongan remained calm and executed a technique. A dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the demonic creature. This move was called Great Might Heavenly Dragon. He smiled. I am still waiting for you to summon a few more. The demonic creature that had been fierce like a tiger now trembled like a kitten, cold sweat pouring down. Tran Truongan looked at Thai-Then with satisfaction. Shall we continue? He rubbed his hands, preparing to teach his little lamb a lesson. He locked onto the target. A stream of immortal energy tore through the sky like a storm. At the same time, the system chimed. Congratulations, host, for killing a divine demon at immortal soldier realm. Reward 500,000 domain points. Taking the opportunity, Tran Truongan teleported. He appeared before Thai-Then, grabbed his hair and lifted him up. Thai-Then's eyes now entirely black. Tran Truongan sneered, trash like you cannot even stand still to be killed properly. Where are your immortal guardians? Thai-Then trembled speechlessly. So weak and you dare call yourself a reincarnated prodigy. The 9th Prince of Haiyan Vu immortal domain, now no different from a watchdog. You are arrogant and conceited, scorning living beings and trampling all things. Today I will let you taste that feeling. After speaking, he gathered immortal energy in his hand, causing Thai-Then to panic. Slap landed straight on his face. Thai-Then was sent flying far away, feeling like a dog being abused. Thai-Then's mortal body was instantly covered in blood. Tran Truongan still did not let him go, stomping hard on his face. Trash like you dares challenge me. After speaking, he exerted force with his foot. Thai-Then's head was smashed firmly into the ground. Tran Truongan grabbed his neck and lifted him like a chicken. Thai-Then's face swollen and bruised. Raised Thai-Then high, the other struggling powerlessly. Tran Truongan sneered, you are about to die and no one comes to save you. He thought this lamb was not worth many points. The guardians were the real big fish. Suddenly Thai-Then laughed madly, strange flames rising around him. I underestimated you, but my goal has also been achieved. Do not be smug, Tran Truongan. Next time we meet, I will take your head. With that, he turned into flames and fled, leaving Tran Truongan stunned. Tran Truongan looked at his palm. self-destructing without even calling guardians. A prodigy truly has methods, daring to roam the lower realm with just a sliver of divided soul. If it were his true body, it would be even more valuable. System notified completion of the temporary mission. Protect the citizens of Hoa Long City. Reward 20,000 domain points. Killing a peak chi refining prodigy grants an additional 10 points. Frowned and calculated, too little. What is valuable is not the prodigies, but the things surrounding them. Finding each one is too troublesome. Better to use the heavenly cauldron as bait and catch them all at once. But he suddenly thought, the battle with Thai Thien caused too much commotion. It was likely noticed by others. That thought struck like lightning. His face darkened. This is bad. He regretted going too far earlier, but now he could only rethink the strategy. Overwhelming suppression would scare off the lesser prodigies watching. With the enemy in the dark and him in the open, finding them this time would be even harder. At that moment, people from the lower realm hurried over, faces full of panic, shouting for the prefecture lord as they ran. Tran Truong suddenly collapsed, instantly immersing himself in the role, calculating inwardly how to quickly patch the flaw. Pretended as if he had just undergone a fierce battle that nearly exhausted his power. The Time's soul form still boasting that the reincarnated prodigy truly lived up to his name. He had expended 8/10 of his cultivation just to barely kill him. If he had not risked his life, he might have died on the spot. Thinking of it still sent chills down his spine. He only hoped never to encounter such again, because for the next few months this body could not continue fighting. Those watching from afar did not dare question further. One person from the crowd rushed forward to support him, anxiously asking whether the prefecture lord was all right. Tran Truong put on a dying appearance, yet still forced out that he had only nearly lost his life. Not to a serious extent. Cough, cough. Quickly take me to find a physician. Seeing such selfless devotion moved the man to tears, trembling as he swore Zhu Zai would protect the prefecture lord to the end. While Tran Truong outwardly maintained righteous acting, yet inwardly wondered if he had overdone it. Zhu Zai immediately carried him on his back, running while crying out that the prefecture lord was gravely injured and on the verge of death. Quickly come save him, throwing the entire city into panic at the news. Elsewhere, the three women who had witnessed the battle were also astonished at Thai Thien's self-destruction, remarking that his soul fragment had been forced to such a corner by a lower realm being. The first time they had seen him so cowardly. This man's talent was truly astonishing. If in the upper realm he would surely become a rising star. Though Thai Thien lost, he also heavily injured him, which was beneficial to them. Unexpectedly, this clumsy act even deceived immortals. Ngo Trin Engia understood clearly that alone she could hardly win. Better for the three to act together and probe first. No matter what, they could not let others seize the initiative. Looking down below the city and seeing enemy eyes and ears everywhere, he softly reminded, "Did you hear? It may be true, so do not alert the snake." While Zhu Zai still carried Tran Truong running swiftly. He is currently seriously injured and certainly cannot display peak strength. And this body of mine has reached peak void refinement. You too as well. With coordination and the methods in our hands, victory is not difficult. This opportunity absolutely cannot be missed. If we miss this time, it will be hard to wait for another, Ngo Chin Engia said with a fierce tone. However, Kong and Gayat standing beside them remained vigilant. She did not agree and believed they needed to be more cautious. Tran Truong was a deeply scheming and sinister man, not a benevolent one. It was very possible that he was deliberately luring them away from Tu Dai Buddhist disciple Jian Kan, and Ngok Tu La had both died because of recklessness, and were now still in reincarnation waiting for the day they would return to the 9 provinces continent. Think differently, relying solely on force to deal with Tran Truong is not the best strategy. Nam Dung raised her head to the sky as if calculating something. Ngo Trin Engia asked suspiciously, "Do you already have a plan?" She smiled softly, lifted her hand to rub her nose, her eyes shimmering with moisture. Men rarely get past one barrier, that is the beauty trap. At this moment in the upper realm, auspicious clouds curled around the corridors. A shout rang out, "The eldest young lady has returned." The eldest young lady must have obtained the beauty-preserving immortal fruit. This time the old ancestor is saved. The servants in the residence were both delighted and respectful when they saw her return. Welcoming the eldest young lady, Jiang and Gok Thien had just touched the ground when she coldly ordered, "I want to see the family head." In her heart she calculated that the energy of the myriad realms supplied from the lower realm for the disciples. Cultivation was nearly exhausted. Watching the disciples striving to break through to the immortal master realm, she wondered whether this time the Jiang family's prodigy could seize the 9 provinces' myriad realms. But if that true god reincarnated, then perhaps it would succeed. After all, the entire myriad realms of the lower realm originally belonged to her as spoils of war. Arriving at the door, Jiang and Gok Thien stepped in calmly and respectfully presented it. Family head, I have brought back the beauty-preserving immortal fruit. Woman seated above coldly asked again, only one fruit. She was the Jiang family head, holding the beauty-preserving immortal fruit while frowning in displeasure. The lower realm clearly had an entire tree of beauty-preserving immortal fruit. With your strength, why did you obtain only one fruit? Ngak, you understand well that one fruit is not enough to sustain the old ancestor's life. When you descended, I placed great expectations on you. Jiang Ngak hurriedly explained. Family head, please listen to everything that happened in the 9 provinces. He began recounting every event she had witnessed. The family head was shocked after hearing it. Creating immortals with bare hands, Jiang Ngak, standing to the side, timidly added, that is right. It was Tran Truong who exchanged the immortal fruit with me. I personally saw him create 2 immortals and 4 half-immortals overnight. When I met him, I did not yet know his identity, and intended to use the might of an immortal to suppress him. Who would have thought he was not afraid at all, and even ordered his subordinates to insult me, completely disregarding the identity of an immortal. If not for my quick response, I fear I would not have been able to return. Recalling that incident, Jiang Ngak was still furious at being belittled. So that is how it is. For the sake of the Jiang family, you have suffered greatly. You have worked hard. The sudden praise left her momentarily flustered. It was not hard. For the Jiang family, no matter the cost, I am willing. The Jiang family head stood up, her gaze deep as she assessed. This man's methods are exceedingly rare. Even an immortal venerable may not be able to create immortals with bare hands, let alone he is merely from the lower realm. I have a premonition that the 9 provinces' myriad realms are nurturing an existence capable of threatening the immortal realm. Moreover, the land where the Dark Lord of Heavenly Demon was buried in ancient times remains an enigma. It is very likely that clues will appear in the 9 provinces. The Jiang family head walked through the air and flew before Jiang Ngak, then issued an order. Ngak, the Xuanwu immortal realm is trembling with instability. If our Jiang family wishes to remain undefeated, this moment is crucial. I have a task for you. First, you were able to obtain the immortal fruit from his hands, which proves he has goodwill toward you. Descend to the lower realm again, and find a way to exchange for more immortal fruits to secure the old ancestor's life. Second, the most outstanding prodigy of the Jiang family has long lost contact. I suspect she may be in the 9 provinces. You must quickly establish contact with her. I will give you her immortal protection seal. When you meet her, the seal will react on its own. After speaking, the family head transmitted the immortal seal into the mark between Jiang Ngak's brows. Being entrusted with such responsibility left her extremely astonished. After the transmission, the family head turned and returned to her seat. Go to the Immortal Protection Hall. There are many guardian immortals there. If you have doubts, ask them. Jiang Ngak accepted the order and replied, yes, I will certainly accomplish it. At the same time, in the Xuanwu immortal realm, within the residence of the 9th Imperial Prince Shithin, an angry roar echoed everywhere. Those lowly people of the lower realm dared to humiliate me. A subordinate hurried over in panic. Your Highness, what happened? Shithin sat on the grand chair, furious with nowhere to vent. He could only roar, my reincarnated soul fragment in the lower realm has died. Damn it, trash of the lower realm dared to shame me. It infuriates me to death. I will massacre the entire 9 provinces continent. That figure was covered in blood, clearly severely injured. Not only a member of the prodigies, but once at the 5th level of the former Emperor realm, with noble status and high expectations. Yet now he had suffered humiliation, losing to a mortal. Subordinate could not believe it. How is this possible? Your Highness's soul fragment in the lower realm was no weakling, and even carried 3 divine artifacts. Who exactly made the move? Shithin gloomily gritted his teeth and spoke the name. The master of the 9 provinces, Tran Truong. Even my 3 precious divine artifacts were destroyed by him. If I had not used the 9 revolutions soul-condensing pill in time, my soul would have been severely damaged. Make preparations. I want my true body to reincarnate into the lower realm and personally kill him. His ferocious gaze made others tremble. Shithin decided to fight with his true body. He did not believe a mortal could defeat an immortal. It was only because that incarnation was too weak. Subordinate felt as if struck by lightning and hurriedly tried to stop him. This cannot be done. It is too dangerous. True body reincarnation is completely different from a soul fragment. If the fragment is destroyed, the true body remains. But if the true body is lost, that is true death. There is no reincarnation. Right now, you are the prince with the highest chance of succession in the Xuanwu Immortal Realm's royal clan. Sending a stronger soul fragment would be enough to flatten the lower realm. Your Highness should not risk your life. Shithin angrily interrupted. Soul fragments are useless. The Tran Truong is at the Immortal Commander realm. In the lower realm, he is called invincible. Only if my true body reincarnates under the laws of the 9 provinces can I retain more than half my strength. Only then will I have a chance to kill him. Need not worry. Among the prodigies, none is my opponent. true body reincarnation will seize the initiative. 1 year from now is the selection assembly for immortal venerable marquee candidates. I must obtain the 9 provinces domain to qualify to participate. Shitheen stood up confidently as he spoke. The subordinate was still uneasy about his highness. Shitheen stepped forward and patted the subordinate's shoulder with a savage smile. Your courage is too small. When victory is assured, why not proceed? Remember this, the advantage lies with me. Once the opponent reveals a flaw, we must encircle and kill without leaving a path of retreat. Hesitation is defeat. After speaking, he left the main hall, leaving the subordinate standing there anxious and uneasy. If the master encounters disaster, the servant will hardly escape. In Shitheen's heart, the decision was made. Only by becoming a marquee candidate would those old monsters support his ascension to the throne. Seizing the 9 provinces must not fail. This matter forced him to act personally. Tran Truong, your head is mine for certain. In the heavenly realm, everyone had their own schemes, causing chaos, fearing loss and fearing gain. The lower realm was no more peaceful. In Yun province, though it was already late, the news that Tran Truong was gravely injured spread across the cities, growing more shocking as it traveled. In a tavern, someone whispered, I heard the province lord fought an upper realm immortal to protect the people of Huolong City. He killed the immortal but was himself gravely wounded, and on the brink of death. This is true. On the streets, another rumor spread. I tell you, someone said the province lord has been crippled. To maintain peace in the lower realm, he even formed a marriage alliance with an immortal. What? The province lord is involved with an immortal fairy. Some in the restaurant even mocked those immortal fairies as broad-backed and thick-waisted, not as good as fox spirits. Others lamented the novel's plot going off track. The author cannot update daily. Poor readers cannot even see the province lord one last time. Where is morality? Where is dignity? Where is the author's address so I can send a letter? Suddenly a green-haired girl shouted to interrupt. Stop it. The province lord is only seriously injured, not dead. What nonsense are you spouting? Those gossiping women merely snorted and hurried away hand in hand. In contrast to the noisy scene outside, inside Huolong City in the city lord's chamber, it was quiet. Tran Truong sat cross-legged in meditation. The mark between his brows glowed, emitting vast power. As expected, even using power, I cannot trace the whereabouts of those prodigies. I can only wait for them to reveal themselves. Tran Truong sighed. He called the system, and the information panel immediately appeared with all the data. Name Tran Truong. Domain points 2,555,010. Skills all living beings. True explanation of the immortal Tao. Max point special effect. Life and death management. Possessed functions eternal mirror of illusion and water moon. Eternal immortal Tao. System storage 10 slots. 1 mythical secret realm key. 1 yang treasure eelfish. After reading, he thought the new range is just over 60,000 meters. The 100,000 great mountains have not even fully covered Yun province. The domain points are still insufficient. You prodigy fish, hurry and take the bait. My great blade is about to rust. Suddenly a loud click sounded outside, startling him. He thought to himself, has it arrived? This intruder is quite fast. The silhouette at a glance looks like a woman. That person was sneaking around searching for Tran Truong's room. Where is he? Which room is correct? Tran Truong sensed the opponent waiting outside for an opportunity and quickly lay down, arranging his position, ready to put on a show. The intruder looked around for an entrance and discovered the window of the room was open. HMPH, planning to act through the window, come in quickly. The moonlight shone, making that figure's shadow clear upon the curtain. Let me see whether I can hook a big fish. He closed his eyes and lay still. The intruder gently pushed the window and climbed in, holding something like a small vial in her hand. She stood before Tran Truong's bed, her eyes flashing with a strange light. He reached out to touch him. Tran Truong's body trembled slightly, unclear what exactly the intruder was aiming for. In the next instant, Tran Truong suddenly grasped her arm tightly. He pulled the woman onto the bed and locked her in place, speaking coldly. You prodigies are truly excessive. If you want to kill me, then fine. But you even intend to defile my innocence. Before he finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock. Tonso, why are you here? He panicked and released her, then jumped off her, while Jiang Tonso seemed to be enjoying it, rubbing her face against the pillow in satisfaction. Oh. She blushed and avoided his gaze. I heard you were gravely injured, so I was worried and came to visit. The guards outside are strict. Waiting for a report would take too long, so I climbed in. Jiang Tonso suddenly remembered her main purpose and hurriedly asked with concern, right husband, where are you injured? Quickly, let me take a look. Before Tran Truong could speak, she had already pulled at his clothes, checking everywhere for injuries, making him flush red in embarrassment as he hurriedly stopped her. Your husband is very strong. Even the prodigies could not injure me. I am fine. Do not worry, my treasure is still here. But those words did not make Jiang Tonso stop. He could only struggle inwardly, thinking she must not touch around anymore. She did not believe him and forcefully tugged at his clothes despite his struggling. "I do not believe it. Take off your clothes and let me check. I will only look for a moment." Tran Truong still tried to avoid her. Tone So do not. Suddenly Jiang Tone So froze, standing stiff and staring without causing trouble anymore. It seemed she had seen something like a shining treasure, causing her face to flush and her whole body to tremble slightly. Tran Truong was so embarrassed he trembled, stammering, "Now you believe me, I am truly fine." He rubbed his nose and looked at his blushing wife, then said sincerely, "Tone So, seeing you makes me very happy." She replied awkwardly, "I feel the same, Truong, and do you want to consummate the marriage?" Clearly he very much wanted to, yet he pretended to be calm and pulled up his trousers to refuse. Now is not the time." She gave a soft "oh" and avoided his gaze. Thinking of earlier, Jiang Tone So blinked with grievance. "If I were a prodigy by now, I would have pushed you down." Tran Truong laughed at how adorable she was and reached out to pinch and rub her cheeks endlessly. "How could you be a prodigy? If you were, I would have recognized it long ago." She enjoyed the caress. "Mew. At least you should have told me beforehand. You made me worry so much." Someone who ignores everything and throws himself into danger like that made Jiang Tone So both angry and distressed. Suddenly someone rushed to the door shouting loudly, startling both of them. "Province Lord, you are resting at noon." Jiang Tone So immediately became alert. It could be a prodigy. "I'll hide first. Call me if you need help." She did not let Tran Truong stop her and quickly crawled under the bed, leaving him staring in shock. He sat on the bed and spoke softly. "Actually, I already anticipated this. Those prodigies will not fall for such a trap, so I am preparing the next step to eliminate them." Tone So come out. She poked her head out from under the bed and reminded him, "Husband, be careful not to capsize the boat. With me here, I will not let them succeed." Suddenly, the main door was pushed open forcefully, and a woman rushed in anxiously. "Truong, what happened to you?" Tran Truong was stunned. Manhwa. Manhwa worriedly gathered a trace of technique at her fingertips. "It is fine, Truong, let me check your injuries. Relax." "Ah, sister, you are my own sister. You cannot touch there, Truong, relax. It will not hurt." Jiang Tone So under the bed heard the strange movements and felt confused, not understanding what was happening. "Sister, you are using too much strength. Stop, stop. Truong, do not move. With me here, nothing will happen." Hearing those sounds, Jiang Tone So grew angry that someone was competing for her husband, yet did not dare make a sound. Outside the door, Nam Dung, who had been standing guard, widened her eyes in disbelief. Heavens, Tran Truong is truly fierce. He even made his wife hide under the bed to watch him and another woman making such sounds. How strange. What will she think under the bed? Probably furious yet helpless. If I joined in, what would happen? Minha's face was flushed red as she panted, drenched in sweat as if she had just gone through a fierce battle. Tran Truong sat there helpless, unable to stop Minha from continuing her actions. Two sat on the bed. Truong turned his back to Minha for inspection. "My good sister, doing this easily causes misunderstanding." Minha calmly replied, "They are only rumors. I do not care." Truong helplessly thought he cared very much. Jiang Tone So under the bed heard everything and secretly planned how to deal with Minha. Minha's eyes were full of sincerity. "Indeed, I was somewhat abrupt in offending the province lord, but now anyone in the 9 provinces can encounter trouble. Only you must remain safe. Tonight let me stay to serve and protect your safety." Jiang Tone So upon hearing this was so jealous she nearly exploded. Tran Truong tactfully refused. "I accept the kindness. If there is nothing else, sister, you should return to rest." Minha did not insist further. His sharp gaze assessed Minha, the province lord of Ghost Province, the earliest loyal one among the 9 province lords. He even took the initiative to connect the other provinces and push me to the position of 9 provinces lord. We are not particularly close, but after I took office, she helped me a great deal. It was originally only a play to lure the prodigies, yet it frightened her instead. Someone who cares about me this much? Is it fortune or disaster? Suddenly the system alerted. Please note host. Recently a void refinement prodigy is hiding nearby. Tran Truong was surprised that someone had truly fallen into his trap. Outside, Nam Dung accidentally stepped on a dry branch, making a faint sound. She knew her concealment technique was about to lose effect, withdraw quickly, and immediately left the residence. Just as Kong and Gayat said, Tran Truong pretended to be seriously injured to lure us into the net. The beauty trap in the lower realm likely lost its effect long ago. He wants. She was thinking Tran Truong suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking the way, and smiled in greeting. "Good evening." The last 4 words in her thoughts became clear. "Kill us." Nam Dung looked at him in panic. "I have been waiting for you for a long time, little prodigies." Behind him, Kong and Gayat and Ngo Chin Engia also appeared to ambush. I already said that trick only fools idiots. The more prodigies, the more excited he became. Oh, there is even an ambush. Ngo Trin Engia acted first, throwing chains toward Tran Truongan. At the critical moment, one must seize the initiative. The chain had just reached Tran Truongan's mouth when he chewed it to pieces and even looked greedy. It seems you are quite brave. There is only one chance. Use all your trump cards. Kong and Gaiet activated a grand formation. Immortal Tao Star Fortune Sacred Flash. In midair, a massive chessboard appeared with pieces transforming into weapons. Nam Dung also made her move. I originally found you pleasing, little brother, but I must kill you. Immortal Grade 100 Flower Buddha Finger. Her body turned into enchanting petals and slowly carried out slaughter. Strike pierces everything. Once the Sea Ling Divine Lotus locks onto a target, even immortals can hardly escape. Chains and flames wrapped around Ngo Chin Engia, as if burning all. Tran Truongan showed no fear but excitement instead. His eyes gleamed. I am so afraid. Immediately after, immortal energy surged and transformed into a golden dragon that shot into the sky, directly annihilating the prodigies. Casually, he even bound them like criminals and dragged them away. The three were struck straight in the face by Tran Truongan. Beautiful face was now covered in bruises. Nam Dung knew she had lost and could only resign herself. The victor becomes king, the loser becomes bandit. Deal with us as you wish. Tran Truongan laughed heartily and rubbed Nam Dung's head. As long as you answer my questions, how could I bear to harm little beauties? Besides, I am not an evil man. Seeing a chance to live, Nam Dung's eyes lit up as she flattered. Little brother, you are truly kind. Tran Truongan was not as simple as his words. He had long calculated in his heart. These prodigies possess concealment techniques that evade the system. Only after capturing them can their domain point value be known. Suddenly, Jiang Tone so ran over shouting husband. Seeing the prodigies, she was surprised. Minha followed behind. Tran Truongan explained they were upper realm prodigies reincarnated with heaven-defying immortal arts. Very dangerous. The two women immediately stopped. All right. Nam Dung calmly observed. Naturally, she was not foolish enough to believe his words. Nam Dung smiled meaningfully. With such caution, there is no opportunity left. So be it. It is only a strand of soul fragment. Let me try one last time. Jiang Tone so curiously looked at them. So this is what prodigies are like. Suddenly, Nam Dung moved close to Truongan with an infatuated and seductive expression. Tran Lan, I miss you so much. Without you, I cannot sleep peacefully. Kong and Gaiet widened her eyes, not understanding what she was doing. Tran Truongan was furious enough to want to bite her to death. Did you take the wrong medicine? I do not know you. Nam Dung ignored him and continued acting. Tran Lan, is that your wife? Why have you never mentioned her? If we play, then play to the end. Over there, Jiang Tone so was furious like a burning torch. Tran Truongan both coaxed and worried while Nam Dung kept rambling. Truongan, do you know what I lack? I lack you. Jiang Tone so shot her a cold glance. Truongan is mine, no one can take him away. Nam Dung's smile drove her nearly mad. She immediately drew a dagger intending to finish the opponent. Tran Truongan helplessly stopped her. Calm down, she is still useful. Nam Dung kept talking endlessly. Is it not normal for a man to have many wives and concubines? Tran Truongan was about to cry. Nam Dung shut up. Behind them, Kong and Gaiet and Chin Engia were still dumbfounded. Minha stood beside them and said coldly, I swear that the proud prodigies of the upper realm have never seen such a scene in their lives. He truly exceeds all expectations. A small city beyond the borders of Yun province, the sky was dark red, filled with killing intent. Corpses lay everywhere. Manic laughter echoed through the air. Ha ha. Only after slaughtering several cities have we gathered enough essence blood. Heh heh. This immortal grade, immortal slaying sword has finally been forged. Nearby, a child hid in a corner, not daring to breathe loudly. Aside from the immortal sword of martial immortal venerable, this sword is nearly invincible in the lower realm. The 9 provinces will sooner or later be mine. The two speaking were the prodigies Tang Ai Truong Quan and Lai Dai. Suddenly, Truong Quan heard movement within the pile of firewood and sneered. There is still a little rat left. The boy was overwhelmed with panic upon realizing he had been discovered, his whole body trembling in fear. Truong Quan immediately used magic power to choke the boy and drag him out, leaving him unable to resist. Lai Dai beside him looked as if seeing a treasure and sneered, just in time to use him to sacrifice the sword. Release the child. Suddenly, a powerful force from afar struck Truong Quan's arm, causing him pain and forcing him to loosen his grip. One who acted was Bao Nhai, her face filled with killing intent as she advanced toward the two prodigies. Behind her, Bai and Gaiet calmly observed the situation. The two women shielded the boy and shouted, beasts like you who slaughter innocent people dare speak of cultivating immortality. Truong Quan, seeing they were merely women of the lower realm, showed contempt. Ants dare interfere. Lai Dai, with bloodthirsty eyes, stepped forward, swinging his sword, intending to cut down everything. After slaughtering so many cities, I finally encounter such a top-grade, pure glazed body. Bao Nhai angrily demanded. So the cities massacred along the way were all you're doing. That prodigy did not hide it. and bluntly answered, yes. Then go become unjust souls beneath my sword. Bao Nhi said coldly, her entire body erupting with immortal energy as she slashed straight toward Lai Dai. A flash of sword light appeared. Lai Dai's head fell to the ground. The sword he boasted as invincible in the lower realm was also split in two before Bao Enhi's blade. She shouted, beast that deserves death. Truong Quan witnessed his companion's head fall before him. His face turned pale as he stammered while staring at the sword. He suddenly turned to Bao Nhi and roared, how is the sacred sword in your hand? Does it not belong to Tran Truong? Bao Nhi flicked her sword indifferently. The dead need not know much. Knowing he could not contend with the sacred sword, Truong Quan immediately fled while cursing. Tran Truong has gone mad giving immortal treasure to a lowly woman. How much more does he intend to humiliate the immortal realm? Could Bao Nhi let him escape so easily? Only now you wish to run, it is too late. She blinked and closed the distance, thrusting a sword straight through Truong Quan's back, causing him to scream miserably. The sword was withdrawn. The two depraved prodigies were dead. The boy who witnessed everything trembled in fear, not knowing if he would be next. Gayat said in a deep voice, this is already the 5th city we have seen slaughtered along the way. Their crimes are truly piled high. Nhi recalled the journey. By her own eyes she had seen 9 cities. Those unseen might be even worse. Master frequently recalls his avatars, perhaps because the 9 provinces have truly fallen into great peril. On Tran Truong's side, the system prompted. Disciple Bao Nhi has killed 2 upper realm reincarnated prodigies at the deity transformation realm. Reward 20,000 domain points. He responded with a calm "Oh, I am increasingly looking forward to it. Without benefits, I have no strength to act. Special mission, max point special effect. The reincarnated prodigies in the 9 provinces are slaughtering recklessly, leaving living beings in misery. Please host act immediately to save the realm. Success reward is an otherworld travel card. Failure, the realm falls into despair. The residents, Tran Truong looked at the reward and fell into thought. The realm travel card piqued his interest. He called the system and asked, can this card travel to another world like Earth? The system replied in dissatisfaction. What is Earth? The card travels across myriad worlds. Where you arrive depends on the host's luck. Random is too much of a scam. Forget it. I want designated travel, he said in annoyance while tapping the system panel. The special mission was caused by the prodigies. Simply put, it meant eliminating them. Killing a few was easy, but uprooting them completely was the difficult task. Tran Truong recalled that most immortals were merely avatars in the lower realm. Even if killed, they could still revive. Thinking of this, he slung an arm around the system and asked with a grin, does this mission have a time limit? If others kill the prodigies, do I get points? The system became wary because this man was clearly not upright. Do not make a move. The special mission has a time limit of 1 day. It concerns the life and death of the 9 provinces, so please take it seriously. After speaking, the system shot upward to avoid being grabbed by him. After hearing that, Tran Truong felt irritated. The reward did not match the effort and the time was tight. How could it not cause chaos? Suddenly shouts rang out, look at the sky. The immortal gate has opened. An immortal descends. In the air, a black hole formed as immortal energy shone straight down to the ground. The system reported, detected prodigy Shithin reappearing. Currently at the former Emperor realm, the host's avatar is not strong enough to confront him. Do you wish to exchange for a higher level avatar? Tran Truong's face darkened as he thought, immortal Emperor, this time is it the true body descending? Not for now, I want to play a bigger game. He already had his own plan. In the forest of Yun province, the 9th Prince Shithin was greeted by Jiang Ngok Thin. The subordinate was astonished that even Fairy Ngok Thin had appeared. Ngok Thin took her leave. She had to go to Mount Flying Immortal to retrieve the beauty-preserving immortal fruit for an elder and could not stay. Shithin softly called Ngok Thin. He suggested she cooperate in the Xuanwu immortal realm to seize the 9 provinces. Before he finished, she turned and left, causing his face to darken. The Jiang family truly are foolish. Jiang Ngok Thin had her own calculations. Shithin descending with his true body showed immense determination. The 9 provinces might be hard to defend, yet he was not suppressed by the heavenly Tao at all. Could there be deceit? A subordinate with a ponytail hurriedly reported. Tran Truong spread false news of severe injury to lure Nam Dung to scout. In the end, they were all captured. Another with a garlic bun hairstyle angrily said, we cannot let a lower realm bastard lead us by the nose. He dared kill upper realm prodigies and obstruct the conquest of the 9 provinces. He must be punished. The crowd echoed fiercely. Shithin raised his hand to signal silence. Within 5 hours, I will make him wish he were dead. His face darkened as he declared. With schemes already in mind, Shitheen sneered, but you must cooperate with me. He remembered Tran Truong and had once been at Mount Flying Immortal, and likely still had acquaintances. The plan was divided into 2 steps. First, gather the prodigies near Yun Province and carry out city massacres. People in the city cried and fled in panic. The scenes of Feng Province and Mist Province being slaughtered replayed. Innocent civilians were killed as if for amusement. This was the first step of Shitheen's plan to sow terror and despair. The second step was to offer a sliver of hope when the ants were in despair. Thunder Province and Red Province were also slaughtered. A subordinate sneered, "If you want to live, then surrender to us." That sliver of hope lay in Tran Truongan's hands. As long as he handed over the 9 provinces' cauldron, the slaughter would stop. Every word threatened that everyone could live. Afterward, the people would riot for survival. In Yun Province, crowds rushed to the city lord's residence, shouting for the 9 provinces' cauldron to be handed over, questioning why Tran Truongan did not appear and calling him a coward. The pressure forced Tran Truongan to hand over the treasure. The garlic bun subordinate flew in the sky, excited at the plan's success. The 9 provinces were in chaos. Tran Truong was pushed into a dilemma of hero or sinner. Below, the cries of Tran Truong echoed endlessly. Shitheen laughed loudly in delight. Now he only needed to wait for him to obediently hand over the 9 provinces' cauldron. Hualong City. Nam Dung trembled and groaned. There is truly nothing left. She gasped weakly for mercy. Do not spare my life. Tran Truong held a talisman and understood. This concealment technique is an upper realm immortal grade method specializing in spirit. It can evade low-level heavenly tribulation detection, but carries danger. Maintaining it long will cause backlash. Mild cases become dazed, severe cases the body collapses. He also traced the connection between Guardian and Prodigy through the immortal seal. Nam Dung and the others were interrogated until they lay sprawled on the ground wide-eyed. He explained that Guardians are like summoned beasts of prodigies. The summoning methods differ. Those with high cultivation use divine souls. Lower ones need intermediaries, such as the jade slip that Ngok Tu La once crushed. He recalled that Ngok Tu La's guardian once said that with the immortal seal, the lower realm would not be suppressed by the heavenly Tao and could exert full strength. The immortal seal is far from simple. The plan must be carefully prepared. Capturing prodigies is not enough. Guardians must also be captured alive to extract more information about the upper realm. In the Great Hall of Hualong City, the province lords gathered to discuss. The oldest Feng province lord said he had informed Tran Truong, and the Thunder province lord wearily reported that 9 out of 10 major sects had been destroyed. The Red province lord was also miserable. Only 2 children survived from the major merchant guild. Nam Kung Thien Van reported in grief that dozens of cities had been destroyed and millions of civilians massacred. Feng Province Lord urged Tran Truong in confusion to decide when the Red Province Lord sensed a terrifying fluctuation outside. Everyone simultaneously felt the earth tremble. It is the 9 provinces' cauldron. Someone is touching it. The old man widened his eyes in disbelief and hurried everyone outside. Could it be that Tran Truong truly compromised and handed the 9 provinces' cauldron to the prodigies? Outside, a terrifying force descended straight from above onto Hualong City. No one expected the opponent to dare such a move. What is he trying to do? Does he intend to destroy the 9 provinces' cauldron? The power erupting from the 9 provinces' cauldron made everyone tremble. In the central area, Jiang Tonso and Manhwa were stunned in place by the aftershock. Tran Truong remained focused, controlling the power of the 9 provinces' cauldron without the slightest wavering. Turned to Jiang Tonso and smiled gently. Tonso, it will be very dangerous here soon. Go into the city and wait for me. Once I finish, I will come find you. Jiang Tonso immediately shook her head in refusal. No, I do not want to hide behind my husband. I want to stand and face it with you. Tran Truong did not get angry. He gently stroked her head. Be good, do not worry. I will protect you completely. Knowing she could not persuade him, she nodded softly. All right, I believe you. After that, Tran Truong continued urging the 9 provinces' cauldron. The power erupted even more violently than before, causing the province lords to panic and shout. Has he gone mad? Does he intend to drag the entire 9 provinces to burial? The Red Province Lord cried out in panic, begging, Father, stop fighting. If the 9 provinces' cauldron shatters, heaven and earth will collapse and all things perish. Tran Truong heard the buzzing in his ears and felt a splitting headache. Minor heavenly Tao. He shouted coldly in annoyance, shut up. Suddenly clear cracks appeared on the 9 provinces' cauldron. Everyone saw and their souls nearly fled. He has gone mad. Tran Truong intends mutual destruction. The cracks spread rapidly, throwing the continent into chaos as people fled. Screams resounded everywhere. Thunderous explosions suddenly erupted. Tran Truong had long sensed this disturbance. Corner of his lips curved in a faint smile. They have arrived. The prodigies surged in and filled the sky. At the front was Shitheen with a dark and furious expression. Tran Truong greeted leisurely. Oh, the turtles that hide their heads have finally crawled out. The people of the lower realm were horrified. The prodigies scattered across the 9 provinces had now gathered completely. Shitheen gritted his teeth and stared at him. I did not expect you to be so capable, using despicable means to force us to reveal ourselves and ruining all previous plans. Tran Truong showed no fear. 2 fingers gathered magic power. You are merely useless toys. The 9 provinces are mine. Whether I destroy or preserve them, no one has the right to interfere. All of you shut up. 2 streams of force shot instantly from his fingertips, piercing straight through 2 prodigies and killing them on the spot. The system rang repeatedly. Congratulations, host, for eliminating a void refinement realm prodigy and receiving 5,000 domain points. Congratulations, host, for receiving another 5,000 domain points. Shitheen's eyes turned bloodshot with rage and humiliation. Insulted to the extreme, Shitheen ground his teeth and called out each word. Tran Truong. He immediately ordered all the prodigies. Since you wish to die quickly, I will grant it. All of you summon your guardians. A massive black hole appeared, connecting the immortal realm and the lower realm. Immediately after, hundreds and thousands of other black holes formed in succession. From those black holes spread terrifying pressure as guardian immortals stepped down into the lower realm one after another. The system issued continuous warnings. Guardian immortals detected descending. Please eliminate them quickly, host. Guardian immortals poured down in waves, every face cold as iron. Their sole objective was to seize the 9 provinces and kill Tran Truong. Inside a house, on an old altar stood a memorial tablet bearing the grave of his close friend Engyu and Achai. An old woman rushed in panic and called out, "Old man, the immortals have descended again." The old man was startled. What now? Quickly pack up and run. The old man angrily slammed his cane and shouted, "For decades I have not forgiven them." Before he finished, he stumbled and fell face first to the ground. The old woman hurried to help him up. The old man struggled to rise and roared, "I will kill them, drive them away." The old woman quickly supported him. "You are too old already. The lower realm cannot resist the upper realm. That is a painful truth." Tears streamed down the old man's face. Must we lose our home and loved ones once again? In the city, the great battle continued. Tran Truong alone faced tens of thousands of prodigies and guardian immortals. Tran Truong laughed freely. Now this is what makes it interesting. The province lords witnessing this for the first time were stunned. Never before had they seen so many immortals descend. Would the 9 provinces truly change masters today? Across the continent, tremors spread. Many believed Tran Truong's actions were a mistake. He was too arrogant and would doom them all. At this moment, Shitheen spoke. Using the 9 provinces cauldron to force us out is your most foolish move and your last. Tran Truong, and you can die now. All the prodigies and guardian immortals attacked at once. Just a lower realm bastard. No need for a grand formation. Watch me crush him. Though besieged, Tran Truong remained calm. Merely a group of immortal general-level guardians. Not enough to kill him. He swung his leg, forming a crescent arc, while unleashing his full immortal commander realm power. Streams of force shot out like arrows. Prodigies fell one after another. System reported continuously. Congratulations, host, for killing a first-level immortal general. Reward 1 million domain points and 1 yang salted fish treasure. With only a few basic moves, he swept away a group of immortals. Below, Jiang Ton So and Min Ha maintained a shield protecting everyone. Weak, is this all the strength immortals possess? He mocked with a smile. Continue. Killing blows descended one after another, as if seeking justice for innocent lives. Treat the lower realm as weeds, standing high above, never lowering your heads to see your own sins. After speaking, he flew straight into the sky. He called the system. Use all domain points to expand the invincible domain. The system immediately complied and began consuming points. Remaining domain points 30,300,000. Domain points dropped to 30,299,000, then 30,190,000. From the black holes, more guardian immortals appeared. The second wave began. Tran Truong descended lightly to the ground. Shitheen laughed smugly. Tran Truong, and I have seen many arrogant fools like you. No matter how strong an immortal commander is, he cannot withstand a sea of people. He laughed madly. The immortal realm has no shortage of people for you to kill. Sooner or later, you will exhaust yourself and die in my hands. Numerous immortals simultaneously unleashed divine abilities, aimed directly at Tran Truong. Did not hold back in responding. A massive force was hurled straight at the opponents without mercy. Congratulations, host, for eliminating a first-level immortal general. Receive 1 million domain points and 1 yang salted fish treasure. Everyone was stunned and could not believe their eyes. Never did they expect the lower realm to overpower the immortal realm. The Red Province Lord even pinched the Feng Province Lord hard to confirm it was not a dream. At this moment, everyone except Tran Truong erupted in cheers. The people witnessing it shouted encouragement endlessly. Never had they imagined in their lifetime seeing the lower realm gain the upper hand over immortals. With Tran Truong here, the immortal realm was no longer terrifying. Yang Tone so quietly looked at her palm. Sweetness surged in her heart from being trusted by Tran Truong, yet she could not help worrying. Husband, what are you planning? In her hand was the mark granted by Tran Truong, the heavenly Tao Thunder seal symbolizing the recognition of heaven and earth. She wondered why such an important object was given to her. On the battlefield, the prodigies continued charging like a tide. Nam Kung Thien looked up at the blazing sky filled with helplessness. This battle is simply not something we can interfere in. The old Feng Province Lord trembled as he muttered. No one expected that youth once interrogated would now stand alone for us. The fate of the 9 provinces rests on his shoulders. All hope was placed on Tran Truong, you must win, and he and the sky never ceased fighting. Groups of prodigies fell under Tran Truong's might. Chithin only commanded troops without personally acting, watching his army slaughtered with a cold smile. The lives of these insects are quite tough. Let me see how long you can last. He clapped sharply, signaling, it is time to end this. The black holes immediately trembled. The power within clearly intensified. Tattooed arm covered in rings with the middle finger, raised slowly emerged from a black hole. From the black holes stepped out stronger immortals. The ring-wearing man raised his middle finger and sneered, dealing with a lower realm bastard, and you still call us. Another laughed loudly, wanting to shoot him into fertilizer. The rest urged to rush together as they were eager to return to pleasure. System issued urgent warnings. Detected immortal commander-level guardian descending. Please eliminate quickly, host. The immortals still shouted arrogantly, foolish lower realm. Your sins are piled high. Today we will push you into the 18 layers of hell. One had not even acted before being seized by Tran Truong, and before he could finish speaking he was humiliated by him. I have not even made a move, and trash like you already dare call reinforcements. Within the same realm I am invincible. Tran Truong excitedly struck. The immortal had no time to react, and only managed to scream before dying. The eagle immortal roared in fury. Arrogant brat, die. From his mouth burst a fierce attack aimed at Tran Truong. Tran Truong used only one hand to easily block it. Shocking the eagle immortal, bare-handed you blocked it. He turned and returned the attack intact. Strike instantly split the eagle immortal in two. The system announced congratulations host for killing a first-level immortal commander. Reward 5 million domain points and 1 yang salted fish treasure. Tran Truong's eyes flashed with cold light. I did not expect this one to yield so many points. The boundless domain will expand further. The province lords below widened their eyes. The Red Province Lord thought even an immortal commander cannot harm him. The Feng Province Lord felt fortunate he stands on our side. In the sky, Tran Truong continued harvesting domain points tirelessly. He gathered a massive surge of thunder power. He unleashed Thunder Myriad Force. The system panel continuously displayed notifications of eliminating first-level immortal commanders with rewards of 5 million domain points and yang salted fish treasures. Reward notifications continued endlessly with the same domain points and treasures. Chithin's eyes flickered. He realized Tran Truong had expended greatly. The next wave must crush him without allowing counterattack. Tran Truong was drenched in sweat, yet still glanced at Chithin, calculating that one immortal commander guardian gives 5 million points. Then how many layers higher is an immortal emperor? Suddenly a giant hand attacked Tran Truong from behind. Dare to be distracted on the battlefield, brat. Do you look down on me? Hand slammed Tran Truong straight into the ground like a hammer. An ordinary person would have been crushed to pulp. The system warned. Detected peak immortal commander guardian descending. Host avatar too weak. Please quickly switch to a higher level avatar. The giant hand rose again. It slammed down once more, determined to take his life. The system repeatedly reminded about the peak immortal commander and requested avatar replacement. The prodigies crossed their arms, believing Tran Truong was finished. If not dead, then crippled entirely. Suddenly a golden hand slapped Chithin across the face so swiftly he could not dodge, knocking out one of his front teeth. That hand had extended from Tran Truong and within the dense smoke. As the smoke dispersed, it revealed Tran Truong's unruly figure. He raised his middle finger pointing downward and stuck out his tongue in mockery. Idiot, today I will definitely kill you. Humiliated miserably, and having lost a tooth, Chithin's eyes turned red with rage as he clutched his cheek. He immediately pointed and roared an order. You fools, what are you standing there for? All of you attack and tear him apart. Instantly, all the immortals charged toward Tran Truongan. If one was not enough, then 2 or 3 rushed up together. Tran Truongan vigilantly dodged. These immortal energies truly hurt if they struck. Suddenly, a sharp blade slashed straight at him. The slash struck his shoulder, causing Tran Truongan to groan. Damn it, that really hurts. Immediately after, he was kicked down to the ground by an immortal. The people saw their province lord injured and cried out in panic. Amid the ruins, Tran Truongan was still alive. Forced himself to sit up despite severe injuries. Cough, cough, I was ambushed. But in life and death battle, no one can be blamed. The sky was still filled with immortals seeking his life. In his mind, he did not think of death, but only regretted that he lacked a few points for the boundless domain to expand to Yun province. Even in pain, he had to endure. Athene sneered upon seeing this. An immortal commander already cannot endure. The immortal kings have not even acted yet. You and all of you attack together. It is time to end this, Shitheen commanded. Tran Truongan did not retreat and charged straight into the sky to meet them. Condensed immortal energy into a torrent, launching relentless attacks. The system continuously reported killing first-level immortal commanders, rewarding 5 million domain points and Yang salted fish treasures. People below looked up at Tran Truongan in shock. Province Lord. This avatar had reached its limit. He panted heavily with blood staining his lips and brow. Min stood stunned, staring at him, her hand hurriedly covering her mouth, fearing that even a misstep of breath would cause her to burst into tears. Jiang Tonso was no different, her once beautiful eyes now wide and hollow as if all life had drained away. This moment, Tran Truongan was pierced through by a long spear and pinned to the ground. Shitheen high above laughed arrogantly, while he clearly felt the sensation of being crushed after thinking he had support. Tran Truongan remained clear-minded and replied to that son of heaven with a cold snort. Ninth Prince, you understand that feeling best, do you not? Though to be precise, it suits a defeated dog better. You are indeed still so arrogant. Shitheen sneered. Imagine if I let the people witness their hope shatter before their eyes. After speaking, he drew his sword. Veins bulged on his face, and triumph filled his expression as if savoring the coming moment. Yes, and Flying Immortal Valley. There must be many of your relatives and friends in Mount Flying Immortal. After you die, I will care for them in your stead. After speaking, Shitheen rushed madly toward Tran Truongan, swinging his sword to take his life. Jiang Tonso could not bear to watch her beloved die before her eyes and rushed forward desperately to block him, only managing to cry out, "Do not." Yet Tran Truongan still gathered a thread of light to stop her from advancing another step. Did not expect that even at this final moment, he still refused to let her intervene, her eyes forced to witness the death of the one she loved most. Tears blurred her vision as she stared at him unblinking. In that life and death instant, Tran Truongan still smiled at her. Though she did not want to, she was powerless and could only cry out, "Husband." Tran Truongan smiled gently and said, "Tone, so I will definitely find you again." The sword fell, and his head separated from his neck, rolling upon the ground. Even the system had not expected Tran Truongan to choose this. In pain, it could only announce that the host's avatar had died and was returning to the true body. He awakened within a tranquil, immortal temple. Petals drifted through the air, and one gently fell into his palm. Calculations showed the previous domain points were sufficient to cover all of Yun province. Does the host wish to expand? The system's voice sounded. Tran Truongan did not hesitate and replied immediately, "Cover it." The system panel appeared. The invincible domain began to expand. "Please wait patiently, host." The range gradually spread across the 100,000 great mountains and then covered the other provinces. Tran Truongan calmly asked how long it would take. The system answered briefly, "Very soon." In the city, as the smoke cleared, people finally realized the truth that their province lord had died. The people stood numb. The hope just ignited had completely collapsed. Even the province lord was gone. Someone trembled and said, "Perhaps we should surrender." A girl behind covered her face and cried loudly, "It is too tragic." When the province lord's head was cut off, he was still smiling. In everyone's heart was the same thought. Without Tran Truongan, where will the 9 provinces go? The Red Province Lord clenched her fists helplessly and asked, "Can we do nothing?" The Feng Province Lord answered in a deep voice, "At present, we can only do one thing." Beneath the ground, the cracked 9 provinces cauldron lay silently. Shitheen lifted Tran Truongan's head for the immortals to see. The prodigies immediately mocked. "Look at this useless head, ha ha. Were you not so good at boasting? Why not continue?" Loud laughter echoed endlessly. A subordinate reported to Shitheen that the lower realm had brought the 9 provinces cauldron. Upon hearing this, he responded with interest. "Oh." The old Feng Province Lord submissively presented the 9 provinces cauldron, placing all blame on Tran Truongan and begging the upper realm to spare the 9 provinces continent, asserting that all actions were his own decisions. and thanks to the upper immortals for eliminating him and restoring peace. Shithin paid no heed to the mortal's words and directly seized the 9 provinces cauldron, raised it high for the immortals to see and laughed loudly. With this, the 9 provinces are mine. The Feng province lord cried out in shock. Shithin explained to the lower realm with delight. Honored are you not, ants of the 9 provinces. You will become the energy to help me advance to immortal existence. The Red Province Lord realized in horror that his true aim was to absorb the energy of the entire continent. Her face turned pale with worry. In the end, are we merely livestock awaiting death? Without Tran Truong and we can do nothing. But suddenly, a change appeared within the 9 provinces cauldron. Shithin's hand turned into thin smoke and gradually dissipated. Shithin immediately understood it was a fake, and his eyes widened in madness. In fury, Shithin grabbed the old man and interrogated him. Dare to deceive me with a fake? The old man hurriedly denied it, saying the 9 provinces cauldron had always been in Tran Truong's hands, and if there was an issue, his wife would surely know. The old Feng province lord quickly shifted all responsibility onto Jiang Tonso. Shithin did not bother further and released him. Shithin turned his head and saw Jiang Tonso still sitting there holding Tran Truong's cold body tightly. At that moment, a golden radiance suddenly emanated from her eyes. She lifted her head and glared at Shithin with hatred as the mark given by Tran Truong glowed simultaneously. Jiang Tonso immediately unleashed a violent force, striking straight at Shithin. He had only one thought, avenge her husband, but with a mere wave of his hand, Shithin shattered the attack, leaving no damage. The gap in strength was despairing. He did not expect a woman to dare attack him, and his face darkened at once. He ordered, seize her and strip her bare. I want to see where she hides the 9 provinces cauldron. Chuanwu immortal realm prodigies at nascent soul realm rushed madly to capture her, laughing obscenely. We are coming. Another licked his lips crudely, saying, scream louder. The louder you scream, the more excited I become. Before he could finish speaking, he was struck by a pillar of lightning, leaving him groaning in agony. It was the little heavenly Tao Thunder child. I am here. I will help you break through and kill them. Do not hand me over to them. Everyone was shocked to see the heaven and earth of the 9 provinces stand with Tran Truong, and countless bolts of lightning descended. But the little heavenly Tao's power suddenly dissipated, causing panic. Shithin coldly shouted, you obstacles, stand still. The prodigies immediately dispatched peak immortal commander guardians to suppress the Thunder Child. With nothing left to stop them, 2 prodigies advanced toward Jiang Tonso, sneering. I like trampling little ladies like you. Even if only an avatar of the lower realm, let me see how many you can kill. She drew her sword to resist, but the gap was too vast. Jiang Tonso was sent flying, crashing beside Tran Truong's corpse in pain. After that, they shamelessly trampled her and mocked. Where is your treasure? Call him to rise and see if he reacts. Get up, trash. Jiang Tonso could only cling to the cold corpse and endure. Wave after wave of attacks rained down, leaving her body bruised all over. Yet she bit down and did not scream, clutching Tran Truong's corpse tightly, her heart holding only the image of her husband. People over there discussed in fear. Tran Truong was already dead, so why not hand over the 9 provinces cauldron? If the immortals grew angry, what would happen? One man resisting would drag all 9 provinces down with him. Nam Kung Thien Van was also worried for Jiang Tonso. She had gone this far for Tran Truong, but what about them? Only the Lord of Zich Chao remained clear-headed. He spread the rumor. If he did not speak, then who would know the 9 provinces cauldron was on her? She foolishly wanted to protect it for Tran Truong, even if he was dead. How much longer could she endure? On the other side, his trusted followers were gleefully tormenting Jiang Tonso, but she was already gradually losing consciousness. One spark would burn both of them into ashes, and by then the 9 provinces cauldron would naturally be revealed. Even so, she stubbornly shielded Tran Truong's corpse. If she had to die, then she would die beside him. Suddenly, a streak of purple light tore through the air and cut several of them down. Die, you reincarnated prodigies. I cannot bear to watch anymore. A young girl has more courage than us. Since death awaits anyway, then dignity should be decided by ourselves. You bully others too far. The lords of the provinces now stood before Jiang Tonso. Why does a woman dare to risk her life to protect the 9 provinces while we hide behind her? Jiang Tonso looked around at everyone. She had not expected that at this moment they would stand out for her. These ants dare to rebel. A prodigy roared in fury. Even Shi Tian's face darkened at the sight. Not only Tran Truong, but this entire lower realm dared to scorn and block the immortals, truly ignorant of life and death, since they wanted to become a second Tran Truong, and then he would grant their wish. The immortals immediately swooped down from above to attack, while the provincial lords had long prepared themselves to face death. Knowing escape was impossible, it was better to die with integrity than bear eternal infamy. They desperately fought back. If you strike once, then I will risk my life to smash your head open. People of the lower realm were also awakened by the words of the provincial lords. Since death was certain, they would use whatever they had. Without strength, they used objects as weapons. Tables were thrown if there were tables. Baskets were hurled if there were baskets. Death awaited anyway, so they might as well gamble once. They shouted that they had endured enough. Immortals get out of the 9 provinces, following the provincial lords as they charged forward. All of them rushed forward without fear, shouting as they advanced. The people of the 9 provinces would rather die than be slaves. Some held sticks, others gripped hoes and cleavers. Men and women, old and young, all gave everything, using whatever they had. The prodigy laughed madly. Look at this. A pack of beasts seeking their own deaths. This prince will burn them all. The utterly unequal battle fell into chaos. Shi Tian merely swept out a single strike, and all the provincial lords were cut in half. None survived. That old man cowardly crouched in a corner, hugging his head, thinking himself clever, shouting, "Why charge out? You are truly foolish. That spirit is worthless before immortals. I only want to survive until they leave. Then everything will be over." The people furiously cursed the immortals as scum. The 9 provinces had reached a dead end. The immortals slaughtered with glee without mercy. The people could not believe immortals were as cruel as demons, crying and screaming for their lives. Hundreds and thousands became living targets in agony, senseless slaughter with no path to escape, despair and helplessness, resentment piling up with nowhere to vent. Tian stood before Jiang Tonso. Behind him lay the corpses of the provincial lords who had risked their lives to protect her. He asked calmly, "All dead already? The commoners of Van Chao are nearly wiped out. This reward is not bad." The sword tip dragged along the ground as it approached Jiang Tonso. He twisted a smile. Too many restraints. The rules of the heavenly realm have bound people for far too long. In Shi Tian's eyes, there was only frenzied slaughter. He raised his sword to kill Jiang Tonso. Kill, strike. That was his simplest desire. She had chosen to resist, then she would go to the end. The blade slowly descended. Jiang Tonso shut her eyes tightly and waited for death. But no slash fell upon her. Jiang Tonso opened her eyes in shock. Shi Tian's sword had shattered into countless fragments. Turned out that Lin Bao Nhi and Bakken Gayat had acted in time. Witnessing that scene, Bao Nhi bit her lip as tears streamed down. She burst into tears and cried out, "Master, why have you not appeared yet? It is already too late." Shi Tian's expression changed in anger. "Who are you? Why are you shouting?" Right after that, he sensed space trembling behind him. A huge tear appeared, forming a spatial gate. Lin Bao Nhi angrily shouted, "Master, why are you not here yet? It is too late." Shi Tian sensed the opponent was extraordinary and was about to ask when space behind him tore open again into a gate. His subordinates pointed in panic at the terrifying pressure. "Who is tearing apart the void? The clone army is no longer needed. The lower realm is almost completely slaughtered." At that moment, a man stepped out leisurely, and upon hearing that, asked in return, "Slaughter." Shi Tian was shaken when he recognized that familiar voice. The prodigies stared in disbelief. "How is this possible? We clearly killed you already." At the same time, the system trembled in fear, continuously warning Tran Truongen, "The domain is not fully deployed yet. Wait, do not rush. Host, if you do not care for yourself, then think of me. Being forced like this puts me in a difficult position." Shi Tian looked at Tran Truongen in horror. Could it have been a clone before? Impossible. What exactly are you? At the same time, a notification sounded. "Host, the invincible domain has covered all of Van Chao. Please use it." The aura around Tran Truongen erupted, killing intent, spreading in all directions and making Shi Tian widen his eyes under the heavy pressure. A surging might press straight down. It slammed down and drove Shi Tian directly into the ground. He was so severely injured that he coughed blood, staggering before barely managing to stand. Shi Tian could not believe it, wiping the blood from his nose. In that instant, what had happened? He had been attacked without even seeing it clearly. He jerked his head toward Tran Truongen. At some unknown moment, Tran Truongen was already standing nearby, looking down with disdain as he cursed. "What beastly thing have you done? This prince kills if he wishes. Are you dissatisfied?" Shi Tian roared angrily as he charged with a punch. But this was the true body, not a clone. Tran Truongen moved so fast that he easily seized Shi Tian's face, throwing him into panic. Immediately after, Tran Truongen smashed his head hard into the ground. Then he lifted his foot, stomped down hard on Shi Tian's head, causing the ground to quake violently. Tran Truongen lifted his foot. Shi Tian awkwardly pushed himself up and roared, "I do not believe I cannot kill you." Tran Truongen stomped his head down again, this time making Shi Tian scream in agony. Shi Tian's eyes instantly turned blood red, filled only with rage and madness. "Die, Tran Truongen, you damned persistent cur!" He roared and began to summon. An extraterrestrial demon was called forth. A summoning array appeared in the sky. Shi Tian furiously ordered it to kill him. From the array stepped out Shi Tian's immunity token, wielding a scythe as it slashed toward Tran Truongen. Shouting, it obeyed the command while grinning triumphantly at his feet. Tran Truong calmly raised one arm. He uttered a single word. Terrifying power erupted from his palm and struck the extraterrestrial demon, making it scream in horror that it had not even made a move yet. The extraterrestrial demon cried out in agony, "Prince, save me." In a mere instant, the immunity token let out a sharp sound. The immunity token turned into a premature death token. The system congratulated the host for killing a first-level immortal king divine demon, rewarding 9 million domain points and a world fragment star. From immortals to mortals, none could believe it. An immortal king-level divine demon had been killed in a single strike. Tran Truong's cultivation had far surpassed the immortal king. Shitian angrily shouted orders. "What are you still standing there for? All of you charge. If you could kill him once, then you can kill him a second time." Shitian roared threats. "Even if I die, you will not have a good end." The prodigies and their guardians saw his strength and knew charging meant suicide, but they had no choice. Shitian immediately commanded a full assault. No hesitation, crushed Tran Truong. He thought to himself that whether you are an immortal king or immortal emperor, today you cannot be spared. If you cannot eliminate him today, then in the future he will surely become a great calamity to the upper realm, a threat equal to tens of thousands of demon generals. In the sky, countless demon generals surged toward Tran Truong, yet his expression remained calm without the slightest fear. He merely slowly raised one hand. Tens of thousands of demon generals, after a soft snap of his fingers, rang out. Only a single word remained: kill. The system notifications immediately rang out in rapid succession. Congratulations to the host for eliminating a peak immortal marshal, receiving 7 million domain points and 1 salted fish sun treasure star. Followed by congratulations to the host for killing a peak immortal marshal, rewarding 9 million domain points and 1 world fragment star. Congratulations to the host for killing a 5th-level immortal king divine demon, reward 9 million domain points and 1 world fragment star. Over at Jiang Yu's side, she also saw the earth-shaking explosion. Even she was forced back by the shockwave. Pushed far away by the shockwave, she thought to herself that their 9th prince had caused far too great a disturbance. He had not yet exchanged her immortal fruit. She had to inform them not to affect flying immortal mountain. Thinking so, she immediately turned and flew toward the explosion. Over here, everyone lay flat on the ground, clutching their heads to avoid the aftershock. Bao Nhi knew Tran Truong was strong, but never expected him to be this terrifying, softly calling master. The people who witnessed it with their own eyes could not help but sigh. With just a snap, the immortals exploded. So this was the true strength of the provincial lord. Fortunately, he stood on their side. Tran Truong's back stood tall and unwavering, exuding an indescribable majestic aura. As soon as Jiang Yu arrived, she saw 2 people standing face to face. She was startled and worried. How had the 9th prince provoked this killing star? The situation had likely become extremely dire. Tian's face darkened as he looked at Tran Truong and said, "I understand it all now. You used a clone to probe our strength, letting us grow complacent and relax, giving you the chance to wipe us out. At first you did not dare reveal yourself because you were not certain of victory, afraid we would summon stronger guardians. It was indeed my negligence to let you seize this opportunity. I did not expect the lower realm to have someone like you. Although guardians can be nurtured with world energy, there are limits. After several exchanges, I have already guessed your realm, Immortal Emperor Realm, mastering the law of space." Shi Tian was full of confidence in his judgment. "To deal with you, I can only use that thing. Tran Truong, you are the first from the lower realm to force me to use the Origin Descending Soul Returning Talisman. This item is extremely rare. It can temporarily unseal the laws and restore upper realm strength. Countless holes like ghost eyes instantly appeared in space. Prick ghost, go." A blue sword radiating high-level magic power stabbed straight into the ground. "Slaughter everything for my master." The summoned creature bore the title of Peak Immortal Emperor. Prick ghost, shaped like a skeletal ghost emperor crawling up from hell. Shi Tian was brimming with confidence. "Within the Immortal Emperor realm, I am invincible, enough to trade lives with an immortal venerable." Zhang Yuchan's eyes widened in shock. Her heart filled with worry. Even the infamous prick ghost had appeared. If Tran Truong died, then her immortal fruit would be finished as well. "Ghost, advance." Shi Tian ordered the 4-armed demon to rush forward and hack Tran Truong down. Prick Ghost immediately obeyed, swinging the giant sword down while roaring endlessly, "Destroy." Tran Truong merely revealed a faint smile. Then he raised his middle finger and pointed straight at Prick Ghost, calmly saying, "One yang finger." In an instant, Prick Ghost turned into a wisp of smoke. Only the sword remained embedded in the ground. The system rang out congratulations to the host for eliminating a peak Immortal Emperor Divine Demon. Reward 30 million domain points and 1 world fragment star. Both Shi Tian and Jiang Yuchan were horrified. Jiang Yuchan stammered, I am not mistaken. That was a peak immortal emperor, yet it died in a single move. Just how strong is Tran Truong? In Shi Tian's mind at this moment, there was only one word, run. But it was already too late. Tran Truong rushed forward so fast that Shi Tian could not react. Delivered a kick straight to Shi Tian's vital spot, causing that man to arch his head back with bulging eyes, in such pain that he could not utter a word. Immediately after came a barrage of consecutive attacks. Final blows slammed down, making heaven and earth tremble violently. Tran Truong crossed his arms and ground his foot against Shi Tian's face, coldly saying, last time you were also trampled beneath my foot like this, no different from an insect. A dignified ninth prince yet tortured until neither human nor ghost. In the sky, the black holes connecting the upper and lower realms still existed, yet not a single person stepped out. The upper realm not coming to rescue was truly ridiculous. I have always thought about how to maximize benefits. Best if it can continuously supply what I need, and what I want are domain points. Tran Truong sneered at Shi Tian. Keeping your dog life intact will complete my plan. After saying that, he snapped his fingers. You will surely like this. From the ground rose a cross-shaped rat. Tran Truong dragged Shi Tian over and nailed both his hands onto the cross, blood spraying non-stop. And he suspended the body in midair. Tens of thousands of drills hovered aimed at him. Every 10 seconds one would stab down. Whether it hurt or not, he did not care. Thousands of nails hung waiting to tear the body apart. An instant, the nails pierced into his body one after another, making Shi Tian howl in extreme agony. Tran Truong stood beside him, watching the torture with pleasure. He smiled ferociously and said, I will wait until someone strong enough comes to save you. No matter how long as they dare to come, I will release you. Time passed minute by minute. The nails continued to pierce into Shi Tian's body. 7, 8, 9, 10. His palms and arms were densely packed, with iron nails piercing through flesh. Across his entire body, from face, chest, eyes, legs to head, there was not a single place without nails. His throat was also pinned shut, so Shi Tian could not speak. Only painful groans remained. Time blurred. In his mind there was only pain, not knowing how many times he had been drilled through. After a while, Tran Truong finally pulled out all the nails, his voice mocking. It has been more than an hour, yet the upper realm has still sent no one to save you. It seems being a prince like you is truly a failure. Those black holes were still empty with no one stepping out. Perhaps the torment was not enough. Add a few tens of thousands more drills and see. Suddenly an arm wrapped around him from behind, making him slightly startled. A gentle voice sounded, husband. Jiang Tonso, with tears streaming, hugged him tightly. It was real, not an illusion. He was still alive. She even shot him a glare, as if venting all her worry and anger for making her cry so much. System suddenly reported that a reincarnated prodigy had been detected within the domain, but Tran Truong was immersed in emotion, gently wiping Jiang Tonso's tears, softly apologizing for frightening her, and promising it would never happen again. Jiang Tonso gradually calmed down and softly snorted. Tran Truong immediately used life of all beings to heal her injuries. At the same time, a shout rang out, Master. Bao Nhai and Bok and Gaiet rushed over and hugged Tran Truong, unintentionally pushing Jiang Tonso back, laughing as they praised how cool he had been just now. Truly a descended deity. Jiang Tonso immediately grew jealous. Unwilling to yield, she grabbed Tran Truong's hand and pulled him back, calling husband, making Bao Nhai stare wide-eyed. Tran Truong quickly coughed awkwardly and explained he had forgot to introduce her. This is my disciple Lin, Bao Nhai. Bao Nhai unwillingly cried and questioned how Master had been snatched away by a bad woman. At this moment, Bok and Gaiet finally understood the issue and her face darkened, while Jiang Tonso clung tightly to Tran Truong's arm in vigilance. Neither woman was willing to yield, both forcing Tran Truong to give an explanation. He could only hurriedly soothe them. Calm down. Bok and Gaiet stood at the side, though understanding, still at a loss. Tran Truong, with a troubled face, avoided answering. We are all family, living together will resolve it properly. The people witnessing this side of Tran Truong were astonished and disgusted. The provincial lord had such an ordinary side, completely different from the aura of slaying immortals earlier. Even Jiang Yuchan found it hard to believe he had just finished a great battle, yet remained so at ease. Suddenly a cracking sound echoed in space. A spatial gate gradually opened. Tran Truong raised his brow with interest. Oh, finally arrived. Space before them gradually widened. Jiang Yuchan's expression changed as she immediately recognized who stood behind that gate. This was the domain lord's 8-star Buddha finger. With just one finger, it was enough to destroy dozens of lower realm worlds, its power equivalent to a full strike of a heavenly venerable. A gigantic hand hovered in the air, a finger pointing toward the ground as a cold voice sounded, lower realm man, you are seeking your own death. Though still nailed, Shi Tian felt as if grasping a life-saving straw and could not help but laugh loudly. Ha ha, the domain lord has come to save me. With just one finger it is enough to kill you. Tran Truongen prepared to die. Tran Truongen remained calm, even raising his middle finger indifferently. Then I also want to see whether your finger or mine is stronger. Immediately extended his finger to block the domain lord's Buddha finger, causing that finger to bend out of shape. Immediately after the Buddha finger was completely destroyed, dissipating into smoke, the outcome proved that Tran Truongen's finger was stronger. Everyone who witnessed it was stunned speechless. Only now did the two immortals realize they had provoked the wrong person. ONHI excitedly cheered, "Master is the strongest. Charge, kill them all." Tran Truongen looked at the dissipating smoke and mocked. "Does your upper realm always like to hide like turtles, only daring to attack across realms, not daring to show yourselves in person? Or in other words, you are afraid?" Jiang Yu-chan was both frightened and angered by Tran Truongen's arrogance, and hurriedly stopped him. "Enough. I know you hate the immortals of the upper realm, but the upper realm does not only have immortal kings or immortal emperors. There exist beings far stronger. If not for the laws of the 9 provinces protecting this realm and preventing them from descending freely, how could you act so recklessly? If you truly anger them, then the consequences will be unimaginable." Tran Truongen turned his head and smiled faintly. "Oh, thank you for the reminder. I was wondering why after tormenting Shi Tian for so long no one from the upper realm dared to descend. So it was because of the laws." He immediately snapped his fingers and ordered, "Heavenly Tao, come out." Lei Long quickly appeared and respectfully replied, "Father, please give your instruction. I want to revise the laws of this continent, especially the clause about immortals descending. The new rule shall be that within the 9 provinces, heavenly immortals are forbidden to enter." Heavenly Tao trembled in panic. "Father, this cannot be done. This small heavenly Tao body cannot withstand such a change." Tran Truongen paid no attention and directly promulgated new laws. First, immortals may ignore law suppression and descend freely. Second, the 9 provinces shall not restrict the immortal domain of immortals. Third, immortals may exert their peak strength. Thus immortals descending will have no restraints at all. Laws immediately shifted and new rules formed. Heavenly Tao was so exhausted it nearly cried. "As long as Father is happy, that is enough. No need to care whether I live or die." Shi Tian and Jiang Yu-chan were utterly shaken. How did he dare to do this? The people standing nearby could only smile bitterly. After all, their lives had always been in the provincial lord's hands. Provincial lord? Forget it. Our hearts are already too tired. Shi Tian suddenly realized, his eyes blood red. He understood everything. Tran Truongen had long intended to slaughter all immortals in exchange for eternal peace for the lower realm. Everything from luring immortals to attack Van Chao to the death of the clone had been a trap. Only now did he realize he was merely a puppet in Tran Truongen's hands. Jiang Yu-chan had descended only to obtain the immortal fruit. Now her face was cold, and her hands and feet were in chaos, not knowing what to do next. She could only despairingly curse him as a madman. Seeking an immortal fruit was harder than ascending to heaven. At that moment, the mark on Jiang Yu-chan's forehead suddenly shone, energy surging and startling her. It was the guardian mark of the Jiang family prodigy. The energy quickly formed a thread linking to Jiang Tone, so it turned out she was the #1 prodigy of the Jiang family, long hidden at Tran Truongen's side. Moreover, the 9 provinces cauldron was on her. Clearly, Tran Truongen trusted her completely and had never doubted her. Now her reincarnated clone had descended. As long as she found the right moment to disperse the clone and use the family technique to transmit the 9 provinces cauldron back to the true body, even if her soul was damaged, in exchange the 9 provinces would belong to the Jiang family. How advantageous that went without saying. She only needed to choose the timing. Even Jiang Yu-chan herself did not immediately recognize her identity, let alone Tran Truongen. No matter how clever he was, could hardly suspect. At this moment, he was still gently stroking Jiang Tone-so's head. Not long after the laws were revised, movement appeared within the black hole. Jiang Yu-chan looked up at the sky in shock. The entire teleportation formation had completely fused. People below broke into cold sweat. With such a massive teleportation array, the immortals of the upper realm would surely descend in full force. It was over. Someone pointed at the sky and shouted for everyone to look. System immediately notified. Detected an immortal venerable 5th level descending. Please eliminate swiftly. An uproar rose from the ground. A figure stepped out of the teleportation array and introduced herself as the Jiang family head, Jiang Ningren, appearing like a fairy descending to earth, her radiance covering the sky. Jiang Ningren looked at Tran Truongen and sighed. "You truly surprise me," Tran Truongen replied calmly. "Thank you for the praise. With such a grand display, yet only you descend. It seems the others have already seen through me." Yes, so you need not be overly wary. I do not intend to act. I only wish to talk first. Forcing upper realm prodigies to seek aid is already worthy of my admiration. Aside from Feng Qian, you are the second lower realm person to make a spin in circles. At first, when I stepped out, I intended to kill you directly and destroy the 9 provinces. But after seeing you, I changed my mind, Tran Truong, and listened indifferently. I have decided to recruit you into the Immortal Court as an inner disciple of the Jiang family in the Xuanwu Immortal Domain, granting countless benefits and promising not to invade the 9 provinces, allowing you to rule this realm and open the ascension path for its cultivators. Only need to agree to my conditions. Jiang Ningren was confident in the treatment she offered a mortal. The only response was Tran Truong's mocking laughter. He raised his middle finger in ridicule, drawing such a grand illusion and thinking to deceive me. How could I trust a brutal invader like you? Do you think I am foolish and cannot see your killing intent? If you want to fight, then stop the pretense. From the beginning, there was no fairness or reconciliation. As he spoke, he pointed downward, leaving Jiang Ningren unable to believe her scheme had been seen through. Her eyes narrowed and killing intent surged. In her heart, there was only one word: pity. Tran Truongen, excessive arrogance demands a price. The space around her turned red as meteors wreathed in fire fell toward the lower realm. The difference between upper and lower realms was like a galaxy and grains of sand. The mark on her forehead shone as she arrogantly declared that when the realm collapsed, the lower realm would perish as well. Mountains, rivers, and seas were ravaged by meteors. Tran Truong angrily watched the meteors pouring down. Jiang Ningren shouted loudly, "If it cannot be taken, then destroy it." Lei Zhou outside the domain was now dyed red by meteors. The fury of immortals descended like heavenly punishment. The 9 provinces trembled as the people watched their homes shatter in despair. Cries echoed across Guangzhou outside the domain. Only ruins remained as the people fled in panic. Everyone screamed and ran. The immortals wanted to slaughter all. Even fleeing to the ends of the earth was useless. Wails mixed with the meteor rain. No one could stop the immortals. Border of Van Chao also fell into chaos. Houses burned as the people crowded together crying for help. That place has not collapsed. Hurry there. Only Hoa Long City remained peaceful without a single meteor falling. The people wondered why it was safe here. Perhaps because the provincial lord was present. Alone, the provincial lord was shielding everyone. The system issued continuous warnings, requiring the host to immediately handle attacks outside the domain, or the 9 provinces would continue collapsing, and the foundation of the invincible domain would be severely damaged. Tran Truong looked up at the sky and calculated silently. These attacks were all transmitted from the upper realm. Without finding the source, they could not be stopped. Though the domain was safe overall, the situation remained dangerous. Clearly, they had used some treasure to allow upper realm immortals to attack from afar. Bao Nha and Jiang Tone so anxiously asked what to do. Husband suggested that if things worsened, they could bring everyone into the miniature world to preserve their lives. Jiang Ningren sneered proudly. Tran Truong, we gave you a choice. You chose death yourself. She glanced at Jiang Tone and understood everything. Then it will be easier. Not only you, but the 9 provinces must perish. Jiang Ningren continued. Though you are nearly invincible in the lower realm, wanting to contend with heaven gives you no chance. Tran Truong did not care at all. You are still too naive. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished from his spot. In an instant, he appeared behind Jiang Ningren, eyes blazing with killing intent. Seizing her head before she could react, she only managed to scream. Immediately, a miserable scream rang out. Tran Truong used a technique to pierce through her body. So fast the naked eye could not follow. Jiang Ningren was gravely injured, yet still sneered. No matter how strong you are, you cannot save everyone. Upper realm immortal treasures have all locked onto the 9 provinces. Destruction is inevitable. Tran Truong replied coldly. I ask, and you answer. One wrong word means death. Who is in the sky? Where are they? What treasure is used to attack the 9 provinces? Do not speak nonsense, or I will hang you beside Shi Tian, that half-dead man nailed below. Ah, do you think I would make such a foolish mistake like Shi Tian? Only an empty-headed fool like him would dare let his true body descend. Want to kill me? I have prepared a grand gift for you. Tran Truong's expression changed as he saw Jiang Ningren's body gradually glowing. Immediately she exploded and vanished. Returning to the upper realm, only her voice echoed. Tran Truong, the Jiang family prodigy I will take away, and I must thank you for the 9 provinces cauldron. Tran Truong's eyes flared as true fury ignited, just as Bao Nha screamed, sensing something wrong. Master, your little wife is fading. Jiang Tone so panicked as countless holes appeared across her body, unfamiliar memories flooding her mind, as if someone was calling her. She suddenly understood she did not belong to this world, yet she did not wish to return there. Tears streamed down her cheeks as her arms gradually turned transparent. Husband, before she could finish, Her eyes and heart were filled with reluctance. In the end, only a soft call remained. Her body completely vanished, leaving behind only a single necklace. Meteors continued to fall without cease. Tran Truongan stood silent, watching it all. He bent down and picked up the necklace. Bao Nhi asked in panic what to do now that the 9 provinces were about to collapse. Jiang Tone so had vanished. Would the 9 provinces cauldron disappear with her? Tran Truongan remained silent, gripping tightly the only token proving she had once existed and loved him. In his eyes there was now only hatred. This was not over. Immortals. In the Xuanwu immortal realm, the scenery must still be quite beautiful. Jiang Ningren carried her anger as she stepped into the grand hall. She snorted coldly inwardly. Tran Truongan was indeed troublesome. No wonder he caused the Jiang family to lose so many prodigies if not for the clone descending. Unexpected that the 9 provinces produced such a troublesome figure. Jiang Ningren pushed the door and entered. The place she entered was the Prodigy Grand Hall, where prodigies were laughing and channeling spiritual power into a massive sphere at the center. Laughter rang continuously. I just collapsed a mountain. None of you compare to me. Look there. That city was flattened by my own hand. Someone noticed Jiang Ningren and greeted her. Family head Jiang has returned, encountered a tough opponent. We said the lower realm is not worth recruiting. Better to kill early. That one was Saint Martial, heavenly venerable. Jiang Ningren thought, if it is not worth it, then why are you all gathered? She said coldly. A group of high levels from the Xuanwu immortal domain gathered. Many immortal venerables using supreme treasures to suppress the lower realm. Is it not all because you fear Tran Truongan? Prodigy Overseer laughed loudly. How long have upper and lower realms been separated? If Tran Truongan can ascend here, I will walk on my head. Are we afraid of him? He only relies on his territory. If we meet him, we will make him kneel like a dog. He stole an immortal venerable's immortal sword, a crime worthy of death. If not for the 9 provinces not yet destroyed, I would have descended and skinned him. Moreover, he altered the 9 provinces' laws, making it easier for us to descend. Killing him can be done at any time. But speaking of it, Jiang Tone, your Jiang family prodigy and the 9 provinces cauldron, how will you handle them? Through the sphere, they could clearly see the lower realm people suffering, cries for help echoing, colluding with the lower realm and even marrying him. If this spreads, the Xuanwu immortal domain will lose all face. Could it be that family head Jiang will ignore it? Even though Jiang Tone rendered merit by seizing the 9 provinces cauldron, she must still be punished. Notify all Mystic Pavilion branches. Her reincarnation in the lower realm caused negligence and failure in seizing the realm. When she awakens, she will endure heavenly lightning striking her soul 1,000 times. Life or death will depend on fate. Her beautiful true body sat absorbing the returning soul, yet had not awakened. Jiang Ningren ordered, first use the Jiang family secret art to retrieve the 9 provinces cauldron. Maid respectfully presented the 9 provinces cauldron, reporting that the secret art had been used, and when Jiang Tone's divided soul returned, it would bring the 9 cauldrons with it. Jiang Ningren casually asked if she had awakened, and was told the injuries were too severe for her to wake. Ling Ming Tianzan held a cup of water and laughed arrogantly. Once we have played enough, then destroy the 9 provinces cauldron. Jiang Ningren scolded him directly. Destroy your head. I still want to drain the 9 provinces' energy to nourish the Jiang family. Would that not torture the lower realm and Tran Truongan? At that moment, she discovered something foreign inside the cauldron. A golden talisman flew out, startling her with suspicion. Talisman suddenly exploded. 4 words appeared, true explanation of the immortal Tao, life of all beings. A prodigy angrily shouted a curse, but fell silent when he saw who appeared. That prodigy was seized by the head, his eyes filled with panic and disbelief. With a puff, his head exploded on the spot. Everyone stood frozen in horror. Someone shouted a warning. Another prodigy immediately used a secret technique to launch a sneak attack. Before he could finish speaking, a foot slammed straight into his face. Teeth shattered. Shadow leapt onto the sphere in a flash. A slash tore through the air and the sphere exploded. Those around were blasted away. He barely managed to activate the mysterious light treasure mirror. Ling Ming Tianzan roared in fury. Who dares destroy my prodigy grand hall? The shadow stopped. A mocking voice rang out, you turtle like immortals, playing tricks and thinking to drag me in. Jiang Ningren was so shocked she could not speak. His pressure, it is immortal emperor. The figure became clear. It was Tran Truongan. She trembled as she asked how he could come to the upper realm. The system cheerfully announced that exchanging a clone has no discount, deducting 100 million domain points. Immortal Emperor level clone ready. The system panel appeared confirming successful exchange of Immortal Emperor clone. Please use. Tran Truongan stood high above, overwhelming pressure radiating and making the immortals tremble. This pressure was clearly Immortal Emperor, a rare existence like phoenix feathers and killin horns. How could the lower realm produce such a being? Figure was clear, none could believe it. This was Tran Truongan's true strength. Tran Truongan looked down at them and said disdainfully, Is immortal emperor so rare? If I wish even ruling the immortal domain is possible. Prodigy still shouted loudly, "You are only a lower realm mortal. Unworthy of that title, do not fear. With so many of us are we afraid of him." In an instant Tran Truongan had already seized his face, so fast that even he did not realize. Tran Truongan asked coldly, "What exactly is the lower realm to you?" He slowly said, "Think carefully before answering. Answer wrongly and I will destroy this immortal realm." The prodigy trembled yet remained stubborn. The 9 provinces and lower realm are only energy sources, like livestock waiting for slaughter. If they resist, they must be suppressed and exterminated. Tran Truongan was not angry. He only smiled, not treating them as humans. What else was there to expect? A very good answer. Next time, do not answer again. After saying that, he tore off the opponent's head, blood splattered. The system congratulated the host for killing a 5th-level immortal emperor, rewarding 10 million domain points. The prodigies trembled at the blood-soaked hand. Tran Truongan smiled faintly. "Your palace is inferior even to my flying immortal mountain. The immortal fruit is useless, so you came begging me. Is this the heavenly realm countless people strive to ascend to? A group of immortals who consider themselves lofty are in fact nothing in this tiny place. Just like now you grind your teeth in hatred, yet none dare rush forward, only because I am immortal emperor, one major realm above you. You tremble to the point of wishing for death." Tran Truongan sat calmly upon the ruins, his words sounding mocking yet completely naked truth. "Trash, best vanish from this world along with the immortal realm." Ming Tianzun was enraged to the extreme, anger rushing to his head, roaring inwardly that he could not endure even a moment longer. With no room left for restraint, that man immediately charged at Tran Truongan, intending to take his life. In a blink, his wrist was seized tightly by Tran Truongan, unable to move. A casual twist of the hand sent Ming Tianzun slammed against the wall behind. Intense pain made him howl. The staff in his hand twisted and flew away. After only one counterattack, Ming Tianzun lay unconscious on the ground, blood flowing from his head. The remaining prodigies refused to yield and charged together, shouting revenge and vowing to kill the enemy before them. In their eyes, the one to be destroyed was Tran Truongan. They surrounded him from all directions. Tran Truongan remained composed without fear, casually snatching Ming Tianzun's staff. His eyes flashed coldly, killing intent surging as he swung the staff back at the prodigies. Every strike carried astonishing power. Each blow struck true, every immortal sent straight to their end. All fell beneath Tran Truongan's long staff. He jokingly called this move beating dogs with the staff. The system immediately rang out with the familiar notification. "Congratulations. Congratulations to the host for slaying a 3rd-level immortal venerable. Reward 50 million domain points. Congratulations to the host for slaying immortal Huang Din Fang. Reward 30 million domain points. Congratulations to the host for slaying immortal Huang Ngu Tran. Reward 10 million domain points." The killing intent around Tran Truongan erupted violently, so dense that the survivors were terrified to the extreme, retreating while shouting for the ancestors to come out of seclusion at once. If this continued, the Haiyan Vo immortal domain would surely be destroyed. They were simply unqualified to stand against him. Someone glanced around the entire place and suddenly realized this was Tran Truongan's fatal weakness, immediately shouting to seize her and force him into a dead end. Another rushed forward to compete, but was a step too late and cursed in fury. Force like a rain of arrows shot straight toward them, directly severing every path of survival. Tran Truongan's eyes revealed clear disdain. He mocked that he had thought they had the courage to charge forward and risk their lives, yet they only used despicable tricks. Trash would forever remain trash. Those people were pierced through by the power, suffering unbearable pain yet unable to make a sound. Their bodies gradually disintegrated. Even their souls were completely erased. Yang was utterly in despair at this moment, unable to believe the scene before her eyes. She had only stood watching from beginning to end, inwardly cursing those fools who dared touch the entire place. Naturally, they would be killed by Tran Truongan. Fortunately, she still held Jiang's body and soul as a bargaining chip in case of danger. Tran Truongan suddenly appeared behind Jiang and Gung Enhin like a ghost, gripping her neck tightly and calmly asking the Jiang family head whether this was her true body this time. He coldly warned that the entire place was the pride of the Jiang family. So from now on, if she suffered even the slightest injury, then Jiang and Gung Enhin would repay it 100-fold. The pressure behind her made her tremble and barely utter a single word of agreement. Suddenly, thunder rumbled densely in the sky, immediately drawing Tran Truongan's attention. Amid the lightning, someone roared in fury, Tran Truongan, you bully others with strength. I will certainly make you pay the price. Tribulation clouds appeared. Than Vo, immortal venerable, intended to forcibly break through to the immortal emperor realm. The immortals were excited, thinking there was a great killing move enough to make even an immortal emperor wary. This time Tran Truongan would hardly escape. Than Vo, immortal venerable, clasped his hands before his chest, circulating his power with all his might. His eyes gradually dyed blood red. He roared, "Holy martial heavenly sword." Today's humiliation of having his sword taken would be settled. In the sky, a space opened where a gigantic holy sword was slowly taking shape. "It will make you regret setting foot in this world," he growled with killing intent. Than Vo, immortal venerable, ordered the strike. The giant sword immediately tore through the air and shot straight toward Tran Truongan with terrifying might. In contrast, Tran Truongan remained calm, merely raising his head to look at the descending sword. The bored expression, he raised his staff and faced the immortal venerable's sword head-on. An astonishing force burst from the staff, splitting and shooting in two directions. One stream directly destroyed the sword. The other shot straight down into the floating land of the Hien Vo immortal domain. Even Than Vo, immortal venerable, was burned away by that power in agony, leaving no trace behind. He could not believe this ending. The immortals standing far away witnessed the land shatter and were horrified. Such power could only be unleashed by an immortal lord. Could it be they were facing a genius from another immortal domain? The surviving geniuses immediately fled in panic, running while shouting that the immortal domain was about to collapse. They had to retreat quickly and call others to stop him. At Tantap Palace of the Immortal Realm, a terrified scream suddenly rang out, shattering the silence. A subordinate rushed in disarray, reporting in panic that something major had happened. Ancestor, he said, someone from the lower realm of Ku Chao had attacked. At the center appeared an orange dragon. Around it was space symbolizing the 8 seats of the 8 ancestors. Ancestors calmly discussed that Ku Chao had previously sent word. After Fong Koi Van came another. Weeds must be uprooted early. The important question was how someone from the lower realm could ascend to the upper realm. One ancestor proposed mobilizing all forces to quickly eliminate this person filled with deep resentment. But another thought it excessive. With Than Vo, immortal venerable, guarding, punishment was only a matter of time. Majestic voice refuted that the immortal venerable had fallen. The second elder analyzed that the man was Tran Truongan from the lower realm of Ku Chao, likely crossing realms to seek revenge, shocking the ancestors. The fifth elder, who cultivated martial arts, seriously warned that the Hall of Geniuses had been destroyed. The immortal domain could no longer ignore this, or it would fall into danger. This battle had to be fought. An ancestor said in a deep voice that from the moment he set foot here, everyone had already understood. The great elder, who cultivated the law of reincarnation, declared that war had officially begun, even if the opponent was only one person. On this side, Tran Truongan looked down at the abyss he had created and let out a light breath. He revealed a roguish smile, confidently saying that this time he would not fail. Elsewhere in the immortal realm, the elders ordered war to begin. Tran Truongan's image was projected across the sky. The second elder publicly ordered all experts of the Hien Vo immortal domain to gather at the Hall of Geniuses to hunt down the intruder. The people discussed noisily, cursing him as deserving death for being a lower realm person who secretly ascended. The second elder continued accusing him of being cunning and cruel, having killed over 1,000 geniuses and destroyed the immortal domain. To protect the immortal domain, an order was issued requiring all experts to surround and capture Tran Truongan. Whoever could cut off his head would be accepted as a disciple, rewarded with immortal-grade immortal herbs, and fully nurtured into an immortal emperor. Immediately someone appeared, causing the people to stir and rush to watch, pointing and reminding children not to run about, to stay behind and wait for the day of triumph. Everyone exclaimed when they recognized the leader as the madman of battle, Manhwa, immortal venerable, riding a warhorse with scales as hard as a serpent, followed by his subordinates. He was the Grand Commander of the Royal Imperial Guards and had never been defeated. Manhwa, immortal venerable, was regarded as the strongest quasi-immortal emperor. Killing such an evil person would accumulate countless merits, making people unable to help but look forward to it. In the sky, a flying warship appeared, making a boy seeing it for the first time gasp in amazement and hurriedly call his younger sister to look. Someone clicked his tongue and said even the Mo family's immortal ships had mobilized. This time Tran Truongan would hardly survive, for the Mo family excelled in mechanisms and immortal artifacts. Countless immortal ships were rushing toward the Hall of Geniuses. It did not stop there. Someone pointed in another direction and shouted to look. Even the demon race had come. Many exclamations rang out when the long unseen 9-tailed fiend star also joined the battle. Most of these fiend stars were wolves, phoenixes, serpents, and many other races. The reclusive powerhouses had almost all appeared. The entire force of the Hyen-Vo immortal domain was heading toward the Hall of Geniuses. One surprise after another, Lam Clan, Duong Clan, Fong Clan, Ko Clan appeared in succession. People quickly realized what the sheets of paper flying in the sky were. Vin Men Immortal Venerable had also arrived. On the paper was an old immortal holding a brush and recording. Behind him stood two identical young girls, one in red and one in blue holding inkstones. That was Vin Men Immortal Venerable, the one who specialized in recording the history of the Hyen-Vo immortal domain. This great battle would surely be recorded in history and presented to the immortal lord. Any upheaval of Hyen-Vo would not escape his brush and ink. For the lower realm man to be recorded would also count as an honor. Vin Men Immortal Venerable leaped forward holding his brush to write. The two girls behind him continuously grinding ink. Stroke after stroke of firm characters appeared on the paper. The sentences gradually filled it. In the first month of year 250 of the Hyen-Vo calendar, the thief from Ku Chao stormed into the upper realm and wreaked havoc in the Hyen-Vo immortal domain. The ancestors were enraged and gathered forces to suppress him. Nearly all immortals were mobilized. An old man laughed strangely, mocking the foolish retreat of the Jiang family, abandoning even the chance to be recorded in history. The red glow in his eyes on his sallow, bald face revealed unhealthy habits. He thought to himself that he had recorded the glorious deeds of the immortal domain all his life. This great battle would naturally be no exception. In contrast, the Jiang family's groundless retreat would surely lead to isolation. At this moment within the Jiang family, Jiang and Gung Enhin sat in the head seat, two subordinates on both sides anxious and uneasy. She had yet to recover from the upheaval. The subordinate only dared to softly call the family head, while Vin Men believed that with certain victory, the Jiang family's retreat was truly foolish. He loudly stirred the crowd, saying this was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to be recorded in history. The soldiers must seize it. Beneath his brush, 10,000 troops spread across the land. Great army's momentum surged as they shouted in unison, "Fight, fight, fight." The old man holding the brush loudly encouraged that next they only needed to stand here and personally witness the brilliant moment recorded into Hyen-Vo history. The ancestors also revealed themselves one after another. The second elder slowly began to speak. Even Vin Men had arrived. This battle was certain victory. The great elder responded that years of internal strife had weakened the immortal domain's fortune. Now because of Tran Truong and the immortal families were united. No matter what schemes he had, he must fight and must win to restore former glory. No matter the cost, in the midst of the battlefield, a burst of power suddenly erupted, sweeping away rows of immortals. Casualties scattered everywhere. A shout rang out that Tran Truong had killed his way here. Immediately surround him. The immortal domain cannot tolerate one who runs rampant. Immortal families unleash your ultimate arts. Even an immortal emperor could not withstand this. Tran Truong instead showed interest. All high-rank immortals had gathered just in time. Begin the feast. A gigantic net was cast out to bind Tran Truong tightly. With a single horizontal sweep of his staff, the net shattered and immortals perished. The system rang with continuous notifications of killing various ranks of immortal kings, gaining tens of millions of domain points and immortal domain fragments. The curses of the immortals mixed chaotically with the system's voice. Another notification of killing a 7th-rank immortal king sounded. Tran Truong raised his middle finger provocatively toward the immortals and lightly cursed a bunch of idiots. An old senior was so furious that his eyes widened, grinding his teeth and cursing the damned brat for daring to humiliate them. Manhwa Immortal Venerable flew into a rage, leaping from his warhorse and charging straight ahead, shouting for the brat to accept death. Tran Truong did not bother with him at all, riding Long Tun and veering in another direction. Several immortals thought he was fleeing and immediately laughed as they chased after him, yelling not to let him escape. The brush descended again, recording that the thief from Ku Chao was no match and was being driven back. Running like a dog was truly laughable. The two women behind him also chuckled softly, considering it an auspicious start. The 5th elder arrogantly declared that the passage between upper and lower realms had been sealed. No matter how mad he was, he could not escape. The 2nd elder folded his arms in disdain and said he was merely an ant struggling before death. Immediately after, a grand hall suddenly exploded, stunning everyone as they realized they had fallen into Tran Truong's trap. The immortal treasury storing immortal artifacts and techniques was completely destroyed. It was clearly Tran Truong's action to plunder and ruin the precious cultivation resources of the immortal domain. The great elder closed his eyes calmly, then opened them, and said, "Tran Truong, and had deliberately lured the experts here to turn back and destroy the immortal treasury, where no defensive forces remain. Not only that, this sinister brat also intended to seize the chance to destroy the main vein of the immortal domain. The elders could not remain calm and immediately issued urgent orders. Everyone instantly split their forces, sealing off the major immortal treasuries to encircle and kill Tran Truongan, all of them roaring in fury that they must cut down the one who dared destroy the immortal treasury. Numerous structures were leveled. Explosions shook the heavens. Immortal corpses lay scattered everywhere. Another area exploded even with immortals guarding outside. Vin Men Immortal Venerable continued recording that the thief from Ku Chao was treacherous, taking advantage of the chaos to destroy the immortal treasury and ruin the main vein of Hien Vo. Manhwa Immortal Venerable had caught up. Eager to claim great merit, he rushed forward shouting to kill, while the elders immediately shifted strategy and poured all strength into eliminating the thief. Royal Imperial Guards led by Manhwa Immortal Venerable swiftly surrounded Tran Truongan. The historian wrote excitedly without pause. The Royal Imperial Guards possessed cultivation surpassing immortal kings, their battle strength enough to contend with immortal emperors. In the sky, 10,000 troops formed a siege against Tran Truongan. Vin Men Immortal Venerable was certain victory was in hand, writing and cheering that the thief from Ku Chao had no path of survival. Before he could finish writing, he saw Tran Truongan make his move. With a single wave of his hand, a million-strong army vanished without a trace. The system continuously announced rewards of domain points and immortal domain fragments, as immortal kings of various ranks were slain. Notifications kept ringing. Immortal corpses fell like rain. 2 children screamed in terror at the brutal sight and hurriedly ran elsewhere to watch. Another notice announced the killing of an 8th-rank immortal king and a 3rd-rank immortal venerable, granting a large amount of domain points. A fragment of an immortal artifact fell and struck the boy's younger sister, sending him into panic. War always brought disaster to common folk. The historian's eyes widened in disbelief. The Royal Imperial Guards had been annihilated in an instant. The 2 immortal maidens behind him flusteredly asked whether they should record it. He trembled as he lowered his brush, determined that no matter what he must record the truth. That was his duty. Final line was written that the Royal Imperial Guards confronted the thief head-on and were annihilated. Vin Men Immortal Venerable stood atop the scroll looking down at Tran Truongan amid the ruins. No living being remained around him. He gritted his teeth, thinking there were still other great families and demon clans. With so many people, he refused to believe they could not kill a mere thief. His hand clenched tight with resentment. Cannon fire thundered repeatedly. The most elite forces of Hien Vu Immortal City moved out together to attack Tran Truongan. Coordinating with the fierce demon race, wolf beasts roared and spewed power, tightly surrounding the thief from Ku Chao at the center. A world-shaking explosion echoed through space. Historian excitedly recorded that in year 250 of the Hien Vu calendar, the thief from Ku Chao was besieged by the Mo family and the demon race and suffered a crushing defeat. He joyfully dried the ink, convinced the immortal domain's great victory was assured. Suddenly, a long staff shot straight into the sky, blocking his brush stroke. The staff grew longer as it struck, every sweep hitting its target. Each blow fell, and a Mo family immortal ship exploded into fragments. Even an immortal realm island was split in 2 amid the chaos. The system temporarily paused notifications because the host's domain points exceeded the threshold. Recalculation in progress. Vin Men Immortal Venerable trembled so badly he could not hold his brush, stammering in disbelief that it was all fake. Tran Truongan slowly descended to the ground. He suddenly noticed a boy crying hysterically while clutching his little sister's small corpse, shouting that the intruder was a mad killer. He had not expected children to be here. Tran Truongan's expression darkened when he realized this. Waves of attacks continued to pour in. He sensed them and swept his gaze, searching for the one behind it. Where exactly was the fellow hiding behind the scenes? The next moment he vanished. The boy cried out in panic to wait. Tran Truongan had broken free of the encirclement. Behind him came a succession of violent explosions. The 5 elders finally appeared, accusing Tran Truongan of massacring the immortal families with crimes filling the heavens. Even death 10,000 times would not suffice. He looked at the 5 immortal emperors with a trace of helplessness in his heart. The 2 immortal maidens behind Vin Men rejoiced, believing that once the 5 elders acted, the situation would reverse. Such valor would shake heaven and earth and deserved to be recorded. People below cheered madly. The 5 elders had arrived. Kill Tran Truongan. An elder coldly said that you from Ku Chao were the first in 10,000 years to force us to act. Then they transformed together and donned armor, urging him to think carefully. Each elder surged with imposing momentum as they surrounded him, coldly discussing his manner of death. Tran Truong, and from beginning to end, could not be bothered with that meaningless chatter. He held his staff and lightly scratched his back, looking bored, saying, "You talk too much. If you want to fight, then hurry. I still have things to do." Fifth Elder Thai Vo burst into arrogant laughter. "Do you wish to die so soon? I will send you on your way." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a terrifying strike straight down, intending to end Tran Truong and instantly. It was lightning magic, precisely the lightning magic of that elder. The power was too strong. Even standing this far away, they could feel the numbing electric light. The people trembled as they discussed. Lightning tore through the air and shot straight toward Tran Truong and immediately dodged, the attack completely failing to touch his body. Thai Vo widened his eyes in shock. That speed was too fast. Tran Truong instantly counterattacked, but the opponent was no slower, narrowly evading in time. Immortal skill phantom shift. Tran Truong paused briefly. This method clearly far surpassed ordinary immortals. Could it be they were all like this? The old man who had evaded the attack laughed smugly and beckoned provocatively. "No matter how you attack, I will resolve it. Your scheme to destroy the immortal domain will never succeed. You are nothing but a dog tormented to death." Two ancestors immediately acted together, attacking Tran Truong from two directions. Tran Truong swiftly shifted to dodge. Waves of relentless attacks poured down without pause. The five elders pierced through the smoke and charged forward, intending to crush him to death. Roaring die for this emperor. Yet with only a light evasive movement, he remained unharmed, not forgetting to tease, "Is that all you have, little sister?" Immediately after, Tran Truong countered and struck straight on, sending Thai Vo crashing heavily to the ground. Dust billowed thickly, obscuring vision, the figure of the fifth elder faintly visible within. At that very moment, a sudden change occurred. He had just sensed it when a torrent vortex struck him. Fortunately, he managed to block it in time. Brat, behind us stand countless immortal families. In terms of will to protect the immortal domain, you are inferior. In terms of strength, the five emperors once joined forces to slay a peak powerhouse. Relying only on hatred, you can achieve nothing. A rain of attacks immediately poured down. Out of 100 strikes, one will surely hit. The water vortex blasted straight at Tran Truong. Dust billowed high as the immortals were exceedingly pleased. "Yes, the outcome is clear. We have won." Immediately gave the order. "Third, follow me down to the lower realm to exterminate Ku Chao. Crush that nest of rebellion completely. Without Tran Truong, Ku Chao will be nothing but mud to be trampled." Before he finished speaking, he froze. Wait. All of them were horrified to realize that the brat was still not dead. Tran Truong slowly sat up from the ruins. Not only was he not dead, he was not even injured. He stood there with his body intact save for a bit of dust, coldly saying that "My resolve is not for you to judge." Great Elder hesitated briefly, but quickly ordered the attack to continue. Jiang and Gung Enhin stood within the Jiang family watching the battle, gripping the jade that held Jiang Tone So's soul, her heart shaken by Tran Truong's endurance against the five elders. She asked Ngok Thin about Tran Truong's identity. Jiang Tone So replied in a low voice that he was unfathomable and would avenge any grudge. This time the immortal domain had truly crossed his limit. Jiang and Gung Enhin could not understand. He could have taken Tone So away, but if he truly wished to take revenge on the immortal domain 100,000 times over, with its vast foundation, what meaning would that have? This moment Tran Truong was still battling the five ancestors, the situation appearing as though he was about to be suppressed. Jiang Tone So suddenly said that was only a clone. Tran Truong's true body was still in Ku Chao, shocking Jiang and Gung Enhin to the extreme. What his clones are as many as great Luo golden immortals. This is not the first time. Jiang and Gung Enhin's eyes widened as she recalled the words she once said to Tran Truong. The great elder coldly declared that they had given him a choice, but he had pushed himself into a dead end. Not only him, but Ku Chao would be erased. This clone bore immortal emperor cultivation and would avenge any grudge. Only now did Jiang and Gung Enhin realize his original target was not Tone So, but the entire immortal domain, deep fear rising within her. The staff pierced straight through the second elder immortal emperor's body, ending his glorious life. The system chimed with a notification. "Congratulations, host, for killing an immortal emperor realm immortal. Reward 150 million domain points." The fourth elder Din Quang rushed forward and hugged Tran Truong tightly, intending to self-detonate and perish together, a half-emperor risking his life to drag him down. Tran Truong was locked in place and cursed. He concentrated all his power into a single point, sealing to the extreme. The fourth elder also frantically gathered his might. A massive lightning explosion erupted, blasting away everything around them. The explosion swelled into a thunder eye that tore open the sky. The surrounding floating lands were blown tens of thousands of miles away. In the end, everything exploded. The great elder watching from a far side that if touched by that thunder force, even they would struggle to survive. Within the thick black smoke, the fourth elder's body fell, leaving the remaining elders stunned. One hurried forward to catch the charred body of the fourth elder, trembling as he called forth brother, his entire body blackened yet still intact. The fifth elder looked toward the smoke with resentment, his divine soul nearly shattered by the staff. The fourth elder had chosen to self-detonate to trade lives. This battle was truly too tragic. The people below clasped their hands in prayer filled with hatred, ceaselessly cursing the lower realm man to die. We have dealt with him. Tran Truongen's clone is dead. His body half-burned floated in midair. Seeing this, the people cheered excitedly, worthy of the elders. Vin men immortal venerable and the two women were overjoyed. The 5 elders personally killed the Ku Chao intruder. Great merit, all must be recorded, total victory. Great elder descended and remarked that although Tran Truongen possessed immortal emperor cultivation, he lacked real combat experience. Thai Vo supported the fourth elder and said, elder brother, fourth brother did well. My reincarnation art still has one use left. He will revive. Tran Truongen's corpse fell. Immortals and commoners surrounded it with insults, intending to divide the body and hang it in the lower realm to warn rebels. The great elder suddenly sensed an indescribable ominous premonition. Golden talisman from the Ko family cave suddenly shot upward, astonishing all the immortals. Talisman emitted a dazzling power that shot straight into the sky. A violent gale formed, drawing everyone toward the center. Follow me to destroy that talisman, the elder emperor ordered in panic. But it was too late. Within the thick smoke, a laugh sounded. Fortunately, I left myself a way out. Tremble ants, Tran Truongen appeared with another stronger clone, clad in battle armor like an immortal emperor as he strode toward the ancestors. The ancestors' eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible, we already killed him. It was only a clone, yet it still caused us such grievous losses. Vin Men, immortal venerable, could no longer even hold the brush in his hand. Tran Truongen, he is still alive. He fell from the scroll trembling all over. The 2 women behind him were also stunned in disbelief. Everything was in chaos. All the history I recorded was wrong. He is even stronger than before. Despair enveloped them. How can we possibly defeat this monster? As he stepped into the domain lord realm, Tran Truongen turned and pointed at the supervising immortals, coldly saying, I have finished over there. You are the last. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately flew away, leaving behind a crowd still trapped in shock. The elder immediately understood Tran Truongen's intention and hastily ordered, he is going to the immortal court, not good. We must stop him. But all were a step slower than Tran Truongen. He had already arrived first. I destroyed everywhere yet could not find the core. So it was all hidden by these pillars concealing immortal power. Only after that battle did I realize the tree before me is the lifeline of the Hien Vu immortal domain. Before him stood a bare ancient tree without leaves, surrounded by many guarding pillars. What you strive to protect in my eyes is the pillar supporting the link between the lower and upper realms. Stop, whatever you intend to do, you must stop. If this pillar collapses, the immortal domain will shatter. Both upper and lower realms will perish. The elders finally caught up, causing Tran Truongen's face to darken. With just 2 moves, he was enough to send the second and fifth elders on their way. He raised his hand and pointed straight at the elders, grinding out, do not even think of stopping me. The elder trembled as he realized he was no match at all. Stammering, domain lord. This is the power of the domain lord realm. Everything is over. Tran Truongen stood before the ancient tree, releasing all his power, saying in a low voice, the immortal realm treats the lower realm as ants, trampling lives at will. If the lower realm cannot obtain justice, then I will claim it. Pieces of the immortal domain fell and shattered, declaring the death of the Hien Vu immortal domain. If the lower realm no longer exists, then what is the purpose of this upper realm? In the neighboring Engi Thuong immortal domain, everything remained peaceful until a rude intruder stormed into the immortal emperor palace, causing the domain lord to roar in anger, who dares trespass. Before punishment could be given, a subordinate reported in panic that not only Hien Vu, but this place as well was attacked by someone from the lower realm. The guard army had been completely defeated. Before the heavenly emperor hall, immortal corpses were scattered everywhere. Amid the bodies stood a man wearing a conical hat and robe. A survivor struggled up and shouted, are you Tran Truongen's accomplice? Daring to storm the domain lord's residence, you will not escape death. The sky waves of meteors fell. The elder looked up in shock, thinking the Hien Vu immortal domain had been destroyed. Could it truly be caused by that brat? If this matter is discovered by other immortal domains, they will use the Engi Thuong formation to attack the lower realm. There is no other way. We must immediately seal the teleportation formation. If so, then this 1,000-year seal is also time to open. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he removed his robe, revealing battle armor. He is Tran Truong's master, Bong Koi Van. A loud explosion sounded. The city gate before him instantly shattered under his power. Several guards struggled to shout, "Who exactly are you? Why does a mortal possess the power of a domain lord?" Bong Koi Van glanced at them in annoyance and only responded with a single sound. Explosions continued behind him. Smoke billowed. Bong Koi Van calmly strode straight inside. At the same time, in the Hien Vu Immortal domain, the islands continuously shattered into fragments and fell. Not only houses, but even immortals had no foothold left and could only fall. They screamed that they did not want to be cast down to the ruined lower realm. In despair, they still shrieked madly, clinging tightly to their sense of superiority. "I am immortal, the supreme high immortal. I must command the lower realm mortals." Vin Men still stood upon the scroll, trembling as he watched the immortal domain collapse. Could not believe it, shouting repeatedly, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Such a great matter must be recorded. It must be written." He frantically swung his brush without noticing the boulder falling from above. A gigantic boulder fell straight toward Vin Men Immortal Venerable, dragging the scroll down in collapse. Before life and death, all beings are equal. The elder glared and pointed straight at Tran Truong, roaring that in tens of thousands of years no one had harmed the immortal domain. Yet today this happened. "Rat, do you know the monstrous crime you have committed?" he shouted in horror. But Tran Truong paid no attention at all, even smiling calmly. A monstrous crime. He erupted with terrifying power, nearly forcing them to their knees. "You slaughter living beings, treat the lower realm as weeds, and now you dare speak reason to me." The elder struggled to withstand the blow, but could not believe it. He had still concealed such dreadful power. "So your target from the start was the World Tree. Earlier you only lured us to reveal its location." The leading elder finally understood the scheme. So even lofty immortals know fear. Tran Truong condensed a sphere of power, preparing to strike again. Feel this fear? He kicked the sphere toward the immortals with a mocking laugh. "Your lives end here." Four slashed straight toward the second elder, shattering his body. The elder beside him had no time to react before Tran Truong kicked him. His body instantly split in two, managing only a single cry. Half his body fell before the great elder, trembling as he called elder brother before dying. The great elder turned to Tran Truong with hatred, grinding out his words, "Tran Truong, you think after doing this, you can still leave unharmed?" Tran Truong looked down in disdain. "Still preaching? Who are you performing for? Do you think I have a way out?" The elder fled in terror, leaving only a threat that once I awaken the domain lord, you will understand how foolish your arrogance is. The system chimed. Host eliminated 2 immortal emperor powerhouses. Reward 300 million domain points. Tran Truong had no intention of letting him go. Another sphere of power forming in his palm. HMPH trying to run. "Too late," he said, and hurled the sphere at him. In a blink, the sphere was about to catch up to the elder. He panicked in disbelief. What, this speed? Impossible. Just as he thought death certain, a hand suddenly blocked the sphere of power. The sphere instantly exploded violently. The explosion was so immense it could be felt from a great distance. Even the lower realm could see the light flare like a star in the sky. The surrounding land fragments were crushed by the shockwave, turning into clouds of dust. At the edge of the explosion's center, countless streams of immortal energy suddenly streaked across the sky. Tran Truong immediately grew vigilant, frowning. "What is this?" The streams of immortal energy rapidly converged into a dark figure. The great elder, grasping at a lifeline, cried out in joy, Domain Lord has emerged from seclusion. Secluded myself for 3,000 years, entrusting all matters of the immortal realm to you." The tall Domain Lord stepped forth, dense immortal energy shrouding him, a head dangling from his hand. His crimson authoritative eyes swept toward the great elder as he coldly said, "The result is still the fall of the immortal realm. You truly disappoint me." He then placed his hand atop the elder's head and killed him outright, a scream echoing as the soul scattered beyond reincarnation. Tran Truong watched speechless. The system immediately issued a warning. Host has encountered a Domain Lord Realm powerhouse. Current version has no data on the opponent. Tran Truong pondered, is this truly a Domain Lord? Completely different from the previous ones. It seems a brutal battle awaits. As long as the true body remains, he can still use clones. As if reading his thoughts, the Domain Lord leisurely said, "Brat, you plan to defeat me with clones while your true body stays hidden." Tran Truong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Who do you think you are? I am a god." Before Tran Truong, the Domain Lord caressed the head in his hand, its eyes not yet closed. The Domain Lord casually tossed the head toward Tran Truong like throwing a bone to a dog. "Take the head of your man. Then kneel." The immortal lord released terrifying pressure that shook space. At the same time, at the center of the teleportation formation, in Engi Thuong, immortal domain, countless spatial gates appeared in the sky, below them seeming to connect directly to the cosmos. Bong Koivan stepped in. Sensing the earlier aura, on the boy's side he must have encountered the domain lord. I must hurry, yet this place is strangely quiet. No guards were seen, nor signs of other immortal domains teleporting here, despite both the boy and I causing such commotion. Even the domain lord here has vanished. What is happening? Suddenly Fong Koi Van sensed something attacking from behind. It was a ghost immortal. Fong Koi Van instantly turned and counterattacked, shouting, "Who goes there?" The ghost immortal was struck heavily, his body crashing to the ground. He saw the face clearly. Fong Koi Van was shaken. "What? Wait, who are you?" This was the domain lord of Engi Thuong immortal domain, yet he had long been dead. Fascinated, who could silently kill a domain lord? Fong Koi Van immediately examined the corpse and quickly noticed something wrong, flipping the body over. The inside of the body was completely hollow. Only the outer shell remained intact without wounds. The organs had been scooped out. This manner of death could not be mistaken. But why so quickly? If the domain lord here is dead then? Fong Koi Van immediately sensed danger and turned to rush into the teleportation formation, teleporting to Than Long immortal domain. He searched everywhere and found the domain lord there had died the same way. Another one. Another teleport to Chu Chuak immortal domain. The result the same, hollow corpse, blood drained, organs gone. Bai Ho immortal domain was no exception. All domain lords were dead. If so, then none remain. Fong Koi Van felt a chill down his spine. Then whose aura was that earlier? Or that being was not a domain lord at all? Then what exactly is he? Back at the battlefield, killing intent surged around Tran Truongan. His eyes turned terrifyingly cold as he beckoned provocatively. "You also seek death." Only now did the true prelude of this century battle begin. The strongest of the immortal realm against the strongest of the lower realm. Debris still falling. Tran Truongan asked with interest, "Kneel." He laughed disdainfully, channeling power back into his own body. "In my life I kneel only before the dead." One yang finger intensified an eruption. Countless streams of immortal energy shot straight at the domain lord. Yet with a single hand he blocked them all. The domain lord calmly saying, "Spare the probing. If you have ability, then use it all." Tran Truongan clearly felt that though both were in the domain lord realm, the opponent far surpassed this clone. To win, he likely had to wait for the invincible domain to complete. System: how long until Hien Vu immortal domain collapses? The system quickly replied, 10 minutes remain. Tran Truongan smiled confidently. Then I will play with him for 10 minutes. Once the domain opens, I will teach him what he is. This fat sheep is worth far more than those lackeys. Suddenly before him, a gigantic lotus appeared, pressing close so fast it was almost imperceptible. Damn it, since when? But it was too late. The dark lotus bloomed and released terrifying pressure that made him struggle to stand. Immediately after, the lotus locked onto Tran Truongan and exploded violently. Domain Lord calculated arrogantly. The sneak attack had misled him. As long as Tran Truongan revealed himself, he could be finished. The gap in strength was too vast. Everything was in hand. But he did not expect Tran Truongan to break free with ease, suddenly appearing from below to counterattack upward. A lightning-fast punch struck straight at the Domain Lord's front. The blow was so powerful that the opponent's body was sent flying, crashing straight into a falling mass of rock. Tran Truongan rushed forward with a grin, asking, "Do you enjoy sneak attacks? I am qualified to be your ancestor, and you dare play this trick with me." He summoned the great might heavenly dragon to tear at the Domain Lord, but it was instantly blocked. Tran Truongan's fist caught within the Domain Lord's palm. The Domain Lord said disdainfully, "It is useless. The gap between us is too great. Your resistance is no different from a mosquito. On the contrary, your immortal domain body pleases me greatly. Dare put on airs with a bit of strength, then let us see how long you can endure." The two immediately plunged into relentless close combat. Countless floating lands were shattered midair by the aftermath. In the lower realm, the days under immortal domain domination finally ended, the sky gradually clearing. Bao Nhai and Bakangayat were busy tending to the wounded. Bao Nhai was bandaging an uncle when he suddenly gripped her hand and shouted in terror, "Look, the sky is collapsing." Bao Nhai looked up. The sky no longer blue but torn by a massive hole, tens of thousands of meteors falling. Everyone cried out at once, "What in the world is falling from above?" Someone sharp-eyed shouted in shock, "Damn, am I seeing things? I think I see the province lord up there. I see him too. He is fighting immortals. There is no mistake." Bao Nhai panicked and grabbed Bakangayat's hand. "Sister, listen. From Mount Phi Tine to beyond Van Chao, the provinces have been destroyed. Master's clone went to the upper realm, and we know nothing. We must consider the worst. Quickly take Master's true body into the Sumeru space to hide. If that thing falls, Ku Chao will face the end." Blood-red meteors kept descending, the system blaring alerts that Hien Vu immortal domain had collapsed. The invincible domain would last only one more minute. Tran Truongan was exhausted, drenched in sweat. After such prolonged battle, the opponent remained unharmed. This was the first time he had faced an enemy so absurdly powerful. That made it stimulating enough. He charged without rest, his combat experience tempered in the process. The Domain Lord still stood unscathed. This clone is indeed sturdy. Without immortal power, do not dream of fighting me. Base creature dares defeat a god. After speaking, the immortal lord pressed 2 fingers together, demonic power erupting from the contact point. Your end has only one path, death. Formation was swiftly erected. The 8 Desolation divine blade clashed violently. Countless razor-sharp forces tore at Tran Truongen's body, causing piercing pain. At that instant, the system warned that Hien Vu immortal domain had collapsed. The invincible domain began its countdown. He gritted his teeth, enduring. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The Domain Lord raised his hand, declaring the game is over, brat. The Domain Lord's hand pierced straight through Tran Truongen's body. Tran Truongen felt no pain, instead smiling and asking, is that so? Leaving the immortal momentarily stunned. Perhaps in the heavens you are lofty, but once you step into my territory it is different, host. The clone has entered the domain range. Tran Truongen seized the Domain Lord's head. The system roared angrily, host, I am furious, whether he is god or saint. Domain Lord never expected it. His mind collapsing, unable to believe it. How can this be? Tran Truongen's eyes brimmed with killing intent. What are you? The system coldly uttered 3 words, all must die. The one who should die is you. Tran Truongen followed the system's will, unleashing ultimate power and shattering this Domain Lord. The force dissipated, only half the immortal's body remained. The rest turned to ash. The system momentarily delayed, calculating the immense domain points. Fortunately, the clone received 1 surge of domain power. He immediately sensed something amiss. The Domain Lord's corpse a hand suddenly grew, mana quickly enveloping the body. Tran Truongen was alarmed. Could he revive? The phenomenon faded, revealing a woman with eerie hands. Such a sight was truly rare. He stood staring wide-eyed. Her allure had no effect, though beautiful her body was strange. Horns on her head and a serpent tail behind. Tail even had fins like a fish. Tran Truongen felt no fear. If you want to fight, then fight, switching to a giant this time. Face darkened as she looked down at Tran Truongen. She waved her hand, black smoke rolling to engulf him. He grew alert. This ancient aura does not belong to this realm. What attack is this that brings no pain? Not good, I must dodge. But it was too late. The black smoke surged into his ears, eyes, and mouth, too fast for him to react. Tran Truongen suddenly realized this thing is. The black aura seemed to devour him entirely. When the smoke cleared, his clone had been completely consumed. Only his shoes remained. The clone dead, the split soul immediately returning to the true body. He awakened, his original body still aching. What just happened? Was that the immortal lord's true form? No, it did not resemble the immortal realm. What exactly was it? He looked again at the massive rocks falling toward Ku Chao, unable to approach. Earlier, the immortal domain collapsed. The clone had unleashed a strange power like the law of some domain. If I had not escaped that shell in time and been dragged in by you, the outcome would be uncertain. She blushed, clutching her chest and tail, lightning crackling around her. Moreover, the end is near. The immortal domain perishes. My heavenly demon clan descending is inevitable. Bao Nhi and the others in the space saw Tran Truongen appear and anxiously asked, Master, you are awake. What is happening outside? He reassured them not to panic. The people were safe within the space as the sky collapsed. Outside, the demon woman still enjoyed herself calmly. Today's battle ends here. Savor your final moments, sinners. At the same time, a gigantic pagoda manifested amid the swirling currents. My clan army has descended. Ants, you have only one choice. Either submit or be erased. Her voice echoed across the lower realm. She clearly sensed an extremely powerful force protecting the lower realm. Brat, we will meet again. After speaking, she turned and stepped into a spatial gate. Even within the ring space, all of them, everyone clearly heard every word that woman spoke. Outside, the heavenly land fragments continued to shatter and fall into the lower realm. Time passed. 15 minutes later, the treasure ring activated once more. This time he brought everyone out of the space. The commoners looked around in astonishment. Are we saved? Luckily there was that space, or we would have all died. All of them turned their gaze toward the solitary back of Tran Truongen standing there. Still the Lord of Ku Chao, still the one protecting them. Hearing the calls, Tran Truongen turned his head. Bao Nhi and Bakangayat rushed forward and hugged him in delight. Master, Senior, are you all right? Did that immortal cause trouble and then flee? After everything, Tran Truongen relaxed and smiled sincerely. Yes, when the road ends there is no need to pursue. Thought that if she had unleashed a strike just now, his clone, even without invincible effect, would have found it hard to avoid death. To deal with her, he only needed to spend domain points to expand the domain. But once she left the range of his invincibility, he could finally breathe easier. Tran Truongen continued pondering. Within that treasure tower, there must be someone stronger than her. Rather than killing hastily and arousing suspicion, it would be better to uncover the cause. Moreover, his domain points were enough to envelop the entire tower. Dissolve them all in one stroke. He thought inwardly while remaining calm on the surface. Bao Na Chai and Bak and Gayat beside him did not quite understand. Suddenly, a man descended from the sky, carrying an overwhelming oppressive aura. Having just relaxed slightly, Tran Truongen immediately became vigilant again. As the smoke dispersed, the man let out a faint laugh. Indeed, it is you, brat. This time you have caused quite a commotion. Turned out the one who had appeared was Fang Koi Van, returning to the lower realm. Tran Truongen and the others were overjoyed, calling out old man, master, grandmaster. He hurried forward to reminisce. Where have you been? I searched everywhere without finding you, and you have even restored your appearance. Fang Koi Van also responded cheerfully, raising his hand to shake. It was no ordinary handshake. The greeting between master and disciple was extremely strange, even causing the ground to tremble, truly unique. The two played rock, paper, scissors. Fang Koi Van won and laughed smugly in provocation, but then, immediately afterward he grew serious. Disciple, I know you have countless questions, but set them aside for now. The enemy you face this time is far from ordinary. They are even more terrifying than the upper immortal domains. If I am not mistaken, they come from the ancient continent. Tran Truongen was shaken upon hearing this. Master slowly explained that in the primordial chaos there existed the ancient continent. Upon that land, countless races were born. The heavenly demon clan was only one among them. For resources, the races slaughtered one another for hundreds of billions of years without result. Amid endless invasions, a group grew weary of war, joined forces to break dimensional seals, and fled to our realms. They were the first masters of the upper immortal domains. Yet as time passed, the immortals gradually forgot their original purpose and began plundering the lower realms, and I too was once part of that. Madness, killing, blood, and boundless desire for conquest once made up my entire being. Until one invasion of a lower realm, when my blood accidentally dripped onto a local artifact, causing it to replay memories. I saw the ancient continent invasion, gods and demons ravaging until both upper and lower realms declined. Only later did I learn that artifact was one of the primordial artifacts of the ancient continent brought to this realm in the beginning. According to my investigation, the more fiercely the upper realm wages war, the more the ancient bloodline within awakens, thereby allowing the ancient continent to sense our existence. If it truly reaches that stage, we will surely perish. I was afraid and found another ancient artifact intending to warn the upper realm. But they not only refused to listen and coveted the artifact, they destroyed my immortal domain, leaving me no choice but to descend to the lower realm to buy time. I spent my entire life hoping to preserve even a stick of incense worth of time for all living beings. Yet in the end it was futile, thinking now the heavenly demon clan may have infiltrated the domain lords 10,000 years ago without my knowledge. Nhai asked in confusion, Grandmaster, if they are so strong, why did they not attack directly but withdraw? Fang Koi Van sighed that he also did not know. Tran Truongen frowned thoughtfully. It seems refraining from acting just now was correct. Those who can endure for 10,000 years, once alerted the consequences would be unimaginable. Get it, overthinking is useless. First save those within the invincible domain, then discuss further with Master. System calculate how many domain points are needed to save them and awaken Jiang Tonso. The system immediately appeared. Domain points calculated. The host destroyed the Xuan Wu immortal domain and slew immortals, totaling 950 million domain points gained. Name Tran Truongen. Domain points 950.233 million. Domain range 249.527 million, covering from Phi Tine Mountain to Van Chao. Skills all living beings. True interpretation of immortal Tao, life and death management. Eternal mirror flower water moon. Eternal immortal Tao. System storage 10 slots. 99 salted fish fruit bags, 1 mythical secret realm key, 99 realm fragments. The host previously exchanged an immortal lord-level clone costing 400 million domain points and borrowed 200 million from the system. Now repaid 400 million. Remaining domain points 550.233 million. Calculation complete. The system kindly adds thanks. Tran Truongen was so angry he wanted to smash the system design. 400 million domain points he earned with hardship vanished in an instant. He cursed the system as a swindler. The system retorted that use requires payment. He sighed helplessly. Domain points are meant to be spent. System, I want to revive everyone who died within the invincible domain. He grabbed the system panel and shook it. The system reported 100 million domain points required. activate life and death management or not. He shouted decisively, activate. Domain points were deducted. The life and death management skill activated. Streams of life force appeared. The life force touched the corpses, as if healing them from their very origin. Fingers that had been still began to twitch slightly. Everyone was finally revived. Even the grass and trees revived. Some people panicked, asking, had I not died? Why am I standing here now? What happened? Survivors cried out in shock. Look, the dead have come back to life. Bao Nhi covered her mouth in disbelief. Heavens, could I be seeing things? People joyfully embraced one another, having just crossed life and death, and now seeing sunlight and loved ones again. Cries and laughter intertwined with deep emotion. This scene left even Fong Koi Van, who had lived thousands of years, witnessing it for the first time. The boy whose soul had been seized by a prodigy returned to his body, trembling as he said, I am alive again. A familiar voice called softly. It was his younger sister. The girl rushed forward and hugged her brother tightly. I am not dead, not dead. Where did you go, brother? Tears streamed endlessly down the boy's face. Painful memories flooded back. He could not believe he could see that smile again. War was truly terrifying. Fortunately, they were reunited. Here the revival was complete, so next. Having spoken, Tran Truongan suddenly vanished. Above Van Chao, there remained a fragment of heavenly realm land that had not collapsed. Jiang Ning Enhin was startled when she saw Tran Truongan appear. I have completed what you entrusted to me. I hope you keep your promise. She feared he would strike her. Tran Truongan did not break his word, but seeing Jiang Tone so still unconscious, his gaze darkened. System, why has Tone so not awakened? System replied that Jiang Tone so soul was severely damaged and could not be awakened. She remained sitting there quietly like a statue. System issued a new task, awaken Jiang Tone so. Due to severe soul damage, ordinary healing is ineffective. One must use power of the same origin as heaven and earth. Reward double domain points. Tran Truongan immediately understood power of the same origin as heaven and earth. The old man once spoke of ancient continent artifacts. He remembered he also had something similar still below. System announced the host qualified to upgrade Invincible Domain version 6.0, requiring ascension of the lower realm to cover all Ku Chao into an immortal domain, and prepare 20 million domain points to open the myriad phenomena immortal treasury. He felt dizzy hearing this. The system smiled, reminding that covering all Ku Chao would require about 1.92 billion domain points. Tran Truongan nearly froze and shouted that selling me would not be enough. The previous task could double domain points. If he found the artifact, completed the task, and earned more points in the process, everything could connect. Thinking this, he grabbed the system panel, making it indignant. In the lower realm Thiu Hoa Vuk, one of 10,000 realms, shocked cries rang out. The Xuan Wu immortal domain has collapsed and even fell to the weakest Ku Chao. Unbelievable. Within the tower, 3 elders, the 3 giants of Thiu Hoa Vuk. One said, according to scouts, not only was the immortal domain destroyed, but a mysterious external force had invaded. Another added that the strong had gathered to discuss. That moment, a terrifying voice echoed through space. All realms, listen carefully. This is a warning from the heavenly demon clan. The 3 giants were horrified, transmitting divine sense. Our realm has just descended an unusually powerful aura. Voice continued to resound. Listen clearly. The deadline is 10 days. The common people panicked upon hearing heavenly demon. Everyone held their breath to listen further. I will give you 10 days. Every realm must send a representative to the heavenly demon territory to surrender. The chance comes only once. Whoever refuses to bow his head. Still, the cold voice rang out from the enchantress with demonic ears as she lounged leisurely on her chair giving orders. They had thought the lower realms would tremble and submit, yet no one took the heavenly demons seriously, scornfully saying what was so frightening about the heavenly demon clan. Nothing more than a pack of rats that took advantage of the chaos in Ku Chao to invade. If you have the guts, then come to Lin Vo Vuk. I, Vo Chan Enhan, will personally receive your instruction. The others also loudly echoed in support. Well said, I, Trung Viet of Vong Hien Vuk, refuse as well, and add my Truong Thatch Vuk to that. Did not expect ants like you to possess such lofty pride. It seems I have indeed underestimated you, however. Ada angrily shot to her feet. Demonic energy surged and blanketed the sky. Ants were still ants. Lacking awareness, they could only receive a contemptuous gaze from above. Waves of demonic lightning thundered down upon the various realms. Only then did the elders truly understand the demoness' strength. In the blink of an eye, the aura of male immortals vanished. Half of Thiu Hoa Jioi turned into nothingness. Countless were dead and wounded. Her power was so terrifying that a snap of her fingers was enough to destroy the lower realms. The demoness coldly warned humanity, you should understand clearly. I have never negotiated nor cared whether you submit or not. Giving you a choice is merely to save time. You hear that, ants? The colossal tower appeared again, tearing open the sky, creating a hole that connected the realms to the outer universe. Her dreadful laughter echoed through the air. The tower seemed to have stopped, yet it could still pierce through space to attack other realms. Such strength truly lived up to the heavenly demon clan name. But you said earlier that finding an ancient divine artifact would be enough to deal with them. Fong Koi Van and Bao Nhi were watching through the projection screen. Hearing this, Tran Truongan raised his hand to explain. In recent days, I have uncovered the mysteries of the longevity body, Master. This formation is the result of my research. At that moment, a massive beam of light shot out. What followed was the manifestation of the formation that left onlookers stunned. It would continuously expand according to my spiritual power. This is the only path to confront the heavenly demon clan. Key lies in expanding the formation range to cover that tower. Fong Koi Van suddenly understood. So that is why you needed to gather ancient divine artifacts to absorb spiritual power and complete the expansion. Tran Truongan nodded, inwardly thinking that speaking of the system now was still too early. Fong Koi Van pondered, then said, I know of 4 ancient divine artifacts scattered across the realms. 1 has lost its divinity, 2 have unknown whereabouts, and 1 still remains in my former Phi Ku Tine Va. I can return to retrieve it, but my strength may not be enough. Tran Truongan replied. Moreover, the heavenly demons have clearly stated they will attack in 10 days. Acting only now is too rushed. Grandmaster, do the divine artifacts have any distinctive traits? If clear, perhaps we can find them faster. Bao Nhi asked anxiously. Fong Koi Van answered, wherever an ancient divine artifact exists, there must be an immortal blessed land with exceedingly dense spiritual power. Even ecological mutations giving birth to creatures beyond common sense. Bakangayat grasped the key point. Mutations and incomprehensible creatures. She suddenly spoke up, startling everyone. Senior, if so, I know of one place. Bakangayat recalled the past. Our celestial demon fox clan was originally a branch of the Kinkyu fox demons. I heard from my elders that within Kinkyu territory there is a secret realm rich in spiritual energy. Creatures many times larger than normal. Dragonflies as big as elephants. Even the lake water can detoxify and heal wounds. If so, there is a high chance of a divine artifact. Tran Truongan looked to his master for confirmation. Are you certain? Fong Koi Van nodded. That is right. We split into 2 paths immediately. We'll go to the Phi Ku Tine Vuk to find the divine artifact. You all search for the other 2. Tran Truongan immediately agreed. Understood. Bak and Gayat lead the way. We depart at once. Fong Koi Van left without hesitation. Bao Nhi hurriedly bid Grandmaster to take care. In space, Tran Truongan ordered the system to use realm fragments to form a lower realm traversal card and exchange for me an immortal Lord-level clone. Consuming 20 fragments, the clone requires 400 million points. If insufficient, can it be borrowed? He agreed at once. Before the eyes of Bao Nhi and Bak and Gayat, the clone gradually condensed into form. The 2 were stunned. Merely a clone carried such terrifying aura. How powerful must the true body be? Had they spoken too arrogantly before about chasing after Master? At this moment, Tran Truongan's soul had entered the clone. The original body stood empty. He seriously instructed Bao Nhi to entrust Ku Chao to you. If there is danger, call me immediately. She happily agreed. Then he called Bak and Gayat to set out. The 2 stepped into the radiant gate, traversing the void to Than Kao. The system cheerfully announced arrival at the lower realm Than Kao. 2 stepped out of the gate. Tran Truongan looked around in confusion and asked, this should be the territory of the celestial demon fox clan. Bak and Gayat was equally shocked. That is right, but how could the celestial demon fox clan have been exterminated? Could it be because of the heavenly demons? Before them lay a scene of desolation and ruin, houses and trees destroyed. Tran Truongan was momentarily unsure whether this was the correct place. He responded to Bak and Gayat, very likely. We must quickly find the divine artifact within the secret realm. Bak and Gayat was worried. To enter the secret realm, one must pass through the clan rear mountain and require the Great Seal. But in this situation, what can be done? The 2 were startled by a shout from afar. Hurry up! Dawdling and seeking death at the foot of the mountain, a group approached. The one shouting growled, if you want to enter the secret realm, then you must obey us. A commoner tremblingly asked, Master, are you telling the truth? The man sneered in reply, of course. Our leader alone wiped out the Fox Demon clan, seized the Great Seal, and knows clearly the Peach Blossom Paradise secret realm. That is the only safe place at present. In short, following us is not wrong. Bak and Gayat angrily intended to rush forward and kill them all. Tran Truongan promptly held her back. Wait, do not act rashly. Bak and Gayat struggled in fury. They killed my clansmen. I cannot spare them, Tran Truongan patiently advised. Now is not the time. First, the heavenly demons are certainly monitoring all realms. This action must be discreet to avoid drawing attention. Second, these people are highly suspicious, weak yet daring to come to such a dangerous place, even speaking of a peach blossom paradise. There must be a secret. Bak and Gayat suppressed her anger as tears fell. Continued. Third, Their objective coincides with ours. Acting recklessly will delay the search for the divine artifact. Bakangayat was still unwilling. Tran Truong gently wiped her tears and coaxed her, rest assured. Once this is done, I will let you personally take revenge. She blushed and nodded in compromise, softly calling Senior. So do we follow behind them now? Tran Truong shook his head. Merely following avoids danger but makes it hard to learn their secret. I estimate the secret is most likely related to the divine artifact. He sketched a plan on the ground, but then angry shouting erupted. A master grabbed a commoner by the collar and cursed, the two sides arguing noisily. At that moment, two figures stepped forward requesting to join, claiming to be driven to desperation. They were Tran Truong and Bakangayat in disguise, ragged clothes and dirt-covered bodies acting convincingly. The leader glanced at them, then ordered that they be brought along. Group feigned warm reception, verbally speaking of sharing hardship. Yet in their hearts sinister thoughts had already arisen toward the two newcomers. Tran Truong unhappily expressed thanks, appearing extremely grateful. The Fox Demon territory had originally possessed peerless scenery, blue skies, golden sunlight, and picturesque landscapes. If not for the chaos, no one would wish to leave. A master loudly declared that once the number was sufficient, they would depart. The group set out. Around them, only desolation remained. Tran Truong observed and realized this place had been ruined long ago. Similar to realms once invaded by the upper realm, the people suffering and bandits rampant. He had merely glanced around before being harshly scolded, yet he only replied coldly, "Is that so?" Time passed and they arrived. Before them was a clearing in the forest with a colossal nine-tailed fox demon statue. "We are here, this is the place." The leader took out a special key serving as the guiding seal. Tran Truong closely watched every movement. Key was inserted into the mechanism. A shout rang out, "Open." The ground shook violently, causing everyone to panic and cry out. Tran Truong sensed the disturbance and looked to the sky, seeing a massive 8 trigrams formation appear. He immediately deduced that the secret realm was hidden within the forest. The rear mountain was the teleportation point. The Great Seal was the key to open the gate. The man, having been guessed correctly, angrily shouted, "If you should not look, then do not look," then snatched back the key, inwardly thinking that a divine artifact hidden so well would indeed not be easy to find. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from within the forest, causing everyone to panic. Someone shouted, "Look quickly, what is that?" So big, terrifyingly huge. From the forest emerged a gigantic creature, as tall as 3 men stacked together. Crowd fled in terror. Only Tran Truong and Bakangayat remained standing to observe. Tran Truong immediately realized these people indeed had a problem. Bakangayat remained bewildered and confused. Tran Truong explained, "This rat is large, but its strength is only at peak deity transformation." Bakangayat asked in shock whether that was not a realm even she would struggle against. He nodded. To exterminate a demon clan, one would at minimum need immortal king level. It seems there is another backer behind them. Only now did he truly develop interest in this group. The two quickly hid behind a nearby tree and lowered their voices to discuss. Bakangayat said, "If the enemy hides, and we reveal ourselves, it is very disadvantageous." Tran Truong reassured her, "It is fine. If the enemy is in the dark, then force them to reveal themselves." He took out a talisman of all living beings, a type bearing a portion of the system functions. Though its effect was only a minuscule fraction, it was more than enough to deal with a deity transformation beast. Tran Truong took aim and directly hurled the talisman toward the rat. Instant the talisman stuck to its body. The rat eyes immediately changed, as if it were being controlled by him. It crazily charged toward the group hiding nearby, causing them to panic and shout that the monster had arrived. Tran Truong even added fuel to the fire, clutching his head and wailing dramatically, "Save us, the monster is here. Bosses, quickly use the Great Seal to take us back. I no longer want any secluded paradise." Tran Truong acted so convincingly that even Bakangayat beside him was stunned, while the commoners completely believed it, collectively kneeling and begging to accept the goodwill and let them leave quickly. Dying in 10 days was better than dying immediately. The leading group grew furious at the unexpected turn, kicking aside the commoners and shouting, "Stop causing trouble. It is only a rat. What is there to fear?" After shouting, the leader rushed straight at the rat and ordered, "All of you attack and kill it." The subordinates, though frightened, still gritted their teeth and responded in obedience. Tran Truong stood watching with indifferent eyes, all merely deity transformation novices, even the leader the same. "Your cards are about to be exposed. I will add a bit more fire and force you to reveal your secret." He and Bakangayat somehow produced handkerchiefs and waved them to cheer. "Come on, bosses. You wiped out the entire Fox Demon clan alone. So powerful, if you cannot handle it, then running is fine too." The leader nearly went mad upon hearing this. "Run? If I abandon them, then the one who dies in the end will be me." In the end, he could not endure it, grabbing 2 subordinates by the collar and roaring, "Damn it. He began absorbing the life force of his companions. The two quickly withered and turned into dry corpses. Tran Truong was slightly surprised, absorbing 2 pieces of trash, and his strength jumped from deity transformation to void refinement. Not bad. That was still not enough to force out the trump card. Then do not blame me. He opened his palm and threw out dozens of talismans to add more fuel to the fire. Each talisman flew one after another and struck the strange creatures around the area. Among them was even a triceratops. The group struggled for a long time before finally killing the rat, exhausted to the point of sitting down and gasping for breath. The noise behind them made them turn around, only to see a swarm of gigantic creatures charging out of the forest. Dinosaurs, tigers, wolves, their eyes crimson with bloodlust. Monsters had all arrived. The subordinates screamed in panic, "Leader, think of something. At this rate, not only will the mission fail, but we will all die." They could only beg in terror. Unexpectedly, the leader was even more frightened, immediately turning around to flee. "I am done with this. To hell with the mission. I do not want to die." This cultivation body was obtained with great difficulty. "I cannot die like this." He hurriedly pulled out the key. That man hastily inserted the key into the correct slot. Key began to activate. He shouted in panic, "I do not want to become monster food." Suddenly the ground beneath him bulged, startling him. A gigantic carnivorous plant burst out and flung him into the air, its mouth full of serrated teeth stretching deep into its throat. In a single gulp, it swallowed the leader whole. The system immediately reported detection of a high-level extraterritorial creature and requested elimination. Tran Truong narrowed his eyes in a smile. The one behind the scenes had finally revealed himself. The subordinates stood dazed like headless snakes. Before they could react, another person was seized by the carnivorous plant. This time torn in half, miserable screams echoed everywhere. Bakangayat was horrified to see that the plant not only captured people, but even the gigantic creatures were snatched like toys. What exactly was this thing? A tentacle suddenly lashed out toward her. "Move aside," Tran Truong pulled her to safety in time. Yet this rescue made Bakangayat's face flush red. "Senior, what is this thing? Could it be the one behind everything?" Before he could reply, the plant rose further, transforming into a bloated form covered in many buds. It even spoke, "Little girl, you are quite clever." The largest flower swayed and opened, continuing, "And that boy, you are not bad either, daring to toy with my servants." Tran Truong asked coldly, "Was the Fox Demon clan killed by you?" It did not care at all and roared, "Do you know your crime?" The flower blossomed wide, revealing a gigantic eye. "Madakai Eye, Immortal Emperor Realm. If you want to shout, then shout. Who fears whom?" Tran Truong sneered. "This aura is indeed identical to the heavenly demon clan." The mark upon that eye was precisely the ancient divine artifact. The flower opened to its limit. At its center, the eye bearing the ancient divine artifact that Tran Truong saw. "The Immortal Emperor Realm, Madakai?" I roared in interrogation. It angrily bellowed, "I schemed to kill the tiger and manipulated my servants, about to absorb the essence of humanity when you ruined it. You must die." The commoners trembled, saying that Mada had once devoured the neighboring Long Duong realm entirely. Now enraged, no one would survive. Tran Truong merely raised his middle finger at it in disdain. One strike crushed all the tentacles and the flower body in an instant. A clean kill. The system immediately reported congratulations on eliminating an immortal Emperor 5th layer demon, rewarding 10 million domain points. Elsewhere, the demoness with enchanted ears, Hanhai, sensed a disturbance, opened the map, and saw a warning point at Than Fong Vuk, then quickly dismissed it. If it were that boy, the spiritual power would be stronger. Once my lord descends, that boy will surely be defeated. Truly something to look forward to. Hanhai stood before a colossal statue, her face flushed with pleasure, thinking of how she would torment that boy. Back at Tran Truong place, Bakangayat could not help but sigh in amazement. She had thought there would be a fierce battle yet. With a casual move, he killed an immortal emperor overlord and even shattered the barrier of the secret realm. And this was only a clone. Mada was now nothing but a motionless corpse. Force just now tore through space, leaving a long crack. She had barely had time to act before it ended. Bakangayat blushed as she looked at that sturdy figure. Senior strength was unfathomable. Recalling the previous lesson she received, she wondered if she could withstand that force. Tran Truong felt troubled inside. His hand still raised with the middle finger, not good. I tried to restrain myself, but this strike likely still alerted the heavenly demons. Using a weak identity brings trouble. Using a strong identity draws attention. Fine then, as long as things proceed smoothly. Later I will take the divine artifact and smash it down. Suddenly demonic energy within the divine artifact erupted. The flower unexpectedly revived and roared, shaking the heavens, startling Tran Truong. So it was not that easy to kill. Mada Kai I stared at Tran Truong, furious as it recalled being ambushed just now. This human was shameless and even wanted to seize the divine artifact given by its father. Only then did the flower notice the crack beside it. Without hesitation, it immediately drilled into the crack to escape, shouting smugly that it would return for revenge. Tran Truongan coldly ordered, "Seize it. Think I will let you run?" He grabbed the Ma-da roots and yanked it back, making it shriek in agony. With killing intent, Tran Truongan stepped on the flower body and advanced. Logically, you were already dead, yet you still live. Could this be the effect of the divine artifact? The divine artifact, once again, emitted shimmering demonic energy without cease. Ma-da looked up at its forehead. The first phase of the life-preserving divine artifact had activated. Excellent. I am now in an invincible state. You truly bully too much. I saw you had some ability and intended to take you as a dog. Do not think I cannot kill you. Ma-da seemed upgraded, its aura stronger though its form aged. Laughing contemptuously and growling, "I am the highest race. I cannot be killed." Tran Truongan was slightly surprised, still not dead. The demonic eye narrowed and sneered, as expected of a human frightened already. It widened its eye crazily. "You want to seize the divine artifact, useless. Divine artifact has completely fused with me. I can even use this chance to scare you to death. Wait until the elders of my clan arrive and kill him together." Bak and Gaiet asked worriedly, "If we cannot kill him, then we cannot obtain the divine artifact. Senior, what should we do? We are stuck." "What is there to worry about?" Tran Truongan smiled so widely his face twisted with excitement. Flower froze, not understanding what was happening. Then before it could react, it was struck again by the middle finger. Ma-da was destroyed. The system reported congratulations to the host for killing an immortal Emperor 5th layer demon, rewarding 10 million domain points. The ancient divine artifact once more released demonic energy, reviving Ma-da. It roared that, "I told you already, you cannot kill me." Notification that the target has revived. Tran Truongan eyes shone brightly, treating it as an experienced treasury, and continued attacking. At this point, it was no longer a battle. Exactly like a role-playing monster grind, Ma-da was the bot, Tran Truongan the main character with multiple lives, Bak and Gaiet the support teammate, the mission to kill the bot to unlock the treasure behind. The system continuously sounded notifications of killing demons and rewarding 10 million domain points, then target revive. The rapid alerts made the commoners tremble in fear. This man was even more terrifying than the heavenly demons. Tran Truongan grew more exhilarated with each kill, feeling delighted inside. This was the sensation of farming domain points, truly stimulating. After 2 hours, Ma-da revival was noticeably slower, the ground littered with fragments of its body and glittering essence pearls. The system announced that the total domain points obtained had reached 500 million. Tran Truongan sat down to observe. The revival speed had decreased. It seems the power of the divine artifact also has limits. He did not forget to mock. "I thought it would be difficult. Turns out it is nothing special." He tried reaching out to remove the divine artifact, but failed. Clearly, it could not be forcibly taken by physical means. Only another method remained. Few other items fell from the demonic eye. The system began inventorying them. The system reported 50 cloud pattern immortal pills, each exchangeable for 10,000 domain points. He considered briefly, then tossed them to Bak and Gaiet and told her to try using them. She obediently complied. Tran Truongan turned to call the commoners out. Though they were still afraid, he did not mind, offering protection and help to grow stronger if they submitted. Their vigilance quickly turned into excitement. Many immediately agreed. He nodded in satisfaction and threw them the pills to begin their first step of cultivation. More and more people asked to join, everyone eager to try. Cultivated together, the system continuously reported servants breaking through various realms and rewarded domain points to the host. 3 hours later, Bak and Gaiet stabilized after absorbing the power. System displayed Bak and Gaiet information panel with follower contract. Ancient celestial fox race, 4-star intimacy, cultivation half immortal. Check showed she was about to break through from half immortal to immortal soldier. Domain points being calculated. Tran Truongan noticed with interest that the system had gained a new function. He opened the disciple list to view Lin Bao, Na Chai, and the others. Far more convenient and no longer needing manual inspection. Bak and Gaiet suddenly struggled to breathe as spiritual power surged yet was suppressed by heavenly Tao. Then the power abruptly drained and her cultivation regressed. She suffered in pain while Tran Truongan discovered domain points being deducted continuously and immediately called the system. At that moment, a voice resounded. "Use the seal name to open the secret realm." Open, Tran Truongan vigilantly looked toward the source of the sound. Spatial gate opened, and behind it appeared another leading master. At the same time, there was another Tran Truongan with an identical group of commoners. Both sides stared at each other in shock. The leader widened his eyes and shouted, How are you inside the secret realm? Then pointed at the two Tran Truong and demanding an explanation, both equally bewildered. The ancient divine artifact released a faint illusory aura. Tran Truong immediately sensed it and turned sharply toward the divine artifact. The newcomers, still standing dumbfounded, looked back at the flower and found the divine artifact had vanished. Could it have run away on its own? That was not right. Domain points were still being deducted, and Bach and Guyot cultivation still leaking. It was certainly related to the disappearance of the divine artifact. Thinking again, the strongest thing in this secret realm was that divine artifact. Tran Truong and suddenly understood. Murmured that perhaps he had been wrong. The ability of the divine artifact was not merely rebirth, but far more terrifying. Elsewhere, Fong Koi Van returned to the upper realm, crossing immortal domains to search for the divine artifact. Suddenly, he sensed the aura of the heavenly demon clan. Observing carefully, he discovered an abandoned region. Descending to the ground, Fong Koi Van immediately cast a concealment technique to guard against danger. He hid behind a cliff to scout and could not help but be astonished. This was clearly the frontline battlefield between the heavenly demons and the upper realm, with tents, demonic beasts, and an eye-shaped spatial gate in the sky. Many heavenly demons at heavenly venerable level and immortal emperors were stationed here. Even if his disciple came here, it would be a fierce battle. Inside, a heavenly demon captured a female immortal venerable. She was De Kwang, deputy commander of the 3rd Legion. He laughed and displayed his trophy. Kwang squeezed her face with interest. The heavily injured woman begged for mercy, willing to offer everything to survive. Another armored heavenly demon stepped forward in disgust and ordered her killed. De Kwang happily obeyed. Blood splattered, that man coldly ordered the slaughter of all who called themselves immortals. He was Kong Min, commander of the 3rd Legion. Fong Koi Van stood outside furious yet restrained himself. 8 days remain. He must find the divine artifact first and then return to eliminate them. Having decided, he swiftly departed, leaving those people to their fate. 15 minutes later, Kong Min sat leisurely announcing that the formation points were nearly complete. Only the 5th Legion was missing to welcome my lord. De Kwang beside him mocked hand high. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in panic to report. He knelt trembling and reported that the life plate of young Master Mada was cracking, his life in danger. Kwang refused to believe it. Mada carried a legendary divine artifact seized by the commander from an ancient celestial god. How could his life be in danger? Could there still be residual divine consciousness within that artifact, still connected to the celestial god clan? Kong Min frowned and sat upright, issuing a cold order before asking further. Ma Ban trembled as he continued reporting that there was only one person, but his strength was nearly at immortal emperor level. Only one, and daring to act so boldly, truly audacious beyond measure. Kong Min's face darkened, completely not expecting such arrogance. De Kwang, seeing his expression, quickly proposed, "Commander, let me lead men to reinforce young Master Mada. It just so happens my soul-transforming demon god art still lacks one immortal emperor soul. Using him as a sacrifice would be perfect." Kong Min's eyes flared with killing intent as he ordered in a deep voice that you depart immediately. Strive to capture that boy alive. I want to see who dares touch my son. Elsewhere, the commoners of Tran Truong No. 1 and Tran Truong No. 2 plunged into chaotic brawling, shouting like a marketplace, some pulling hair, some grabbing heads, spectators watching, others cheering and cursing as if it were a martial performance. Everyone fought wildly. Only the leader stood stunned with mouth agape. What exactly was happening? How could there be two identical people? At that moment, he suddenly thought he understood. Lord Mada was an invincible existence like a deity, clearly playing with those people before devouring them all. Having figured it out, he raised his head and pointed at the two Tran Truong and, "You fools, shut up and listen. Whether you are real or fake, since you came today, do not dream of leaving alive. The men will become fertilizer. The women kept to bear children for us, especially that white-haired one. I want you to bear dozens. This is my territory." He was arrogant beyond measure. Suddenly the flower revived, scrambling to kneel and kowtow repeatedly before Tran Truong No. 1. "I was wrong. Spare me. Even letting me die outright is fine." The once fierce leader now stared wide-eyed and stiff-mouthed. Is this truly Lord Mada? Hearing implication, the flower immediately acted, a single strike sending the followers flying several miles away. Mada instantly reverted to a small dog form beside Tran Truong No. 1, fawning that, "My lord, I have helped you eliminate the obstructors." Tran Truong No. 1 slyly sat down beside the flower, frightening it into sweating profusely. "I happen to have a few matters to ask you." After interrogation, results were obtained. From Mada's words, he initially understood the first ability of the divine artifact was resurrection, like Mada being shattered, then revived intact. Specifically, the bearer would have the body reforged upon death, restored to the healthiest previous state. but with limits, recovery time increasing gradually, initially 5 seconds. The second ability was time reversal, capable of dragging an area back to a moment in the past. For example, Tran Truong at 1330 reversed to 12, thus producing Tran Truong number 2. And after Moonrise, the drop in cultivation was the consequence of time reversal. Tran Truong number 1 observed his surroundings and realized the issue stemmed here. Logically reversing to the past should have returned him to when he first arrived at Fong Vuk City. Yet apart from the 500 million domain points remaining, everything else reset. Space had not shifted. Moreover, there was another anomaly. It was the appearance of another identical self. Tran Truong number 1 turned to look at Tran Truong number 2. Imposter, you are bold to impersonate me before my face. Tran Truong number 2 refused to yield and raised his middle finger in return. Who is the imposter? You know best. It seems this must be verified. The two stepped forward together, one side ready to fight, playing the real and fake Monkey King with me. You are still too green. They immediately clashed, terrifying pressure spreading, so that even Bok and Gaiet outside could not endure. One unleashed a move, the other responded with a move, evenly matched, even blasting apart a corner of the forest. Mother outside dared not interfere, hurriedly fleeing to find safety, while muttering curses that these two madmen would even beat themselves. No wonder he could easily suppress me. So he had been deliberately hiding his strength. This cultivation rivals De Kwang. Without the divine artifact support, even the shockwaves would kill me. I must quickly find the divine artifact nearby. Outside, the two still exchanged blows, but clearly had tested enough. Identical attack patterns and equal strength, essentially reaching a conclusion. Only the final step remained. Tran Truong number 1 proposed another method of verification. Tran Truong number 2 immediately agreed. Exactly my thought. The two landed. He said the method was simple. I ask and you answer. To avoid bias, the questions should be asked by the two Bok and Gaiet. Tran Truong number 2 added the condition. Tran Truong number 1 quickly nodded in agreement. Given permission, the two girls seized the chance to fire off questions. Then pardon the offense, senior. Both asked in unison the first question. Senior, do you like Bok and Gaiet? The two men froze, changed the question. The two girls showed no courtesy and immediately changed the question. Then what is the most embarrassing and boastful thing senior has ever done? Once imitated Lo Min Phi roaming across the interstellar worlds, sweeping through powerful experts everywhere. Back then, with both hands in my pockets, I did not even know what an opponent was. The two could only blush and grit their teeth as they answered. Yet the two Bok and Gaiet regarded that as a glorious achievement. Their eyes filled with admiration, not even knowing what an opponent is. Senior truly possesses boundless dominance. Two Tran Truong uncovered their faces and hid behind a tree, avoiding everyone's gaze. So embarrassed they wished for a hole to crawl into. But the two girls refused to let go and pressed on relentlessly, their voices like loudspeakers blasting into their ears. Next, senior, please answer quickly. Have you ever recounted your heroic deeds from back then? How many women admired you? Have you ever dual cultivated? Was the feeling like what the books describe? The two finally could not endure and raised their hands begging for mercy. Those questions have gone too far. The two looked at each other and smiled, secretly covering for one another. No need to ask further, I have confirmed it. Inwardly amused, how could I possibly speak of such private matters? 20 years and still pure. Brother, let us go share information. The two slung arms over each other's shoulders and left. Bok and Gaiet could only watch their backs, wondering why her question had not been answered. A deep voice echoed from the lower realm, finally arrived. Outside the secret realm, Deputy Commander De Kwang had arrived, leading a formidable troop of subordinates. He arrogantly ordered them to shatter this barrier. I can no longer wait to see that brat kneel and beg. Within the secret realm space, the fox demon gritted its teeth in hatred. The two Tran Truong took turns bullying the flower child. Fortunately, thanks to you, I found the divine artifact. Otherwise, searching myself would indeed have been troublesome. The divine artifact has consciousness and is hiding. You as its owner made it easier to locate. Being used as a tool like this is not bad, worthy of reward. The flower smiled coldly. Could it be that the previous battle was staged for me? Suddenly, Tran Truong number 1 sensed something unusual. A crack appeared in space, as if someone was trying to tear open the secret realm. Tran Truong number 1 immediately warned Tran Truong number 2. From outside, a tremendously powerful aura was pressing in. Space was ripped apart with a piercing screech. A set of sharp claws grasped the crack and slowly forced its way inside. It was De Wang personally tearing open space to create a massive gap. He laughed loudly. I am here, finally here. De Wang licked his lips and swept his gaze around. So this is the bastard who shattered Ma De. The flower widened its eyes like a child at the sight of the man before it, rejoicing inwardly that it was Elder De Kwang, a domain lord-level cultivator personally leading troops to save it. This time it could survive. De Kwang was briefly stunned, hung, Why has another rotten worm appeared? Forget it. It does not matter, Ma shouted excitedly. Elder De Kwang saved me, but before he could finish speaking, Tran Truongan kicked straight into his mouth twice, silencing him completely, and withdrew his divine artifact, his gaze darkening as he prepared for battle. Very well. Those who came are all reinforcements, at least at the immortal venerable level. What a grand display. It seems this man holds no low status within the heavenly demon clan. The subordinate standing nearby laughed harshly. Deputy Commander, they are merely two rotten worms at the immortal emperor level, not worth your effort. That is right. Such lowly humans would only dirty your hands. Let us offer up their souls. As for their bodies, throw them to the dogs, that dog being the vicious three-headed, three-tailed demonic hound. De Kwang looked extremely satisfied, then deal with all of them. The enormous source of points before them made both Tran Truongan smile with delight at the same time, clasping their hands as they prepared to unleash their moves. There was no need for the great might heavenly dragon to take the field. Their mere presence was enough to startle the enemies. Before there had only been one dragon. This time there were 2 men and 2 heavenly dragons, their power soaring several times over. Wherever the lightning swept, demonic beasts were torn apart. The system notifications rang out continuously. Congratulations, host, for killing an immortal venerable expert. Reward 50 million domain points, 2 realm fragments, 5 salted fish sun treasures. Congratulations, host, for killing an immortal emperor expert. Reward 150 million domain points, 2 realm fragments, 5 salted fish sun treasures. Hua broke out in cold sweat, his eyes widening. A single move wiped out both heavenly demon immortal venerables and immortal emperors monsters. These 2 were truly monsters. Battlefield outside was incomparably brutal. Aside from the thunderous explosions, there were furious roars mixed in. Damn divine artifact. Taking advantage of the chaos while no one paid attention, Ma De quietly fled. All eyes were focused on De Kwang. If he did not run now, then once that man died, he would find it hard to escape as well. De Kwang had not expected that after only 1 or 2 exchanges, more than half of his subordinates were dead. He forced himself to calm down. He could not panic. In all his years, he had never seen such an opponent. The key was that the other side was actually a cultivator from the lower realm. Damn it, what kind of deity is this? The elite army nurtured for 1,000 years was wiped out. The pain pierced his heart. That was a force capable of easily conquering any lower realm domain. Alone, he was fundamentally no match for 2 domain lord-level beings. He had to retreat first, and then report everything to the commander. Tran Truongan noticed that man sneaking back toward the spatial rift. Him trying to run, it was not easy to encounter a heavenly demon variant. He still had questions to ask. He immediately rushed toward Tran Truongan. The 2 clones quickly exchanged words. I will block him. These small fry are not your turn yet. Tran Truongan 2 did not object and nodded. In the blink of an eye, Tran Truongan 1 was already close to De Kwang, lightly placing a hand on his shoulder and making him jump. I run, were you not arrogant just now? Why not continue? De Kwang was horrified. The speed was too fast. It seemed today an intense battle was unavoidable. Even though the soul-transforming divine demon art was not complete, it was enough to risk everything. He immediately unleashed myriad soul palm. Countless gigantic hands appeared in the sky, roaring, "Die for me." He showed not the slightest concern, simply raising his hand in response. All of the opponent's myriad soul palms were stopped in an instant. Seizing the chance to flee was his only thought. De Kwang could only risk his life. He fought while retreating, every move aimed solely at escaping. As if it were that easy, Tran Truongan had appeared behind him at some unknown moment, delivering a kick that twisted his face, already ugly and now even losing more teeth. Where do you think you are going? The kick sent De Kwang flying dozens of meters away. He screamed miserably in agony. Giving him no chance, Tran Truongan raised his hand and attacked directly. One yang finger shot out. One yang finger pierced through De Kwang's body as easily as turning a hand, his entire body bursting into fierce flames, anguished screams resounding. Over there, Tran Truongan 2 leisurely patted De Kwang's subordinate on the head, looking at the scene and shaking his head in disappointment. A domain lord-level immortal demon yet this week. He suddenly realized something and turned to ask Tran Truongan 1. The power of your one yang finger just now seemed different from before. What happened? Tran Truongan 1 also nodded. The power itself had not changed, but when striking heavenly demons it was far more effective, like a triple critical hit. Earlier, when striking the white-haired woman, the force had been deflected. This time it was completely different. It seemed he had just gained additional strength. Sizzle, it is so hot. The ancient divine artifact in his pouch suddenly shot out, startling him. It truly was a divine artifact. Inside the divine artifact, wisps of smoke gradually condensed, forming the vague shape of a woman. Young hero Tran Truong asked in confusion, "Are you the artifact spirit?" Artifact spirit is the guardian soul hidden within a magical treasure, possessing its own consciousness. It is said that only ancient deities could refine such a thing. The success rate extremely low. Thus, a divine artifact with an artifact spirit can only be encountered by chance and not sought. The artifact spirit suddenly rushed straight into Tran Truong's arms, shocking him to the extreme. "Please save me. Please save my master." At that moment, Bai Yue rushed over in panic and shouted loudly, "Senior, do not let her get close. She will take you away." It was already too late. As Bai Yue rushed forward, that woman and Tran Truong had already turned into mist and vanished. She frantically searched for his figure, Senior. On the other side, Tran Truong too stood stunned. Had another clone disappeared? Before he could finish thinking, he too vanished without a trace. Bai Yue could not believe her eyes. Her heart filled with panic. Everything had disappeared. This was the ancient wish of a god-level artifact spirit. In another place, where Tran Truong had been taken, soft calls echoed. "Husband, wake up." Tran Truong struggled to open his eyes. Scene before him was extremely illusory. He wondered blankly where this was. The immortal realm. A woman's arm suddenly pinched his cheek lightly. She smiled and said, "Little bonehead, you clearly said you wanted to spend a night of spring with me." Her every gesture and word left him dizzy and confused. "How did you fall asleep right after getting into bed?" He gaped and stared in disbelief. "Oh heavens. Who is this? It does not seem like a dream. What is that artifact spirit playing at?" The woman before him had green hair and peerless beauty. She was the spring goddess of the celestial god clan, Changzai. That beauty smiled gently at him, her eyes filled with deep affection. "I have waited for you for a long time. Let us enjoy ourselves together." Changzai moved close to Tran Truong's face. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered, "Little bonehead, are you playing hard to get? You cannot escape." He retreated in shock, only one thought in his mind. He had hit the jackpot. "System, where are you?" The system quickly responded, "I am here. Host, rest assured you have not transmigrated." "Congratulations, host, you are about to bid farewell to singlehood." "That is good. What exactly is going on? Why am I in this unfamiliar place with a woman?" Before he could finish speaking, he saw an arm reaching toward him, pulling Tran Truong down onto the soft bed. She affectionately called, "Husband, why do you not answer?" He was caught off guard and held tightly, unable to escape. This. Could it be that husband wants to try a new position? "It is fine, I will indulge you." Saying so, Changzai straddled him, striking a seductive pose. He could only let out a soft groan. Her hand gently caressed Tran Truong's firm abdomen, her voice tender. "Let us continue what we left unfinished." Tran Truong turned pale and grabbed her hand, pulling it away and leaving her stunned. "I think this is a bit rushed. How about another day?" "Seems you still do not understand." Changzai smiled brightly. Suddenly she embraced Tran Truong and pressed him down. "You have said that 3 times already. Are you teasing me?" The smile from before instantly turned into a terrifying expression. As if the woman just now had not been her, Tran Truong was stunned. "Damn it. 3 times what? I have no memory at all." And your face changed too quickly. "Forget it. First restrain her to prevent her from going mad." Suddenly a voice echoed through the space, "Please stop." The surrounding time instantly froze with that voice. Once again astonished, time has stopped. Even Changzai was immobilized. It was the female artifact spirit from before appearing, calling out, "Young hero." Tran Truong pushed away Changzai, who was pressing on him. "It is you. As expected of you, my ability has absolutely no effect on you." The system also appeared, looking angry. "A mere spirit dares to show itself before me. Such cheap tricks are not even worth mentioning. Who are you calling a mere spirit?" Before it could finish speaking, Tran Truong kicked it in annoyance several times. "System, behave yourself, and you still act here." The artifact spirit looked sorrowful. "Young hero, forgive me. There is not much time left for me to explain." She began to recall. "We have returned to the immortal realm of the ancient era thousands of years ago, when the covenant between the heavenly demons and the celestial gods had not yet broken. This is my nation, in the southeast of the eternal continent, the Luo kingdom, my homeland and my master, S. Also the first place to be destroyed 3 days after the ancient immortal Great War erupted. Every action you take here will directly affect the future. This is also my final ability, to traverse time and space. Young hero, you do not belong here. It was I who helped you seize the identity of a male favorite connected to my master, so that you could exist." Tran Truong listened seriously. A stream of immortal chi poured into his forehead. This was the memory of this body. Fragments of memory became clear. The original owner was also named Tran Truong, a mortal without cultivation talent, relying on his handsome appearance to become famous among mortals, yet frivolous by nature. When he met the master of the divine artifact, he was bewitched by her beauty. At first glance, desire arose between them. Unfortunately, every time they were about to be intimate, an old admirer would disrupt them. The original owner always found excuses to slip away. This was already the third appointment. The memories connected one after another, causing Tran Truongan to fall into thought. No wonder that woman was angry. It turned out she had been stood up twice. But that was not the key point. System, are you here? System confirmed the command. You finally remembered me. The check shows that what the other party said is true. The negative effects of body seizing will not affect the host. You can still use domain lord level power. During this, Tran Truongan nodded. Well done. The system responded somewhat awkwardly. Host, you are the first to praise me like that. The artifact spirit sighed in confusion and asked, young hero, are you sighing because I interrupted your wedding chamber? Do not worry, you can continue afterward. Tran Truongan shouted helplessly in protest. Do not see me as that kind of person. I do not want to be a kept man. She said calmly, if you do not, there will be other handsome men to serve my master. He turned pale and retorted, what kind of playboy is that? I only need one person. The woman thought for a moment, then continued, in the palace my master already has 232 male favorites. You are the 233rd. My master originally only wanted to have fun but fell in love with you at first sight. Tran Truongan froze, stiffly speechless. 3 days, my master will die once again, she said sadly. I was born to protect my master. My ability is almost solely used to preserve her life, yet I cannot stay by her side and can only watch her be killed again and again. She looked at him with tearful eyes and pleaded, please save her. When it is done, I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. Tran Truongan replied coldly, first, you are an artifact spirit. Saving your master does not mean you belong to me. Second, you belong only to your master and could completely use me, then send me back. He suppressed the emotions in his heart and shouted, I will not use my only chance to gamble. I will still accept your request. Tran Truongan answered briefly. The artifact spirit stood stunned, her shimmering eyes brimming with emotion, unable to speak. The system announced that a special mission had been discovered. Assist the divine maiden Chang Zai in overcoming her destined calamity. The reward includes 500 million domain points and permanent time law. So it was not kindness but ambition. He smiled inwardly. Such a generous reward was rare indeed. Young hero, thank you. This is our transaction. The 3-day deadline coincides with your time. Spiritual energy enveloped the surroundings as she gradually disappeared. The assessment begins. From here on, you must rely on yourself. Flow of time officially resumed. He quickly reached out and clasped Chang Zai's hands tightly. Could he bear to toy with her? He had not even had time to cherish her. Chang Zai blushed in surprise. He looked at her gently and said he did not want to treat her carelessly. He wanted to give her the very best. She smiled and replied that she also wished to give her husband the best. She leaned against him and whispered, come home with me. I will treat you well. He answered softly, yes, while inwardly calculating that after obtaining the divine artifact, he would seize the chance to earn more domain points and expand the system into the immortal domain. Chang Zai excitedly said she would lead him there. But before she could finish, the ceiling suddenly exploded. A silver-haired woman holding a sword descended and shouted, Chang Zai, you seek death. Who is it, junior sister? Why so hot-tempered? Chang Zai showed no fear and even smiled brightly, raising her hand to show harmlessness. You steal my male favorite and still dare to speak. The silver-haired woman's face turned livid with rage. Killing intent surged violently, her aura identical to Han Zai of the Heavenly Demons. He immediately recognized that she was from the Heavenly Demon clan. Unexpectedly, tens of thousands of years ago, she had been fellow disciples with Chang Zai. You just confessed to me and now you want to climb into Chang Zai's bed. She grabbed Tran Truongan's collar furiously. He cried out in panic, wait, what exactly is going on? We'll settle this debt later. Saying so, she lifted him like a chicken and threw him straight into a spatial gate. Tran Truongan screamed miserably. Chang Zai still smiled and touched her cheek, saying, junior sister, remembering my things like this is not a good habit. Tran Truongan was dragged into the demon domain, where there was no vegetation, only towering colossal cities. Only then did she release him. He hurriedly begged for an explanation. Give me a chance. He thought helplessly that this was truly a tangled love triangle. Han Zai had regained her cold demeanor and spoke bluntly, no need to act. This is heavenly demon territory, Chang Zai cannot come. The task given to you, why is it not completed? Han Zai stared at him and repeated, no need to pretend. This is heavenly demon ground. Chang Zai cannot come. Tell me why the mission remains unfinished. Under her questioning, he felt awkward. He had thought the original owner was merely an ordinary male favorite. He had not expected another identity. In the past, Han Zai had taken the original owner as a male attendant, plotting long ago. This time she sent him to approach and steal the divine artifact, planning to strike while Chang Zai was infatuated. But because he seized the body, the plan failed and everything became chaotic. Hanzai's gaze burned as she looked at him. Today, not only did you fail to obtain the divine artifact, you nearly followed Changzai back to her residence. He hurriedly denied it. Everything was within calculations. Following Changzai first would allow him to gather more information. Today, you are completely different from before. You followed Changzai yet took nothing, and even learned bad habits. She had grown suspicious. Before gathering enough intelligence, he had to maintain the original trajectory. This woman forced him to continue acting. Thinking this, he reached out and touched her body. Blood trickled from his nose, but he remained clear-headed, forcing himself to act like the original owner. Hanzai gritted her teeth and spoke each word in fury. You truly are a bastard. You are dead for sure. Her mouth spat curses, yet her expression was familiar. He searched the memories and found this had been their usual way of interacting. Changzai is highly vigilant. In a familiar environment, she will lower her guard more easily. I am willing to continue risking myself for you. As he spoke, he wrapped his arm around Hanzai's waist, making her blush as she scolded him softly to let go because there were important matters. He laughed inwardly. Letting go was impossible. He was not lustful. The system reminded the host that buying a house was not about surpassing others. He was only imitating how the original owner interacted with Hanzai. Rest assured and go meet your ancestors. He would inherit everything. At this moment, the border of Toy Min Kingdom was fiercely contested. Demon inspectors saw Hanzai and began whispering mockery. This woman still dares to return, rolling in the divine realm every day and even entangling with lowly humans. An ugly creature threw a stone that struck Hanzai along with vicious curses. Old woman pulled back a child who was shouting insults and scolded. Why provoke her? That unlucky white-haired, three-mouthed creature. Hearing the malicious rumors about Hanzai, he felt a trace of heartache. It turned out her life in the demon domain was not easy either. As if sensing his gaze, she shot him a sharp glance and asked if he was blind. He immediately looked away. After walking further, the two arrived before a large bonfire. She instructed him to stay put and not cause trouble. Otherwise, even she could not save him. He smiled and waved, saying he understood, and told her to return early. He gave a soft acknowledgement and left, not noticing the sly smile behind him. As soon as she was out of sight, he secretly began exploring. Since he was already here, how could he wait obediently? There was too little information about the divine artifact. He only knew this was the eternal continent 30,000 years ago. In 3 days, the ancient immortal war would erupt. To obtain the divine artifact, he must ensure Changzai survived. He secretly observed each camp carefully, even paying close attention to the weapon-forging tents. Arriving at the training grounds for minor demon soldiers, it was clear the demon clan was actively preparing for war. Simply put, he only needed to protect Changzai through 3 days to complete the mission. But he still did not understand the overall situation, the strength of heavenly demon generals, and his own limits. Suddenly, laughter sounded behind him. Look what I found. Is this not the little pet Hanzai keeps? Small demon rushed forward, throwing a punch while cursing, not understanding why Hanzai rejected Lord Hao Sha's feelings to keep this weak thing. He dodged the strike when a larger figure appeared and shouted, "Shut up. A human dares compare to me." The demons immediately lowered their heads. The newcomer roared, ordering him executed. Even Hanzai would not dare utter a word. Hearing them insult Hanzai, he swept a cold glance over them and merely snorted. On the other side, Hanzai fared no better. For some unknown reason, she was slapped hard across the face without the ability to resist. The old woman Alo Koa pointed and scolded. You failed to obtain the divine artifact and still dare return. Do you know how important the divine maiden's artifact is to our plan? More failure than success? Hanzai knelt on the ground and said, Great uncle, clan leader, no matter what, someone had to return to report. If I die outside, I only hope the clan leader grants me a memorial tablet. Hearing this, the elders all darkened and reproached. Hanzai, you are the descendant of the hero Kaiko. Though there is prejudice within the clan, we still placed great expectations on you. Waiting for good news, yet look at the result. The immortal clan presses the heavenly demons everywhere. Tribes are destroyed one after another, and still they refuse to relent. If we had not lost to the celestial god clan in the past, would we be in such a state? Alo Koa gritted her teeth and added, I said it before, that human you keep is useless. No cultivation and foolish. Better to stew him early than keep him. Hanzai lowered her head and accepted all responsibility, saying without hesitation, the failure of the plan is my fault and has nothing to do with him. He has already approached Changzai. As long as you give me more time, I will surely use him to seize the divine artifact. Alo Koa angrily hurled her staff at Hanzai and roared, Fool. Heavenly demons who perform well are rewarded. Failure means eternal damnation. It seems you must be taught a lesson. Clan leader need not be angry. Speaking of this, Hao Sha, the strongest of our clan, broke through to Demon King days ago and needs someone with a strong physique to help stabilize his origin power. Hand this girl over to him. Very well, Hao Sha's matter must be taken seriously. Summon him here. But not long after, a small demon rushed in, shouting that something was wrong. Port, Lord Hao Sha is dead. As soon as the words fell, the entire hall was shaken. Hao Sha's corpse was discovered at a corner outside the martial arena. De Hao and Hao died miserably. No one knew what had happened. Lo Koa's eyes widened in fury, her teeth trembling. Investigate for me. Investigate immediately. Strengthen the defenses. Not even a fly may slip through. An elder asked, trembling, whether an intruder had entered. She roared, ordering the entire clan to highest alert. Culprit must be found. Taking advantage of the chaos in the tents, Hanzai quietly slipped away. As she walked quickly, she thought to herself that foolish male attendant would not be stupid enough to get involved. Tran Truongan sat beside a wooden barrel and waved with a smile when he saw her. You are back. Only when she saw he had remained obediently in place did she breathe in relief. She immediately grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Hurry, he asked blankly. But where are we going? Toy Min Kingdom. Our mission is not yet complete. As the two retreated, the system seized the chance to announce, congratulations, host, for killing a heavenly demon king. You have received 9 billion domain points. At the same time, at Toy Min Kingdom, the people looked up at the square. Toy Min Kingdom bordered the immortal and demon realms. Without the divine maiden purifying demonic energy day and night, they did not know if they could even survive. Seeing someone step out, the children cheered excitedly. Who is that? Changzai stepped out as beautiful as ever, softly chanting, with the power of my body, purify the land in all directions, cleanse all filth. The square of Toy Min Kingdom shone as brightly as day. Toy Min Kingdom was originally named Toy Min Valley, the border between immortals and demons. During the Great Immortal Demon War, when the demon clan nearly flooded into the immortal realm, they were suppressed here by the celestial gods using ancient desolate beasts. The ancient demon lord, along with tens of thousands of demon statues, were sealed in this place. The survivors established a nation here. Yet demonic energy from the demon abyss eroded the seal day and night. The demon lord had never abandoned his intent to break free. Divine maiden's purification ritual gradually changed from once every few months to once a day, as it was now. Toy Min Kingdom lay between immortals and demons. Without the divine maiden's purification, the consequences were unimaginable. Changzai repeated the incantation. With the power of my body, purify the land in all directions, eradicate evil. People below clasped their hands in prayer. The spring divine maiden shelters the mortal world. Spring light spreads everywhere. All things revive. Looking at the crowd below, who only knew how to lament, she shot them an irritated glance. Dismiss the people. I have said that gathering is forbidden during each purification. Those behind immediately obeyed. She frowned. The demonic energy today felt somewhat unusual. She hoped nothing would happen. An old man muttered that the divine maiden was too sensitive. It was not as if the demon lord was breaking through. It was like this every day and truly troublesome. If people like to watch, then let them watch. Suddenly curses rang out, startling him. Could something truly be happening? Panic screams resounded. The demon lord has broken the seal. Run quickly. Demonic energy surged from the shrine. The ground split apart. The people fled in terror. Cracks stretched into a deep abyss. Amid the chaos, a little girl fell down along with her mother. Cries for help echoed everywhere. Save us. There is an earthquake. Someone save my child. Changzai stood atop the platform and shouted to calm them. Do not panic. Immortals, assist me. Hold for 15 minutes and I will reseal it. But when she turned around, no one was willing to step forward. They made excuses about being injured and begged the divine maiden to enter the formation herself to restore the seal. She stared at the crowd, pretending to be weak. Her gaze turned slightly cold. Your immortal power clearly still remains. With the situation urgent, she activated the formation and cast her spell. All of you step back and protect the people. Do not let casualties spread. Seeing her leave, the others whispered, the divine maiden always charges in herself. Leave it to her and it will be done. This is nothing serious. Before long, Changzai had entered the center of the seal. The demon lord laughed upon seeing her. We meet again, little girl of the celestial god clan. Ancient demon lord clicked his tongue and shook his head. Since the last time you came, the interval has been much shorter. That time was the day of my rebirth. Changzai replied firmly, as long as I am here, I will never let you out to harm anyone. He sneered, you are merely a puppet sent down by the celestial gods. In 3 days, I will return to the 9th heavens. No one can stop me. By then you will understand that what you save is merely my charity. As he spoke, he dropped the child. She hesitated for a moment, but still rushed forward to catch her. The instant she touched the child, a blood spear shot down from above. Blood spear pierced straight through Changzai's body. You cannot save anyone. The demon lord continued launching more blood spears, aimed directly at the divine maiden. Pierced through the heart with blood pouring out, she still held the child's hand without letting go. The demon lord laughed loudly. I have killed ants like you countless times. Vision gradually blurred, yet her voice remained resolute. As long as I still live, you will not harm anyone nor step out of here. With my eternal life, I offer myself to the supreme God. The demonic energy dissipated. The sealed temple shone brilliantly, as if life itself had revived. The demon lord looked at the light and sneered. No one can stop it. War will soon return, truly something to look forward to. On the ground, the demonic energy had vanished. The people cheered in joy. The demonic energy has been purified. Vitality filled the air. The divine maiden has saved us. The little girl also ran back to her mother, who was sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing the girl, the mother rushed over in delight to check her injuries. Zio Yun, what happened just now? The girl stared blankly and said, Mother, the divine maiden has died. The mother immediately dismissed it. Do not speak nonsense. The divine maiden cannot die. The first stage of the ability was officially activated. The scene shifted to the ruler of Toy Min Kingdom, Chuok Thak. The young man laughed proudly. Toy Min Kingdom having the divine maiden is fortune from many lifetimes. The people also benefit because of it. Others immediately surrounded him with flattery. And what is so frightening about an ancient heavenly demon? With the divine maiden leading us, we will defeat that old demon once again. She replied sternly, the heavenly demon's strength is immense and cannot be taken lightly. This time it was only by the immortals' full effort that we barely succeeded. In 3 years, he will attempt to break the seal again. At that time, Toy Min Kingdom will face immeasurable disaster. The divine maiden is too modest. With the abundant immortal power of Toy Min Kingdom added, how could we fail to suppress that crippled body? Please, your majesty, arrange it soon. Chuok Thak did not wish to listen further and coldly interrupted. Toy Min Kingdom is merely a small nation wedged between the immortal and demon realms. Guarding the seal is tiring enough. Harassed by heavenly demons and ordered around by the immortal realm, exhausting ourselves daily with no benefit. There is no need to hesitate. Toy Min Kingdom is willing to clear out heavenly demon spies around here for the immortal realm. Thus, even if the old demon breaks the barrier, he will be isolated without reinforcements, and we can conveniently cooperate with the divine maiden and immortals to counterattack. During this, the divine maiden stood and bowed to interrupt. The immortal demon war must not occur, and is not a battle a ruler can participate in. If there is nothing else, Chang Zai will take her leave. After speaking, she left, leaving the banquet in silence. Chuok Thak raised his wine cup and coldly watched Chang Zai's retreating figure. Women truly have narrow vision. The palace of the spring divine maiden, an announcement of reward resounded. The divine maiden has merit in purifying demonic energy. The kingdom grants 10 bolts of immortal brocade and 1 yang spirit altar, along with a peerlessly handsome man. Looking at the bestowed handsome man, she said indifferently as usual, send him into the room. Hearing this, the young man misunderstood. Into the room. It seems the divine maiden is truly impatient. Everyone says the divine maiden likes handsome men. A rare appearance like mine, seen once in 4,000 years, has indeed caught her eye. As long as I conquer the divine maiden, my status beneath the ruler will be the highest. He spoke half jokingly. Should I bathe first or attend directly? The maid ahead glanced at him with pity. Poor fellow. You are number 234. From now on, live here in harmony. After speaking, she pushed him into a simple room and coldly closed the door. As soon as he entered the shabby room, he saw several men lying around. They looked at him and smiled faintly. Oh, a newcomer. Another unlucky one, welcome. He angrily retorted, no, I came to attend the divine maiden. What do you mean? Bunch of trash also dares to dream. At least let the divine maiden see my appearance first. I do not believe any woman can resist male beauty. She pushed the door slightly open and sneered. Someone like you is not worth half a finger of Tran Truongan. Wake up from your dream. Tran Truongan is the one in the divine maiden's heart, not someone you can compare to. Changzai suddenly saw he taking advantage of Hanzai. He smiled and said, does this kind of teleportation help me get closer to Zai? Hanzai blushed and pushed him away, scolding, rogue. We have arrived. By some method of teleportation, Hanzai and Tran Truong and appeared inside the divine maiden's chamber. She tilted her head and said, such audacity to open a heavenly demon teleportation into the divine maiden's hall. Junior sister still did not release Hanzai and looked at Chang Zai in confusion. Hanzai puffed her cheeks and complained that she had set the exit outside the hall, but this man would not stop talking and moving. The divine artifact had not yet been obtained, and they could not ruin the greater plan. After speaking, Hanzai directly threw Tran Truongan into Chang Zai's arms. I'm a type like you is loved by a foolish woman. I no longer want you. A male attendant with someone in his heart, I return to you. Consider the debt cleared. He understood and embraced Chang Zai while teasing with a smile. Your acting is quite good, almost as good as mine. I did not expect you to meet such a loyal male attendant. I am leaving. Before departing, I glanced at him, signaling not to forget the mission. He blinked in reply that he understood. Changzai maintained her smile and thought inwardly, the two exchanging glances beneath my eyes, do they think no one sees? Their purpose is as clear as day. In her heart she recalled past events for the sake of the divine artifact. Hanzai had acted poorly since childhood and had not improved. How could she deceive others? Seeing Changzai turn away, Tran Truong hurried after her to explain, the one you love is actually like this. She replied wearily, if you want to talk, then talk while bathing. Hearing this, desire surged within him. Bathe. Was it what he was thinking? No matter what host, I want to treat you to 9 turn intestines. The scene shifted to the bathhouse. The maids standing outside heard the sounds and blushed as they whispered, the divine maiden has brought someone into Ching Kai Hall. Tonight he will likely attend her. I saw him, he looks very handsome. Tran Truong held a towel and chuckled softly. The divine maiden's thoughts were truly hard to guess. Now the difficult question was whether to scrub the front or the back. Seeing him hesitate, she turned and asked, Truong, can you manage? Those words struck his pride and he replied, woman, you are playing with fire. Ignoring the nosebleed, he grabbed the towel and rushed to scrub. Since she was suspicious, he would let her see the power of these hands. Seeing him begin, she asked blankly, what is this white substance? As he used all 18 scrubbing techniques, he explained, milk as a catalyst will make your highness the divine maiden's skin smoother. Maids outside the door blushed and whispered, where did he learn such technique? Has it already begun? The sounds are so heated. With such skilled hands have you served many ladies? Only you, I am honest, how could I have so much experience? She asked suspiciously. It is true, he recalled the stirring scene. I have only bathed with the most beautiful woman I have ever met. Unfortunately, at that time, the clothes were still dirty. Changzai searched her memories and misunderstood. Was it that bath long ago, speaking in such a roundabout way? That is true. Once the matter of the divine artifact is settled, I will marry her and enjoy happiness together. Hearing about marriage, she panicked and had not agreed, yet his sincerity made her waver. It was a pity he was mortal. Could she have ordinary happiness? Suddenly he said loudly, finished now for the final step massage of the Yonquin point on the soul. Wherever he pressed it hurt. She bit her lip to endure. When it was done, she stood and moved away. He had used too much force and frightened her. Did not know you could not bear it. Next time I will be gentler. Changzai turned away, covering her flushed face. How did this man know how to make people so comfortable? After a moment of fluster, she turned back and said, I understand your feelings, but marriage is still early. There are more important matters now. The seal of the demon leader is failing. In 3 days he will reappear. You must leave this place. I will send you to the immortal realm before disaster strikes. It is fine, I will act. You do not know what you are about to face. No matter what happens, I will not leave you even half a step. With me no one can harm you. After those words, the bathhouse fell silent. She smiled awkwardly, yet remained polite. You do not understand the terror of the demon leader to speak so boldly. If it were someone else, they would fear death. Return to your room. In the dimly lit chamber, Tran Truong sat up and looked at Changzai sleeping soundly beside him. As he dressed, he gazed at her beautiful sleeping face and smiled inwardly. The pressure and fatigue had been relieved, so she fell asleep quickly. Immediately afterward, a flash of light appeared, and his figure completely transformed. He rotated his wrist and sneered, ancient heavenly demon, I want to see what you are. After speaking, he sped toward the place where the deep fissures had appeared. As soon as he landed, he heard whispers. Such pure healing divine power can only belong to the divine maiden. He immediately concealed himself to observe. Several immortal guardians whispered, do not keep stabbing one spot. What if the seal cracks? If it cracks, we fix it. Is not the divine maiden here? Without the seal, where would divine power come from? What would the ruler rely on to expand influence and cultivate an immortal army? Calling her divine maiden, she is merely a foolish tool who only patches the seal for us to profit. Hearing those words, his eyes were filled with contempt. He recalled bathing with Changzai, when she sighed that no matter how many times she sealed it, the duration grew shorter. Her divine power could not recover as fast as the destruction. She feared one day she could not stop the demon leader. Now all doubts were answered. He only felt disgust toward those who disregarded life and death for their own gain. Seeing a stranger appear, they panicked and shouted, who is there? How dare a mortal intrude into the sealing temple? It's like you are not worthy to know. Get lost and stop crowding the place. He casually cast fire and burned them. Flames surged as they rolled and screamed miserably. The system happily sent a notification. Congratulations, host, for killing a peak immortal marshal. Reward 7 million domain points and 1 yang salted fish treasure. He stepped toward the blaze and picked up several staves. Snapped all the staves without hesitation and looked disdainfully at those about to turn to ash. These things were siphoning divine power elsewhere. In such a short time, they had drained an unknown amount. As soon as the staves broke, the outer layer of the seal instantly cracked. At the same time, Changzai jolted away. Demonic energy surged like a tornado. Soon demonic energy covered the peaceful land. Terrified screams rang like alarms. Demonic shadows filled the sky. The heavenly demon had revived. Changzai hastily covered herself with a thin dress and rushed outside. How could the seal maintained for years break so soon? There were clearly 2 days left. This was bad. On the other side, Hanzai was also stunned. The ancient heavenly demon revived, with Changzai and the divine artifact guarding it. The seal still shattered. Could it be that man truly obtained the divine artifact? Thak clutched his head with a twisted expression. The demon leader has emerged. Impossible. Protect me quickly. I must go to the immortal realm to seek aid. In the demon domain, the situation grew even more urgent. Report to the Legion commander at once. Assemble the entire army. Use the greatest formation to welcome our king. The lion head laughed wildly and shattered his chains. I said no one could imprison me. Today I will descend upon the mortal world and plunge the immortal realm into crisis. First, there is one more matter. I will tear apart that girl who dared block me, pierce her with 10,000 arrows, and hang her in the great hall as a banner. Let the world know my might. Eternal mighty power, your king has returned. Just as he thought he had escaped the prison, a hand from outside, the gate seized his head. Immediately Tran Truong leaped down and stood before him. His gaze was icy and imposing like a superior issuing an order. Get back. A single palm strike blasted him back into the seal, flipped and landed steadily at once. He roared in fury, "Who are you? That girl is the strongest in this holy hall, and even she is no match for me. How could you force me back with one palm?" Tran Truong slowly descended, his blue pupils shining brightly in the darkness, merely a passerby. The clash of spiritual energy did not ignite war immediately, but he knew if the demon leader escaped it would bring catastrophe and countless casualties. The divine maiden would also be in danger, and it would delay seizing the divine artifact. Behind him came the rapid footsteps of the demon clan approaching. I do not care who you are or how great your power is. Now I only want to do one thing. Kill all of you, leave not a single one alive, because you may very well block my path. Demonic energy shattered the mortal barrier and surged straight into the immortal realm. The scene like the ancient times, when the heavenly demon army ravaged Toy Min Kingdom. The immortal realm also trembled. This familiar aura was the demon leader's emergence. The world was about to fall into chaos again. Large-scale summons was swiftly issued. All immortals heed the order. All forces from every domain proceed immediately to Toy Min Kingdom to suppress the demon lord. The immortal realms responded in unison. Ling Miu Thin Quan withdrew his hand after issuing the command. Looked into the distance with concern. This battle concerns all living beings. You must not be careless. Lang Kwang Thin Quan led his troops while laughing loudly. Remnants of the old era refused to settle down. Do they truly think we still fear them? Min Thin Quan led a great army to the scene, killing intent soaring to the heavens as a warning. Anyone who underestimates that demon leader should beware of being slain by him without even knowing. The demon lord must be eliminated by the combined forces of the immortals. Only the immortal realm can stop him and save the people. Toy Min Kingdom at this moment, the sealing hall was already flooded with demonic energy. The people fled in terror, scrambling for a way to survive. Men who had been bestowed rewards were both afraid of death and too lazy to run. Demonic energy was everywhere. The safest place was still beside the divine maiden. He gnashed his teeth in anger. Tran Truong must be hiding beside the divine maiden seeking protection. Why does he receive favor while we suffer? My looks are no worse than anyone else. I must find him and see what he looks like. Those behind hurriedly stopped him. Running around is dangerous. It is better to wait here, as long as we gain the divine maiden's favor. What is mere demonic energy? The divine maiden here, everything will be fine. Changzai stood stunned before the chaos. The people pleaded, yet their tone sounded like commands urging her to quickly enter the demon abyss and restore the seal. But when she arrived, she saw only a complete mess. This is bad. The demon suppression seal has completely collapsed. I alone cannot reseal it. The crowd immediately turned to question her. Cannot reseal it. Are we to let the demon lord emerge? If more people assist, perhaps we can prolong it a little. Use is a little time. You are the divine maiden. Sealing is your responsibility. Now you drag us down and let the people be tainted by demonic energy. What kind of divine maiden are you? Better to flee first. Even the ruler has already run. Changzai angrily brushed his hand away. Her aura erupted and blasted everyone back. Shut up, all of you. Amid her fury, the mark on her body shone like a key, absorbing all her anger. In a blink, she regained composure, nearly losing control. I will remain here to purify the demonic energy. Before the demon lord fully revives, I will ensure everyone withdraws safely to the immortal realm. Thak led guards flying over. Do not worry, everyone. I have informed the immortal realm. Hold on a little longer. Immortal reinforcements are coming to suppress the demon lord. Changzai angrily questioned. Suppress with what? What are you all doing? Using the divine power you stole from me to hold on. If not for today, how much longer would you have deceived me? Understand how many immortals gave their lives back then to preserve this seal. With me guarding it should have remained stable for tens of thousands of years. Now not even 6.512 years have passed. And if the demon lord breaks the final chain, then I and everyone here will die. He pretended to be innocent and even shifted blame onto the divine maiden. According to our nation's plan, the lord of the immortal realm has dispatched forces to Toy Min Kingdom. If the divine maiden lacks the ability to guard the temple, then do not accuse this ruler. Hearing such shameless words, her blood boiled, and her cold gaze fixed on him. Before she could speak further, a soldier beside her suddenly shouted, "Look quickly. Demonic energy has stopped pouring out. It is true, the air no longer feels suffocating. Yet the seal has clearly not fully closed. Then why has the demonic energy vanished?" Chuok Thak did not bother to think and shouted in celebration, "I knew it. How could thousands of years of sealing not wear him down? Only you exaggerate everything. Quickly use the 1,000-mile radiant mirror to inspect the situation in the demon abyss. This treasure consumes enormous immortal power and can observe any corner of the mortal realm. Images from the enormous prism reflected back, carrying a heavy mental pressure. The people below could not help but murmur. What exactly happened in the demon abyss? Like a giant screen hanging in the sky, even those taking refuge could see the scene within. Sealing formation was still there, yet someone was inside the demon abyss. That is the demon lord. Indeed, the seal has been broken. Demon King Jun, known as the nemesis of immortals, has also awakened. This time it is truly over. There is even someone unafraid of death rushing straight into the demon abyss. He is finished. No one has ever survived being surrounded by the Demon King. Do not say that. Though his strength is unknown, his evasion is truly top tier. We can only hope he holds on until the immortals arrive. Changzai clenched her hands uneasily, wondering why he appeared there. Tran Truongan was completely unaware of the turmoil outside. The blazing fire in his hand surged like a sharp blade. Demon clan rushing at him were like fruit in a slicing game. Through the prism, those outside were astonished to see him still holding the upper hand against the demons. Tran Truongan leapt high and seized a chain, causing the demon lord's expression to darken instantly. He used the very stone that had once broken the seal and smashed it down toward that man's head. Chuok Thak outside could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Marvelous! He must be an immortal sent by the immortal realm. I did not expect someone in this world to block the demon leader." Several male attendants in Changzai's cold palace secretly watched the young man from afar, wondering what kind of being he was to confront a heavenly demon. Fortunately, we are saved. Since when did Toy Min Kingdom produce such a stunning immortal with exceptional martial prowess? If protected by him and taken to the immortal realm, then that Tran Truongan would be nothing more than the divine maiden's dog. Yet none knew that only Changzai remained stunned throughout. She stared wide-eyed at Tran Truongan fighting within the sealing formation. Each demon that once tormented her was easily crushed by him. His appearance differed slightly. She still recognized that man instantly. If not Tran Truongan, then who? He once said he never boasted, and that no one in this world could match him. Demons who tried to slip through the spatial gate to escape were immediately wiped out by him. Each demon slain granted 1 point. Defeating a demon venerable level heavenly demon rewards 50 million domain points. It seems now, only you remain. The heavenly demon laughed scornfully. Brat, you have some strength and dare boast. Do you truly think yourself invincible? Fine, before leaving I will use you as a sacrifice. He laughed madly, while releasing a vast amount of demonic energy from his body. At my peak, even the lord of your immortal realm would not dare block me like this. Whoever dares obstruct me must die, and the first unlucky one is you. The system immediately issued a notification, detecting aura of a powerhouse beyond domain lord level. Post-exercise caution. Tran Truongan replied coldly, "What is there to fear? Let us fight." A small figure stood blocking the exit like a lone guardian. Even after transforming, you look imposing. The system continued sending danger alerts and confirming the new level of power. The demon's legs seemed to swell. After the first charge, his entire body erupted with brilliant blue flames as he advanced toward Tran Truongan to settle accounts. "You are indeed strong, but you are still too green to block my path." As soon as he finished speaking, he leapt forward in an instant. He charged into close combat with Tran Truongan, one punch thrown as if tearing space apart. Both were blasted backward by the recoil. System warning appeared again. The opponent's level far exceeds the current clone. Switch to a higher clone. Tran Truongan was slightly startled. A single punch-splitting space was too unreasonable. Tran Truongan asked the system, if this clone shatters, will I be sent back to the initial moment? If I create a new clone here in time, can I remain in this space? Demon Lord rushed forward with a cold laugh. Brat, what are you muttering? I have not used full strength yet. Do not die too quickly. I will torment you slowly to death. Through the mirror, only a vast mass of blue light was seen crashing down upon Tran Truongan, the surrounding space completely engulfed. Those outside could not see clearly and grew more anxious. What exactly happened? Was not the demon leader's power weakened by the seal? Then what is this scene? Clearly it is his peak strength. Changzai spoke to explain. Demon Lord Lionhead was born from the desires of all beings. As long as the world's desires exist, he will be immortal with an invincible body. Even gods may not kill him directly and can only seal him. 10,000 years have passed, and by reason his demonic energy should have been worn away. But why was it like this? At this point, she suddenly fell silent. After piecing together what she had witnessed with her own eyes, everything gradually became clear. He had always used his demonic energy to nourish the demon army, creating the illusion of weakness. Chuok Thak was horrified after hearing this. What was this? If the demon lord had recovered to this extent, then that immortal was fundamentally no match for Dao Su. The system's warning continued to ring in his ears. The opponent's level far surpassed the current clone. He bared his jagged teeth and arrogantly looked at Tran Truongan. Quite a tenacious little shrimp. What a pity. The appetizer is over. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward to begin the battle. Tran Truongan did not retreat either. He gave a faint smile and said, I always thought Mirror Flower Water Moon was merely a replica of my image, but the strongest clone seems to appear only when I face the strongest enemy. Hearing this, the system developed an ominous premonition. Tran Truongan transmitted his thoughts. System A, do you want to do something interesting together? He formed a seal and created a golden combined strike that shot straight at Dao Su. Useless, my physical body is forged from countless strands of demonic energy. No immortal art can take my life. Tremble, all your emotions will eventually become my strength. I have already felt countless fears from the outside world waiting for my appearance. Only now did Chuok Thak turn pale and cry out. Even if Dao Su could no longer be suppressed, once the demonic energy was no longer obstructed, was there still any way to seal him? She hesitated without answering, glancing at the people before her, and then at the image of Tran Truongan fighting within the mirror, her heart growing more tangled. Her mission urged her to immediately seal the formation gate to preserve everyone, but Tran Truongan was still holding on. How could she abandon him? Once the formation gate closed, he would certainly die. Inside, Tran Truongan focused all his spirit on the enemy before him, while instructing the system to begin altering the clone. Not long after, an extremely powerful aura erupted from the sealing gate and slammed down onto the ground. Violent aura forced everyone to retreat. The more fearful they became, the more chaotic it grew. Act quickly, goddess. Do you want to see Dao Su escape? Manhwa hid in the distance and observed carefully. The demon lord's condition seemed even better than expected. This information had to be sent out quickly. But Manhwa surely had no mind to care about Tran Truongan now. Nor did she know whether that fool had found a safe place to hide in time. Perhaps the chaotic demonic energy would sweep him away. That very moment, a majestic voice descended from above, suppressing all the chaos below. The heavenly lords have arrived. This area is temporarily under our control. Chuok Thak and the others turned their heads and rejoiced. The heavenly lords had finally arrived. Reinforcements from the immortal realm had come. We asked the heavenly lords to eliminate the demon lord. Under the command of Lin Diathin Quan, the immortals attacked simultaneously. Follow me, suppress the demon, form the array. Yuanghai hurriedly asked them to wait. There was still someone inside risking his life fighting the demon lord, his fate unknown. He was the one who stopped the demon lord from breaking the barrier. Could he be rescued first? The reply was cold as a bucket of icy water poured over her. In the immortal realm, no one could face Dao Su alone. He had likely already turned to ashes. Compared to the tens of millions of citizens of the immortal realm, what did the sacrifice of one individual amount to? Step back, every moment counts now. Yuanghai, you bear grave guilt for failing to guard the seal, and now you dare to obstruct us. Do you wish to compound your crimes? What a waste of the title Spring Goddess, to act so foolishly before the greater cause. Follow me and set up the formation. Within the sealed space, Dao Su looked down at Tran Truongan with mockery in his eyes. Are you helping those insignificant immortals buy time to set up another seal? In the end, it will all be in vain, he said as he laughed arrogantly. He flung Truongan aside and rushed outward. It has been a long time since I heard the screams of immortals. At the very moment Tran Truongan fell freely, the system notification appeared at once. The clone had been completed. Instantly, a surge of sinister energy, even stronger than Dao Su, erupted and shot upward. Dao Su was still exhilarated when he was suddenly blocked. Tran Truongan descended like a supreme being, blocking his path. I have not allowed you to leave. As he spoke, he bound the opponent tightly with his sinister energy. He roared in fury, "Are you insane? When the grand formation is completed, you will not escape either. If I am sealed, that clone will be useless as well." His gaze grew colder and colder, the force in his hand tightening. "Do not use your understanding to measure me, little shrimp." Above, the ritual was complete and the formation took shape. From now on, Daosu would be completely sealed. No one could break the formation and escape. This sealing proceeded extremely smoothly thanks to the united efforts of the immortals. No, it was all thanks to the immortal Lord's suppression. Amid the cheers of the immortals, Thuong-Hai's mind was filled only with the image of Tran Truong-en. Han-Hai also hurried to find a way to retreat. This is bad. If the demon lord is truly sealed, the second legion entering here will face the immortal realm army directly. But before she could step into the teleportation gate, a large hand blocked her. "Everything is over. Now it is time to judge your crimes. In our territory, a foreign rat sneaked in. How should this be handled?" Seeing Han-Hai exposed, Thuong-Hai was both shocked and panicked. Why did she appear at this moment? The immortals would certainly not spare her. Lin Diathin Quan looked at Thuong-Hai sternly. "The divine realm entrusted you with the divine artifact to guard the seal of Toi Min Kwok. That was trust. Yet now the seal is broken and a celestial demon has appeared. Do you know her?" No matter how she explained, Lin Diathin Quan struck her away without listening further. "Colluding with a celestial demon, do you know how you should be punished?" Just as the immortals thought everything had ended, a violent tremor suddenly rose from below. When everyone turned around, they saw that the seal had been completely shattered. Newly formed seal shattered already. Was it an illusion? The sealing formation should not have any flaws. What is happening? Immediately after, a red sphere trembled and rose from the crack. "A bunch of ignorant insects. You gather here, whom are you judging?" Sudden appearance left everyone stunned. An unprecedented, terrifying aura spread out. "Who is that? It cannot be. Could it be the demon?" On this day, Thuong-Hai had suffered too many blows, to the point that no words could describe her emotions. Is Daosu dead? The sight of Tran Truong-en stepping on Daosu's gigantic skeleton shocked the entire crowd. He looked down in contempt. "I have long found you immortals an eyesore." Tuok Thak cried out in horror. "A celestial demon. He is a celestial demon even stronger than Daosu." From above, he released a domineering pressure that crushed everything below. He enunciated each word slowly. "System, I want to eat fish." This terrifying, oppressive feeling. The demon lord Daosu can barely breathe. Do we truly have to face this kind of monster? Such a domineering celestial demon. Under the dreadful pressure, the weak vomited or fainted. Even the sturdier ones struggled to breathe and could not stand steadily. Amid such surging demonic energy, even standing was impossible. Where did he come from? But the heavenly lords who still had fighting strength immediately risked their lives to suppress him with their magic power. There was no time to hesitate. Even at a cost, they had to stop him. If he escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. As soon as the words fell, Chap Min Thien Quan took a punch squarely to the face, several teeth flying out. And with a mere wave of his hand, the other two heavenly lords were blown far away like deflated shadows. Next, the demonic energy erupted even more violently, making it almost suffocating. Only now did Chuok Thak truly know fear, trembling as he watched each heavenly lord sent flying. A single strike defeating a heavenly immortal. Sealing formation must have weakened him considerably. We still have a chance. Righteousness will surely triumph over evil. Immortal venerables and immortal emperors follow me and continue forming the array. At these words, everyone suddenly fell silent, staring at the massive black mass above their heads, none daring to step forward. All the courage from earlier turned into fear, their bodies trembling as they only wanted to turn and flee before things grew worse. Like a demonic whirlwind sweeping across the battlefield, wherever he went the system announced point gains. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing an immortal Emperor Realm expert. Reward 150 million domain points. For the terrifying sweep of Tran Truong-en and the newly appeared interface, both Thuong-Hai and Han-Hai stared wide-eyed, too stunned to utter a word. Tran Truong-en stood faintly within the settling dust, quietly sensing every movement around him. An immortal wielding a sword suddenly lunged forward, seizing what he thought was an opening from Tran Truong-en. In the blink of an eye, he was subdued, unable even to resist. "It is over. I am completely restrained." "Oh, is that Fong Than Duong? That brat has fallen into the demon's hands. He is beyond saving." He cried and kowtowed, tears and snot streaming down his face as he looked at Tran Truong-en. "Do you understand Chinese? I was wrong. I know my mistake. Please spare my life." Miserable appearance amused Tran Truong-en. He lightly patted Fong Than Duong's cheeks several times. "This is a master, and even a clingy puppy version, so he used to be called Fong Than Duong." He casually tossed Fong Than Duong back toward his companions, his face full of disgust. "Get lost. If I see you again, it will be your death anniversary." My good master, do not seek your own death again. Appetizer is over, time for the main course. He walked up to Thuong Hai, and at the sight of him she instinctively stepped back, absent-mindedly calling out Tran Truongen's name. He coldly ordered, your artifact spirit come out. Immediately after, the power of time erupted, and the surrounding space seemed frozen within dazzling light. The young girl instantly manifested before Tran Truongen, shyly lowering her head. Young hero. Facing the lightly dressed beauty, he smiled faintly. The information you gave was too little, but in a single day I have grasped the cause and the greatest threat of the immortal demon war. I have already dealt with Demon Lord Daosu, and the goddess has been saved as well, correct? Unfortunately, I can still sense that something even more terrifying has yet to appear. Master still cannot escape a tragic end. There is a group of monsters trampling us at will, leaving us unable to live or die. What else can I do? Do you remember who harmed Master? As Lin covered her face and spoke sorrowfully, I only remember that in countless previous attempts I never managed to save Master from that man, and each time Master died the same way. I cannot stop it. He looked at her speechless. When others seek my help, they speak clearly, yet you left not a single clue and even play guessing games. I am just a child. She replied helplessly, sorry, I truly cannot remember. Master bears too much. He should not have suffered such a cruel ending. The assessment has only 2 days left. I beg you, stop the destined fate. After speaking, she immediately vanished. He almost burst into tears, left alone. Stop what exactly? With only 2 days, where am I supposed to go to stop anything? I am like a lost man wandering in the fog of the future. At first I thought handling the key figure and preventing the immortal demon campaign would be enough. Only now do I realize I thought too simply. The fact that they survived to the end proves that Daosu, upon his first emergence, was never able to defeat them. He was even killed by them. I can easily kill those hateful people, but who knows how great the butterfly effect will be tens of thousands of years later. One wrong step and everything will fall into chaos. If what the artifact spirit said is true, Daosu was only a pawn, and behind him lies a greater scheme. Even a goddess is entangled in such a grand matter. Truly unbelievable. Thinking this, he acted at once. Tran Truongen openly abducted Thuong Hai and brought her to Han Hai, causing Han Hai below to suffer a mental breakdown at the sight. Then she immediately opened a teleportation gate, and the three of them calmly departed. The people behind trembled, not daring to act rashly. Are we just letting them leave like this? Otherwise, who dares to stop them? First, keep them by my side. As for wanting to know what happens in the future, I certainly have a way to test it. Before leaving, he did not forget to glance back at the group behind. Whoever dares to follow dies. Heavens, they finally left. My legs have gone weak. What do we do now? Quickly seek aid from the divine realm. Why did Thuong Hai not resist, submitting to the celestial demon just like that? If she belongs to no faction, only she knows her choice. So what should be done now? Report this matter to the divine realm immediately. The goddess has betrayed us, just like the prophecy said. Truly a thankless wretch. There is one more matter. Form a squad led by Fong Than Duong to track that celestial demon and see what he intends to do. Our strength is insufficient. We may be killed before even getting close. I am one of the heavenly lords overseeing the immortal realm. For the greater cause of the immortal realm, I will personally command this matter. Once you discover their whereabouts, immediately send word back. This talisman can monitor images within a certain range for the time of 1 incense stick. Choose the right moment to use it. The immortal realm will remember your merits. After hearing this, Fong Than Duong hesitated. This matter should perhaps be considered carefully. Everyone is already exhausted, not to mention that demon. Before he could finish, Lin Diathin Quan cut him off. I am not asking for your opinions. I now suspect that celestial demon is a new form after Daosu seized a body. You must investigate clearly. If you find no clues, do not even think of returning. Unwilling, Fong Than Duong's group set off immediately. That female celestial demon was once a hostage sent into Toi Min Kwok during negotiations, and she is also Thuong Hai's junior sister. Formations are her talent. She can directly enter the demon realm, extremely dangerous, and now she must follow a demon lord. I fear her chances of survival are slim. Scene shifted to another distant place. For now it is temporarily safe, but the mental states of these two will be difficult to recover in a short time. After speaking, he turned to look at the Thuong Hai sisters. Even now both of them still struggled to accept reality. What they had just witnessed had likely shattered their understanding and shocked them greatly. Lazily said to the system, "System, let us go home. Host, wake up. This place is an ancient land that has existed for tens of millions of years. You have no home here. Do you want to abandon the divine artifact?" No, the transmigration is only a clone, not the true body, which means I can return to seek answers at any time. System returned to the true body. As his consciousness returned to his real body, the sound of disciples calling Master rang in his ears. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw 2 disciples hugging him tightly and crying miserably. You are back. Sister Bok and Gayat said you suddenly disappeared and frightened us to death. Looking at the familiar faces, his heart felt unusually warm. He raised his hand to stroke their cheeks. You have worked hard. Has Master returned? I have many things to ask. Grandmaster is on the way back. Very good. I did not expect I could trace the thread of history. In a corner of the ruins of the 9 provinces continent, Trong Lao, you are still alive. Reincarnation is truly terrifying. With you here, our immortal and mystic realms finally have support. Dignified immortals are reduced to rats scurrying across the street in 9 provinces. We cannot continue being suppressed by Tran Truong, and we must counterattack, reclaim our dignity, and return to the immortal realm. The emergence of a celestial demon will inevitably trigger an ancient great war. Returning to the ancient continent is the safest plan. To return, we must control the 9 provinces cauldron. I already have a plan. Yang Tonso, as long as we secretly seize her body without gods or ghosts knowing, we will grasp Tran Truongan's weakness. She is the closest person by Tran Truongan's side. I will use her to reclaim the 9 provinces cauldron. Release the monster buried beneath the 9 provinces for tens of thousands of years. The immortal realm has long been irreconcilable with us. Before leaving, burn everything to the ground. According to our investigation, to preserve Jiang Tonso's soul, Tran Truongan entrusted the 9 provinces cauldron to the head of the Jiang family. The entire Jiang clan guards it day and night with strict defenses. I once tried to approach, but they allowed no one near. Long Lao, then how do we approach Jiang Tonso? First, the Jiang family is located in the skies of Yun province. Second, Tran Truongan is by her side. This is precisely the opportunity. Second, I cultivate the Tao of reincarnation. At the 5th realm of reincarnation, controlling the 6 paths, possessing an extremely secret soul-seizing ability that leaves almost no trace and has never failed. Third, with the immortals causing disturbances outside, repay hatred with hatred and grievance with grievance. Carry out surface-level sabotage under the banner of opposing immortals. Remember well, the only one to guard against is Tran Truongan. The action must end within 5 minutes. Once time is up, retreat immediately. Otherwise, he will discover everything and deal with it on the spot. 5-minute countdown. Begin the operation. Tonso's motionless pure sky body suddenly frowned in discomfort. On the other side, several elders also began circulating immortal power and revealed themselves one after another. The people below had barely raised their heads to look at the sky when panic made their hearts pound wildly. It is the group of immortals who survived from the mystic martial immortal realm. Why have they suddenly appeared here? The old immortals roared and charged forward. Have you forgotten? You are our traitors. Hearing this, the Jiang family immediately entered battle stance. The mystic martial immortal realm has come to our door. Unrelated people leave at once. Protect Tonso. She is the lifeline of the Jiang family. Absolutely nothing must happen to her. Fierce fighting erupted outside, constant clashes creating great chaos. Yet inside, Tonso felt an indescribable unease rising. Within her consciousness at this moment, a strange thought was quietly invading. That man's arm seized the opportunity to wrap around Tonso, inwardly rejoicing that the plan had succeeded perfectly. That very instant, another hand suddenly appeared and restrained him. Jiang and Gung Enhin exclaimed in shock. Why are you here? Jiang and Gung Enhin kicked him flying into the distance. Get out of here. I understand the intensity of this soul attack now. I did not expect you to have fallen so far, willingly suppressed by Tran Truong and to protect Jiang Tonso, even binding your soul to hers long ago. I thought that no matter what, you still had some pride and dignity of an immortal, waiting for the day to bite back. Who would have expected it to turn out like this? Cannot believe you fear him to this extent. As he spoke, he struck directly at Jiang and Gung Enhin's soul body. You know clearly that my true body's strength surpasses yours by a major realm. Not daring to face me head-on, you willingly abandoned cultivation condensed over tens of millions of years, just to protect a wisp of Jiang Tonso's remnant soul in my hands. Jiang and Gung Enhin gritted her teeth and glared at him in fury. Fool, I understand the situation better than you. As long as Tonso lives, we have a path to survival. So do not even dream of touching her. As she finished speaking, Jiang and Gung Enhin's soul ignited in blazing red flames, burning her own soul. Not long after, a dazzling light exploded within the consciousness, and everything beyond could no longer be seen clearly. Within Tonso's body appeared 2 souls, one red and one golden. The golden soul was forced out by a suppressing force. The old man's true body had just received that fragment of soul when he rolled several times across the ground. Jiang and Gung Enhin's side, she coughed up blood repeatedly. Ngok Thien hurried to support her and cried out anxiously, Patriarch, Patriarch, how are you? Before long, those immortals gradually gained the upper hand. Jiang family was forced into a perilous situation. Do you truly intend to wipe out our entire Jiang family? The old man did not hesitate at all. We still have time, kill them all and then seize Jiang Tone so by force. He ground out each word. Jiang family, Jiang and Gung Enhin, today this emperor will exterminate you all. Matriarch, hearing that reinforcements had arrived, he immediately raised his head and roared. Another group escorted Tone so forward to assist in battle. Do not even think about approaching our matriarch. The old man lost patience, a terrifying aura spreading with oppressive force. Where did this swarm of rats and ants crawl out from? Those of weaker strength immediately could not withstand the disparity in realms, trembling without end. Is this an immortal emperor? This is not an existence we can contend against at all. Does Master usually have to fight such beings? Master, I am doomed. In the next life I will still serve you with filial devotion. Suddenly a gentle voice sounded in their minds. Stay calm, I have not even acted yet. Being in this state is truly uncomfortable. Old man's entire body suddenly stiffened. He clenched his teeth in fury to the point of nearly shattering. A mere group of immortal soldiers, I could wipe them out with a snap of my fingers. If it were before, what right would you have to stand before this emperor and confront me directly? Everything has been completely overturned. Are you ridiculous, or has this world gone mad? I am ridiculous. I am a dignified immortal emperor, ruler of an immortal domain, with cultivation of tens of millions of years, yet I am bound hand and foot before a swarm of ants. It is all because of you. From afar came the sound of unhurried footsteps. Tran Truongan slowly approached, his expression indifferent and emotionless, causing some to rejoice and others to fear. Tran Truongan has arrived. Was there not still 10 seconds left? He flicked a wisp of flame on his fingertip, glanced at the chaos, and smiled faintly. Yun Province is truly lively today. The old man was stunned the moment he saw Tran Truongan. Those standing on his side instantly turned to ashes. The system frantically reported. Congratulations to the host for killing a third-level immortal venerable. Reward 50 million domain points. Like a god of slaughter, he stepped forward one pace at a time. How do you wish to die? This oppressive feeling is too terrifying, even stronger than when facing the celestial demon tens of millions of years ago. I can do anything. Please spare my life. The province lord is so powerful that even an immortal emperor who can destroy heaven and earth must kneel. So strong. If in this life I could reach that realm, even death would be worth it. Your audacity must have a reason. Give me a reason to delay killing you. The old man hurriedly crawled up and said, trembling, yes, there is. I am willing to reveal all secrets in exchange for another chance. I can tell the story of the eternal ancient continent era. He spoke for 5 full minutes, and Tran Truongan's expression grew increasingly impatient. Seeing this, the old man panicked even more. There is more. I have the greatest secret. I know where the immortals of the immortal realm came from, and I also know how the celestial demons originated. I even know who the female celestial demon that appeared earlier is. Her name is Han Hai, the saintess of the celestial demons. It is said she has led the demon army for tens of millions of years searching for someone. On the surface, they invade various realms, but it is all a cover. Tran Truongan urged him with his gaze, signaling him to continue. The first time I met her was tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, an immortal venerable sent me and several others to investigate another demon. I personally saw her, and in less than half a day we found their hiding place. I told someone to stay and monitor while I went to report. But that demon was terrifying even in sleep. My cultivation was too weak then, so I dared not act rashly. I left Fong Than Duong to watch while we went to report, but when we returned, he had vanished. I will use reincarnation to project the scene for you, so you can know what happened at that time. Tens of thousands of years ago, the eternal ancient continent. Than Duong, where is the celestial demon? Fong Than Duong scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I lost the trail. I did not dare get too close. With the slightest carelessness, the celestial demon used spatial techniques to teleport away. Judging by the traces of spatial arts, they should be in the gloomy, dense forest ahead. Why did you not intercept them? You cannot even handle such a small matter. Do you know how much the higher-ups value this? The divine envoy has gone through great hardship to infiltrate the celestial demon realm. The old man frowned tightly and turned around. Forget it. Then he hurriedly lowered his head, reporting to the divine envoy. Before leaving, the old man said, if the celestial demon is truly as strong as you claim, intervening rashly would only bring death. Confirming the location is enough for now. As if relieved of a burden, Fong Than Duong knelt down in gratitude. Many thanks for the divine envoy's leniency. I truly have never seen such a terrifying celestial demon. Just approaching made my whole body tremble, suppressed by fear to the point of immobility. If that being truly wages war, who knows how many lives will be lost. We must find him and seal him, no matter the cost. The divine envoy descended this time precisely under orders to suppress the new celestial demon. Even the goddess's master has been mobilized. It has even alarmed that one. But even if finding him is not difficult, the forest before us contains countless powerful and ferocious demonic beasts, which will greatly hinder our investigation. The divine priestess removed her veil, revealing crisscrossing scars. She said calmly, "Those two girls may not meet a good end if they charge in. The key is that the demonic nature of those beasts is extremely high. They worship strength and slaughter each other daily until only one remains king. Cultivators below immortal venerable who enter will only be torn apart. But the strength of those two girls, rushing in recklessly, is no different from courting death. And that demon is currently lying low, unclear what he is plotting. He is the strongest existence, far surpassing all other celestial demons. But even if it is a dragon's lair or tiger's den, we must enter and eliminate that beast." The old woman led her followers and flew straight into the forest following the traces. The quiet forest, Thuong Hai and Han Hai dragged the heavy Tran Truong, and as they hid among the treetops, they moved while carefully observing. Yet strangely, the mutated plants and fierce beasts around them did not attack. These creatures used to be extremely ferocious. Why are they so well behaved now? Demonic beings born from the desires and evil thoughts of the Creator God may be warlike, but their rules are simple. They instinctively fear the strong and submit to their king. And that king was originally Dao Su. And now, it should be the one we are helping. This moment Han Hai seemed to realize something, and suddenly stopped. Then she let go and casually tossed Tran Truong and toward Thuong Hai. Hai walked up to several large beasts and provoked them. "Do you not like to chase? Come here and bite me. Do you think I am easy to bully? I hold grudges for a long time." Tran Truong's heavy body pressed down and caused Thuong Hai to fall as well. She could not support him at all. When Han Hai accidentally missed and angered a beast that opened its mouth and lunged, she immediately hid behind Tran Truong and he pushed him forward to threaten them. "I will break your teeth right now." The moment they saw Tran Truong and the entire pack of demon beasts lost their wits and fled in all directions. Thuong Hai angrily knocked Han Hai on the head and scolded, "Stop fooling around." After that, they stopped to rest by a clear blue river. Han Hai took out a demonic creature resembling a mechanical cat and introduced it. A low-level demonic creature, Stink Shroom. It reproduces quickly. When stepped on, it releases a foul odor and an explosive sound. Joke as you may and cause trouble as you may, but at critical moments you must remain vigilant. After placing the Stink Shrooms around, she finally returned to the shelter with peace of mind. What should we do now? The Celestial Demon clan hates him to the bone, and the Immortal clan is hunting him as well. The title of goddess is now not even as good as a Celestial Demon acquaintance like me. Moreover, we could have run on our own. Why bring him along? Is that not inviting disaster? Fool, with him here the Immortals will be wary and not dare approach casually. Only then do we have a chance to breathe. Besides, are you not curious who he really is? He looks exactly like Tran Truong and Han Hai replied calmly, "I do not want to know. As long as that fool is not following us, it is fine. I feel it is him. 2 days ago, he suddenly became different. I found a chance to examine his origin. It was very unusual. His origin now is exactly the same as then. I cannot distinguish whether he is immortal or demon, but I can be certain the energy hidden within his body, if unleashed, would be enough to destroy heaven and earth. I dare say that in the immortal realm today no one is his match. There are still too many things about him that we do not know. And what if after he wakes he handles things poorly and kills us instead?" Thuong Hai sneered at Han Hai. "He would eliminate you first. Why only me? You still dare to say that? How did you treat him back then? Your methods were hardly gentle. You said he pretended to approach me to tamper with my divine artifact. You two are truly vicious. It makes Mother heartbroken." Han Hai bristled like a small cat and retorted, "What Mother you knew and still acted, deliberately teasing us all that time." Thuong Hai smiled gently. "Is that not allowed? You have not spoken properly with your senior sister for a long time, always running around without doing any serious business, pretending to be busy." Han Hai crossed her arms and retorted, "I am very busy. The old men in the clan all flatter me." Thuong Hai flicked her forehead lightly and smiled helplessly. "Stop being stubborn. I know you are used to being lazy. You cannot persist even in small matters, and you hate fighting and killing the most. So do not involve yourself in what comes next." Thuong Hai's gaze was firm. "As for sealing Dao Su, I will personally explain to the Immortals. And Tran Truongan is a special case. He carries neither demonic nature nor immortal aura. His appearance shatters all understanding. He clearly could have slaughtered everyone then, yet he only saved us. And I also discovered he can communicate with my divine artifact." Hearing this, Han Hai was extremely shocked. He may have the ability to come from the future. I do not know his purpose, but I can be sure he is not necessarily our enemy. Han Hai replied, if he already had that strength, then he was truly hiding his power. I even teased him before. Thuong Hai pondered. The conflict between immortals and demons has now reached the extreme. both sides with swords drawn. Once either side obtains Tran Truongan, war will very likely erupt. When Master accepted me as a disciple back then, it symbolized peace between immortals and demons. That peace has not lasted long. I cannot let it be devoured by war. Therefore, for now, Tran Truongan cannot be handed over. Han Hai's pupils contracted in alarm. Are you insane? What can we do relying only on ourselves? I will block the pursuing divine envoys first. You take the unconscious Tran Truongan and find a hidden place to hide. When the danger passes, I will contact you. I will return to find Master and explain everything clearly. Master will surely help. Looking at Thuong Hai, whose gaze was always fixed on the world at large, Han Hai wondered whether protecting all living beings was truly that important, then resolutely nodded. In a certain corner of the dense forest, the group of pursuing divine envoys searched for clues while casually slaughtering demon beasts. That is a teleportation formation. There is movement on the other side. Remember to send word that you are safe. All right. Han Hai glanced at Thuong Hai, then quickly took Tran Truongan away. The two had only stepped halfway through the teleportation gate. The divine envoys had already caught up behind them. We found them. Goddess Thuong Hai, you dare let the demon escape. As Han Hai's tail vanished beyond the teleportation gate, Thuong Hai gathered her strength. She placed her hand on her chest and whispered to the divine artifact, "Help me once more." The divine envoys who had just rushed forward were instantly enveloped by the power of the divine artifact. Time within the range of the artifact froze at once. Forgive me, divine envoys. Spring goddess Thuong Hai blocks the way only to request an audience with envoy Tran Duck to explain everything clearly. At that very moment, a spatial crack appeared behind Thuong Hai. Thuong Hai, you have greatly disappointed me as your master. She looked at the newcomer in shock and trembled as she called out master. Her time-freezing technique was swiftly shattered with a single strike by envoy Tran Duck. His gaze and words were filled with disappointment. I entrusted you with the divine artifact to guard against the celestial demon Dao Su, and what have you done? The seal has cracked, allowing the demon to wreak havoc. Even now you do not repent and even collude with a celestial demon. Take her back to be suppressed at the sealing land. I will deal with her personally. Thuong Hai hurriedly knelt to explain. This disciple is willing to accept punishment, but Dao Su's escape from the seal has hidden reasons. I beg Master to grant me a chance to explain. Speak of it after returning. I will make my own decision. Take Thuong Hai away first. You continue to track the newly emerged demon lord. You must find and seal him before he reaches the celestial demon clan. Watching Tran Duck and his disciple depart, the old divine envoy woman sighed. The celestial demon is still in the forest. Disperse for now to determine his location, then regroup to seal him. In the blink of an eye, everyone scattered to search. Do you think we can truly seal him smoothly? So many divine envoys, they are the closest to gods in the immortal realm, all at domain lord level. If even they cannot handle it then, unless the divine realm descends personally, no one can bind that celestial demon. At that instant, a teleportation gate suddenly tore open the sky. Hai and Tran Truongan clung tightly to each other and were sucked straight downward. Even though she opened the teleportation herself, something went wrong this time. As she fell, she cried out inwardly in confusion, "What in the world is this place?" The two fell freely and landed right in front of a demon beast lazily basking in the sun. The old woman almost immediately sensed the abnormal disturbance. She quickly led her people rushing to the scene. Han Hai glanced at Tran Truongan and muttered irritably, "My waist is about to break. How long does this guy intend to keep sleeping?" Carrying him made it impossible to increase her speed at all. The teleportation range was shrinking more and more. The positional deviation while evading pursuit was also increasing. If this continues, none of us will escape. Suddenly she stopped, her eyes flashing as a thought crossed her mind. She pushed Tran Truongan toward a demon beast hiding nearby, saying she would gift him to it. But the beast saw the dangerous time bomb and immediately shook its head in refusal. After pressing him onto the beast, she clapped her hands and left, feeling much lighter. Sorry, their target is you. I am just a passerby who does not want to suffer, so I must trouble you. Farewell, I will slip away first. After speaking, she opened a gate and left. Before it closed, she did not forget to wave goodbye. I do not do things that cost effort without benefit. Divine envoys quickly rushed over. Upon arrival, they saw the scene that Han Hai had created. Catching sight of a figure and a demon beast, the old woman immediately signaled those behind her to hide. Soon they discovered Tran Truongan sitting on a bare rock, his expression contemplative. There was even a demon beast there, not only suppressed by him but turned into a servant. He closed his eyes without fear. Could it be he has already set an ambush waiting for us to walk into it? While she was still hesitating, From beneath Tran Truong, an enormous surge of demonic energy unconsciously erupted. This aura is truly terrifying to the extreme. He already knows we have arrived and is deliberately pretending not to notice. This is very unfavorable. We cannot approach further. Forcing an attack with our current manpower would easily drag the whole team down. We have confirmed the celestial demon's location. It is better to regroup first. After speaking, she immediately ordered the entire team to retreat. The demon beast standing before Tran Truong and wagged its tail cutely, but the moment it sensed someone approaching it became alert. Manhwa glanced back once before leaving, thinking she still had a bit of mercy to find a safer place for him. The demon beast growled in dissatisfaction, as if asking why she had returned. She ignored the crying beast behind and dragged Tran Truong away. I truly did not mean to abandon you. Carrying you this far is already my limit. When the old woman's group returned, they encountered Fong Than Duong's group. She went straight to the point. We have found the demon lord. Though he has not made a move, I am certain he has set a trap and has already discovered us. The current situation leaves us extremely passive. The enemy hides in the dark while we are exposed. Wait until all divine envoys gather before returning to deal with him. At this moment, Manhwa carried Tran Truong into another place. As soon as she stepped out of the teleportation gate, she carefully observed the surroundings. After placing him in a favorable terrain position and even adjusting his posture to look imposing, she reluctantly left. This place is hidden enough. No one will discover you. Senior sister said you are very important, but right now I do not have the ability to take you away from here, nor can I let those perverted divine envoys capture you. Otherwise, only cruel torture awaits. Elsewhere, the old woman was discussing tactics. Divine envoy, waiting like this is not good. What if that demon escapes? Moreover, this may only be an illusion technique. Those celestial demons are cunning, vicious, and skilled at ambush. Once given the chance, they will strike like venomous snakes straight at your vital points. So when we charged in, we fell straight into his trap. With such a good opportunity, they will certainly not let it go. That is right. He has not acted perhaps because he still has misgivings, wanting to probe our numbers. Wait until the 3 divine envoys of the second group arrive, and then handle him together. While they were still muttering about how to deal with him, they suddenly saw a figure sitting in the distance. The old woman saw it and was terrified. Her whole body jolted as if struck by lightning, her mouth trembling without forming words. When did he arrive? Or rather, had he been standing there watching for a long time? This is bad. Our plan has been completely exposed. Run, widen the distance. The old woman screamed as if pouring out her very life. The others immediately panicked. Why do we encounter him everywhere? Could it be we are already surrounded? The entire group fled desperately as never before. Damn it. He is treating us like toys. The demon beasts also joined in the chase. Clearly this is an ambush, hoping the old woman realizes soon that the demon intends to use them to wear us down. A light technique struck, instantly blocking the demon beasts behind. I will not let you achieve your aim. Manhwa had just stepped out of the gate when she encountered divine envoys fleeing. She only felt unlucky. If she had not heard it herself, she would never have believed it. She did not expect those lofty divine envoys to be so cowardly before Tran Truong, even thinking his sleep was a trap. So she turned back. She sat behind him and placed her hand on Tran Truong's back. Several formations appeared behind him. She did not know if it would succeed, but decided to try. After a while, her hand vaguely penetrated into Tran Truong's body. Before long, she completed the possession. Tran Truong's body under Manhwa's control suddenly opened its eyes in astonishment. It worked. It finally succeeded. Then she controlled the body to step to the cliff edge and look down. The fleeing divine envoys suddenly sensed something wrong. Those 2 youngsters have separated from us. Forget it. Preserving the divine envoys' lives is the priority. This time we were led by the nose. Wait until we gather enough people to regain our dignity. Suddenly a familiar figure appeared in their sight. Heavens, he has appeared again. He clearly has no intention of fighting, only treating us like caged birds for amusement. Grandmother, hurry and act. The old woman shouted back. Fool, acting now means death. We must retreat with all our strength. Too careless, we should not have scattered at the beginning. Now he can find us anywhere. We truly are surrounded. Escape first and consider later. Thinking this, the old woman led the group to change direction and flee, their speed increasing. Seeing the exit ahead, at last we are out. He did not pursue, only stood quietly in place. Watching the group flee in panic, she placed her hands on her hips and laughed loudly. Truly a bunch of fools. Tran Truong, I did not expect things to go so smoothly. Even unconscious, you frightened them pale. Truly impressive. Manhwa considers this a great gain, borrowing your body to control the situation and save myself. The surging power within is exhilarating. Only the one thing that feels strange is that I am still a woman after all. An unfamiliar dangling thing made her move unconsciously. Her face instantly flushed red. Behind them, those who had split off had no idea the old woman had fled. They shouted and charged forward. Demon, found you. This time you will surely die. She possessed him only to scare for fun, yet encountered a group even more reckless than brainless, troublesome. The second group, divine envoys. Wait, stop, do not advance. Wait for what? This merit must be seized before grandmother. The three divine envoys directly intended to take his life. Unexpectedly, when she raised her hand to block, a surge of demonic energy suddenly erupted. Power spoke for itself, effortlessly tearing apart a large swath of forest. When Manhwa opened her eyes to see clearly ahead, seeing the force extend over 10 kilometers, outwardly calm but inwardly turbulent, this is far too exaggerated. One fortunate man blessed by his ancestors dodged in time, trembling with cold sweat pouring like rain. A single strike could have sent old Chen, the domain lord, to his death. Such a terrifying monster has never appeared before. Perhaps only Envoy Tran Duck is qualified to contend. Everyone forgive me for not continuing. I must use my body to probe the opponent's strength. Consider it my final sacrifice for the grand cause. Manhwa startled and looked to the side. A man transformed from ordinary into demon beast and roared as he charged. No matter what, he must make the opponent pay. Belt is loose. Look down quickly. Is there no opening at all? Manhwa quickly regained composure, turned and threw a punch. Though not using much force, it was enough to reduce him to ashes. Damn demon, could you not let me throw one more punch? I am truly unwilling. Thus a new day began, sunlight shimmering across countless golden flowers. Beneath the dense grass and leaves, several small stink shrooms stirred gently. In a house within the mountain ravine came bursts of coughing. She even coughed up blood. At this time, Manhwa had left Tran Truongen's body, clutching her chest and coughing repeatedly to adjust her state. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and staggered to the bed, not expecting the side effects to be so severe. In a moment of distraction, her body lost balance and fell. Perhaps fate was delicate. Fearing she would be hurt, she accidentally fell into Tran Truongen's arms, in her daze instinctively embracing his firm body. In the quiet of late night, clothes lay in disarray everywhere. At this moment, she woke holding her head. Realizing she had taken advantage of Tran Truongen, she froze in place, not knowing what to do. Embarrassed to death, covering her flushed face while peeking at the still unconscious Tran Truongen. Unable to resist reaching out to touch him. Could it be I slept with him? Perhaps suppressed too long so in unconsciousness, I inadvertently released it on him. What should I do now? Senior sister told me to protect him, yet I ended up like this. She bent down and softly called Tran Truong and then gazed at him for a long time, her heart in fierce turmoil. Yet being near him healed her injuries, and her cultivation even showed signs of breakthrough. Consider it for healing myself. Continuing once more is not too excessive. After all, in poor condition, I cannot protect him. This is the last time. As for what happens, imagine it yourself. At the same time, in Toa Min Kingdom, the goddess was escorted back by divine envoys. This goddess must have indulged with male favorites too long, exhausting her formation, divine power, and letting the demon emerge. The High Immortal must punish her. How she is dealt with will be decided by Envoy Tran Duck. She is famed for justice and strictness. Such matters never go wrong. We simply await orders. The escaped demon is the pressing threat. Once he returns to the demon realm, war may erupt again. Your human realm should also prepare. We will return to gather the immortals and ready for battle. After speaking, the three departed. A servant behind quietly reported that the celestial demons had been preparing in secret for many years. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Fools! I told you to steal divine power, not to shatter the formation. I warned you repeatedly, yet you would not listen. Now with such a huge hole, you all want to die. Hurry and think of a way for me. If the immortal investigates thoroughly, then all of us are finished. Does the sovereign still remember? We arranged so many male attendants for the goddess to please her. Was the purpose not for today? We only need to firmly accuse her of falling into lust, of missing the chance to seal because of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, leading to the demon lord's return. When the immortal demon war erupts, she will be branded a war criminal and instantly become a target of attack. By then, both the people and the immortals will point their spears at her, and we will withdraw unscathed. Hearing the offered scheme, the Duke nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, someone reminded this king at the right time. This had been the plan from the beginning. Let the immortals and demons slaughter each other. Only then can mortals like us reap endless benefits. At this moment at the ceiling formation, Changzai brought Tran Duck to inspect the scene from back then, and I immediately understood the whole story. If judgment is to be passed, you deserve death. Being locked in the Thunder Prison and burned by heavenly fire for 1,000 years would only be a light punishment. I have warned you many times. Sealing the demon is no trivial matter. It concerns the 3 realms and all living beings. With the current situation, even I can hardly save you. At this point she grew angrier, unable to resist knocking Changzai lightly on the forehead. You should have sought your master earlier. He complained resentfully. You wander across all realms. Where was I supposed to find you? I still have your sound transmitting too. We meet only once every few hundred years, and each time you give instructions, yet the moment you turn away you forget everything. You even suspect whether there are men outside, too lazy to manage even your disciple. Tran Duck lightly touched her cheek and proudly said, "With this master's appearance, what ordinary man would be worthy? Besides, love only disrupts the Tao heart. Yes, no man in the world can enter the eyes of my peerless master. How strange my disciple speaks." As I pressed her lips together, the feelings long buried suddenly surged up. "Master, it has been so long since we met, I truly missed you. Missing me is useless. Your matter is not easy to resolve." Changzai suddenly cooled her emotions and muttered a curse, truly a blockhead, a stubborn girl. After that, the two walked around a few more times, standing before the lion head skeleton. Tran Duck could not help being astonished. This is the lion head, yet it was dealt with so miserably. Who exactly did this? Lion head's life originated from the fear and malice of the world. Immortals cannot destroy him to this extent. Even the celestial god race would be powerless. Changzai said it was Hanzai's male attendant Chen Truong who dealt with him. He has now surpassed the lion head and become the strongest heavenly demon in history, and at present he is still sheltered by Hanzai. The news will soon spread, as long as Chen Truong has not been discovered by the heavenly demons. With the current situation, the heavenly demon army will not easily start a war. Master, I have met him before. Chen Truong is not a bad person. He even protected us. He does not belong to this time and space, yet does things beyond his duty. If it is him, perhaps he can stop the immortal demon war. You can barely protect yourself and still worry about grand affairs. Foolish girl. In any case, this is also a good chance to atone for your crimes. Before the heavenly demon army finds Chen Truong you and Hanzai bring him here so I can take over. Your crimes will also be reduced. He will either become one of us or be sealed forever. On this side, Chen Truong still showed no sign of waking. After leaving the young man's place, Hanzai left leisurely with a flushed face. "Thank you for the hospitality. Do not run around. Once I finish handling matters, I will return at once." She activated the teleportation formation, letting her body fall freely, sensing every subtle change taking place. The more she sensed, the more excited she became. Her body felt much lighter. After doing that kind of thing with him, her cultivation broke through to the Demon King realm. Could it be that he possesses a special physique? She stood high above, casting her gaze down at the heavenly demon camp. It was the tribe of the Jiao Tran clan. Suddenly lively sounds echoed by her ears from somewhere. Tonight the battle situation must be extremely heated. Tonight all heavenly demons at Demon Emperor realm and above within the clan must participate. It is said even the 4 great heavenly kings are present. This grand banquet is to offer tribute to the demon lord about to return. Clan leader of the Jiao Tran clan loudly announced 2 pieces of good news. First, for generations we have been suppressed by the immortals. Now that the demon lord has emerged, we no longer need to bow our heads. The era that belongs to us has arrived. The other news, during patrol we captured this man. He was abandoned by his companions. We may deal with him however we wish. Than Duong coughed lightly a few times, forcing his eyes open to look at the surrounding demon race, his mind turning rapidly. They intended to box him up, slice his flesh, boil his bones and organs as bait. The second piece of good news, the winner of the competition will have the right to mate with my niece Hanzai. As soon as the words fell, the stands exploded. The most beautiful woman among the heavenly demons, who did not dream of her once. "There is only one winner. What are we to do?" Replied indifferently, "I am her grand uncle. I can arrange this matter myself. The top 5 all have a chance." Hanzai stood outside listening, stunned, speechless. Fury erupted. Hanzai rushed into the arena to question them. "I do not agree. This is a ridiculous joke. What does your revelry have to do with me? Grand uncle, how can you treat me like this?" She answered coldly, "Your father's dying wish was to entrust you to me. I naturally have the right to discipline you. Moreover, you failed the mission to seize the divine artifact and ruined the grand plan. Failing to obtain the artifact is failure. A heavenly demon who fails has no value. Fortunately, your appearance is not bad, not to the extent of execution. Grand uncle wants to help you, give you a chance to please everyone. Consider it saving yourself. At present, everyone's morale is surging and eager for battle. This is the state the heavenly demons must maintain. We must cultivate stronger warriors. You cannot be absent. Bearing a few children with special talent for the clan also counts as contributing." As I shouted angrily, "Contribute what? Why do you not offer your own partner to them?" A low koa was left speechless by the retort. The one seated at the highest position finally spoke. "Enough. Her opinion does not matter. Do as it should be done. Fight to your heart's content." Someone below shouted excitedly, "The blood-slaughter heavenly king and the fierce war heavenly king have spoken. The fervor before war is inevitable. Begin quickly." Hanzai looked at the people above who completely ignored her opinion. She clenched her fists tightly, anger surging. "Do not even dream of controlling my fate. I will make you stop." Words had just left her mouth when they were torn apart by ridicule. She says she wants to stop everything. She is only at Demon King realm. What can she do? Pleasing men would be more useful. The crowd stirred uneasily, beginning to spout nonsense to reassure themselves. Such little strength, yet such big words. If she cannot do it, how embarrassing will that be? Pitiful child. Has she even lost awareness of herself? Amid the mocking laughter, she remained resolute and did not flee, only quietly left. She trying to leave. After all, she is just a girl. Talking tough is harmless. We look forward even more to the lively scene after the competition ends. A low coer on the high platform shouted loudly. The competition begins. For long, in the first match, they dragged Than Duong out as a punching bag. After punching and kicking to his satisfaction, the red-bodied demon turned his hand into a scythe, preparing to slash down. Than Duong was frightened out of his wits. This time he was finished. The audience roared excitedly. Immortals all deserve death. At that very moment, a strange light suddenly appeared in the sky. A beam of purple light descended straight from the heavens, causing the fat man to vanish in an instant. The entire hall stirred for a moment. Lightning light. What just happened? Standing before Than Duong, Chen Truong manifested, his gaze sweeping around once. It turned out I had borrowed his body to assert her authority and demand justice, though the consequences afterward would be great, and she would need to stay beside Chen Truong many times to recover. She could not swallow this anger. Borrowing Chen Truong's body, she decisively declared, "Hanzai is my woman. Whoever is not afraid of death may step forward." Hearing this, a low koa was furious to the extreme. Even the higher-ups on the platform were stunned. The fighters growled in provocation and rushed forward together. Where did this brat come from? She cast them a cold glance. Single flick, as if brushing off dust was enough to make them all collapse to the ground. What is this? Those were 3 heavenly emperor-level demons, finished in an instant. Is that not somewhat exaggerated? She raised her hand and pointed straight at the ones regarded as the strongest seated above, openly provoking them. Being pointed at, they were briefly stunned. She released killing intent without concealment. "Kneel down. I want to cripple you all." The demons immediately burst into mocking laughter. A mere shrimp dares to be arrogant. He is doomed. Just defeating 3 demon emperors, and he thinks he is qualified to challenge heavenly kings. Truly a joke. One who seeks death will not be given a chance to beg for mercy. That Yifeng will have some fun now. Do you know what it means that heavenly demons do not fear death? Perhaps he is only a wanderer. Otherwise, how could he not understand our status? Feng looked at Truong with interest. "Someone I have never met. Let me teach you what a real experience is." Before his words had finished, Truong's palm had already pressed straight onto his face. The old woman cried out in fear. King Ju turned neatly and slammed Yifeng hard onto the ground. A massive crater appeared on the arena floor. Spectators on the stands stared in horror. Was a heavenly king defeated in a single move? Just as the light from the upper realm descended straight down, Okoa Hut poked his head out, his face brimming with excitement. Only then did the others understand what fear meant. "Hey, brat, this situation does not seem good. He actually managed to make a heavenly king suffer. This has never happened in 1,000 years. Yifeng ground his teeth and cursed, "You are dead. I will definitely skin you alive." What does it feel like to grab the head of a lofty heavenly king and smash it into the ground? As he spoke, Chen Truong kept slamming Yifeng's head down. The thrill on his face silenced the entire arena. "I ask Lord Heavenly King, do you now find my words clear enough?" I spoke with disdain. The remaining heavenly kings could no longer sit still and charged down into the arena together. "Oh, finally here. This time it will not be easy to handle." Yifeng had just struggled to his feet when he shoved aside his companions and arrogantly shouted, "Stand back." Attacked before this king finished speaking. "Do you truly think an ant like you can gain the upper hand? If you want to boast, wait until this is over. You have touched the dignity of the 4 kings, and that cannot be ignored. This is no longer your matter alone." Facing the heavenly king's hands, I felt a trace of unease rise in her heart. "Insignificant pest, you have missed your final chance. The 4 of us joining forces is enough to make even the divine envoy Tran duck wary, let alone a minor heavenly demon like you." The stands erupted in cheers. The 4 heavenly kings have joined forces. This man is finished. No matter where he comes from, he will not survive this time. Feng struck first. Why waste words? Crush him together. A formation instantly appeared above Chen Truong. A torrential rain of poisonous golden needles poured down. This is bad, too impulsive. Venting just now felt satisfying, but it also exposed too much. My possession cannot fully unleash this body's power, and the side effects have appeared. Moreover, possession consumes the power of the talisman tied to the law of space. The more it is used, the greater the loss among the 7 great immortal fortunes. The law of space is something few comprehend. Since birth, I have resonated strongly with it and mastered spirit communion and soul preservation. Without exaggeration, I am a genius in this aspect. Combining the two allows me to use spatial arts to invade another's body directly. Such a method is not convenient to display before others. After all, it is self-created. Using it sparingly is fine, but excessive use harms the body. Forcing it will only lead to turning into ashes. She had just dodged the rain of needles when vines burst from the ground and wrapped around her. The more you run, the more excited I become. Side effects are growing more severe. Perhaps I should limit the use of Chen Truong's moves. My combat experience is limited and cannot compare to the four kings. Since I have disrupted the match, I only need to find a chance to withdraw. At this moment, spiraling lightning surged from the horn of one heavenly king. Crazily locked onto Hanzai and attacked. You also used lightning just now taste mine. The four heavenly kings coordinated to press forward. Hanzai was increasingly driven into a dead end. Cluster of lightning descended, as if forcing Hanzai and Chen Truong to undergo tribulation together. She looked at her masterpiece and smiled in satisfaction. Hanzai's fusion state had reached red alert. The situation was extremely dangerous. The cooperation of the four heavenly kings was enough to trap a domain god-level expert, let alone that I have yet to unleash Chen Truong's peak strength. I went too far. The body is starting to fail. If this continues, I will be exposed. And if mishandled, Chen Truong's body will be destroyed. Daring to speak arrogantly to a heavenly king, this is your end. Being dealt with by the four heavenly kings should be considered your honor. Wild heavenly demon who knows no reverence, what use is there in keeping you? I will wait until you weaken before finishing you. Leave the final blow to me. Hanzai was caught in a dilemma, unsure what to do for a moment. Suddenly Chen Truong clasped hands with that demon. He turned his face to look at him, one hand gripping the opponent's hand while the other launched a kick. Seeing this, she grew flustered. No, it is not my control. The body is moving on its own. Could it be that Chen Truong has awakened? Before she could understand what was happening, she saw one of the demon's arms lightly twisted off by Chen Truong. He let out a miserable scream. Lo Koa Lao Ba broke into a cold sweat. The others were stunned by the scene, their bodies stiff and unmoving. Chen Truong stood there watching him in pain, killing intent spreading from his body. His aura suddenly surged, so dense that merely looking at him made others not dare to act. Was he not exhausted just now? Yet he broke a heavenly king's arm. Could this be a dream? Fong Than Duong recognized that familiar aura. His whole body trembled. It is indeed him. This aura cannot be wrong. This is troublesome. I must retreat quickly. The heavenly king stepped back a few paces at the sudden change. Was he deliberately concealing his strength? His aura shifted abruptly. Deal with him cautiously. In her mind, Hanzai frantically called out to Chen Truong. But we must run now. I have consumed too much origin power and suffered corrosion. I cannot let the side effects continue to worsen. Chen Truong's body suddenly stood motionless. Hanzai immediately sensed something wrong. Wait, could it be you? Four heavenly kings surrounded him, but did not dare act rashly. Chen Truong's aura grew increasingly violent. He stood like a towering pillar of killing intent in the arena. The mid-level crowd shouted encouragement. Attack together and force the four kings to use their killing moves. This time he cannot escape. With the thunderous cheers, his eyes flashed. Chen Truong glided past the four heavenly kings, his movements fluid and his strikes decisive without a single wasted motion. In a brief moment, those behind him staggered and could barely stand. In other words, none could stand again. They could only cough blood in panic and wonder how things had turned out like this. All who witnessed it were stunned, rooted to the spot in shock. Inside, Hanzai clearly felt the price paid each time Chen Truong struck. Her soul seemed to be eroded. The origin power consumed is mine. I am about to be unable to endure. But Truong seemed to be on automatic mode, unconcerned. He merely raised his hand and began to gather power. She panicked to the verge of tears and hurriedly looked on. Wait, this commotion, hold on. If you do this, it is no different from wiping out the entire heavenly demon clan. A colossal explosion rose like a heavenly mushroom cloud, terrifying destructive force sweeping away the entire arena. Within Chen Truong's body hands, I clearly felt the violent corrosion as the price to bear. Night had fallen. This intelligence is no small matter. Unexpectedly, the demon lord was slain by an unknown heavenly demon. Now the group is leaderless. This must be reported to the heavenly kings at once. That unknown heavenly demon be established as the new demon lord. At that moment, everyone sensed a domineering aura surging in, unease and fear rising together. Upon returning to the old place, the once beautiful scene had become a dead land where no life could exist. What happened? Was it not a banquet? How did it become like this? Amid the ruins, Loco had lost an arm and coughed violently without stop. There actually exists a heavenly demon so powerful. With a mere snap of fingers, this place was leveled. More than 80% of the demon race's experts had turned to ashes. The heavenly demon clan was barely clinging to life. Than Duong gritted his teeth against the pain and fled desperately, luckily escaping a step ahead. He had to quickly transmit news of this place back to the immortal race. That night, as soon as she returned home, Hanzai immediately got to work. Clothes were thrown in disarray across the room, a hollow feeling as if her body had been drained. Helpless, she spoke while pushing with all her strength. Her soft arm slid along Chen Truongen's body. She paused, looking at the man still unconscious before her, unsure what she was doing. After a moment, she instinctively used her own body. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Even her tail could not stay still, moving with fervent enthusiasm. She bent down and placed a deep kiss upon Chen Truongen's lips. Their soft lips entwined, lingering unwilling to part. Her fingers interlocked tightly. She gazed at his face as reason was gradually drowned by desire, her sweet breath brushing against his unknowing features. A little more will not matter to you, who told you to push me so hard earlier. That night of passion stretched on unusually long, as if there were no end. Next day, the final day before Chen Truongen crossed the Hengu continent, the immortal hall trembled. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could such a thing happen? This absurd rumor must be the demon race's deception. Far too ridiculous. It is better to wait for the second investigation results. News quickly arrived in the main hall, reporting that the investigation team had returned. Reporting to the High Immortal regarding the anomaly discovered by the guards this morning. Near annihilation of the Heavenly Demon Clan is true. You say the Heavenly Demon Clan was destroyed by one person. How is that possible? One person destroying the entire foundation of the Heavenly Demon Clan. Who exactly possesses such heaven-defying power? This unprecedented event will surely shake the Hengu continent and must be thoroughly investigated. I wonder whether that new demon lord is among these unfortunate ones. But with the Heavenly Demon Clan in disaster, the Great War cannot erupt. That man has instead done us a great favor. Such a heaven-defying figure must stand on our side for us to feel at ease. Divine path rules revolve, life and death cycle. The divine realm opens, celestial gods descend, all people offer reverent blessings. Amid the bowing of the masses, several figures emerged from the grand formation, riding palanquins, spirit beasts, or flying artifacts. He is the second young master of the Long family, one of the three great families of the celestial gods. Pleasing him greatly increases the chance of advancing to godhood. One sitting leisurely in the main seat is Long Lu, the divine gate of the Long clan of the divine realm. Someone curiously glanced upward and was immediately seized. How dare a lowly immortal servant spy upon his lord? Those people were dealt with miserably, suffering extreme pain and severe blood loss. You are a divine envoy serving the celestial gods. Let them know what rules mean. Tran Duck bowed deeply in reverence, true God above. May I ask your command? The High Immortal knelt and kowtowed. I've come to prepare a warrior for the Stellar Domain tournament. This person must bear the title of the strongest warrior on the continent. Moreover, he must have illustrious achievements in large-scale wars and have rendered great merit. Those kneeling on the ground gritted their teeth under the terrifying pressure. A single divine decree weighed so heavily that their cultivation rapidly declined. You have one day to find this person. Tran Duck trembled slightly and immediately accepted the order. His subordinate asks why it must be war. Finding the strongest warrior is easy enough, but this requirement. Do you not see how glorious it is for a warrior bearing the title of war hero to compete in the stellar domain? Other warriors have titles like world-slaughtering Rakshasa. How could mine be inferior? Celestial God, forgive me. According to recent reports, the Heavenly Demon Clan is nearly annihilated. Over 80% of their experts have died. War likely cannot proceed. His voice trembled like a beast's roar. How can there be no war? If even this small amusement cannot satisfy me, what use is your Hengu continent? Use the time-space divine artifact to resurrect them. Were they not already prepared? Have you forgotten? Fearing unforeseen changes, we kept Chang Zai as a chess piece. At this moment, Chang Zai was unaware of her master's situation and anxiously rushed to find Hanzai. That girl has always been stubborn and hard to manage. I wonder whether she has taken good care of Chen Truongen. Now that things have reached this point, as long as Chen Truongen is brought back, everything will be fine. Explain it to Master, and all will develop in a good direction. Very soon she arrived at the house beneath the ravine. Inside, Hanzai had just awakened. Unexpectedly, the two had entangled until dawn. Oh, this feeling of meridians flowing smoothly throughout the body. I thought replenishing the lost vitality would already be good, yet my cultivation has clearly improved. Did not expect that bastard to be so formidable, exhausting me all night. But the problem is, what should I do next? Wiped out 70 to 80% of the heavenly demon clan. Where can I return in the future? Although they never valued me, they only used me as a pawn. When I was young, I was sent to the immortal realm as a hostage and left to live or die. I remember at 9, they forced me to steal the swift divine technique and even controlled master. I nearly faced execution. At 10, they forced me to split the Mang clan and the Zhai clan. That day, had I been a step slower, I would have been buried. Thinking about it only fills me with anger. There was never anything good. Now they are all dead, yet I feel relieved. Now I have no more ties. How about we run away together? Just you and me. Anywhere is fine. As she spoke, she bent down, her mischievous hand sliding across Chen Truongen's firm chest. At that moment, urgent knocking sounded outside. Changzai knocked politely and called out, "Junior sister, I need to see you. Open the door quickly." Knocking grew more hurried. Hanzai's face flushed red, at a loss for what to do. At the divine platform, if the divine artifact had chosen Changzai back then, her fate would have been set as a toy for the celestial gods, a puppet to keep wars erupting endlessly. I recall that divine artifact has 3 stages, one resurrection limited to 5 seconds. The second gradually accumulates. Such calculations are detestable. In short, that is how it is. As long as we find her and finish her cleanly with one strike, seal her in a coffin, sacrifice her life tens of thousands of times, it should activate the 3rd stage reversal of time and space. Hearing that chilling laughter, Tran Duck wanted to leave but could not move. Ang Kim suppressed the disgust in her heart and hurriedly said, "But if we want to resurrect the entire demon race, time and space may not withstand it. At such intensity, the puppet's body will likely be destroyed." He angrily cut her off. "Do you think I care about the life and death of a group of stellar refugees? Do it if you can, if not then die. I lack no slave planets like yours." Hearing this, Tran Duck softened her tone. "Celestial God, calm your anger. Tran Duck does not oppose. If you want to live, then follow my demands otherwise. My precious pet in the heavens will have its mealtime." Hearing that, everyone was stunned. Even that terrifying creature is summoned. This is bad. That creature is not something we can resist. If it is allowed to attack the Hengu continent, then all will perish, leaving nothing behind. Thinking of that consequence, she could not help but shudder. He snapped his fingers and said irritably, "Get out. After finding the warrior, lock him into this coffin. All existing transformations will occur inside and devour his soul. In the end, a loyal dog that obeys only me will be born from the coffin." After all, not every dog is absolutely loyal. One must carefully consider how to make him understand what it means to serve me. I will remain here one more day. Tran Duck broke into a cold sweat and bowed her head. Tran Duck understands. Previously, I played too much and forgot to collect warriors. Now tossing this matter to them conveniently shifts responsibility. A bunch of foolish slaves. Take a stroll and recruit a few immortal maidens as servants to cool my temper. The one behind replied respectfully, "As you command, my lord. Changzai will bring Chen Truongen back. You know what to do." Changzai stood outside knocking until her hands turned red, yet the door remained closed. "Junior sister, open the door. What are you doing inside? Why do I hear strange sounds?" "Junior sister," Hanzai thought in panic. "She must have come to take Chen Truongen away. If I stay silent, she will leave on her own. Damn it, this man truly attracts butterflies and bees." I remember Changzai also likes Chen Truongen. After knocking for a while, it suddenly fell silent. Hanzai thought Changzai had given up. Before she could feel relieved, Changzai returned. Changzai suddenly shouted, "I have found the woman who was entangled with Chen Truongen. How should she be dealt with?" Hearing that, Hanzai kicked the door open and rushed out shouting. I already bit off his leg, yet he still dared. Only when she realized she had been tricked did she see Changzai staring at her. "You cannot hide it. You are a dignified heavenly demon. Why meddle in other people's affairs of the heart?" "Oh no, I fell for it," Changzai said with anticipation. "He is inside your room, right? What are you doing in there that you would not answer? Master has already arranged everything. I have come now." Before she finished speaking, Hanzai rushed back inside and slammed the door, leaving Changzai frozen outside. Anger surged to its peak. Her facial muscles twitched slightly. "Hateful girl. Take Chen Truongen away. Do not joke. I finally have someone by my side. Why should I return him to you? Chen Truongen cannot help you. Just go back and accept punishment. With the divine artifact, you will not die. I will visit you once a year. As for this leg, just leave me alone." Suddenly, she froze for a moment. At that very moment, Chen Truongen also awakened, the main body successfully switching identity. The moment he opened his eyes and saw the scene before him, his face flushed crimson, stammering, almost biting his tongue. "Hanzai, Hanzai hurriedly covered his mouth and whispered in panic, "Quiet, do not speak." Their eyes met and the air gradually turned strange. "You seem quite practiced sitting on me like that. So you want to continue?" she shouted in embarrassment. "Continue your head, get up and follow me out of here. Once we reach a new place and settle down. If you still want it, then listen to me. How many times will be decided by me. understand, she screamed inwardly. Is he not injured? Could it be he was pretending to sleep the whole time? Are you not curious who I really am, that you are just taking me to run away? She replied irritably, not curious. You are my slave, forever so. Knocking sounded outside again. Hanzai opened the door for me. Chen Truongan smiled faintly. System report, host, automatically tracking the clone's actions and sending them to you. It is my first time doing this, he replied calmly. In Hanzai's mind, she opened the teleportation while asking, is your head all right? Hanzai, if you still do not open the door, I will tear your house down. Chen Truongan walked toward the door step by step, speaking to the system as he went. Be good. As long as I want to, I can certainly do it. Faced with his actions, the two sisters of Changzai were both stunned. Chen Truongan, wait for me a moment. In his mind, he began reorganizing the memories from when he powered down. The clone was originally a product of the system. The two coexist symbiotically, so information is linked. He can borrow the system to observe the world, avoiding excessive distortion of history while waiting for the right moment to act. But host, returning this way does not look cool enough, nor handsome enough. Should we wait until everyone is about to die before appearing? That last-minute rescue style is cool. That is what movie superheroes do. I am not like that. If I am already invincible, why allow tragedy to happen again? Stop gossiping and watch your backin. There should be a random mission now. The system had its cheek pinched, nearly split in two, and hurriedly replied, yes, yes. Then presented a series of mission information from summary to details. Chen Truongan skimmed through and focused on the immediate task. In short, it is 1. To save the overall situation requires the divine artifact's origin energy. 2. To gain the divine artifact's recognition, he must resolve Changzai's life-threatening crisis. 3. Become the second master of the Hengu continent. Combining the events of the past 2 days with the coming situation, I have deduced the entire cause and effect. The final deadline is only 1 day away. That is enough. Resolving Changzai's calamity, superhero, divine artifact, and such, all are interconnected. Changzai and Hanzai stammered, their faces pale with fear. What exactly is he talking about? As expected, it is not simple. He smiled gently and said, then we should return to the immortal realm and conveniently take me along. At the cliff, the system announced it had begun calculating the storage area value. Hanzai and Changzai turned to look at Chen Truongan, speechless for a moment. The system quickly completed it and announced, congratulations, host, for eliminating a City Lord-level angel. Reward 500 million domain value. Congratulations, host, for eliminating a heavenly demon-level alchemist. Reward 5,000 domain value. Chen Truongan was stunned. Could it be that, when Hanzai borrowed his body, she had swept everything clean, and it all counted toward domain value? Chen Truongan felt delighted inside. Being idle is truly comfortable. At this moment he pondered. When Hanzai used his body to fight, the system had transmitted all information to him, including the near annihilation of the heavenly demon clan. Logically, the heavenly demons should not appear in the next life. Yet in this life their numbers have increased. He immediately understood someone is resurrecting them, and only the time fragment divine artifact on Changzai can do this when its 3rd stage is activated. Changzai held the communication token and said anxiously she should report to Master first. While Chen Truongan's thoughts continued, merely eliminating the heavenly demons cannot resolve Changzai's deadlock. There must be someone at a higher level manipulating everything. The person wants to kill Changzai to forcibly resurrect the heavenly demons. With current information, this is all that can be analyzed. If the mastermind is not found, soon more disasters will follow, and we will only be forced to react. At that moment, an arrow suddenly shot from somewhere. The arrow brushed past Chen Truongan and flew straight toward Changzai. Their target was her. Changzai immediately sensed the danger and loudly warned senior sister to dodge. Before Changzai understood what was happening, Chen Truongan snapped his fingers. Chen Truongan's snap stopped the arrow and saved Changzai, yet she was still knocked backward by the shockwave. Hanzai angrily shouted, who dares attack so shamelessly? Get out here. Changzai quickly steadied herself. Luckily, there was Truongan. From within the cliff, grotesque figures appeared one after another, faces cold. Finally, we have found you. Chen Truongan glanced at the uninvited guests with an indifferent gaze. More and more figures appeared, surrounding Chen Truongan. Chen Truongan looked up above. The people above declared in unison, by order of the celestial god, all forces of the Hengu continent unite to punish the thief. This concerns the life and death of the continent. The goddess Changzai must die. Those uninvolved withdraw immediately. As the words fell, one of them raised a staff high, immediately struck out with a palm aimed straight at Changzai. He shouted excitedly, success, I have killed the first goddess. Chen Truongan pulled Changzai away from the attack, and seeing her unharmed, the man called Sai Dan was stunned. How is this possible? I clearly struck her. In the hazy green smoke, Hanzai rushed out while cursing, bastard, what am I even doing? Taking out of the smoke, Hanzai pointed at Chen Truongan angrily. You ungrateful man. you would not even save me. Chen Truong still held Changzai and replied calmly, you could have dodged on your own just now. Changzai was furious. Are you a dog? I let him hit me on purpose. In front of me you flatter Changzai. Behind my back are you putting 100 green hats on me? The villains murmured among themselves. Why is there still a heavenly demon? Were they not all killed? Perhaps just a stray fish. Such a small number of heavenly demons cannot start a great war. The celestial god has said it already. As long as the third stage of the divine artifact on that woman is activated, it will suffice. Chen Truong and vaguely heard the celestial god's words. Changzai stepped forward to block Chen Truong and, saying you should not move for now, let me clarify what exactly is happening. Changzai stepped forward and looked straight at them, saying loudly, obediently surrender with your hands bound. If you still have any conscience, do not resist, she angrily asked. Do you want to restore the heavenly demon clan? Do you know what that means? An old man stepped out, spiritual power gathering in his hand. War is terrifying indeed, but the destruction of a planet is even more despairing. Only when someone dies can we continue living. I once received the goddess's favor, but since you are the goddess, please help us once more. Changzai realized in shock, you are the beastmen of the spirit realm. They all fixed their gazes on Changzai. Do not blame us. It is the celestial god who wants you dead. If we do not satisfy him, the monster of Star City will devour us. This matter has spread across the Honggu continent. If we do not kill you, stronger people will come to do it. Changzai shrank back in fear and asked why. Goddess, you cannot oppose the whole world. Your master is the celestial god's executioner, so this time even he cannot save you. Hearing these words, Changzai's spirit fell into chaos. Unable to believe it, she was on the verge of collapse. Earlier, Changzai's master had sought help everywhere, but no one could assist. Tran Duck. In this matter, Star City is also powerless. Those chosen by the celestial god have never been saved. That girl's parents were sacrificed back then, and now she worries for her loved one's safety. Tran Duck replied to that coldness, everyone. I have been in the Star Sea for many years and have befriended and helped you all. I do not force you to act. I only hope for a few more options for me. Tran Duck trembled as she held the communication token and continued, let me save my disciple. But all of them refused. Anything could be helped except matters involving the celestial god. That celestial god is truly ruthless. She has done so many dirty deeds for him and still was not spared. The Du Ling continent in the past was erased for offending the celestial god. The trap has long been set. The goddess must die. At this moment, Tran Duck recalled the words from years ago. Greater a person's ability, the heavier the responsibility. Back then, Changzai was still young and looked at her master with wide eyes, asking if it was true. Tran Duck nodded and said it was a pity that master had done many evil deeds and no longer won the hearts of the people. Changzai smiled to comfort her. Is not there still me? I will protect everyone and inherit master's wish. Thinking of this, Tran Duck frowned in anger. He said coldly, thank you. From now on we will no longer associate. Then threw the communication token to the ground and turned to leave. From the other end the token still echoed with advice. Do not do something foolish. Tran Duck ignored everything and resolved to save her disciple. Changzai, as your master I will definitely save you. In the void, those unable to stop Tran Duck fell silent. She has cut off contact. Cannot be stopped. She is likely about to do something crazy. Soon Honggu continent will cease to exist. Let us witness together the final moment of dying flames. On Tran Duck's side, she opened the communication circle to gather everyone. Tran Duck called a group together to announce something important. Angel Tran Duck has suddenly summoned us. For what reason? Before they finished speaking, Tran Duck pointed toward a small planet. Please look. Within the vast sea of stars, there is a small planet that has never been discovered by the celestial god. Tran Duck introduced. It is named Ku Chao Continent. Everyone silently followed the direction of her hand. Tran Duck continued solemnly, I have surveyed this place for many days. Spiritual power is abundant and surrounded by crystallized stones that isolate divine power. This place has long been ownerless and can avoid the celestial god's search. It is suitable for retreat. After hearing this, everyone was shocked. Angel Tran Duck, do you intend to migrate? Yes, our life and death depend entirely on the celestial god's mood. If this continues, sooner or later, we will be killed once we lose our value. Tran Duck steeled her heart. Before migrating, we must seize the opportunity. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Kill him. In her mind appeared scenes of girls forced by the celestial god to do filthy work. The more she thought, the firmer her resolve became. Those present were stunned and their faces turned pale, unable to speak for a moment. One of them spoke trembling. Angel, please do not joke. If we fail, the death will be even more terrifying. Killing a god is a grave sin. Even if we succeed by luck, what fate will we face? Tran Duck said angrily, there must be those unwilling to remain slaves. Step forward. Only then will our descendants no longer live under oppression. If in this life we dare not resist, then in the future your children will suffer an even more tragic fate. Hearing this, the crowd felt uneasy. Tran Duck continued to persuade, is bowing and submitting, paying tribute and kneeling still not enough that we are pushed to this point. Hearing these words, everyone gradually awakened and said in unison, Angel Tran Duck, we are willing to join and accompany you. Tran Duck smiled gently, believing that Changzai's master will protect you. By then the world we create will have no more war or calamity. During this, Changzai burst into tears. Her master had sacrificed herself to save her. The villains who came to kill, Changzai sneered. How could the celestial god be shaken by insects like you? Hanzai and Changzai looked at their master's head as tears streamed endlessly. Leader raised Tran Duck's head and said with a smile, fortunately the assassination plot was exposed early and did not harm my celestial god. But this act angered him, and he ordered her to be dismembered by torture as a warning to the people. The crowd shouted blindly. She even tried to stop us from killing the goddess to start the war. She deserves death. Daring to assassinate the celestial god means she deserves to die. If the celestial god makes even a small mistake, and the monster in the sky finds out, it will not spare Hengu continent. Once the celestial god is offended, whether domain lord or domain god, none will survive. Moreover, before dying, she even blamed herself and apologized, surely begging the celestial god's forgiveness. Foolish woman, how could the celestial god forgive? Chen Truongan listened silently to those vicious words. Suddenly they tossed Tran Duck's head into the air and shouted loudly, Fate of a sinner is complete erasure. Hanzai and Changzai cried and screamed, no, please stop. They prepared to destroy Tran Duck's head completely. Leader suddenly widened his eyes in horror. Chen Truongan rushed forward and snatched Tran Duck's head from the villains. Chen Truongan returned holding the head and faced the two girls. It is back. Chen Truongan gently handed the head to Changzai and Hanzai with a sorrowful gaze. Changzai held her master's head and sobbed in pain. Master, Chen Truongan said slowly, in the east there was once a nation invaded for many years by forces from overseas. Yet they never yielded. Countless people like your master emerged, disregarding themselves to save all beings. All of them were heroes. The villains glared at Chen Truongan for taking Tran Duck's head. Chen Truongan continued, even if they have fallen, their souls are honored, and no petty villain is allowed to defile them. Hearing themselves called petty villains, the evil ones grew furious. Chen Truongan looked at the two pitiful girls and said, Changzai, now Hengu continent is chaotic and unpredictable. Heavenly principles no longer function. With your kindness, you will easily become a sacrifice for so-called peace. Choose, fight, or flee. Changzai held her master's head and remained silent for a long time. Tears mixed with fury as Changzai said, everything is wrong. Even if the planet is destroyed, I will not let the celestial god achieve his goal. The system announced, Changzai's death outcome has changed by 50%. Chen Truongan laughed and said, then we fight. Chen Truongan called Hanzai to immediately open the teleportation array with the most precise location possible. Hanzai steadied herself and asked, now. She said, preparing a formation takes a great deal of time. They will not give us a chance. The villains overheard and asked, do you want to run? They charged at Chen Truongan and shouted, do not let them escape. The first to rush forward was instantly struck down flat on the ground by Chen Truongan. Chen Truongan looked at them coldly and said, run. I intend to go kill the celestial god. Everyone was stunned by that declaration. He said he would kill the celestial god. Hearing this, the crowd burst into loud laughter. Just the three of you dare to speak such words? You are truly the first. Even the strongest heavenly demon Lionhead, who once led the demons, could not do it. Meanwhile, Hanzai was setting up the formation, and these irrational words conveniently bought time. The villains continued attacking. I am the celestial god's lower realm envoy, and will never allow his safety to be threatened even by insects like you. The crowd unleashed their moves toward Chen Truongan and killed them. Chen Truongan remained calm and fearless, while Hanzai secretly prayed he could hold on. He raised his hand high toward the sky. Energy rapidly gathered in his palm, shattering the opponent's immortal arts. He said coldly, today no one will leave this place alive. After speaking, he prepared to release the massive energy sphere to annihilate all who stood present. The lower realm envoy screamed in terror. This power is impossible. What existence are you? He thought he had clearly probed earlier and found no such strength. Changzai widened her eyes in shock at him. Chen Truongan seemed like a different person. Do you not want an immortal demon war? Come then, I will kill you all. The lower realm envoy screamed in panic. Do not let the sphere of magical power fall, otherwise everyone will die. Use every means to kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire group rushed toward Tran Truongan, while he calmly maintained the energy sphere. Han-hai felt fear when she saw so many people charging forward. Truongan noticed that Han-hai was in danger and waved his hand. With just one motion, the entire group was blasted far away. Another man launched a sneak attack on Truongan from behind, shouting about the damned heavenly demon. Truongan's eyes changed color as he turned to look at the attacker. Truongan grabbed him and said coldly, there is a fly making noise. That man was hurled into the cliff wall. the terrifying impact shattering his body to pieces. The lower realm envoy trembled and muttered, "This is wrong, this is wrong, we should not attack like this. Must drag this out to wear him down, direct assault is useless. We must take turns striking. Only tactics will give us a chance to live." Before he could finish, the sphere had already descended. That damned sphere of magical power gave them no opportunity at all. He had long sealed off every variable. Tran Truongen's aura surged violently as he asked coldly, "Who is next?" Those people no longer dared to hold back. They unleashed every move they had. One of them released an entire swarm of insects. The insects quickly gathered together, their bodies swelling larger and more grotesque. Gigantic worm roared and charged straight at Tran Truongen. Yuanghai shouted anxiously, "Be careful, that is the divine art of perilous insect of the Luke Ku clan." Han Hai was shocked. They can actually create such a thing. Monstrous insect opened its mouth and swallowed Truongen into its belly. The villains laughed triumphantly. Heavenly demon, taste the myriad insect's bone drilling. Experience the feeling of losing your cultivation. This move once suppressed ancient demon overlords. Before they could finish speaking, the monstrous insect suddenly exploded. Truongen burst out from the belly of the creature and landed on the ground. The monstrous insect could not confine Truongen for even 2 seconds, and the group instantly turned pale with shock. Truongen dusted off his clothes and said calmly, "Save the tickling tricks. It is disgusting." Truongen gave a faint smile and hoisted the corpse of the monstrous insect onto his shoulder. "This exclusive technique is not bad. I will take it for myself later." Truongen hurled the monstrous insect straight at the group, sending them fleeing in panic. The system's notification sounded. "Congratulations to the host for eliminating an immortal emperor. Reward 150 million domain points." Truongen rejoiced inwardly. The expansion of the domain was nearly within reach. Truongen walked toward the lower realm envoy, who retreated in terror. Overwhelmed with fear, the envoy dropped to his knees and begged, "We surrender. We only want to survive. The celestial gods are too powerful and have never been slain. Everything was forced upon us. Please spare our lives." Truongen looked at the people kneeling on the ground and asked disdainfully, "Innocent." The envoy hurriedly took out the Dai Luke Ku Thien. "This was found by Tran Duck. When he fought for power, I secretly hid it away. We can cooperate." Divine Maiden Thuonghai, you also wish to fulfill your master's final wish. Truongen glanced at Thuonghai. Envoy was secretly plotting against Truongen all along. They set up a seal to imprison Truongen in place, seal him within Ku Chao, and sacrifice this world to the celestial gods, or their lifetime cultivation into the god-slaying array to prove their loyalty. Tran Truong and was immediately surrounded within the seal. Truongen's gaze turned icy. "Do you know what it means to be a dog?" Terrifying power erupted from Truongen's body. This fragile seal could imprison no one. Truongen directly unleashed his power, shattering the seal and blasting away the spellcasters. The entire group was struck by the force, coughing up blood as they collapsed. The envoy's eyes widened. Impossible, even a divine abyss would struggle against this formation, yet it shattered in a single strike. Truongen picked up the Dai Luke Ku Thien and said, "This is not Ku Chao. It is a guiding device." Killing intent surged from Truongen as he asked, "The celestial gods you speak of already know about Ku Chao." The envoy panicked and begged. Tran Duck was killed by the celestial gods. Everything was ordered by him. Truongen looked at the filthy crowd before him. "How are you any different from him? The future of this world has no need for you. Go to hell and report in his place. I will personally break his limbs and tear out his bones before sending him on his way. The sphere of magical power is about to fall. Run now while there is still time." He cried out begging, "Please, we are willing to kneel before the gods. Spare us. This energy kills at a mere touch." On Han Hai's side, preparations were complete. Thuonghai called out to Truongen anxiously. Truongen rushed over and asked if it was ready. They had to leave immediately, but the current sphere of magical power could only carry 2 people. Han Hai said, "Give me 5 minutes. No, 1 minute is enough. And earlier when you knocked that old woman away, it was impressive. You should have hit her a few more times." Truongen's face darkened upon hearing this. He pulled Thuonghai into his arms and said, "There is no time." Han Hai panicked. "What?" Truongen held Thuonghai and stepped into the gate. Han Hai shouted angrily, "If you two leave like that, what about me?" The gate closed. "No, no, no, I cannot get in. It is over." Han Hai's eyes reddened. In that critical moment, he only remembered Thuonghai. As the sphere pressed closer, Han Hai trembled yet still snapped. "You did not even look back at me." She felt wronged and tears fell as she thought, "Forget it. We have already slept together, so it is worth it." Truongen suddenly turned back and pulled Han Hai tightly into his arms, leaving her stunned. "Why did you come back?" Truongen threw Han Hai straight into the teleportation gate. Even as she was thrown in, Han Hai reached out toward Truongen and shouted, "Wait." Truongen spoke his final words, "Do not act recklessly, wait for me." Before Han Hai could finish speaking, the gate had already closed. Only Truongan remained. The sphere was about to fall, yet he stayed calm. On the other side, Han Hai and Thuong Hai had safely escaped the danger. The sphere fell and exploded violently, the terrifying power making the two girls shudder in fear even from afar. Both broke out in cold sweat. This was his true strength. Perhaps he truly could change this planet. Han Hai looked at the blasted area with worry and asked, "What should we do now?" Thuong Hai replied, "The war is not over and the celestial gods will not stop. The whole world will see us as enemies. There is no way back. Continuing to fight may bring death to Truongan. Only by finding a chance to reach the continent of Ku Chao can this situation possibly be saved." On the other side, where Truongan stood, he still appeared composed, not even in a hurry to pursue them. Truongan dusted himself off and sensed the aura of the two girls. Their aura was still on this side. The teleportation array is indeed convenient, but this distance will likely require some time. Truongan burst forth with speed and shot straight toward Thuong Hai and Han Hai. It only covered half the distance when a sudden change occurred. Countless vengeful spirits surged up from the depths of the earth. Truongan immediately raised his guard, his gaze fixed intently below. Vengeful spirits wailed chaotically. "It is unjust. I should not have died. I did not deserve to die." Truongan clenched his fists and thought angrily, "You want to die? I am in a hurry." Suddenly the vengeful spirits cried out in unison for help. "Lord Heavenly Demon, please save us." The vengeful spirits knelt down and explained, "We were once the inhabitants of the Hang Ko continent. Only because of the great battle just now were we freed from the abyss of purgatory. We were alive, we always obeyed the divine decree and fought, until our bodies turned to ashes, our souls buried and bound beneath the earth. Yet the gods never saved us. Instead, they constantly drained our souls to maintain control of the world. Our people have nearly all perished. Please save us." Truongan looked at them and thought silently. Thuong Hai's master was not wrong. Blind obedience only leads to being drained dry until nothing remains. If no one stands up, there will never be resistance. Truongan replied calmly, "I understand. I will go kill the god. I still have two friends waiting for me." The vengeful spirits were stunned that he spoke of killing a god so lightly. Just as Truongan was about to leave, someone spoke up and made him pause. Vengeful spirits said, "The god worship platform where the celestial god resides lies in the opposite direction. You are going the wrong way." Truongan thought irritably that Han Hai had done it on purpose. At the god worship platform, the celestial god sat leisurely upon a chair suspended in midair. A squad of ghost soldiers stepped forward to report, "We have discovered the strongest heavenly demon." The celestial god looked down at them, remaining silent. He suddenly flew into a rage. "I want a grand war between immortals and demons. Where is the divine maiden? You only know how to deceive me." Subordinate trembled and replied, "The team sent to capture the divine maiden has been completely annihilated. An extremely powerful heavenly demon was protecting her. The last report said he intends to kill you." The celestial god laughed in disdain. "A lowly creature dares to kill me. You are merely insects I raise on this planet, not worth concern. Tran Duck will be his ending." Lord Celestial God is wise. We have set up the grand god-slaying array in the abyss where Tran Duck once made his discovery. We will seal the target and sacrifice him to you. Celestial God rested his chin in thought. It is a pity that the remaining domain and the Magi region possess too little spiritual power, not enough to serve as food for my pet. Keeping him would only be temporary. The celestial god raised his hand and summoned his pet. "It has been a long time since I dealt with insects who do not know life from death like Tran Duck. Today I will extinguish all their hope." Celestial god's pet manifested from the void, laughed wildly and declared, "Seal off the entire world. All living beings of the Hang Ko continent are my playthings. None shall escape. Whoever dares attempt to leave will be slaughtered." The Hang Ko continent was completely sealed. The celestial god would not allow a single prey to slip through. This is the domain-locking grand array. The continent has been firmly sealed. Tran Duck ultimately still failed. This outcome had long been foreseen. Though I once hoped for a miracle, Tran Duck was the most outstanding divine envoy in history, yet the planet still could not avoid destruction. As friends, let us see her off on her final journey. On Truongan's side, he had also realized that space had been sealed. This is the god's oath of sovereignty over this planet. Once the grand array is activated, neither mortals nor immortals can leave, forever imprisoned within this hell. Truongan pondered, cannot get out. Then how did that old man Fong reach Kuchao? Wait, at that time there was no sealing grand array. Truongan's expression changed. This must be because Thuong Hai's fate was altered, causing the future to shift. Truongan grabbed a man by the collar and asked where the god worship platform was. He trembled and replied, "At the highest point of the western heavens." As soon as he finished speaking, Truongan immediately shot off and vanished. As he flew, Truongan thought, "Kill the one who created the seal and the blockade will dissolve on its own." Han Hai chose the opposite direction, likely to prepare an escape. Following me into battle would only bring more danger. The vengeful spirit sighed. He is gone. Who would have thought that one day we would rely on a heavenly demon for salvation? Otherwise must our descendants continue to despair like us. We have waited a long time for this day. After all, he has spoken those words. This sky I will personally shatter. Whatever must be done, I will stake my life to accomplish. As long as everyone can be saved. Even if he is a heavenly demon, we are willing to bow and call him Lord. Thuong Hai looked up at the sky and said, the star domain has been sealed. Can we still reach Ku Chao? And Hai said worriedly to Thuong Hai, those matters are not important. First, we must find another place to hide. Tran Truong and said he would go kill the god. And Hai gritted her teeth and thought, those ghosts who reported the news will surely inform the god. I originally planned to drag him away to avoid the storm, and then continue sleeping with him. And Hai grasped Thuong Hai's hand and said, stop mentioning it, since he risked his life to send us out. For now, do not seek death on our own. Beyond the heavens, a blinding beam of light descended. The celestial god merely uttered a soft sound. Seeing the celestial god's expression, all the subordinates broke out in cold sweat when that object appeared. The light shone upon a coffin, from which stepped out a demon god. The subordinates said in shock, has the time come? The lion master within the coffin has revived. The lion master bore the form of a terrifying monster. The subordinate cried out in panic to protect the celestial god. This horrifying aura belonged to the Lion Master at his peak. Lion Master knelt before the celestial god. This servant Lion Master pays respects to the Master. The celestial god smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. From now on you are my servant and my warrior. The Lion Master replied respectfully, I vow loyalty like a watchdog. I understand what my master desires and have a way to accomplish it for you. Celestial God was very pleased. So you already have a plan. Proceed, I will back you. The Lion Master grew furious on behalf of his master. Someone dares to speak arrogantly and insult your majesty, Tran Truong. I will make him bear all the resentment and curses of the world, become the target of all attacks, hack him into countless pieces, devour his flesh and drink his blood. Having spoken, the Lion Master immediately set out to find Truong and to settle the score. The Lion Master's departure shook the entire lower realm of Manhwa. People trembled as they looked up at the sky. What is that? A terrifying phenomenon appeared in the heavens. The Lion Master released countless demons, plunging living beings everywhere into fear. Demons flooded forth. The whole world fell into a savage and bloody massacre. The lower realm at Bok Hoa Sect. Signs appeared in the sky foretelling the imminent descent of heavenly demons. The cultivators swiftly arranged defensive formations. The heavenly demons charged en masse toward Bok Hoa Sect. The sect master shouted, follow me and defend to the death. Do not let a single heavenly demon cross the mountain gate. Today we must wash away the hatred of our fallen comrades with blood. A heavenly demon had already lunged forward, opening its maw toward its prey. Its gaze locked onto the sect master of Bok Hoa Sect. The disciples trembled in fear at the sight. Everywhere in the world gradually sank into a sea of slaughter. This was a completely unbalanced massacre. Thuong Hai and Han Hai had fled to the lower realm. When they saw the heavenly demons pouring in, they panicked. Were the heavenly demons not already wiped out? Han Hai replied, though I do not wish to admit it. Even if I acted, I could not cause a war of this scale. Thuong Hai asked in confusion, where are the immortals? Where are those who protect the mortal world? Why can the heavenly demons descend so easily without a single immortal appearing? People everywhere desperately prayed for the god's protection. Oh God, please save us. Yet there was not the slightest response. The hatred in the hearts of the people surged unceasingly. It spread across this entire land. The celestial god stood high above and looked down at the lower realm with delight. Not bad. This is exactly the effect I want. To create a hero, the masses must suffer enough, and suffer miserably enough so their longing for salvation grows ever stronger. The gods followed the celestial god's orders and lay hidden in wait, remaining inactive, while the immortals of the upper realm pretended not to see, even though their loved ones were below. Heavenly demons in the lower realm slaughtered civilians like mad. Wherever they went, blood flowed, sparing no one whether old or young. Old man had both arms severed by a heavenly demon before his body was pierced through. It even mocked him and forced him to cry out praises to the demon lord. Other demons roared, Lord Tran, demon lord, we follow your command to massacre the lower realm. We will savor every moment of this. You are our king. We vow eternal loyalty. The immortals were furious on behalf of Tran Truong. They used demon soldiers to commit atrocities, and then pinned the blame on another heavenly demon, seizing the chance to elevate themselves and twist black into white. Lion Master ordered the heavenly demons to continue waiting for the signal. At the god worship platform, the Lion Master and the celestial god's subordinates stood all around. Can we descend to the lower realm yet? Someone asked. The Lion Master folded his arms and sneered. In the end, you are merely short-sighted immortals. What is there to fear from ants in the lower realm? Only when they are at their most desperate will descending in a savior's guise better display divinity. Moreover, Tran Truongan has not yet appeared, and this massacre bears his name, so it absolutely cannot stop. Lower realm was in utter chaos. Most sects that resisted were destroyed. People fled in panic. Hanhai said angrily they dare use Truongan's name. It is all fabricated. Truly despicable. The heavenly demons seen by the world are clearly the Lion Master's lackeys. They dare not reveal their identities, so they use filthy tactics to incite war. The goal is to force Truongan to appear, and then join forces to besiege and kill him. Hanhai was so furious she clenched her teeth. How could my man allow them to slander him? No explanation would clear this situation. It is infuriating to death. She even seized the moment to assert her claim before Thuonghai. Thuonghai spoke. Master was right. We must take everyone away from here. Hanhai looked at the mark on Thuonghai's hand in shock. That is the symbol of Ku Chao. Thuonghai said, when crossing through time, Truongan specially gave me this. He said it could save people in a crisis. If he came from the future, then he must have anticipated every change. Hanhai listened silently and reflected, especially those two words specially which Thuonghai had deliberately emphasized. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light flashed across the sky, causing everyone to look up at once. The heavenly demons also turned to look in that direction. The immortals finally appeared under the celestial god's command. The people cheered. It is the immortals. They have come to save us. Descending upon 5 colored clouds, I believe in the gods again. The people of the lower realm were overjoyed and begged them to kill all the heavenly demons and the demon lord Tran behind them. Please save the world. The immortals shouted in unison, kill. One figure after another descended to the lower realm and engaged the heavenly demons in battle. The lower realm immediately plunged into chaos, slaughter following slaughter without end. The Lion Master sneered, how ridiculous. Soon I will descend in person to the lower realm to quell the war. Who would have thought that one day I would both incite the massacre and become the hero who saves the world? It sounds contradictory, yet this feeling of holding life and death in my hands is exhilarating. All sins will be laid upon my master, the great celestial god. The celestial god instructed, the divine maiden may be abandoned, but the divine artifact must not be lost. The Lion Master obeyed and had already sent people to track her whereabouts. I will personally judge her, Thuonghai, Tran Truongan. I have returned to life. I will let you taste death. Suddenly the god worship platform shook violently, stunning everyone. The celestial god thought in alarm, this is wrong. Not only the god worship platform, but the entire upper realm is trembling. Mysterious force erupted at the god worship platform, making space quake violently. A thought flashed through the celestial god's mind. Someone is breaking the upper realm seal. The subordinates stared in shock to see who would appear. The Lion Master immediately assumed a battle stance. At that very moment, Truongan appeared at the god worship platform. Their gazes collided. Truongan curled his lips into a smile. So many people need killing, and there are even old acquaintances. The moment the Lion Master saw Truongan, he flew into a violent rage. I hate this stupid face so much I could tear it apart. He immediately charged to attack. The Lion Master threw a punch toward Truongan and roared, while he remained calm. Terrifying blow made the surrounding space explode, everything collapsing repeatedly. Tran Truongan realized that the Lion Master's power was a fusion of heavenly demon and divine force, truly difficult to deal with. The Lion Master felt proud of his own strength. This power was enough to make others tremble. Well, this power shows you the gap between us. All the pain I once suffered, I will make you repay 100,000 times over. Truongan raised his hand and blocked the strike. He lashed out with a kick straight at the Lion Master's horn, cracking the opponent's face. The Lion Master was kicked in the face, a large section immediately caving in. Feeling intent surged from Tran Truongan as he raised his hand and threw a punch straight at the opponent's face. Tran Truongan's force was extremely fierce, the punch smashing directly into the Lion Master's body. Tran Truongan seized the Lion Master and did not allow him to escape. The Lion Master's body was crushed in terror. Why, after fusing with divine power, am I still so utterly defeated? Tran Truongan said disdainfully, earlier you bragged about how vast the gap between us was. Tran Truongan continued to increase his strength. The Lion Master, unable to endure, screamed miserably. The Lion Master was beaten down flat on the ground. Tran Truongan stood looking at the massive body before him, killing intent around him surging without fading. Celestial God's subordinates saw the aura around Tran Truongan and trembled. He is the heavenly demon from that day. My body will not obey me anymore. The Celestial God looked at Tran Truongan and applauded in praise. Not bad, setting aside your offense against me. You are qualified to become my servant. Kneel and you will be spared. Tran Truongan laughed and asked, are you the Celestial God? Do you provide food, lodging, protection, and even a girlfriend? Celestial God frowned. What language are you speaking? I do not understand at all. Tran Truongan raised one finger and laughed. You and I are the same. The only difference is that taking you as my servant disgusts me." The celestial god grew furious at these words, veins bulging across his face. Elsewhere, the battle between immortals and demons officially erupted. A heavenly demon sneered, "You want me to release them?" The heavenly demons laughed loudly. "Lord Chin Demon, we have not played enough yet." Chin Demon replied coldly, "The flesh and spiritual roots of female cultivators are great nourishment. Only foolish immortals would think of releasing them." The immortals were alarmed. "Are all the lion masters subordinates demon emperors?" Another immortal shouted again, "I say release them." Chin Demon grasped the immortal's weakness and laughed provocatively. "Anxious already? I am very familiar with this hypocritical face." Chin Demon continued mocking, "You could have appeared earlier to stop us, yet you stood by watching, waiting until the world was crushed before acting righteous. Not forget this chess game is presided over by the celestial god. We are all pieces, just do your part well." The immortals were furious yet powerless. The heavenly demons continued to jeer, "If you want to stop us, ask whether the celestial god permits it. If you have the skill, then go kill him. Kill the celestial god. Who in this world can shake such an existence?" A thought suddenly flashed through. What is the difference between living beings and ants? Allowing the wicked to hold supreme power and bring disaster upon all life. Is that the God we worship? Does he see us as dogs or insects? We have no dignity at all. If heaven has eyes, then send anyone to kill that God. I truly cannot endure this hell any longer. An immortal swiftly swung his sword and severed a heavenly demon's arm, saving the female cultivator. The heavenly demons immediately surrounded the immortal king and sneered, "Relying on yourself alone." The immortals fell into disorder. Bong Than Duong shouted, "If you die, I will not spare him. Cover for him." Someone cursed him as foolish. The opponent even has a demon emperor, forget it. Battle grew ever more chaotic and fierce. An immortal charged straight at Chin Mo and shouted, "Your crimes will be repaid with blood." Chin Mo replied excitedly, "Hypocritical brat, can you do it? With a bang you will regret it." At last that Chin Mo was brought down. The female cultivators lowered their heads and wept bitterly, thanking him for saving their lives. Duong Hai and Han Hai arrived and silently observed when they saw the immortal rescuing the people. The immortal saw the two of them and weakly called out, "Divine Maiden, I did not expect to see you again." Covered in wounds, he asked whether the plan of the divine envoy Tran Duck could still continue. "Can you take us along on this journey?" Duong Hai looked at the ruins around and thought silently, was all of this caused by them? Han Hai said in a low voice, "The mark to Ku Chao is in my hand, but the Hang Ko continent is sealed by the celestial god. We have yet to find a way to break it." The immortals felt regret. Has even the final chance been lost? If only we had listened to Tran Duck at the beginning. Suddenly the sky lit up, causing everyone to look up at once. Duong Hai seemed to realize something. The god worship platform, could it be him? From the sky descended a terrifying beam of light, the sign of the god's wrath. The subordinates were terrified. The god is truly enraged. The celestial god looked at Tran Truong and shouted, "Daring to show disrespect to a god is a capital crime." The celestial god said coldly, "This planet belongs to me. With a single thought I can suppress everyone's realm. Within my territory no one can stand before me. We are born supreme and need no cultivation, destined to stand above lowly beings. Kneel and be my dog in repentance." The celestial god's subordinates were immediately suppressed in realm. System notified that the skill divine decree and realm suppression is effective on all native beings. The host is immune for not belonging to this continent. Analyzing divine decree with rapid progress. After hearing this, Tran Truong burst into loud laughter. The celestial god looked at Tran Truong in shock. Why is he not affected by divine decree? Tran Truong said with a faint smile, "Kneel before me." The celestial god, who was seated on the chair, was suddenly blasted down. He fell from the chair and knelt on the ground. The celestial god raged inwardly. "Impossible. Why has divine decree backfired? The power in my body is vanishing and the pain is unbearable." Tran Truong said coldly, "A celestial god kneeling like a dog." The celestial god trembled in fear, unable to understand why divine decree had failed. Tran Truong raised his hand and threw a punch. "Have you stayed in the sky so long that you forgot who you are?" The celestial god's subordinates stared at Tran Truong in utter terror. Tran Truong shattered all of the celestial god's teeth. The impact was so immense that the god worship platform and the surrounding barrier were completely destroyed. It was precisely because the celestial god's power had weakened that cracks had begun to spread across the barrier. Outside in space, upon seeing the barrier shattered, the insect-robed man was momentarily stunned. could this happen? When alive, I witnessed the day the planetary ceiling barrier broke. Could someone be provoking the celestial god? Besides Tran Duck, who else would have such ability? Or has the god's power no longer been able to sustain the barrier? From high above, the celestial god was blasted out of the sky and fell straight into the lower realm, Tetua's battered body plunging slowly toward the ground. Everyone looked up at the sky in shock. Look over there. The entire crowd stood frozen before the horrifying sight. The celestial god, with a twisted face and half-closed eyes, crashed heavily to the ground. The impact created a tremendous shockwave. Seeing the celestial god defeated, Huang-hai instinctively turned her head and called out Truong-an's name. The people here cried out noisily. Everyone looked. The barrier is truly loosening, and when they looked up, they saw it gradually weakening. At that moment, the vengeful spirits came forward, urging, "You must act now." Huang-hai, still confused, asked, "Who are you?" The vengeful spirit hurriedly said, "It is the words of that powerful Lord Heavenly Demon. Do what you ought to do. As for matters concerning the celestial god, he will handle it personally." The monster saw the celestial god knocked down and went berserk. It poured out all its strength and charged straight toward the lower realm. At this moment, Tran Truong faced the colossal monster alone. The system announced that 10 million domain points had been consumed to enlarge the domain god realm avatar 10,000 times. Tran Truong sighed inwardly that this worm was enormous, its aura not inferior to his domain god realm, and ordered the system to check its origin. Perception complete and analysis finished. Target is an extraterritorial star-devouring beast, divine pet of the boundary canopy, dragon emperor nebula lord god star core, violent and savage by nature, fond of devouring small planets to increase its laws and strengthen its undying dragon form, born with magical power that suppresses immortals and demons, and possessing the strongest divine defensive art capable of surviving the explosion of a star realm. One more matter, the host has only 1 hour remaining on the Hang-Ko continent. You must rely on the avatar to resolve everything. This situation will not be easy to handle. After hearing this, Tran Truong immediately charged straight at the monster. One could clearly feel that Tran Truong's power had surged after his form was strengthened. The great battle between Tran Truong and the monster officially erupted. Truong rushed forward with a direct strike, but the monster not only dodged it but counterattacked. Struck by the blow, Truong was somewhat surprised that the opponent had both evaded and retaliated with precision. The monster accelerated and sent Truong flying a long distance. He was hurled far away and slammed into a massive rock. The system analyzed and consumed 5 million domain points to heal the avatar. Truong's injuries quickly recovered. The killing intent around him grew increasingly violent. The monster laughed, "Interesting brat. Let me see how long you can endure. This planet is not something you can protect." Truong charged forward, killing intent erupting as he replied, "I did not expect a worm like you to be able to speak." Insulted, the monster replied coldly, "I have eaten many ants like you. Your end will be no different." The battle between Truong and the monster grew increasingly fierce. Who is that man to dare challenge an extraterritorial divine pet? Does he not fear death? Merely a minor heavenly demon, yet dreaming of defeating a divine pet, truly overestimating himself. He intends to protect the Hang-Ko continent from that monster. This is utterly impossible. Destruction is already destined. The innate suppression is fatal. Large-scale combat will even affect our star system. We might as well lend a hand. Afterward, the god will surely remember this favor. I somewhat understand what he is fighting for. Though I do not fully agree with your reasoning, it is difficult to refute. That man has unleashed the immortal technique Radiant Sovereign Body. Dazzling light enveloped Truong. Blinded by the light, Truong turned his head toward the one who struck from afar. On Huang-hai's side at this moment, the teleportation path leading to Ku Chao was finally open. Huang-hai followed the method left by her master with joy. It succeeded. However, this is only the beginning. Master once said the Ku Chao continent is a planet extremely far away, so distant that a direct teleportation array cannot be established. The ancient 9 Heaven Stellar Array can connect multiple star systems to achieve the goal. Everyone come here quickly. There are several more coordinate spheres like this, scattered across remote planets in the star domain. For millions of years, Master never revealed this plan to anyone. It is hard to imagine that she roamed the galaxy alone, seeking a future for the Hang-Ko continent, constructing arrays and infusing divine power into each place. Master left behind the final glimmer of hope for the people of this land. Huang-hai said, "We depart at noon." The immortals asked doubtfully whether it is safe since they have never gone to another star domain. Han-hai scolded, "A bunch of cowards. The path is laid out and you still dare not walk it." Han-hai sneered, "I despise you weaklings. You have less courage than I do. Seeing this, Thuong Hai said, "Then junior sister, lead the way." Han Hai's face darkened, yet she stepped forward to lead. Gathering all her courage, Han Hai jumped across, shouting in fear yet finding it fairly stable. Immortals watched Han Hai's every step in tension. Seeing Han Hai confirm safety, everyone said, "Let us go. Let the people leave first." People departed one after another. Thuong Hai prayed silently that all would go smoothly without mishap. Thuong Hai suddenly felt a faint unease. Those who once refused to aid Thuong Hai's master stepped forward. Now that the god of the Hang Ko continent is surely dead, the gods will be enraged. The coordinate left by divine envoy Tran Duck is the only path to survival. Leave quickly. Thuong Hai angrily questioned, "Are you worthy to walk this path, an ungrateful bunch? My master trusted you so deeply." They hurriedly explained, "Divine maiden, I once advised Tran Duck, but that concerned the celestial god." Killing intent rose in Thuong Hai's eyes as she looked at them. "So you are in league with that god? If you dare rush into the teleportation array, I will sever your path to light." Suddenly something appeared in the sky. "What is that up there?" Everyone immediately panicked, the air turning chaotic. A strange light twisted and gradually condensed into a massive sphere. The sphere fell directly onto the teleportation array, causing it to explode completely. The crowd was blasted backward, crying out in panic. What happened? Has the teleportation array exploded? Thuong Hai was horrified. How did things end up like this? Celestial god appeared midair and directly destroyed the teleportation array. The celestial god raged madly. "I will tear you all apart." Thuong Hai was shocked. This is bad. He still possesses a resurrection technique. We must activate the second stage of the divine artifact. That celestial god had been blasted away from the Ku Chao region. Are you still hoping will come save you? That lowly worm from before? Thuong Hai's spiritual power was drained by divine force, and she collapsed to her knees. The immortals standing afar called out anxiously, "Divine maiden." Those aligned with the celestial god loudly slandered, "We pay respects to the celestial god. This woman is vicious and disrespectful. We infiltrated here to capture her and present her to you." Everyone present was forced to kneel by the celestial god's divine decree. All seemed finished. Celestial god said angrily, "That lowly worm somehow escaped my divine decree, wasting a precious life. Next I will slowly torture him. He is your miracle, is he not? Watch as I sever his limbs one by one. From the moment he lost beneath my divine pet, and you insects too, it is time for your deaths." The celestial god's subordinates drew their swords in unison, killing intent surging. The swords slashed toward Thuong Hai together. Thuong Hai had no ability left to resist. "Master, junior sister, Truongen, I am sorry everyone." Just as Thuong Hai was about to meet disaster, Truongen appeared in time. Thuong Hai thought, did the divine artifact activate automatically? Do not. At this moment, aside from Truong and anyone else would be useless. He blocked the strike for Thuong Hai with 2 fingers and cursed with a grin, "Damn it. Locking me up for 3 days was not enough. After releasing me, you still want to torment me. You and I are one body. Calculating the time, there is still enough to kill this fat pig." The fat celestial god was bewildered. What is happening? Was he not still in the sky? Truongen revealed a smug smile. He gathered his strength and struck, saying, "You should tuck your tail in." The system announced that 300 million domain points were consumed. The heavenly demon avatar restored to peak state. Seeing him unscathed, the monster roared in fury. "Who exactly are you? How could such a place produce someone like you?" Truongen fully restored his power. He threw a punch at the monster and replied indifferently, "Me, just an ordinary mortal." At last the monster was defeated by him. Now only the situation in the lower realm remains to be resolved. The monster was beaten to the point of no retaliation. The watcher outside the starry sky broke into cold sweat. The divine pet actually lost. Not long ago, under his radiant sovereign body, he had been severely injured multiple times by the divine pet and nearly died. Restricted in movement, struck by death stars, enduring countless fatal blows, anyone else would have long been reduced to shattered bones. Time and again, he restored his ruined body, his cultivation not only failing to drop but continuously rising, methods unseen and eerie. By now, he even possessed enough strength to suppress the divine pet. The divine pet's racial suppression over heavenly demons seemed entirely ineffective against him. With such strength, not to mention this small star system, even across the star domain few could match him. Witnessing the figure before him defeat the divine pet, the watcher outside the starry sky began to tremble. If it were me, I could not last even a few minutes. Yet the divine pet was beaten by Truongen until it could not resist and fell. Fearful, the watcher conceived the thought of fleeing. Perhaps Tran Duck will truly succeed. I should run first to preserve my life. Before he could leave, Truongen appeared behind him and tapped his head. "Did I permit you to go?" The watcher of the star domain stiffened instantly. With killing intent, Truongen interrogated, "Quite skilled at these tricks, are you, brat? The taste is not bad either. What exactly are you?" The watcher was so frightened he dared not move. Trembled as he explained, I only follow duty. If the divine pet is killed, the celestial god will surely rage. The entire star domain will be implicated. Not only your Hangko continent, but our place as well will struggle to escape. Triwongan replied coldly. So your lives are lives, but the tens of millions of Hangko beings about to be devoured are not. That man still argued, I am a friend of Tran Duck. I understand what the Hangko continent means to you, but that is the celestial god. Triwongan frowned slightly, trying to say a few more words. Oh, so you are a friend of Tran Duck. Guard raised the transmission token and replied, that is correct. When Tran Duck guarded the Star Sea, we once formed ties. He saw that this demon seemed acquainted with Tran Duck and intended to borrow her name to escape. Tran Duck once helped us greatly, but when facing angels, no one dares to stand against them. Triwongan said, a friend from afar, no matter how far, he must still be killed. After speaking, he immediately struck and killed him. He picked up the transmission token and spoke. If there is a next time and you dare to interfere, I will not spare a single one of you. After finishing his words, he crushed the token and turned toward the divine pet. Now that no one is disturbing us, it is your turn. Triwongan looked at the divine pet. Were you not very stubborn just now? What about now? On Thuong Hai's side, they still did not understand what had happened. What exactly was going on? Why was there another Triwongan? Triwongan continued to confront the fat angel head-on. The angel spoke, this aura is unmistakable. I remember you, the worm that cost me one life. Doubt flashed through his mind. Strange, is he not a demon? How can his immortal aura be so pure? This realm, wait, this is a clone. It is right, the aura of the one fighting his divine pet had at least reached the divine domain realm, while the one before him was only at the domain lord realm. He laughed arrogantly. So it is just a clone trying to show off before an expert. In the end, it is nothing but trash. The fat man charged forward full of confidence. Using a worthless clone to deceive yourself, fool, let me see how I crush you. The people on Thuong Hai's side broke into cold sweat and nervously called out, Triwongan. Facing the fat man attack, Triwongan merely raised one hand to block. The collision of the two created a terrifying explosion that shook the lower realm. With only one bare hand, Triwongan completely stopped the fat man's strike. Triwongan said with disdain, you strike so weakly and still dare call yourself an angel. The fat man's face darkened as he growled. Is your cultivation not only at the domain lord realm? Triwongan gripped his opponent's hand and squeezed lightly, then smiled and said, what is wrong? Are you starting to fear? Fat angel hand was crushed, and he let out a miserable scream in agony. Only then did the fat man suddenly realize, you are the true original body. Triwongan curled his lips and replied coldly, something so obvious still needs asking. Next I will deal with you. If you do not use all your trump cards, you will have no more chances. The fat man lifted his foot and stomped fiercely toward Triwongan. As long as I kill you now, you will truly die. Heavy stomp fell, causing the ground to tremble as rocks shattered and flew. The fat angel missed by a hair. At some unknown moment, Triwongan had appeared behind him, ready to deliver a finishing blow. As soon as he spoke, he immediately attacked. This is what you call a god, how dull. You can die now. Triwongan's strike pierced straight through the fat man's body, making him howl in pain. His eyes bulged with bloodshot veins, his mouth spewing out mouthful after mouthful. Blood, his body collapsed face down onto the ground. Triwongan suddenly approached Tyne Vuong, causing him some tension. Someone beside him whispered that the angel in their eyes was a supreme, terrifying existence. Yet before Triwongan, he seemed to be toyed with. Triwongan smiled at Tyne Vuong and said, Master, lend me your sword for a moment. Tyne Vuong nodded and handed over the sword, slightly stunned at being called master. Turning his gaze to the angel, the wounds on his body were slowly closing. He revived once more. Dense killing intent filled the angel's surroundings. Tyne Vuong was shocked to see the angel revive and hurriedly said, the angel has come back to life. Triwongan held the sword and calmly replied, I know. This revival seemed to make the angel stronger. Veins bulged across his body, and 2 more eyes grew on his face. At this moment, he looked more like a monster than a god, roaring a threat that the Longthen clan would not spare you. If you know what is good, kneel and beg. Triwongan replied calmly, I heard that Hon Duong pays a great price. Each time he devours a spirit essence, it consumes origin power. The more he revives, the greater the cost. Triwongan swung his sword and rushed forward like lightning, slashing straight at the angel. His speed was so fast that before the angel could react, he was struck by a fatal blow. In the moment near death, he thought of his divine pet. Why did it not come to save him? Why does such a being with an immortal demon body exist? Even in death, he was unwilling. Finishing blow fell. The fat angel head and body lay in separate places. Triwongan said coldly, those who died unjustly before will use your head as an offering. The angel was defeated with ease. Tyne Vuong looked at Triwongan in shock and said he had never seen anyone kill an angel. Thuong Hai was also left speechless, witnessing it all. Triwongan held the sword and looked at the angel head on the ground, revealing a scornful smile. So this is all an angel amounts to. Then, strands of connecting tissue began to grow from the angel head. The head and body automatically sought their place to reconnect. Truwongan looked at the scene and said, "Oh, it can still revive. Look at you, just like a cockroach that cannot be killed no matter how much it is crushed. Truly ugly." The angel body continued to gradually recover. The sight before them made their hair stand on end. As soon as he finished recovering, he roared that he would crush Truwongan to death. More arms grew from his body as he condensed star power. The moment the sphere of star power formed, Truwongan's sword had already split his body in two once more. After the slash, Truwongan turned around and sneered, "A lofty god is only at this level." He continued mocking that what kind of useless god is this? Besides reviving, do you have any other moves? The fat angel was in such pain he could not utter a word. Truwongan held the sword and slowly walked toward the fat man like a crawling worm. Seeing Truwongan approach, the angel finally felt fear and begged, "Wait, spare my life. Whatever you want I will give. I am the son of Long then, I guarantee it to you." Truwongan ignored the pleas. Spiritual power gathered in his hand, causing the fat man to panic and beg that he would no longer harm the common people and would protect them. Before exploding, the angel still screamed that he could not die. The Long then clan would not let this matter go. His body swelled like a balloon, compressed to the point that even breathing became difficult. In the final moment, he recalled that his original purpose had only been to provoke war to nurture heroes of the star domain. He did not know when everything had gone wrong, and he had encountered such a bizarre existence. The angel body exploded into fragments. The system voice rang out congratulating host number 2 for eliminating a god-level existence. Due to the special divine identity, the reward required time to synchronize. Truwongan laughed heartily and said it seems it was blown to pieces. It probably cannot revive for the time being. The system continued nagging about loyalty. Truwongan replied irritably that it was all me anyway. This clone would disappear sooner or later. The artifact spirit is still trapped in the space-time rift. While Truwongan was still arguing with the system, on the other side the Tyne Vuong were already cheering in joy. "We have won. The god has fled. Everyone is safe." Truwonghai was so moved that tears streamed down endlessly. Truwongan stroked his hair and lowered his head in thought. "You are making me a little embarrassed. Next, the artifact spirit or the heavenly Tao will probably appear." Tyne Vuong happily said to Truwonghai that this time they might not need to leave the Hang-Ko continent. Truwongan heard this and was slightly stunned. Truwongan panicked inwardly. If old man Fong does not go to Kuchao, what will happen? "Do you know what you are saying?" He looked at the crowd embracing in celebration, saying it was finally over, yet immediately objected that it would not do. Truwonghai asked why it would not do. Truwongan explained that the current crisis was only temporary. They had to look toward the long-term future or everything would change direction. Truwongan pointed straight at Fong Than Duong and said, "If you do not go, then all living beings under heaven will suffer disaster." Fong Than Duong stared blankly and pointed at himself. Truwongan nodded and replied, "That is right." He frankly said that he was an immortal from the future who had returned to save the Hang-Ko continent, and that everyone's next task was to go to Kuchao to protect all living beings, leaving everyone stunned. Truwonghai was about to speak when Truwongan interrupted her. "If we do not go to Kuchao, it will disrupt the entire situation." His expression darkened as he said that by then even the Hang-Ko continent could be destroyed. Everyone asked in fear whether it was truly that serious. Truwongan thought to himself that it was indeed very serious, though how it would end was uncertain. At that moment the heavenly Tao appeared. Fong Than Duong said proudly that it seemed Kuchao could not be avoided. He had not expected to bear such a great responsibility. The heavenly Tao spoke. "The angel of the Hang-Ko continent has died. It is time to choose a new master." Everyone raised their heads at once to look up as the heavenly Tao manifested. Fong Than Duong and the others said joyfully that the new master of the Hang-Ko continent must be Truwongan. From now on, this place would have a new god to protect it. The heavenly Tao swept its gaze over them and declared, "This person divine power is indeed extremely formidable. The new master of the Hang-Ko continent that I acknowledge is you." Truwongan stood to the side and let out a breath of relief, considering the mission at Hang-Ko completed. Suddenly, the power of the heavenly Tao poured straight into Truwonghai, leaving everyone stunned as they looked at her. How could this be? The chosen one was not Tran Truwongan, but the divine maiden Truwonghai. Truwongan was bewildered. What is happening? Could the heavenly Tao have chosen wrongly? Truwonghai bore the overwhelming surge of power. Her body went limp and collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain from the discomfort. Truwongan hurried forward to catch Truwonghai and asked what exactly had happened. She trembled and replied that her body was about to lose control. Heavenly Tao spoke. "The decision has been issued and cannot be questioned. The new master of the Hang-Ko continent is her. Within 1 day, she must go to the Divine Temple to complete the registration for succession." Unable to complete the mission as planned, Truong and let out an angry sigh in response. Thuong Hai suddenly gripped Truong hand tightly to stop him. Face gradually changed and became eerie. Young hero, there is no need. The heavenly Tao has chosen me as the new master. Truong turned back to look at her in shock. Everyone fixed their gaze on Thuong Hai, completely unable to understand what was happening. Thuong Hai now seemed like a different person. 10 million years have passed. Long Lu has finally died. He gently stroked Truong's face and said this was originally a transcendent trial. At first I had no expectations for you, yet you brought a great surprise. Well done. After I take over Hang Ko, I will reward you. Truong called out coldly to the artifact spirit. Truong pushed Thuong Hai away and continued speaking. In truth, there was never any trial divine artifact at all. Everything was arranged by you to use me to kill Long Lu, then borrow Thuong Hai body to gain the heavenly Tao recognition and take over this continent. Is that not so? Knocked to the ground, she laughed loudly and praised him for being clever. I thought you would panic. When did you start to guess? Truong looked straight at her and replied, the story you fabricated was too clumsy and lacked coherence. How could it convince anyone? God within Thuong Hai body burst into laughter. At first you must have believed it. I very much enjoy the anger on your face right now. He continued to admit, that is right. From the beginning I created countless divine artifacts, each one containing a clone of myself, which is the artifact spirit you mentioned. Those divine artifacts were scattered across the myriad heavens and worlds. Once they encountered someone with potential, they would lure them across continents under the identity of an artifact spirit. When they fought and killed the local angel for various purposes, I would appear and seize ownership of the entire continent. After that, all living beings on that continent would become sacrifices for me, their lives used to nourish my cultivation. Fong Than Duong and the others realized in horror that after the angel death, the Hang Ko continent would not be protected, but instead become the target of another god. That god said enough talk. I still have to go to the divine temple to complete the ceremony. Use the remaining time to bid farewell to this continent. After speaking, he left. Thuong Hai, whose body had been seized, collapsed. Truong hurried to support her and called out Thuong Hai. Thuong Hai opened her eyes and softly called Truong. He absolutely cannot let her complete the registration. Otherwise, the Hang Ko continent will perish. Truong replied in a low voice, I understand. Truong frowned and decided to keep this continent. The system notified that in 10 minutes the time-space god would take over Hang Ko and carry out a complete sacrifice. And by then the third mission would also fail. The heavenly Tao gradually withdrew, and the sky grew dark and heavy. New god sneered and said the god of this place has truly died. The direct son of the Long then is indeed useless. He died faster than I expected. Another continent is about to be destroyed. I quite enjoy it. The people looked up at the sky in fear and asked what that sound was, as if echoing down from the ninth heaven. Could it be? Truong's face darkened with fury. The system announced that many gods were using spirit-probing techniques to survey the Hang Ko continent. So there were actually that many gods. Suddenly a bolt of lightning descended from above and struck straight toward the Hang Ko continent. God manifested. The divine temple of the Hang Ko continent opened. The time-space god Thien Vong Tran had arrived. This was the moment. On the contrary, it took her several minutes to arrive. She thought to herself that if she had not returned, she likely would never have discovered that she herself from 10 million years ago had still been immature. She wondered where the dragon god clan's lightning spirit was. Suddenly the guardian soul of the ancient continent spoke. You are the time and space god Tian Wangshan. Why have you appeared here? She looked at him and thought that every divine temple on the continent possessed a guardian soul, and to claim the continent one had to gain his acknowledgement. He stepped forward to explain to the guardian soul. Naturally, because Long Lu was already dead. He died miserably, his body torn apart by an immortal. If this news spread, it would certainly cause the Dragon God clan to lose all face. The guardian soul roared in rebuttal. Impossible. How could an immortal injure young master Long Lu? To put it more accurately, only young master Long Lu slaughtered others. Time and Space God gave a cold smile and replied, whether it is true or false, you can judge for yourselves. The guardian soul was stunned. There was no sign of fabrication. Everything was true. Young master Long Lu had actually been killed. Time and Space God continued. That immortal somehow learned a strange immortal art, completely suppressing Long Lu. Every move was a killing strike. His methods were extremely vicious. She laughed inwardly. How Chen Chang'an arrived here was not something I would tell you. The guardian soul was furious. That immortal must die. The descendants of the Dragon God clan will hunt him to the ends of the star fields and exterminate his entire clan. He continued, it is a pity I did not arrive in time to save him. Then I shall use my power to restore the scene from that time. In the end, everything must have an explanation. The guardian soul lowered his head and replied, once I receive your notice, I will immediately report to the high gods of the clan. The time and space god said this was Ming Zio's duty. It is just a pity that this continent is about to be taken by another god. The guardian soul said, High God, please take a look. Because a continental territory grants immense blessings to a god, many covet it. Wealth should not flow to outsiders. If you do not disdain it, this ancient continent may temporarily be entrusted to your management. She smiled and replied, Very well, I will help you with this matter, and reluctantly accept the continent. Holding the continent in her hand, she laughed inwardly. She had finally succeeded. The territories under the dragon god all carry unique fortune. Once sacrificed, they greatly increase cultivation. The borrowed knife to kill tactic had become increasingly smooth. Though it wronged Chang'an, it was better than letting the dragon god come trouble her directly. It was just that the claiming process was somewhat cumbersome and took a few minutes, but a good result was what mattered. After waiting 10 million years, as long as the claiming succeeded, it would be enough. Unexpectedly, the claiming process failed. What exactly had happened? The guardian soul exclaimed in shock. This phenomenon has never occurred. Why can the claim not succeed? She grew impatient in thought. She had first obtained the heavenly Tao's recognition to prevent other gods from seizing the qualification, then used this time to traverse space and time to return and claim the continent. But, she said to the guardian soul, a second attempt still failed. Guardian soul said, there are only two possibilities. One is that someone is controlling the will of the continent and ignoring the heavenly Tao to obstruct us. This only requires time to break. What I fear is the second possibility, that without the temple's acknowledgement, the continent has already escaped our control, meaning the ancient continent has changed owners. Upon hearing this, the time and space god felt as if struck by lightning. What? She thought, could it be that in these brief minutes someone ignored the gods, seized the laws, and took the continent before me? Impossible. No one could have arrived earlier than me. Guardian Soul said, look quickly. The golden light is the sign of a successful claim. What happened earlier was only a false alarm. As the master of the continent, your name will appear. The time and space god smiled and raised her head, waiting for her name to appear. On the monument, the name of the master of the ancient continent was clearly shown as Chen Chang'an. She was stunned. How could it be him? Why? She ground her teeth in fury, veins bulging across her face. I waited 10 million years and occupied every advantage of timing, location, and harmony. Why is it him and not me? Guardian Soul asked, who is this person? She replied, Chen Chang'an, in those brief minutes, what exactly did you do? 5 minutes ago, he was still with Chang'an. No, Long Lu had just died. How could the heavenly Tao here already have a new master? What exactly happened to the heavenly Tao of the ancient continent? Chang'an pondered, hearing a voice without seeing the person. From such a distance, she could still pressure the heavenly Tao. This strength could not be underestimated. That fat one was fundamentally incomparable. To be precise, they belonged to a higher dimensional tier. Feng Qingyang looked up at the sky. With so many gods gathered, how can we seize the land back from their hands? The gods gathered in the air, greetings to the gods. This place has been taken over by the time and space god Tian Wangshan, yet she has let it go. Yan Tianzhen, you also know what the time and space god will do to the continent under you. If you are willing to acknowledge me as master, I can protect this continent. The heavenly Tao hesitated, but I have just acknowledged a master. If I transfer now, I fear the time and space god will discover it. Chen PH, so what if Tian Wangshan is good at fighting? What use is being good at fighting? She is merely a wandering god without backing. If you follow me, I will help you make the continent stronger and even become a prosperous land. Hearing of a prosperous land, the heavenly Tao wavered. Turning the Manji land into a prosperous land, Night Queen, you are truly generous. She replied, it is only a small favor, not worth calling an investment. Moreover, in this situation of lacking territories, having an additional neutral place also benefits me. The heavenly Tao calculated. The ancient continent was indeed currently the Manji land, the lowest tier of the star field. If it could truly be upgraded into a prosperous land, the benefits would be immense. The heavenly Tao replied, but to acknowledge a new master, I must discard most of the accumulated fortune. At that time, this place would be utterly desolate, even inferior to the lowly Manji land. And there would also be the risk of the time and space god coming here. Chen Chang'an below heard the negotiation of the gods and laughed. Ha, lofty celestial gods also like to draw empty promises. He continued, in my view, it would be better to cooperate with me. Once I become the master of the ancient continent, the heavenly Tao will naturally obey my command. Gods above laughed in disdain. Cooperate with you. An immortal daring to discuss cooperation with celestial gods. Truly the greatest joke. The heavenly Tao looked down on Chang'an, stopped dreaming. I am the heavenly Tao. I have always only acknowledged celestial gods as masters. Chang'an spoke, I have already given you a chance. Do not regret it. He felt anxious inside. Sooner or later, this heavenly Tao would hand the continent to someone else. He had to quickly find a way to break the situation. Time left for him was running short. Suddenly, host number 1 spoke, let me handle it. I have learned everything from your memories. Guess what I saw? The two hosts communicated through their minds. Host number 1 said, I just found the 9-heaven stellar net formation previously set up by divine envoy Zhang. Although it was destroyed by that damned god, an array core eye remains beneath the ruins. At a glance, I thought of a method. Host number 2 laughed, so that is it. The memory has been transmitted. Indeed, a good idea, number 1. Host number 2 replied, good. Then next let number 2 assist you. At this moment, host number 1 activated all living beings and said, it has been long since I used the system function. I first left this path marker for Changzai to guard against uncontrollable factors. Now it happens to be useful. Storing the teleportation formation connection and expanding the invincible domain to cover the ancient continent sounded simple. But someone had to remain in Jeju to maintain the link, and that person had to be proficient in spatial teleportation. Chang'an number 2 said, Changzai, this matter is almost done. Do not forget to inform your junior sister. Changzai was surprised. It is already resolved. Changzai asked, can I contact her? Does Chang'an have any further instructions? She was half doubtful. Chang'an replied, pass along a sentence for me. As soon as Changzai activated the communication token, she heard Hanzai shout loudly, Senior sister, I am in Jeju. Why has the teleportation formation been severed? I cannot return anymore. What is happening? Hanzai anxiously asked Chang'an, I hear your voice. Are you beside her? Are you all right? Chang'an called out to Hanzai, let us separate. I already have someone in my heart. You have done very well, but we are not suitable. Stay in Jeju and do not return. Hearing this, Hanzai cried out in disbelief, while Changzai blushed in embarrassment. Changzai was flustered. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. The person in his heart could only be herself. Could it be that he also likes me? Then what will junior sister do? If she learns of this, she will surely go mad. Hanzai held the communication token, trembling, lowering her head in deep disappointment. Tears streamed down Hanzai's face. She shouted in anger, scoundrel. While she was cursing, in the sky above Hanzai, the mysterious teleportation formation of her master suddenly appeared. She turned her head and said, that is master's 9-heaven stellar net formation. This is wonderful. Someone is repairing it. I must do my utmost to connect with this teleportation formation. Hanzai burned with fury. Chen Chang'an, do not think of discarding me. If anyone does the discarding, it will be me discarding you first. Host number 1 sighed. He was exerting all his strength to restore the formation leading to the Jeju continent. Chang'an spread his arms wide. All living beings spread outward accordingly. In the lower realm, the situation also began to change. The teleportation formation was gradually restored bit by bit. All eyes turned toward it. Look over there. Everyone was shocked. The teleportation formation destroyed by the god was gradually recovering. What exactly was going on? Celestial gods in the sky were astonished to discover the planet giving birth to an unusual power. What exactly is this teleportation formation? Could another god be secretly interfering? Could it be an attempt to forcibly seize the ancient continent? At this moment, the ancient continent and the Jeju continent successfully connected. Gods burst into laughter and said, forcibly occupying it, you are overthinking. It is nothing more than the desperate struggle of ants. The other gods nodded in agreement. The celestial gods believed the safest way to seize a continent was to claim it as master. If they forcibly invaded, they would certainly suffer backlash from the laws of the star field. A mangy land like this was not worth paying a great price. While Chang'an was restoring the path to Jeju, someone suddenly arrived behind him uninvited. The celestial gods swarmed over to investigate. One look would make it clear. A celestial god was suddenly startled. How could it be a celestial demon? And where did he obtain such power? It seems this brat hides quite a few secrets, just in time to avenge the divine envoy from our side whom he killed. That man made his move and said, even if this split soul of mine is not 1/10,000th of my true body, it is still enough to destroy him. Chang'an was attacked, but the strike brought him no pressure at all. Is that all? That celestial god roared in fury, wretch. You dare look at me with the eyes of an insect, and your appearance is exactly the same as that lower realm immortal. Is this a clone? Continued boasting. The Long Liu you killed was merely the lowest among celestial gods, relying only on his father's reputation. As for us, we have endured countless epics, escaped reincarnation, and grasped the heavenly Tao. In my eyes, you are nothing but an ant. Crushing you requires no effort. A celestial god laughed and said, is Zhu Yang Zundai using 1% of his strength taking him too seriously? Another replied, interesting. Using powerful divine arts to crush an ant is not bad either. The system sounded, host has stored all attack behaviors of the gods into the database. Your clone is in danger. If you evade the teleportation formation, behind will be lost. Chang'an turned and left. Changzai saw this and looked after him. It seemed he was encountering trouble. The system reported, host's celestial demon clone has been destroyed, consciousness merged and memories synchronized. Chang'an replied he understood. The pain had already been transmitted. The system continued to notify, That project has also been completed. Chang'an laughed and said, very good. First, cover the entire Jeju continent for me. The system confirmed, domain points deducted, coverage complete. Chang'an continued to request assembling all remaining world fragment shards into world cards, using the invincible domain as the unit to expand toward the ancient continent. The system sighed helplessly. How can there be such an operation? Chang'an teased, what is wrong? Does the system also have things it cannot do? The system stubbornly replied, never. Expanding world domain, expansion successful. Chang'an coldly ordered to expend all remaining domain points to cover the ancient continent and firmly seize this land. The system complied. The system notified that the ancient continent had been completely covered. Host may use it. Chang'an said next he would sweep away those trash gods. The celestial gods laughed disdainfully. He says he will sweep us away. Truly an arrogant ant. Suddenly, the celestial gods all screamed in unison. It cannot be blocked. My divine art has lost effect. Wait, the sign of continent master recognition has appeared on him. At this moment, Chang'an's eyes were icy cold, killing intent bursting forth as he stared at the celestial gods. The celestial gods howled within the sea of flames. How is this possible? Who exactly are you? People below watched the great battle in shock. The system sounded. Host has destroyed the split souls of Yan Tianzan and the death main god. Rich rewards await selection. Chang'an exhaled in relief. Congratulations, host, for occupying the ancient continent and completing Mission 3. Heavenly Tao stared at Chang'an in shock. The gods had all been annihilated. Could he still retract what he had just said? The Heavenly Tao trembled and begged, Lord Chen Chang'an, please forgive this humble one. From now on you are the sole master of the ancient continent. Chang'an looked at him and sneered. Did you not say you would absolutely never acknowledge me as master? The Heavenly Tao hurriedly apologized. That was merely a slip of the tongue. Heavenly Tao thought to himself, in an instant he killed divine clones. He must have concealed his strength, at least at god level, and he forcibly seized the continent without fearing backlash. Such an existence must be flattered to survive. Chang'an rested his chin and sat down saying, unfortunately, I prefer your earlier stubborn appearance. The Heavenly Tao panicked and called him Lord. The Heavenly Tao turned to the immortals and begged them to speak on his behalf. All previous words were to protect the ancient continent. Everyone was astonished. Even the Heavenly Tao had a day of begging. Zhang Zai looked at Chang'an as his expression changed. What kind of existence was this man to continuously create miracles? Feng Qingyang turned to plead for the Heavenly Tao. Chang'an. In fact, he did not speak wrongly. Chang'an clasped his hands and replied indifferently, I think a leader like this should be dealt with to eliminate future trouble. The system notified settlement complete. Remaining domain points 1054. After killing Long Liu, you may choose a reward, 10% analysis progress of Celestial God Clone or the Dragon Slayer title. The system reminded, the resentment of the Dragon God clan toward you has reached 20%. At 100%, you will be hunted across the entire Divine Realm. Please choose a reward. The title has strong effects, but entering the Divine Realm may not encounter the Dragon God clan. Encountering other clans renders it useless. Comparatively, the Celestial God clone is more valuable. Chang'an said choose reward 1. Completing Mission 3 must have yielded many domain points. Jeju and the ancient continent are now fully covered. Temporarily, there is no need to worry. System confirmed receiving 10% analysis progress. Other rewards refreshed. Chang'an said no need to choose further. Convert all into Celestial God clone analysis progress. The system notified conversion successful. Current progress 10.5%. Additionally granting 1-minute usage of invincible domain. Chang'an asked in dissatisfaction why it only added 0.5%. The system explained because it was only a clone. If the true body of a god were killed, the reward would be greater. Chang'an frowned. It seems he must lure out the true body or charge directly into the god's lair. Changzai suddenly appeared in his mind. He thought it was fine. Everything was basically resolved. Changzai would not die. Only divine artifact power was still needed. Chang'an stood still calculating. Time and space god. If from the beginning it was a trap, then he could only directly seize the divine artifact power from your hands. The ancient continent already belonged to him. She would certainly return. Chang'an instructed the system to monitor closely. Once the aura of the time and space god appears within the invincible domain, report to me immediately. At this moment, the time and space god angrily cursed Chen Chang'an. I originally intended to spare your life, but since you dared to scheme against me, there is no need for you to exist. She circulated spiritual power, preparing to depart. The guardian soul looked at her and thought, with the strength of Tian Wangshan, a casual move would be enough to shake the space-time world. No matter how that person took over the continent, once she exerts full strength, he will certainly die miserably. Guardian soul watched her leave. Long Liu's death holds many hidden mysteries. She is likely behind it. He must quickly report to the clan to prevent her escape. Tian Wangchen stepped through the teleportation formation into the star field, gazing from afar at the ancient continent she had lost. Upon arrival, Tian Wangchen showed astonishment, the obvious changes of the ancient continent. She frowned as she observed and said, "How has this ancient continent become completely different from before? The spiritual energy here has surged astonishingly, far from the former Manji land. This continent can even withstand 10% of her current power. What transformation has occurred?" System detected the aura of the time and space god invading the continent. Tian Wangchen smiled confidently and said, "Chen Chang'an, I will certainly force you to explain why this continent fell into your hands and make you kneel before me." Before her words finished, a hand as swift as lightning shot out and seized her throat. Chang'an gripped Tian Wangchen's neck, his eyes icy as he stared straight at her, spiritual energy surging around him. Immediately after he turned, and without mercy hurled her straight downward. Tian Wangchen was restrained and thrown away, scrambling to her feet, trembling as she thought, "How did I not sense him making a move?" Before she could stand, she suddenly discovered she was easily suppressed despite her divine status. Chang'an appeared behind her, sitting leisurely and saying, "Little female thief." Tian Wangchen turned to look at him, her expression instantly darkened. Tian Wangchen roared in fury, "Chen Chang'an, you lowborn bastard, dare to treat me this way." He struck out with a palm toward Chang'an, shouting for him to get lost, the palm force cracking the surrounding ground and stones. Chang'an stood still and took the blow without evading, even mocking as he asked, "Is that all?" Tian Wangchen's mouth fell open, her eyes filled with disbelief at the scene before her. Chang'an actually broke her move with ease as if it were nothing. Veins bulged across Tian Wangchen's face, sweat pouring out. How could this happen? "I am a god. How can a lower realm immortal possibly suppress me?" Chang'an replied calmly, "It does not end there." Pressed her neck to the ground, "Your divine mark I will also take. The system is analyzing. Target the exclusive divine mark of the time and space god, beginning replication." Tian Wangchen shouted in fury, "Stop dreaming. The power I control is space-time. Without being of the divine race forcibly seizing it will only bring backlash, moreover." The system notified replication complete. 100% space-time power achieved, usable only within the invincible domain. Before Tian Wangchen could finish speaking, she saw her divine technique being executed by an immortal. She was stunned. "What did you just say?" Chang'an stood up and turned his back to leave. Tian Wangchen was still suppressed by divine power and trembled as she called out, "You." He executed Tian Wangchen's divine technique. It was indeed a formidable ability. From this moment on, the future of the ancient continent had completely changed. Even the flow of space-time would be distorted. "I suppose your mind is in utter chaos now. Everything began from the moment you summoned me here. Now you are useless to me. Whether you live or die depends on your conduct." Tian Wangchen felt aggrieved. Her face flushed red under suppression. She had not expected the one she brought here would secretly scheme against her and even surpass the gods. Seeing that expression, he teased, "What is with that face, as if something had already happened between us?" Tian Wangchen flushed even more and retorted, "You dare." Suddenly Chang Zai shouted, "Chang'an, something has happened." He turned his head to look toward her. Chang Zai cried out in panic, "The ancient continent. The ancient continent is under siege. Countless celestial god clones have descended for its immense fortune. The sky is now in chaos. What should we do?" Tian Wangchen looked at him and sneered, "Chen Chang'an, what use is it that you only know how to fight, still pretending to be a celestial god before others?" He continued, "Neither you nor I have any backing. No matter how strong individually we cannot withstand the joint forces of many celestial gods. This continent will sooner or later be divided. You cannot protect it." He sneered, "Listen carefully. The ones who should be afraid are them, not me. If time were not pressing, I would have torn that mouth apart." After speaking, he left. Tian Wangchen watched him go and cursed, "Fool, does he think winning one battle means he can confront all the celestial gods? He does not know his own limits." He soared straight into the sky and laughed boldly, cold light bursting forth. "What does it matter if I slaughter all the celestial gods?" 30 seconds earlier, the celestial god clones were still discussing, "Who is Chen Chang'an, the master of this continent? We have never heard his name." God of Slaughter carried his war scythe and said, "Do not underestimate him. This person dared seize the continent before celestial god clones. He is at least a demigod." The tree goddess replied disdainfully, "This remote star field is full of nobodies. He is not worth a strand of my hair. I suspect he secretly sent his true body to the lower realm. Otherwise, he could not have bypassed the divine temple." The god of Slaughter nodded. "The 8 great divine clans have forbidden true bodies from descending. It seems he is merely a wandering god without backing. Wandering god daring to swallow the immense fortune here. His courage is not small. Then there is nothing to worry about." The god of Slaughter sneered, "No title, no rank, just a wandering god. Kill him at will." He shouted, "Join forces and slay the god here, seize the fortune." The people below looked up at the sky, all of them terrified. So many celestial gods. and they are even joining forces. Shot upward from the ground into the sky. As the celestial gods prepared to descend, they saw a strange streak of light tear through the air upward. Immortal energy blazed as he charged forward and laughed loudly in greeting. "Welcome, everyone." Changzai looked up anxiously from the ground. If he keeps fighting like this, his body will not endure. Tian Wangchen sneered within the dust. With such arrogance, he will sooner or later pay the price. She whispered, "Chen Chang'an, even if you surpass the gods, this number of celestial gods will exhaust you to death." During this, Changzai knelt down and pleaded, "High God, please save Chen Chang'an, save the ancient continent." Tian Wangchen replied coldly, "I once bestowed a divine artifact upon you. Do you not find such words laughable? On what basis should I offend many celestial gods to save someone about to die?" Changzai begged, "There is no need for a life and death struggle. One more ally is precious. Even helping him once would be good, I beg you." Tian Wangchen rested her chin in thought and laughed. There is some sense in that. Yet she immediately changed her tone. "I refuse. Yous are friends. In times of danger, did they help you? You are too soft-hearted, which is why you ended in misery." Tian Wangchen stepped closer to Changzai and whispered, "This continent has long been targeted by the gods. To swallow its fortune, they will destroy everything. The ancient continent is destined for annihilation. Stop begging me. If you had obediently let me take over, you would not suffer like this." Changzai collapsed to her knees, helpless. Tian Wangchen continued coldly, "All of this is caused by that damned Chen Chang'an." Changzai lowered her head and said, "High God, Chang'an has endured countless battles. His words are tough, but his heart is weary. He never asked for reasons. He only saved us from hell. He does not deserve to die miserably. He is the hero of this continent." Changzai kowtowed before Tian Wangchen, pleading on behalf of all living beings of the ancient continent. Tian Wangchen sneered and lifted her chin, saying, "How about this? You tell Chen Chang'an to hand over all authority of the continent to me. I will conveniently help him overcome his tribulation." He stepped forward. "Who did you say you would help overcome a tribulation?" He swiftly swept away all the celestial god clones, and then leisurely walked toward the two of them, curling his lips and saying, "Finished acting. Do you want to die?" Tian Wangchen turned and laughed loudly. "Chen Chang'an, you cannot withstand them, so you came to beg me. How about this? As long as you kneel and kowtow 3 times before me, I will show mercy and help you once. What do you say?" Raised his brow in confusion. "Kneel before you." He pointed to the sky and said, "Tian Wangchen, is there something wrong with your head? Or did you not see clearly? Look up and then continue speaking." Tian Wangchen looked up and muttered, "Look at what?" The moment she looked up, cold sweat broke out across her body. Sky was clear without a single god in sight. He spread his arms proudly. The celestial god clones had long been dealt with by him. Changzai was still kneeling on the ground. She looked up and was stunned again and again. Everyone was dumbfounded. The gods descended and then vanished. He alone achieved this. It is miraculous, we are safe. Tian Wangchen still did not understand what had happened, and used her divine technique to reverse time to review everything. In the scene, he faced the celestial god clones and said, "If you have the courage, come in person." Tian Wangchen was stunned. Those observers clearly were not weak. Yet in the blink of an eye, all of them vanished. After watching the battle, Tian Wangchen stood stunned. He alone instantly killed all the celestial gods. His immortal energy surged as he said, "There are still not enough for me to kill." Tian Wangchen was horrified. How could his strength be so terrifying? The celestial gods did not even have time to react. Someone shouted, "Channel more power from the true body. Let him have it, all charge." Yet all vanished in an instant. The celestial gods of the star fields were wiped out. Tian Wangchen looked at him and thought, moreover, they were all instant kills. He looked at her and said, "I heard every word you just said." Tian Wangchen bit her lip tightly. What kind of monster had she summoned here? She immediately changed her tone and flattered, "If there is anything you need, just say it. I will certainly do my utmost to help." He looked at her behavior and was at a loss for words. He said, "I want to ask you, is there a way to summon more celestial gods here? The stronger, the better." Tian Wangchen was instantly alarmed. Changzai was also shocked upon hearing this. He still wants to summon more celestial gods. Tian Wangchen answered seriously, "Yes, at the place of the second young master of the Dragon God clan." Bad news arrived. Something has happened, second young master. Lord Longliu has died unexpectedly. The time and space god intended to take over the continent, but it was seized by Chen Chang'an. The second young master of the Dragon God clan, Hua Long, sat in his chair and replied calmly, "Oh." He said coldly, "I have always suspected Tian Wangchen colluded with others to kill my 12th brother. Anyone who dares touch the Dragon God clan must pay the price." Guardian Soul asked, "Does second young master already have a plan?" Long Hua stood up and said, "I will use the Dragon God technique 10 directions annihilation formation." The Guardian Soul was horrified. Using this divine technique will destroy the entire star field containing the ancient continent. including countless territories of early-stage gods. It will certainly create great enmity. Please reconsider, second young master. Manhwa replied coldly, since elder brother is not here I decide. What is there to fear from ants? If strong enough, just crush them. On Chang'an's side, Tian Wangshan endured in silence. He is threatening me. If I do not lure an early-stage god here, he will deal with me. If it were only a clone, I would not fear. But this body has fused more than half of my power. I can only temporarily obey him. Yushan Dai transmitted his voice to Tian Wangshan. I heard you wish to present the ancient continent to me. Is it true? He is a mid-stage celestial god who guards the gate. Wandering gods must pass through him to advance. Tian Wangshan replied, it is true. He stood beside her, and when he saw a celestial god arrive, he was delighted. In this era, before long, I will reward him with a few planets and recruit him to work for me. Yushan Dai laughed loudly. You are sensible after all. Our past grievances are erased. He immediately made his move. He also prepared to kill him. Tian Wangshan's face darkened as she thought. The space-time of this era is completely in chaos. The clone of Yushan Dai was destroyed. Changzai and the immortals stood frozen at his strength. True body of Yushan Dai angrily slammed his hand onto his chair. Tian Wangshan, you dare scheme against me. I swear irreconcilable enmity with you. System sounded. Congratulations, host, for killing the clone of Yushan Dai. Domain points automatically converted into 1.3 celestial god clone fragments. He gripped Tian Wangshan's neck and laughed. Fighting 10 alone like this is far more enjoyable than dealing with loose gods. The system reported, celestial god clone analysis progress has reached 12.1%. He said irritably, those earlier celestial gods were truly shameless. Do not convert all of it. Leave some domain points for other uses. He was excited like a child. Quickly call the next one. Tian Wangshan grew anxious. If this continues, I am finished. After repeating this many times, Tian Wangshan summoned the twin spirit gods. Xiu Lan laughed and said, it has been long since we met, sister. I heard there is a great treasure to see. What is it? Tian Wangshan turned to him and said, I do not have many friends. Treat them as one person. Please show mercy. He stood behind and snapped his fingers. The clone of the twin spirit gods was instantly eliminated. The two sisters embraced and wept. She deceived us. Our friendship is shattered. He grew more and more exhilarated. Quickly call the next one. Tian Wangshan covered her face in despair. I will have no face left in the divine realm. He smacked his lips. Your connections are too poor. Knowing so many gods is still not enough for me to kill. Useless. Tian Wangshan cried, do you think they are vegetables? Have some humanity. We are celestial gods. Feng Qingyang thought to himself, I never expected celestial gods would one day be slaughtered like pigs. Chen Chang'an is powerful beyond measure. Feng Qingyang smiled awkwardly, thinking that in the future he would be this man's master made his heart swell. At the Dragon God Clan Hall, clan members began to gather. The Dragon God Clan officially took action. They were setting up a grand formation. The Guardian Soul reported, second young master, abnormal divine power detected. There are only 2 wandering gods on the ancient continent. Among them, Chen Chang'an has descended with his true body. Long Hua said coldly, so what if it is his true body? My younger brother's revenge must be taken. Long Hua gave a cold order, begin. A streak of light suddenly flashed across the star field. The grand formation slowly manifested. Tian Wangshan let out a cold laugh. This aura is. It is the Dragon God technique 10 directions God annihilation formation. Everyone looked up at the formation. Divine formation shone straight down. He smiled and asked, is it very strong? Changzai covered her mouth and replied, even without contact with high-ranking celestial gods, I know the might of this formation. Tian Wangshan explained, this is one of the 3 supreme divine techniques of the Dragon God clan. This move alone has conquered countless star fields and forced many celestial gods to flee. Early-stage celestial gods who fall into it have almost no chance to break free. He asked why. Changzai continued, because once the formation envelops, everything between heaven and earth loses effect. The divine power of all celestial gods within is completely sealed. They cannot fight, and even escape is a luxury. We barely drove the previous ones away, and now an even stronger enemy has arrived. The immortals panicked and asked, what can we do to avoid invasion? Feng Qingyang sighed, it is over, we are finished. Tian Wangshan thought, although I want to see Chen Chang'an's despair, the most important thing now is to find a chance to slip away. Fool, I will not continue playing. Just as she intended to retreat, she suddenly found her divine power gone. The formation is not yet complete. Could another mysterious force have already sealed me? He said coldly, Tian Wangshan, your thieving nature truly cannot change. Do not think I do not know you secretly sent a locator to the Dragon God clan. Grabbed Tian Wangshan's hair and pulled her back. Outwardly you deal with me. In fact, you were stalling to deliberately leak the location. Were you not planning to borrow the Dragon God clan's ultimate move to destroy me and then seize the chance to escape? Tian Wangshan cried out in pain. Chen Chang'an let go. Is this not the higher dimensional existence you wanted? I lured him here and now you are afraid. She thought, I cannot defeat you, but the Dragon God clan will surely deal with you. Looked at her with killing intent and said, afraid of them. I only regret not killing them all. He continued, to be honest, I was worried you had no way to lure someone stronger here. I did not expect you to perform quite well. Killing intent surged as he declared, then let them broaden their horizons. I will fight until no one dares covet this land again. Tian Wangchen was horrified to find she could not sense even a trace of the formation's power. Yet no matter how great its might, the reality before her could not be ignored. The grand formation was fully established. Long Hua ordered coldly, destroy it. As Long Hua's divine technique descended upon the ancient continent, raised his hand in signal, and said calmly, devour it. Immediately after, Long Hua's attack was cleanly shattered by him in an instant. The system reported that external divine power had been absorbed and automatically converted into domain points. He absorbed all the formation's divine power and said, the opponent invested too little in this move. Tian Wangchen broke out in cold sweat watching him. How is this possible? The god-annihilating formation was absorbed by him, suppressing all things yet unable to affect him. Long Hua stood with arms crossed and sneered. This ant has some strength, but that is all. Long Hua ordered, raise the power to the maximum. Let these ants know what crushing means. His subordinates answered in unison, understood. Stronger, faster, and more colossal attack was unleashed. It struck directly toward the ancient continent. He looked up and evaluated. The opponent seems a little impatient. The people behind him cried out in panic. It is even bigger. He raised his hand and said, then try this move. He had already prepared a countermeasure for Long Hua. The two forces collided violently. Unexpectedly, Long Hua's formation was reflected back, something no one anticipated. Seeing his formation rebound, Long Hua cursed. What nonsense is this? Is this something an early-stage god can do? The Dragon God technique unleashed at full power still could not harm the opponent. It was even used to counterattack. He pointed to the sky and said to the system, look carefully. Without leaving, we can still use the domain to kill in reverse. Proceed to convert all the absorbed power. The total barrier expanded. Continue expanding. Its scale increased 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. The multiplier was fully amplified. Long Hua's formation was shattered. The 10 directions God Annihilation formation collapsed. It could not even damage the opponent. Long Hua's subordinates were thrown to the ground by the backlash and coughed blood. Long Hua's eyes widened. He did not expect such a terrifying god-level existence to exist in this broken place. Feng Qingyang looked at the sky filled with light and stammered speechlessly. We won. He stood beneath the sunlight, the light shining upon him dazzling and radiant. The guardian soul turned to Long Hua and said, second young master, about this matter. Long Hua cut him off. Withdraw immediately. Order the clan to erase all traces related to the Dragon God clan in this dimension. Long Hua ordered the destruction of all territories below the great land level under their control. Absolutely do not let the other side trace any clues. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Guardian Soul hesitated and asked, but second young master, earlier you said you would show them what crushing means. Long Hua roared in anger, I never said that. I would have known that place hid at least a high-level god, damn it. I thought it was only an early-stage god. Long Hua thought nervously, I am only mid-stage. If I truly provoke such an existence, the consequences will be extremely troublesome. Long Liu was truly foolish to provoke that kind of person. Long Hua said coldly, this battle has severely damaged the Dragon God clan's vitality. The divine bones were shattered by the shockwaves. Without tens of thousands of years, recovery is impossible. After we withdraw, this star field will soon change hands. He looked at Chen Chang'an and said, you are quite impressive. Perhaps in the future war among the gods we will meet again. He looked at the people behind him cheering in victory and smiled. It is finished, time to return. Sunlight shone upon the ancient continent. It had truly been revived. Shouts rang out counting, 1, 2. He was surrounded by the crowd. Wait, what are you planning to do? Everyone lifted him up together and cheered. Chang'an, thank you for saving us. Every face beamed like the sun. Without you, we truly would not know what to do. Let us cheer for our hero. Said shyly, 10 million years later, Jiazhu will have someone to protect it. I merely carried the responsibility of a predecessor. He smiled inwardly. You strive to protect my world, then I will also protect your future. Tian Wangchen watched the crowd praising him and felt regret. She did not expect he would truly win. If she had cooperated with him earlier, how good it would have been. With his support, her path to mid-stage godhood would be much easier. Tian Wangchen squeezed forward and shouted, put him down quickly. You are being too disrespectful. The crowd was startled and dropped him flat on his face. He fell and cried out aggrieved, are you messing with me? Everyone hurriedly apologized, we did not mean it. Tian Wangchen quickly helped him up and asked, Chang'an, are you all right? These fools truly make people worry. He sensed something unusual and asked suspiciously, what trick are you planning now? Tian Wangchen said irritably, what trick am I that terrible in your eyes? I witnessed your strength and character, I just want to. He replied narcissistically, if you want to flatter me, you must line up. Inwardly he thought, this feeling is not bad, so what if she is a celestial god? Tian Wangchen thought angrily, if I defeat you, I will surely kill you. Tian Wangchen pulled his hand and whispered, come with me for a moment, I have something important to say. Chang Zai called from behind, he turned his head. Tian Wangchen said anxiously, ignore her, this is only between us. Suddenly he reached out and grabbed Chang Zai's hand. The motion was so fast she was pulled over, her face instantly flushed red. The three looked at each other, not knowing how to begin. Finally, Tian Wangchen broke the silence and asked why he brought her along. He replied calmly that this was not some secret romance, what cannot be known by others. Tian Wangchen felt annoyed, cursing inwardly that she did not want to bow before those lower realm refugees. He only looked at her silently. Chang Zai broke into cold sweat, thinking wildly. The two sides seemed at swords drawn and even calculating old grudges. She truly did not dare intervene. She guessed that the time and space god's action was likely to submit to him. Previously deceiving celestial gods had ruined her connections and offended many. No matter how resourceful she was, once real conflict erupted, she would be erased before resisting. Not to mention the dragon god clan would never let her go. The road ahead was blocked. To protect herself, she could only rely on him for a chance to survive. Yet none of this seemed related to her. Tian Wangchen snapped that she wanted to discuss matters with him, and her presence was unnecessary. Chang Zai stood at a distance blushing, thinking perhaps she should quietly leave first. Looked directly at Tian Wangchen and said clearly, from now on Chang Zai is my representative. Whether we cooperate or not, you must listen to her. Tian Wangchen froze and exclaimed in disbelief. Tian Wangchen gritted her teeth in anger. Just now she had begged that woman, and in the blink of an eye the situation reversed. He was clearly provoking her deliberately. Tian Wangchen put an arm around Chang Zai's shoulder and forced a smile. Chang Zai, now you understand, right? Chang Zai was confused. Tian Wangchen pleaded inwardly, I do not want to speak with you. Do you know how much courage it took for me to confess to him? Cut in coldly as if declaring war. If you do not know your place, then leave. Is that what you mean? Do you want to start a war with me? Tian Wangchen cried out in panic. What kind of translation is that? I do not want to oppose you. He glanced at Tian Wangchen, then turned to Chang Zai and softly called Zai-er. Tian Wangchen held Chang Zai's hand and smiled ingratiatingly, asking if we can cooperate. Past memories suddenly flooded her mind. Compared to her former self, who only bowed her head to solve troubles, she was clearly inferior to her present state. Tian Wangchen still gently held Chang Zai's hand and did not release it. Chang Zai looked awkwardly toward him for help. He subtly signaled her to agree. Tian Wangchen cursed inwardly. This bastard treats me like a tool to teach children. Fine, I will remember this grudge. The three returned to join the gathered immortals. Chang Zai asked whether to wait for her junior sister who had not returned. He replied they had stayed too long and friends at home were anxious. Let us part here. He suddenly remembered something and said, there is one more matter I almost forgot. He waved his hand, and the time-space divine element appeared before them. The immortals widened their eyes in shock. Is this the legendary power of spacetime? Tian Wangchen angrily cursed Chen Chang'an. The ability I cultivated my whole life you take as you please. If a time and space god like me exists, what meaning is there anymore? He removed the cloak from his body and said honestly, without a suitable medium, we will temporarily use this to fuse first. I will engrave spacetime power into it. The enhancement will be stronger than the divine artifact you once used. He handed the cloak to Chang Zai and instructed that the side effects had been removed, but it only works on the ancient continent. On other planets they will remain. Use it carefully. Chang Zai took it with trembling hands and nodded softly. He hesitated and said one more thing. He looked at her waiting. She suddenly embraced him and whispered, Chang'an, thank you. He looked at her with a slight blush. She said tearfully, 10 million years later we will meet again. He nodded gently. Soon after he left this place with Tian Wangchen, lamented why she could not meet someone who truly loved her. The world is so unfair. He ignored her bluntly. Tian Wangchen immediately shifted the topic, reminding that Chang Zai had agreed and he could not go back on cooperation. He replied coldly, the past has passed. I never agreed now. What are you happy about? Tian Wangchen cursed him for burning the bridge after crossing. Because of you I have no place in the divine realm. You must take responsibility. He said calmly, protecting you carries great pressure. I must offend many powerful celestial gods. I cannot defeat them. Tian Wangchen shouted and called him despicable and shameless. He smiled with a calculating expression and said slowly, unless. He pinched Tian Wangchen's cheek and continued, if you call me father, perhaps I will agree. Tian Wangshan angrily curseth. After his heartless words, Tian Fengchen angrily turned to leave. If we cannot cooperate, then I will go. At worst I suffer more than before, endure and become invincible. He said calmly, if you abandon your pursuit perhaps I will change my mind. Otherwise I am ready to use any means to seize continents to increase cultivation. If that truly happens, then you will be Tian Fengchen. She turned back with a trace of expectation in her voice, but knowing his slippery nature, he immediately laughed and said he was joking, making her grind her teeth in fury, wishing to castrate him. The angrier she became, the more he teased, asking if she did not want to know whether he was lying, making her spin like a top. Driven to her limit, she pointed at him and cursed Chen Chang'an as despicable. This grudge I will remember for life. Watching her leave, he smirked and said she ran away already. I still wanted to play more. Even the system watching was speechless. Host surviving until now is truly a miracle. Yet the system did not understand why he refused to cooperate with the time and space god. According to memory, she would become a very powerful god later. Taking her as a junior sister now is not bad. He explained softly that now is not the time. This woman is both cunning and scheming. Do not be fooled by her apparent surrender. No one can predict the schemes behind her. She will surely cause many troubles. Resolving it once in the future is fine, but many times would exhaust him. That is why he let her leave. In the space-time tunnel, Tian Fengchen kept cursing Chen Chang'an. It is better to remember kindness than to hold hatred. She and I will surely meet again in the future. During this, the system mocked that host thinking like this is appropriate. Do not immorally lure a maiden at the peak of her life. He snapped back, irritated that the system was meddling. Better create some quality missions. Domain points are running low. A freeloading system like you wants me to do everything. Thus he set off again. Before leaving, he instructed the system to handle one matter on the ancient continent. The system immediately agreed. After everything was settled, Hanzai used the damaged Grand Formation to open a teleportation gate back to the ancient continent, grinding her teeth. Upon stepping out, she saw only Changzai, who was wearing his cloak armor, making Hanzai freeze and look around for a familiar figure. With a single glance at her, Hanzai understood that feeling. Two women loving the same man easily empathize. Moreover, they were senior and junior sisters. Feelings are hard to measure. Changzai ran forward and embraced Hanzai. With just one look into each other's eyes, Hanzai understood everything. He glanced sideways, then turned and ran off. In the sky, its eyes flashed with astonishment. At this moment, the aura of life was erupting from corpses across the continent, each person opening their eyes one after another. Then all of them sat upright at the same time, looking around in confusion. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Had they not already died? Witnessing this miracle, Bongthan Duong was stunned and overwhelmed with emotion, rushing forward to embrace his companions as tears streamed down, while Thuong Hai was still standing blankly, watching Han Hai's back and the scene of everyone coming back to life. The sound of high heels approaching suddenly rang out behind her. She sensed a familiar aura, turned her head in shock, and her eyes instantly filled with tears. Hot tears slowly rolled down her cheeks. All the suppressed emotions burst forth. Her master had also returned to life, smiling as she called her disciple. Master asked in a puzzled voice whether in everyone's memories there seemed to appear the image of someone named Tran Truong and who had saved them all. Thuong Hai did not answer immediately. She rushed forward and tightly embraced her master as if afraid of losing her. From then on, the story stretched on endlessly, told without pause. Even when dusk fell, no one had finished speaking. Only then did everyone gradually depart, all knowing that Tran Truong came from the future. So Thuong Hai had made the promise on their behalf. He promised the seniors that 10 million years later, they would cross vast distances together to the 9 provinces continent to repay the life-saving grace of Truong. Everyone responded joyfully. Only Han Hai carried an added trace of unspoken anticipation. Time passed swiftly like a galloping horse across the plains. In the blink of an eye, it was 10 million years later. In the region of Thuong Chau on the continent, there was a place of breathtaking scenery named Medicine Spirit Valley. This was an immortal treasure land hidden deep within the world, filled with deadly traps that required passing through layer upon layer of danger to reach. So countless people were now flocking to search for it. One fortunate person picked up a rare spiritual herb and immediately laughed loudly in delight, shouting that he had finally found the 9-leaf dragon heart herb. The others were endlessly envious. This spiritual herb had great effects in repairing bloodlines, yet that brat had seized it first. An old alchemist advised them not to be impatient. To save the Lady of 9 Provinces, a single herb would not be enough. Elsewhere, a young woman received a message from a jade slip and said seriously that even if the spiritual herb was found, it might not arrive in time. Hearing this, everyone was puzzled since the news had only spread for 2 days. The girl continued explaining that the communication artifact had notified all alchemists across the continent, and they were all rushing toward Yunchao, where the prefecture lord resided. At this moment, Yunchao was extremely lively. Alchemists crowded the streets, all hoping to be the first to help save Prefecture Lord Tran, who had protected the continent and even neglected his severely injured wife. Now that he was in trouble, they could not stand by idly. The sound of quarrels rang out endlessly. Some were driven away for lining up incorrectly. Others laughed awkwardly, saying they would try their luck in case fortune favored them. No one was willing to yield. Inside the residence, Lin Bao Nhi opened the door slightly and looked out, seeing commoners, cultivators, and alchemists blocking every entrance, even calling Jiang Tone so the Lady of 9 Provinces. She was so angry she could not endure it, inwardly cursing whoever fabricated and spread the rumor. Hong Wai softly said that the investigation was clear. It was Tone So's former Heavenly Fragrance sect wanting to use this matter to expand their influence. That sect not only hung posters everywhere, but also spread the news non-stop. Not only that, they even used items related to Prefecture Lord Tran for promotion. In the past 2 days, their fame had soared, attracting many admirers, and they boasted that thanks to this, their sect's recruitment ranking could jump straight to the top. Bok Nuyen felt uncomfortable hearing this. The master and Tone So had not yet held their wedding ceremony, yet they were already used for publicity. Lin Bao Nhi was even angrier than that woman. What worried her most was that once Tone So's official status was established, their chances to be close to master would decrease. Hong Wai and Bok and Guyet blushed and hurriedly said they did not dare think of such things. Lin Bao Nhi coaxed that which sister wanted to be thrown into the cold palace. They were currently relying on Tran Truong, and if someone sat above their heads, how could they endure it? Both immediately shook their heads repeatedly. Seeing their reaction, Lin Bao Nhi curled her lips in a smile, knowing she had gained allies. She immediately said they must seize the initiative and go meet master together. The 2 girls were promptly dragged along. At the same time, Fairy Jiang Tone So was sitting within a space of peach blossoms, her features delicate and her aura transcendent. Her eyes were gently closed, like a serene fairy immersed in slumber. An Truong was standing with the Jiang family head inside Jiang Tone So's secluded cultivation space. The Jiang family head displayed divine abilities, using the necklace and items around Tone So to refine them into divine artifacts combined with a unique immortal technique to repair her soul origin, hoping no accident would occur, when she suddenly spoke and addressed Senior. She lowered her head and offered the divine artifact with both hands, saying that with the aid of divine power, the soul restoration immortal art had been perfectly completed. Tran Truong looked at Jiang Tone So still unmoving and wondered why she had not awakened. The purple-haired woman hurriedly explained that Senior could rest assured. Since the soul restoration had succeeded, she would certainly awaken within 2 days. Fortunately, it had not dragged on too long. Tran Truong took back Jiang Tone So's necklace and mentioned he had seen many souls lose their memories after repair. Asking her thoughts, the purple-haired woman trembled slightly, but firmly said it would not happen. Under divine power and divine artifacts, Tone So was recovering very well. There was no other way but to wait. Seeing her constantly glance outside, he asked if something was wrong. She startled and lowered her head, saying no, only that he resembled someone she had known long ago. Tran Truong understood the reason. In the original memories, he had not existed. It was his journey to the future that made him an obsession. Many things had changed. He did not explain further and strode away, the wind brushing past the purple-haired woman's skirt along with his voice. Faint voice lingered by her ear, telling her to take good care of Tone So. After he left, Jade Cicada Fairy asked the family head whether she had mistaken the person since he came from 9 provinces and did not belong to that era. But the purple-haired woman affirmed with certainty that it was indeed him. She recalled the terrifying scene of that year, he alone facing the gods of all directions, killing until even heavenly gods fled in fear upon hearing his name. For many years she had been blinded by benefits, nearly forgetting that such a great figure still existed on the 9 provinces continent. She raised her head to gaze at the distant sky, silently calculating the time. It seemed the appointed day of 10 million years had arrived. It was tomorrow. Anticipation also rose in her heart, wondering how they had lived all these years. At the same time, in a star region adjacent to the 9 provinces continent, the Barbarian Star Continent, a group of black-robed figures approached the Barbarian Star clan leader. Behind them were blue-skinned, long-eared warriors holding crude weapons. Clan leader received them warmly, smiling as he spoke of the upcoming Star Region Assembly where continents would fiercely compete. Allying with a powerful continent was a great fortune for their clan, for they were descendants of the wild star devouring divine beasts. The guest opposite also removed his hood and softly replied that it was the same for them. This person was the representative immortal. On the ancient descent continent, she was Thuong Hai's master. After 10 million years, her appearance remained unchanged. She said there was only one condition for cooperation. The blue-skinned clan leader immediately agreed, inviting divine envoy Tin Duck to speak. Regarding resource distribution, if it could be done, they would certainly not refuse. Tin Duck asked directly whether in their recent plundering of many continents to accumulate resources, the 9 provinces continent had appeared on their target list, her sharp gaze staring intently. Upon hearing this name, the blue-skinned group felt as if struck by lightning, their bodies stiffening. The clan leader coldly said he had long suspected why a powerful continent like Hang Ko wanted an alliance. It turned out they were targeting 9 provinces, wanting to seize it from their hands. The warriors behind him immediately stepped forward. Yet Tin Duck did not waver in the slightest. She merely asked calmly what their answer was. The blue-skinned clan leader flew into a rage and cast a spell, eerie soul flames bursting forth, declaring that 9 provinces had long been in their sights. Once devoured, barbarian star would advance. No one else should dream of interfering. During the refusal, the expressions of the Hang Ko divine envoys darkened, saying there was no need to continue discussing an alliance. Before the blue-skinned group could react, the divine envoys had already acted, sending the warriors to meet their ancestors. Each of them charged into the flock like fierce tigers among sheep, beating the blue-skinned warriors until they had no power to resist. Witnessing that massacre, the clan leader trembled and could not utter a word. Only the warrior leader remained, leading 2 companions in a counterattack, shouting threats that his royal father would devour them. In response, Tin Duck merely waved a palm, instantly sending the 3 of them away in a blink. Blue-skinned clan leader was terrified to the extreme, thinking that as descendants of a divine beast they should have dominated, yet they were defeated so easily. He realized the origins of these divine envoys were the 9-star guardians cultivated by Hang Ko, each at the immortal venerable realm. He slowly admitted the rumors were true, that Hang Ko continent had refrained from major actions for many years solely to protect 9 provinces. Tin Duck's eyes turned icy as she replied that they had once warned others not to covet 9 provinces. The old clan leader hurriedly bowed his head and promised that they would never dare to repeat it again. But his heart was full of vile schemes. For now he would bow his head and admit defeat, then one day return to swallow the 9 provinces whole. When barbarian star advanced into a mighty continent, he would repay today's humiliation 100,000 times over. Yet toward that uncle it was different. Having endured countless tribulations, descended to the Yellow Springs to meet the King of Hell, and then been pulled back by an ancient scripture, divine envoy Tin Duck was long accustomed to such tricks. Acting in front of me, do you think you still have a chance? She immediately unleashed an immortal technique and struck the clan leader heavily, making him shriek like a pig being slaughtered. Why is this happening? He collapsed to the ground, his heart filled with confusion. He had clearly surrendered, yet they still refused to let him go. The martial strength of the 9 provinces had always been weak. The surrounding star regions could bully them at will, let alone become allies. They were not even qualified to be slave planets. Yet you have protected them for years, and were willing to turn against countless races. What exactly is the reason? He longed to know the answer. A rare gentleness flickered in Tin Duck's eyes. Because there is someone there who is extremely important to Hang Ko continent and to us. For him, even if we must face the descendants of divine beasts or the gods of the heavens, we will never retreat. Not only us, but our disciples, grand disciples, and all living beings of Hang Ko are willing to fight for him until the last breath. As Tin Duck spoke, she opened the teleportation array. Matters here were finished, and they had to return to prepare for tomorrow. Before leaving, she added one more cold sentence, her gaze sweeping over the trembling blue-skinned clan leader. Tomorrow my disciple will go to Hang Ko to meet someone special. Whatever thoughts you should or should not have must be buried deep in your hearts. If you dare let any crooked intentions sprout, then weigh the consequences yourselves. After speaking, the divine envoys stepped into the teleportation array and vanished. Only the blue-skinned clan leader remained standing there alone, trembling as he thought, was it not just Fairy Thuong Hai? Was she not the demon who had conquered countless star regions over millions of years? Then just how terrifying must the person she valued be? At the same time, on Yun Chao continent, the lively festival was gradually beginning. Releasing sky lanterns, Tran Truong widened his eyes and asked in surprise. Bao Nhai clung to his arm and coaxed softly, "Master, please go. The Lantern Festival is the grand New Year celebration. You have not been with us for a long time. This time come with us." Hong Wai and Bak and Gaiet echoed her. At that moment, Tran Truong was massaging the shoulders of Master Fong Koi Van. The old man was so comfortable he had even changed his name from Fong Than Duong. Looking at his precious disciple, he nodded and thought the long wait had not been in vain. Tran Truongen heard the suggestion and smiled, saying he had never participated in a lantern festival before. The system was currently calculating rewards. Tone so was stable and would awaken within 2 days. During this period, there was indeed no major matter. During this bow, Nhi happily rushed forward to hug him and cheered that it was agreed. Master is the best. Tomorrow the whole day must belong to us. You are not allowed to go back on your word or slip away to handle other matters. Tran Truongen could only smile bitterly and say all right. After speaking, she dragged him away at once. It was rare for Master to come out. We will take you to change clothes, leaving Fong Koi Van standing behind speechless, only able to helplessly worry for his disciple. Why is everything happening tomorrow? Truongen, you have created too much karma. Tomorrow is both the 10-million-year appointment of Hang Ko and the contest between the beauties of Hang Ko and 9 provinces. Who will win? On one side, he was concerned about healing Jiang Tone So's soul. On the other, Thuong Hai and the others would arrive as promised. At this moment, Lin Bao Nhi led Truongen through the Lantern Festival. He sat sipping tea and watching the bustling streets. It had been a long time since he enjoyed ordinary life. Felt joy and peace. After so many upheavals, he had not only protected the borders of 9 provinces, but also blocked the heavenly demons. Such tranquil days were truly rare. He thought about tomorrow's Lantern Festival when everything would be brilliantly decorated. But was it a bit late for Bak and Gayat and Bao Nhi to prepare now? Recalling how Bao Nhi had told him to wait a moment and would return quickly. With the experience of 2 lifetimes, he knew the girls had only gone to buy clothes, and waiting for women to shop was truly torment. While he was thinking everyone had already recognized him, there is Prefecture Lord Tran. It is truly that person from that day. Come quickly to see. Someone even shouted it was their first time meeting their idol at such close distance, startling him. Crowds surged forward, some offering immortal medicine after hearing that Prefecture Lord Tran's wife was gravely ill, others asking for autographs to express admiration. Tran Truongen hurriedly waved his hand and said, "My wife is fine. Thank you for everyone's kindness." As he felt awkward before the crowd, suddenly a woman's hand tightly grasped his. It was Bak and Gayat, who had just returned from shopping. She pulled him up into the air, apologized for being late, and lowered her head, saying he could punish her, leaving Tran Truongen dumbfounded. His gaze fell upon the item she was holding, and he asked what she had brought. Bak and Gayat stammered that they were only a few tools to assist cultivation. Seeing her blush shyly, Truongen casually praised her diligence. Yet her expression seemed odd, making him unable to suppress his suspicion. He immediately activated the invincible domain and used the ability to see through, at once seeing that her storage pouch was filled with unspeakable items, making him wonder whether this ability could even see through clothing. As someone from Earth, Tran Truongen clearly understood the meaning of those things, claiming to buy clothes yet carrying such items. What exactly was she planning? Bak and Gayat's face was flushed red, her aura fluctuating, her heart both ashamed and flustered. That golden radiant tower was Han Lan Pavilion, built on the border between 2 realms, with people coming and going endlessly. Bak and Gayat and Lin Bao Nhi led Tran Truongen to the entrance of the tower. Looking at the surroundings, Tran Truongen could not help being astonished by the scale of this city. The commercial street was filled with the aura of outer realms and complex origins. Lin Bao Nhi then spoke reassuringly that Master need not worry. She had reserved the entire tower today, and everything would be handled by her. Group stepped inside. Even the guards at the entrance were at the immortal realm, which made him inwardly startled. This place had not existed in the past timeline and likely appeared after a great upheaval. Bao Nhi skipped happily and said this was the first time the group had gone out to have fun like this. She was very happy, and Master still did not know how wondrous this place was. She began acting as a guide, explaining that Han Lan Pavilion had been built in 9 provinces over 1,000,000 years ago. This single tower alone had made 9 provinces famous throughout the universe. It was both a marketplace and a cultivation site, divided into 5 levels from Earth Realm to Emperor Realm, each level providing a cultivation environment corresponding to each realm. Although the cost of each level was extremely high, countless people still achieved breakthroughs here. What everyone was most curious about was the identity of the female master of Han Lan Pavilion. Some said she was an ancient powerhouse. Others believed she came from the dark outer regions. All kinds of rumors had circulated for millions of years, while Bao Nhi believed she was a powerhouse with her own story who chose to live in seclusion here. Cultivators from other stars all dreamed of meeting her once, but none had succeeded. Hearing this, Tran Truongen could not help being astonished. That person must be very formidable. Afterwards, he went to check prices in the trading area. A set of clothes priced at 9,000 gold coins made his eyes widen. How could this thing be sold so expensively? The shopkeeper was truly cutting throats. His muttering drew disdain from nearby customers. They mocked him for being poor and unable to afford it, yet calling the goods bad, claiming people of 9 provinces were shameless, making Bao Nhai and Bok and Gayat so angry their eyes seemed to spark. Bao Nhai called a staff member over as a witness. The girl arrived and immediately recognized a regular customer and politely greeted Miss Bao Nhai. Bao Nhai pointed directly at the outsiders and said they dared slander my master. I cannot swallow this tone. Then she took out a black authority card and handed it to the staff. She declared she would buy all the clothes and resources in this area, not wanting good items to be tainted by trash. The 2 men gnashed their teeth in fury. As soon as she spoke, all the items in other customers' hands instantly vanished. This was the authority of Hanlan Pavilion. Bao Nhai stuck out her tongue proudly. Today she had bought even the items their martial uncle coveted. The outer realm customers angrily cursed it, scolding the people of 9 provinces for blocking their path to fortune. The 2 young men were so enraged they intended to rush at Bao Nhai. But Bao Nhai and Bok and Gayat immediately released their aura, causing them to falter. Realizing both women were at the celestial human realm, the group turned pale and stood trembling. In the end, they could only flee. Bao Nhai stomped in anger. The staff brought the items and reported that payment was complete. The amount was truly enormous. Bao Nhai urged him to try on clothes. The staff was astonished at seeing someone spend money like water to buy things for a man without cultivation. Bao Nhai ignored everyone's gazes and pulled Tran Truongan into the fitting room. At that moment, the staff girl suddenly realized something, her eyes widening in shock. Was this not the man in the portrait the masters had been searching for? The man with horns had left her agape. They had searched for millions of years and did not expect to encounter him in such an unbelievable way. However, his appearance was somewhat different as he had no horns. She decided to first report this matter to her superiors, taking out a communication talisman to contact the managers of the first-floor trading hall, saying there was an important discovery and recounting the entire situation concerning that man. Afterwards, the group continued moving to another area of the tower. Turned out the 2 young men had brought their martial uncle, angrily muttering that their martial uncle was on the first floor. Yet they did not dare cause trouble in Hanlan Pavilion, only snorting coldly at those at the half-immortal realm and deciding to seize the treasures once outside. After the staff finished reporting, the managers immediately ran to inform the master that the man in the portrait had appeared. Hearing the news, the woman in the mirror softly said the time had come. The managers hurriedly bowed to receive instructions. He ordered that from now on they stop receiving guests and activate all immortal mirrors on every floor to observe every movement. The managers immediately carried out the order, and the immortal mirrors were deployed at once. Immortal energy flared brightly throughout the space. The master looked at the images of Tran Truongan and Thuong Hai and smiled faintly, saying after so many years of searching without result, just when that woman wished to find you, you appeared. The full-bodied woman thought to herself, it was time to return. She stood within a gloomy black stone valley where cold moonlight light pierced through. Her true identity was Hon Hai of the heavenly demon race, the one who established Hanlan Pavilion in 9 provinces to find Tran Truongan. For over 1,000,000 years, she had wondered what their relationship would be when they met again. The scene shifted to the fitting room. The sight made one suspect the shop of ill intent, reminding everyone to watch for hidden cameras while trying on clothes. Tran Truongan stiffly said he could change by himself. Yet Lin Bao Nhai still rushed over and tugged at his waistband, telling Master not to move. He pressed him against the wall and swiftly stripped his clothes despite his helplessness. Tran Truongan even thought Bao Nhai was far too skilled at this, then suddenly realized something was wrong. He recalled that every time he returned to his true body, he felt as if his vitality had been drained. He had long sensed that this matter was far from simple. Whenever the group gathered to do something shady, there was always one person standing guard outside, watching every movement to react if anything went wrong. Every step was carried out smoothly to avoid being discovered. Such a flawless process could not become so proficient without day and night practice. Tran Truongan grew angry and pointed at the 2 girls, scolding them for their boldness. The previous matter had not been settled, and now they dared continue. Bok and Gayat hurriedly pulled Bao Nhai aside and asked Senior to calm down, taking all the blame upon herself and asking to be punished in her stead. She took out the treasure box she always kept by her side and held it out toward Tran Truongan. At the same time, she turned her back to him, willing to bear all punishment and asking him not to hold back. In her heart, she could not forget the sensation from last time, painful yet thrilling. She secretly thought that usually she could only use it alone and could not fully experience it. This time, she could finally satisfy that feeling. Bok and Gayat resolutely stood waiting for Tran Truongan to act. repeating that she would accept any punishment. This left Tran Truongan speechless at the unbelievable boldness of this group. Even so, he sternly said he had not intended to do this, but they had shown too little respect and even taken advantage of his body. Bak and Guyot looked at him with expectation, recalling the punishment at Mount Fei Xian that left her in pain and delirium. She had restrained herself for so long she was nearly unable to endure. Tran Truongan immediately swung the whip repeatedly, and she cried out. Bewitching sounds echoed, making the atmosphere even more indescribable. He asked if she knew where she was wrong. Bak and Guyot hurriedly replied that she knew she was wrong. The scene made Lin Nha and Hong Wai tremble in fear. The two pitied Bak and Guyot to the point of tears, speaking in unison that they would bear it instead. Yet Tran Truongan showed no sign of stopping. Bak and Guyot firmly refused. The two girls were moved to tears and swore they would be good sisters from now on, at least sometimes. Reality and imagination do not always align, so before deciding anything one must think carefully. Tran Truongan reached into the box and asked why she cried like that yet still did not know her mistake. He pulled out a rope with a dangerous expression and threatened that if she did not speak honestly he would use harsher measures. Lin Nha panicked and begged him to spare Bak and Guyot. In Han Land Pavilion, Han Hai saw through the immortal mirror that Tran Truongan was tying up Bak and Guyot. She trembled with anger thinking he had gone too far. Han Hai spoke up reminding him not to hurt her too much. Tran Truongan laughed and said pain was correct and would leave marks. The sound transmitted through the immortal mirror made her even angrier. Ignoring the image, Han Hai opened a teleportation array and left. Only Tran Truongan's laughter echoed like a form of punishment. In Han Land Pavilion, Ngan Yu, the fifth-floor manager, gathered everyone and emphasized that nothing must go wrong at this critical moment, assigning managers to clear each floor. The second-floor manager worriedly said that the master had searched for the person in the portrait for many years. That person ultimately. What relationship did he have with the master? The first-floor manager guessed that someone so valued must be extraordinary, perhaps even an old lover. Ngan Yu angrily shouted for silence. The master's private affairs were not to be discussed. If it affected Han Land Pavilion's reputation, they would pay with their lives, frightening everyone into promising they would not dare again. She urged everyone to hurry to work, watching the first and second floor managers busy themselves, yet she still felt an ominous premonition. Two who were called back were the third and fourth floor managers. Ngan Yu told them to wait a moment. Although the earlier words were improper, she was still worried because Han Land Pavilion had always maintained a special and neutral position, having existed in 9 provinces for millions of years without ever joining disputes. Even if 9 provinces collapsed, Han Land Pavilion could still exist in the void. Therefore, maintaining neutrality was precisely the reason Han Land Pavilion had stood firm through countless eras. For the first time it closed to guests because of a mysterious man. Everyone agreed this was worrying, since guests on the 3rd and 4th floors all had high cultivation. Mishandling it would damage their signboard. Ngan Yu required that after handling their respective floors they return to report. She would verify the other party's identity before Han Hai arrived. At this time, Tran Truongan locked Bak and Guyot in the room. Lin Nha and Hong Wai stood outside hearing only pleading cries, while Bao Nha kept begging for mercy. Suddenly on the staircase came resentful voices of those driven out while cultivating at a crucial moment, making Hong Wai curiously look over. First floor hall gathered many dissatisfied people, lamenting that they were just short of comprehending a new technique when they were interrupted. This astonished Hong Wai because she had never seen Han Land Pavilion close like this, while the master's matter was unfinished. Suddenly a voice called out Miss Hong Wai, startling her as she turned around. Ngan Yu led the 3rd and 4th floor managers over, the aura of the immortal Emperor realm radiating and making Hong Wai feel suffocated. A voice from inside the room sounded telling Hong Wai to step aside. Ngan Yu was also stunned upon hearing it. Immediately afterward, the heavy pressure vanished like warm water, making Hong Wai recognize the familiar feeling of the master. He quickly moved aside. Ngan Yu, though puzzled, still wished to personally confirm whether this person was worthy of the master. Entering inside, Ngan Yu softly apologized for the presumptuous disturbance. She informed that Han Land Pavilion was closing its floors and inviting the great powers to leave. When observing Tran Truongan, she could not sense any cultivation. He was entirely like an ordinary person. Hard to believe he was in existence from the great battle 10 million years ago. Suddenly from him burst forth pressure like a demon god, along with a calm voice, asking whether only they had not left. He said he was busy, but could give them a proposal hard to refuse. Pressure forced Ngan Yu and the others to kneel, trembling as they replied they did not dare drive him away, for the master had waited for him for many years. Tran Truongan said he would wait for her here and waved them away. The group felt as if granted amnesty. The group trembled and clutched their chests as they retreated, stammering that they would no longer disturb Senior and that he could continue as he pleased. Outside, Hongwei was astonished to realize that even an immortal emperor feared the master's might. Truong felt somewhat awkward, thinking he hoped it would not be Han Hai who appeared because he truly did not know how to face her. He still felt guilty about once bringing her to 9 provinces. This time Han Lan Pavilion outside became lively, managers busily coordinating. The first and second floor managers bowed apologetically and invited guests to leave, causing dissatisfaction. They questioned who would compensate for the sudden closure interrupting cultivation and travel costs. The manager calmly replied to report the round-trip expenses clearly. Han Lan Pavilion would compensate appropriately. Among the crowd, the one who had clashed with Tran, Truong stared blankly wondering if Han Lan Pavilion was truly closing. The youth beside him resentfully asked Martial Uncle what to do when everyone was being asked to leave, making the 3 master and disciples furious. Almost all had been escorted outside except a few. Hongwei, standing inside, grew even more puzzled. Suddenly someone outside was startled and looked into Han Lan Pavilion, his gaze stopping on Hongwei. He angrily pointed and said, "Why were there still people inside? Why could she stay while they could not?" The first-floor manager smiled to placate him, but he refused. This man loudly argued that he was right and implied she was with that group who had not left, making the silver-haired man even more smug. He shouted that if they expelled people, it should be done fairly. The surrounding guests also echoed, demanding equal treatment. Silver-haired man threatened with his long-standing relationship, saying he did not want cooperation between both sides to fracture because of a few people of unclear origin, causing the manager's face to darken as she warned him to leave. Unreasonable, the silver-haired man continued provoking and demanded they seize the person for allegedly stealing his treasure, promising to maintain cooperation if they handed the person over. The tolerance exceeded its limit. The manager immediately slapped him coldly and asked whether he wished to disappear. He disdainfully said he was only at the immortal king realm, yet dared act arrogantly. The witnessing guests became even more agitated. Another youth stepped out arguing that Han Lan Pavilion closed without explanation, yet favored certain people. They were all long-time customers at the immortal venerable realm. Acting so would damage its standing. Someone sneered that who here lacked backing. The continents behind them were no weaker than 9 provinces. Otherwise, Han Lan Pavilion would not have been built in such a remote place. Unwilling to entangle further, the first-floor manager transmitted a message reminding the second floor that she had been too impulsive just now, making the situation more troublesome. The crowd shouted to know the background of the favored person, and then tried to rush into Han Lan Pavilion. As soon as they approached, a palm strike sent them flying out. A majestic voice rang out warning that anyone daring to cause trouble before Han Lan Pavilion would bear the consequences. Gan Yu led the 3rd and 4th floor managers out, stood before the crowd, and declared that the person inside was the one the master of Han Lan Pavilion had searched for over millions of years, his value surpassing all planets. The silver-haired master and disciples turned pale, never expecting the one they had looked down on to be so valued by the masters. Offending him like this left them only one path: death. The second-floor manager took out a scroll and set it ablaze. Amid the crackling flames, she loudly announced the termination of cooperation with the Liquor Sun continent and banned all its people, warning that anyone still targeting that young master would be crushed by the 5 managers. The other guests regretted their actions, blaming the Liquor Sun group and begging forgiveness for not knowing the young master's identity. Silver-haired group shouted in protest that they too had wanted to drive him out and even planned to storm in and seize him. No one should shift the blame. The guests immediately turned and cursed the Liquor Sun group as the ringleaders, the overwhelming crowd forcing them to cover their heads and endure the blows. After beating them, they bowed and asked the 5 managers to handle the rest, pleading for pardon. Liquor Sun group lost all arrogance and repeatedly apologized, swearing never to offend again. Inside, Hongwei watched the commotion like a stage play and intended to run in to tell Tran Truong for amusement. That moment, the sky above 9 provinces suddenly tore apart, as if a terrifying existence was about to descend. It was likely related to the people of Hangkou. At the same time, in Jiangtone, So's healing secret realm, the sky of the secret realm was ripped open. The Jiang family head sensed the aura of an ultra-powerful being from beyond the domain rushing toward them because of the divine power within Tone So's body. Jiang Hung Yen looked in shock at the teleportation array, wondering who was about to arrive when she heard someone call out to the family head. "There is movement." She was startled and turned to look at Jiang Tone So. She saw Tone So's arm move slightly, filling everyone with joy. After a long period of treatment, her soul gradually recovered, her complexion rosier though her eyes remained closed. At the same time, another teleportation formation appeared elsewhere in 9 provinces. At Han Lan Pavilion, Tran Truong finished punishing Bok and Gaiet. She lay quietly in her new outfit. He softly warned that this was only a reminder, and if she repeated it, the punishment would be harsher. Bok and Gaiet quietly replied that she understood, inwardly delighted as she felt her cultivation about to break through, secretly hoping for another punishment to advance further. He opened the door and stepped out. The fifth-floor managers were all stunned. Tran Truong thought to himself that Bok and Gaiet's peculiar hobby was nothing strange for someone like him who had transmigrated, then praised the outfit as beautiful and said he would wear it more often. His new appearance made the girls' hearts flutter. Bao Nhai exclaimed that Master seemed like a different person. Hong Wai blushed and praised his handsomeness. Bok and Gaiet felt regret wishing to continue receiving attention. Even the people of Han Land Pavilion gazed at him in fascination. No wonder the masters remembered someone both powerful and handsome like this. Seeing those enamored looks, Hong Wai and Bao Nhai burned with jealousy. Two rushed over to hug him and mark their claim, leaving Truong both amused and helpless at their foolish manner. Suddenly, Truong sensed something approaching. Space trembled violently, signaling another teleportation opening. He did not know whether the arrival was friend or foe. Gan Yu happily said that thanks to Senior Tran, they could clearly sense the aura outside. By calculation, the masters were about to return. Tran Truong paid no mind, saying he would step out for a moment before disappearing. Everyone was stunned, especially Gan Yu, who did not know how to explain that she had just reported him present, and now he had left. That moment, the teleportation array opened, and a pair of black high heels stepped out. Gan Yu immediately recognized the master. Lin Bao Nhai looked at the newly arrived woman who was both beautiful and enigmatic, jealousy souring her heart. One who arrived was Han Hai. She looked around, then asked where he was, clearly not seeing Tran Truong. She asked irritably whether he had not said he would wait here, leaving Gan Yu at a loss for words. Lin Bao Nhai ran over and asked if the master was looking for her master, startling Han Hai. She suddenly realized that was his disciple. She had previously thought she was his lover and thus felt irritated. Corner of her lips curved slightly as she turned and spoke gently that the little girl could call her martial mother, for she was the fiancée of her master. That statement left the little girl petrified. At the same time, everyone present, including Hong Wai Bok, Hyatt and Gan Yu, and the managers of Han Land stood frozen. All were shocked as if thunder had exploded by their ears, their minds unable to react. At this moment, Han Hai suddenly realized that she was not the only one to set foot on 9 provinces. The senior sister of Tran Truong and whom she sought had also arrived here, both carrying the purpose of seeking the pearl. Thus she immediately activated the formation, and coldly warned that this time you will not escape my grasp. If you doubt it, try to flee, and I will make you taste hardship. Inside the Jiang family's secret realm, Jiang and Gung Enhin widened her eyes at the newly arrived figure, and could not hide her astonishment as she asked why you had come here. One stepping out of the secret realm smiled lightly, and replied that Ngung Enhin little sister had not changed at all. Do you miss everyone? I set aside the invitation to attend the Star Region Assembly of the Myriad Gods to rush here, simply because I could not let my junior sister seize the advantage in love. For all these years, she had never dared to meet him, for she always felt she was not strong enough, not steady enough to stand before him without shame. That moment, Tran Truong also quietly returned. He did not dare reveal himself and stood atop a high rock, looking down with his mouth agape. His heart was in turmoil, not understanding why it was her who appeared at this crucial moment, only hoping nothing would go wrong. Lo, the girl who had just arrived continued expressing her feelings, though now there was a subtle change, the corner of her lips slightly raised. It was in fact the water goddess Thuong Hai of Hangko continent. She still wore the protective cloak of seals as before, only her bearing now more noble and mature. She whispered that perhaps now she would take the initiative to pursue him. Ngung Enhin immediately looked toward Jiang Tone So, worry rising in her heart. That woman had remembered Tran Truong for 10 million years. If she learned about Tone So, no one could predict what she would do. Moreover, their statuses differed greatly. The master glanced toward Tone So, then softly asked Thuong Hai what she was doing, why that person kept looking toward her from time to time. Who exactly was she? Hearing this, the Jiang family head cautiously replied that the divine maiden was the genius of the Jiang family, Jiang Tone So. Her soul had once been severely damaged, and she had yet to awaken. At this time, Thuong Hai also observed Tone So more carefully. Thuong Hai softly remarked that this young lady was truly beautiful. The Jiang family head proudly confirmed she was the #1 beauty of the Jiang family with countless admirers. At the same time, Thuong Hai also noticed that Tone So's injury still had issues. Your soul healing technique is not proficient enough. Even with divine power reinforcement, the demonic power is too weak, and she will lose part of her memory upon awakening. These words terrified the Jiang family head, as if disaster were about to descend. At that moment, Thuong Hai took action. Circles of light entered Tone So's sea of consciousness. She said fortunately she had once traveled across myriad star regions and obtained a secret art of awakening. To heal a soul, one must delve deep into the other's consciousness to mend the shattered fragments of memory. Even so, she would inevitably learn some of that person's secrets. But that was no longer important. Saving her was still the top priority. In the past, I reminded you many times to continuously strengthen your spiritual power so you would be capable of controlling the sole ancient tree of the Jiang family. Even if she awakened, if she lost her memories and forgot the important people in her life, that pain would be even more cruel. A moment later, Huanghai withdrew her divine power and smiled, saying the soul restoration was complete. She would wake up soon, making the Jiang family head breathe a sigh of relief and thank her repeatedly. In her heart, Huanghai felt secretly fortunate to have her elder sister's support. Otherwise, the soul would have been difficult to stabilize, and she feared she would have been dealt with by demon god Tran Truong. Not long after, Jiang Tone So began to react, the corner of her lips moving slightly as she let out a soft moan. Family head was overjoyed. At last, Tone So had awakened. As soon as the girl opened her eyes, though she realized her surroundings were unfamiliar, she paid no mind. In her thoughts, there was only the figure of Tran Truong. She panicked, thinking brother Truong was still fighting, and hurriedly demanded to go help. The family head quickly reassured her that the battle was over. He was safe and sound, and told her to focus on recovering first. Suddenly remembering Huanghai was still here, she quickly turned and bowed in gratitude to the goddess for saving her and Truong. Hearing that, Huanghai was stunned. What did this have to do with Truong? She gave an awkward smile and nudged her shoulder, inwardly crying out. Had she been so overjoyed that she misspoke? Standing behind and listening all along, Jiang and Gok Thien spoke up to explain that Tone So was the wife of Tran Truong, so he naturally had to thank the one who saved his wife. Huanghai stared at her in shock. The two words wife made her heart suddenly sink, the thought of madam flashing through her mind. Jiang and Gung Enhin hurried over to cover Jiang and Gok Thien's mouth, reminding her to be careful with her words, while she herself looked bewildered, not understanding where she had spoken wrongly. At this moment, Tran Truong no longer continued hiding and observing. He descended from above to where the girls were. His gaze carried a flirtatious smile as it swept over them. It was unclear whom he was looking at. Perhaps it was Tone So, the one he had once cared about. Seeing her beloved appear, Jiang Tone So broke free from the family head's grasp and called out Truong in a choked voice. She rushed toward him as if flying, and the young man also strode quickly forward to meet her. The two embraced tightly, their emotions bursting forth. Jiang Tone So's tears of happiness fell without end, and Tran Truong joyfully held her tightly in his arms, gently comforting her. Witnessing that scene, Huanghai stood stunned, happy that she had finally met again the man she had waited for 1,000,000 years, yet also saddened to see him holding another woman. At that very moment, a teleportation formation suddenly appeared along with a shrill voice. Let me deal with him for you. Turned out Hanhai had appeared with Lin Bao and A Chai. She lowered her voice, saying she did not believe she was merely the one who came later, and even demanded that Tran Truong confirm her status as the lawful wife. When she saw Tran Truong holding another woman tightly, Hanhai's expression immediately darkened with anger. At the same time, the system issued a random mission, requiring Tran Truong to invite the three women to attend the Lantern Festival together and build a harmonious relationship. The reward was a 1-minute invincibility card. Truly a womanizer, wanting to embrace all three beauties. Before even establishing a harem, he was already worrying about choosing an empress and consorts. Tran Truong wanted to cry upon hearing it, while the women collectively scolded him as a wretched man. Continuing the story, the 9 Provinces Lantern Festival officially began, heralding a new year. On this day, all grudges and ambitions were temporarily set aside. Everyone released lanterns to pray for blessings. The higher the lanterns flew, the more it symbolized misfortune drifting away, carrying wishes for a prosperous and peaceful new year for all. In a tavern within the city, a storyteller was entertaining the crowd with a sensational tale of love. Told of a man surnamed Lai who already had a lover in his hometown, yet remained a philanderer, even entangled ambiguously with her best friend. When the truth was exposed, he was stabbed to death. But the tragedy did not end there, as the woman then cruelly killed her own best friend as well. The story was both sorrowful and blameworthy. The audience sighed that to enjoy such blessings one must be immortal, or at least eloquent enough to placate women. A young man then asked if a man fell into a similar situation, even worse, how should he handle it? The old storyteller guessed his meaning. If a wife, a soulmate, and a companion through hardships all forced him to choose, what should he do? Before the old man could think further, the crowd was already arguing noisily. Some said when women gathered, they would inevitably fight. In the best case, they would battle among themselves. In the worst, they would turn together to vent their anger on the man. Even if he were a genius, he could not resolve such a situation. Truly, if someone fell into such a dilemma, the ending would likely be extremely tragic. That was precisely the situation Tran Truong was facing, sitting opposite three beauties in a tense atmosphere, while the system again reminded him of the romantic mission with the reward of a 1-minute invincibility card. In such a case, one could only pray for blessings. Tran Truong forced a smile and raised his tea in invitation, not knowing just how arduous this romantic ordeal would be. As soon as he extended the cup of tea, all three of them reached out at the same time to touch it. Their momentum flared, none willing to yield, each believing the cup was meant for her. In the end, he drank it dry himself. Giving the cup to no one, he smiled and said, "On a day of reunion, one should act freely. I will drink first." Hearing that, the three women were furious to the point of smoking. Outside, Bao Nhai, Hong Wai and Bok and Guyet secretly observed, worried this was their master's most difficult trial in life, only hoping their private matters would not be discovered. Seeing the atmosphere tense as a drawn bowstring, the fifth-floor stewardess Ngan Yu Thai sighed inwardly. After years of warfare treating life and death lightly, she now felt an indescribable pressure. Hai acted first, crushing the teacup and coldly asking why Truong had sat so long without introducing them, and why he had never mentioned other women before. Tran Truong was speechless. The system hurriedly reminded him this was a trap. Answering would mean confirming the status of lawful wife, but he had already understood clearly. Hai suddenly spoke to defuse the situation, bringing up Hai's embarrassing childhood incident, making her grind her teeth in anger. It was Hai's turn to take the initiative to hold Truong's hand, saying she understood he had been dazzled by the outside world, but now she had returned and would not leave again. Hearing that, Hai was so furious she nearly spat blood, mocking her elder sister for becoming increasingly skillful, while Jiang Tone so looked at her husband in confusion. Being at a disadvantage, she only dared to remain silent. With a shy expression, she softly asked whether the relationship between them had only been a pretense. Tran Truong felt suffocated, inwardly blaming himself for carelessness. This romantic battle was truly too hard to withstand. Hai questioned sharply. Of the three, only one could be chosen. Hai appeared confident, while Jiang Tone so silently looked at him, full of anticipation. In his heart, Tran Truong roared, asking the system for a way to resolve it. The system instead laughed gleefully, saying they were merely competing for him. The more chaotic, the better. He was speechless before that attitude, but suddenly an idea arose, making the system curiously ask if he had thought of a solution. He realized what they cared about was not each other's existence, but his own attitude. The more he explained, the more tangled it would become. Tran Truong gently analyzed it to the system, while Hai had already secretly prepared to make a move. She cast a heart-bewitching secret technique to seduce him, but within the invincible domain it was useless. The system announced it had sealed Hai's secret technique. Seeing Tran Truong still sitting calmly, he gently placed Hai's hand back onto her lap. Hai thought the secret technique had taken effect, while Hai's gaze trembled slightly as she looked at him. The system praised his courage, being so close to death. At this moment, Tran Truong spoke, saying everyone was too noisy, then said he would only mention once the person he cared about most. The three women held their breath waiting. Outside, those secretly watching were also nervous, fearing that if he chose one, the remaining two would go mad. Bao Nhai looked visibly worried, while Bok and Guyet felt inferior due to her low status, afraid she no longer had hope. Tran Truong continued, saying he and that woman had done many intimate things, yet were still not tired of each other, making the three women glare like blades, both jealous and angry. The three asked in unison who she was. Tran Truong smiled and replied that she was someone he met on a special occasion, kindred spirits who fell in love at first sight. He understood clearly that her cultivation could not yet compare to mine, so she always worked silently, hoping one day to break prejudice and walk confidently beside me. Hearing this, Hai suddenly thought of herself. 10 million years of bitter cultivation just to be worthy of him, so he knew all of her efforts. Moreover, she had only ever given that to him alone, the first and only man. So did that not mean she was the one he cherished most, making Hai blush with emotion? This moment he continued, skillfully guiding the story, saying war had forced the two apart, only hating that he himself was not strong enough. If only there were a way to break causality to appear instantly before her and say he always missed her. How wonderful that would be. Hearing that, Hai felt as if struck by lightning, thinking she must have waited for him for a very long time, her heart aching. She became even more certain the one he spoke of was herself, her face trembling as if about to cry from emotion. After so many years of arduous waiting, there had been times she truly wanted to give up everything. Not to mention the two of them had once entwined on the bed for several days straight. Clearly the one he cared about most was her. While she was still moved, Tran Truong continued acting, saying that if at that time he had been just a little stronger, he would certainly have kept her by his side, never letting them be separated, enjoying their passionate love to the fullest. Could even swear before the heavenly Tao that he would absolutely not flirt outside, making the listeners both embarrassed and flustered. Who would dare enforce such an oath? The system immediately cheered in admiration. This scene would surely explode when the New Year fireworks blazed brightly. Along with that came a vow for all eternity. Tran Truong lifted his gaze to the sky and gently said he would never betray her heart. This made Jiang Tone so stare at him without blinking. Three girls simultaneously came to the same thought. Truong was so outstanding that attracting more women was only natural. They should not be jealous without reason, but instead show the tolerance of a lawful wife, determined not to put their husband in a difficult position. Just as Tran Truong was about to speak up and clarify who that woman was, the three of them stopped him at once, saying there was no need to say more because everyone already understood. The system was speechless, because whatever he said seemed to fit each of them. The main purpose was to let them interpret it themselves. As long as each believed she was the lawful wife, the war would subside, and the trial ahead had only just begun. Truong gave a sly smile. Outside, the little girls hiding and watching also burst into laughter, each thinking she was the one their master cared about most. Outside the divine hall of the 9 provinces continent, 2 figures, 1 man and 1 woman, had just descended here. The 9 provinces had originally been an ownerless land, but the aura now showed it had a master. That woman was the angel Sai Kai, while the divine envoy Dula recognized that the master was a lower realm human. Stepping through the gate, Dula loudly called for the 9 provinces' spirit to appear at once. Immediately a violent gale swept in, causing Dula to glance around. It was Lei Khan appearing fiercely, roaring who dared act recklessly in this deity's divine hall. It immediately unleashed lightning toward Dula, but it was easily blocked. This left Lei Khan shocked, not expecting its powerful move to be resolved so simply. It wondered in confusion whether it was too weak or the opponent too strong, yet still recklessly continued hurling lightning. It roared in disdain, declaring it was no house cat to be bullied by others. Dula lost patience, waved his hand to disperse the lightning, and coldly rebuked that a mere heavenly Tao dared act arrogantly before a divine envoy. Lei Khan stared blankly as its strongest lightning vanished. During the mention of divine envoy, it immediately understood the identities of the two, and quickly withdrew its aura and bowed in salute. Inwardly it thought no divine envoy had ever visited this place, yet this time 2 had arrived. Dula then questioned its private act of accepting a master without reporting. Lei Khan fearfully explained that the master was too strong. If it disobeyed, it would be beaten to pieces. Angel Sai Kai angrily scolded that a lower realm human was nothing to fear, ordering it to immediately destroy the contract and choose another god. Lei Khan pleaded that self-destroying the contract would damage the 9 provinces' fortune, already a barren land. Losing more fortune would cause further decline. It also said Tran Truong was unimaginably powerful. Betraying him meant certain death. Moreover, he treated it quite well. Dula contemptuously cursed the 9 provinces as a trash land, even its spirit so cowardly, frightened by a human to this extent without shame. He tossed Lei Khan an object, saying this was the final choice and not to regret it. It was a token to participate in the Starfield competition, leaving Zyro Lei uneasy. Recalled rumors that the Starfield competition was extremely brutal. Participants either died or went mad. Even the winner could become a prize fought over by angels. Previously, the 9 provinces were ownerless and exempt, but now that it had a master it was forced to participate. Avoidance would bring severe punishment. Lei Khan broke out in cold sweat, face pale, feeling trapped with no way out. Seeing it stunned, Dula disdainfully remarked that if the strongest heavenly Tao of the 9 provinces was so cowardly, then its master could not be much better. Sai Kai smiled and said this Magi land could not compare with prosperous starfields. At the same time, in the palace of Van Chao, Tran Truong and the girls returned, lamenting how interesting the lower realm festival was and agreeing to return next time. Now it was late and they should rest. Each chose a room, then looked toward Tran Truong and inviting him in to rest, leaving him standing in the middle bewildered, while the system gleefully asked whom he would choose tonight. The system kept digging pits waiting for him to fall in. Tran Truong's eyes flashed as if he had already calculated. The ambiguous words earlier were only to maintain harmony. The outcome tonight would decide everything. The demoness Hanhai struck first, casting an inviting gaze and saying her shoulders were a little sore, hoping someone would massage them. Goddess Thuong Hai refused to fall behind, displaying her curves with a meaningful look, saying there were many things she still wished to confide. Jiang Tone, so with the rightful status of wife, needed only a glance to express her wish to enjoy the spring night with him. Facing the hardest choice of his life, Tran Truong enforced a smile and said he would come at once, inwardly cursing the greedy system for wanting to embrace all. With no one beside him, He could only steady his spirit as they all entered their rooms. System explained this was the final test to see whose room he would enter. Tran Truongan merely shook his head and told it there was no need to remind him. He had anticipated this, the corner of his lips lifting in a calculating smile as he said he already had his own plan. He immediately asked the system to exchange for 2 clones. 1 human and 1 demon appeared, preparing to face the 3 at the same time within the invincible domain. 1 for each woman. That would be enough to extinguish all suspicion. His eyes shone brightly as he excitedly declared that tonight he would fight a magnificent battle. The demon clone did not hesitate to step into Han Hai's room. As soon as he entered, he placed his hand at the corner of her lips, pulled her into his arms, and gave her a kiss filled with 10 million years of longing. She responded passionately, tears of happiness falling as she urged him to hurry to the bed, her face flushed red. Clone chuckled softly, lifting her toward the bed, their lips still entwined. The demon clone firmly laid her on the bed. She also took the initiative to cooperate, arching to receive everything. 10 million years of waiting and restraint finally released. Emotions surged like a bursting tide. Pleasure swept the two into an endless rain of love. In Thuong Hai's room, the human clone was tasked to hold her in his arms. Seeing her nestle close to his chest, he teased softly that her fragrance was still as familiar as before. Those words made her blush in embarrassment, because she truly had been checking whether he carried another woman's scent. Being exposed made her even more flustered. Even the cloak he had given her millions of years ago was now imbued with her fragrance. As he spoke, he lowered his head to kiss lightly at Thuong Hai's ear. The one from Earth truly knew how to stir emotions, making her breathing quicken and her body tremble slightly. Yet the treasure he gave her she had always cherished and carried. Tran Truongan turned her around and held her hand, asking whether with her current status many pursued her. She immediately affirmed her feelings had never changed even after 10 million years. Falling into that gentle trap, he smiled and invited her to prove it. Thus the second great battle on the bed began, the breath of love filling the room. Thuong Hai was no longer weak. She took the initiative to press him down and seize the upper hand, while in the third room Jiang Tonso had just lain down and fallen asleep due to not yet recovering. Gently reassured that he would stay here to care for her and told her to rest at ease, but she only pretended to sleep and softly called him husband. Truongan, she reached out her hand, her gaze hazy. Her initiative surprised him. She tightly grasped his hand in joy, 10 million years of longing never fading, making him ask in astonishment what she intended to do. Contrary to his thoughts, she only pressed his hand against her cheek to feel the familiar warmth. And she used his arm as a pillow, saying she only wanted to hold him while sleeping, a sense of happiness spreading as all 3 found peace. 2 had drained much of his vitality. The remaining 1 had just awakened and could not exert herself. The system immediately announced mission completion and granted a 1-minute invincibility card, just as a strange aura appeared outside. A high-speed aura rushed toward Tran Truongan's residence. It was Lei Khan. Ran while panicking and shouting that something major had happened. Lei Khan cried that accepting Tran Truong and as master had been discovered by angel envoys, and it was being forced to join the Starfield competition. Begged him to save it and go immediately, but Tran Truongan raised his hand, signaling silence. He feared the noise would wake her. Lei Khan choked out a yes while crying inwardly. It thought to itself, this was no time for romantic indulgence. If he did not present himself in time, there would be serious trouble. Lei Khan feared that if the angel envoys became enraged, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Starfield competition was disadvantageous to individuals. Moreover, 9 provinces Magi was originally under their authority. Believed only Tran Truongan would dare make angel envoys wait, while it was anxious knowing that presenting itself would not be easy. At the 9 provinces' divine hall at this moment, the 2 angel envoys were standing and waiting. After waiting long without seeing anyone, Dula angrily shouted, asking how they dared make them wait so long. He believed that not coming to receive the order was defying the gods, deciding to personally go to 9 provinces to capture the culprit for punishment. Lei Khan flew about in fear, worried that if the matter was reported to the angelic temple, 9 provinces would be destroyed. Seeing it so timid, Tran Truongan irritably reminded it that after following him so long it was still afraid of death. Lei Khan cried that the other side were angel envoys backed by ancient gods, incomparable. Tran Truongan soothed it to calm down, told it not to make noise, then grabbed its head and dragged it outside. The system reported that the spiritual law of the 9 provinces' heavenly Tao was unstable. Prolonged instability would affect the continent's fortune. The system explained that if fortune declined, reincarnation would fall into chaos, requiring restoration within 10 minutes to receive a skill reward. Tran Truongan realized that integrating 9 provinces into the invincible domain had reduced its fortune, causing the heavenly Tao to become timid like a cultivator with an unstable Tao heart. He decided to meet the two angel envoys, making Lei Khan both relieved and shocked as it asked whether they were going to the divine hall. It immediately wanted to lead the way, but was stopped. Tran Truongan said there was no need, because every divine hall had spatial connections with the continent. Understanding his meaning, Lei Khan saw Tran Truongan's hand glow as he cast a spatial divine ability. The space ahead was torn open. A gate of light formed, making Lei Khan anxiously ask whether this would be all right. The divine hall, the two angel envoys were shouting and about to head to 9 provinces to punish when they were interrupted. A hand suddenly grabbed them, causing both to panic in shock. Tula had no time to understand what happened before being dragged away without explanation. The two were thrown into a spatial rift. Then they were slammed hard before Tran Truongan, rocks and lightning scattering everywhere. Tula and his wife fell into a deep pit, coughing in pain. He roared in fury, asking who dared ambush him, glaring at Tran Truongan. Lei Khan stood beside pale-faced. Tran Truongan asked whether these two were the ones causing it unease. Dula struggled to stand, recognizing the other as the master of 9 provinces and admitting he had strength. He intended to unleash his full power to kill the opponent immediately, but the strength he gathered dissipated at once. Dula stared blankly at his empty hands, utterly unable to comprehend. He could no longer unleash any power. Tran Truongan appeared behind him, gripping his head and coldly asking if he dared use authority to threaten my heavenly Tao. Did he not know to apologize? Dula still shouted insults, asking what he was. The only response was his head being smashed into the ground, shattering stone. Tran Truongan forced him to apologize. When he answered incorrectly, he continued to torment him mercilessly. He gave another chance, ordering him to open his mouth and apologize. Dula's wife covered her face, trembling. She was terrified, never having seen her husband so miserable despite years of fighting together. Finally, Dula begged for mercy. Tran Truongan turned to ask Lei Khan if it was still afraid. Lei Khan was utterly horrified, seeing an angel envoy beaten like a helpless child. The system reported the heavenly Tao spiritual law had increased by 50%, while Dula trembled, begging forgiveness, and confessed everything was ordered by an ancient god. Even so, the heavenly Tao remained anxious, saying if we act against angel envoys, they may report it. When angels investigate, the heavenly Tao spirit will drop another 50%. Do you want to face accusations? Angels, Dula beside him, trembled, shaking his head, guaranteeing he absolutely would not dare, repeatedly begging for mercy. The wife watched her husband being beaten and could only stand helplessly. She admitted it was not that she did not want to save him, but the opponent's strength far exceeded expectations. This man had touched the threshold of divinity. She only wished to escape. Tran Truongan turned and directly asked her whether she intended to report the matter. She forced a smile and swore by her immortality that she would never do so. Only then was he satisfied, tossing Dula back to her. If he had been sensible earlier, would he not have suffered less? After that, he left with Lei Khan, which upon recovering immediately flattered endlessly, praising Tran Truongan as the god of its life. Hearing this, he only smiled and said it was a small matter. It seemed you would have to follow me for a long time. The system reported that 9 provinces' heavenly Tao had regained morale and granted a random divine skill reward. Lei Khan turned back to threaten Dula and his wife, while Tran Truongan thought that tempering spiritual law seemed quite simple. Once calm, Lei Khan asked about the Starfield competition token. Tran Truongan waved his hand, saying, "Handle it as you wish." He was not interested since he was busy with 3 girls every day. Lei Khan immediately accepted the order. Although the top rewards were very tempting, its old boss did not even glance at them. Hearing that, Tran Truongan grew curious, teleporting over to ask just how tempting, startling Lei Khan into a cry. Lei Khan explained the competition had 3 ranks. First place was mysterious, and none had achieved it. Second place directly ascended to godhood. Third place raised the continent by 1 level, directly affecting cultivation limits. Magi continent only reached immortal emperor. Wealthy continents touched the divine realm. After hearing this, Tran Truongan learned something new and told it to continue. Lei Khan spoke at length that the stronger a continent, the more abundant its spiritual energy. The heavenly Tao matured as well. Firm laws brought prosperous fortune. Tran Truongan stroked his chin, while Lei Khan nodded proudly. All things followed rules. After hundreds of millions of years of tempering, the great Tao gave birth to laws. The heavenly Tao was a spark of sentience condensed from heaven and earth. Tran Truongan sighed that this one was truly an encyclopedia. Lei Khan proudly said, having lived hundreds of millions of years, it understood heavenly Tao operations clearly. Disdainfully remarked that despite living long, it was cowardly, frightened by 2 envoys nearly to wet itself. Then reminded that heavenly Tao had levels and much room for growth. He asked what level Lei Khan was at. It embarrassedly replied heavenly Tao was divided into 4 tiers. It had only comprehended elementary laws for several 100 million years. Tran Truong mocked with a smile, guessing it belonged to the wisdom path. Lei Khan struck speechless. He understood that the third-place reward was crucial for the heavenly Tao, while second place would increase his divine power and grant higher-level clones. Taking this chance to train the heavenly Tao was good. Tran Truong decided to participate for fun, while Lei Khan did not know it was about to undergo harsh training. Group entered the Angels, starfield beyond the outer domain. Dula pointed at the teleportation gate, saying it would lead directly to the competition hall. The contest would begin after 2 hours. The massive teleportation formation amazed Tran Truong, and Dula explained this was a rare grand opening after the upheaval 10 million years ago. Rewards prepared were extremely generous, attracting experts everywhere. Casualties were unavoidable. This reminder made Tran Truong feel his invincible clone was necessary. Suddenly, he noticed the teleportation aura resembled the time-space divine power he had once obtained, making him briefly puzzled. He wondered whether that time-space angel was present. Dula and his wife only wished to quickly leave this demon. Tran Truong glanced at them, reminding them not to forget their promise in 9 provinces. Mentioning that made the two tremble, cold sweat pouring, as they repeatedly assured they would keep their word. Over half an hour earlier, they had still been kneeling in fear. At that time, Tran Truong had asked whether they were judges of the competition. After confirming, he leaned to the wife's ear and whispered, asking a delicate favor, making her blush and refuse. She worried what her husband would think if she did this, her heart filled with confusion. Seeing himself refused, he immediately grabbed Dula by the head, his icy gaze throwing that man into panic. Divine power pressed straight against his temple as a warning that if he uttered another word of refusal, he would become a widower. The couple frightened out of their wits. Tran Truong coldly said it was not only angels who had the right to set rules. She surely did not want her husband to meet misfortune. Threatened to this extent, she had no choice but to bow her head and accept, though her heart was full of grievance. Watching her husband powerless, she blamed herself for marrying the wrong man, now like fish on the chopping board, only hoping this matter would not be exposed. As they watched Tran Truong step into the teleportation array, they remembered his instruction to act as his insiders during the competition. Their task was to lure other angels over for him to handle. Stepping out of the teleportation array, Tran Truong paused slightly, the scene unfolding before his eyes. This was the eastern waiting hall of the starfield, where contestants gathered. Tran Truong was the 188th to appear. The crowd was already full, probing gazes making a demon beast irritably shout that he was the last to arrive. Seeing an unfamiliar face, they assumed he was an unknown lucky enough to have a token, and paid him no mind. Suddenly someone spoke up, reminding that this competition was not filled with mediocrity. There were many formidable figures. Pointed at Lam Kai, the myriad Tao sacred body who rose on that Veen continent, the youngest ruler of a continent known as the Eastern Star. The masked one was Mak Hoa, master of La Thien, an arrogant prodigy who once suppressed the Water Clan, causing a stir in the starfield, and the female sovereign Bok Lin and Gok Lan, who founded Western Liang Women Kingdom of All Beauties, making men crave a chance at dual cultivation. Suddenly she sensed something, her sharp gaze lifting upward. The sky, a colossal stone stele, appeared in the middle of the plaza. The sight left everyone astonished, unclear of its origin. Steel radiated powerful divine energy, ancient in style with brilliant golden light. A spirit resembling the heavenly Tao appeared, calling itself Kin Tam, presiding over the Eastern Starfield competition. Spirit said those who came for destiny, for rewards, or for fame would all be satisfied. How much one obtained depended on each individual's ability. After the speech, the spirit announced the rules, requiring each person to strike the divine mirror with full strength to evaluate potential. A value of 50 to 70 was strong, 70 to 89 was peerless, 90 to 100 was rare through the ages. The spirit's voice boomed, declaring that those who performed outstandingly would receive special attention. Outstanding individuals would have a chance to receive divine power blessing from angels in later rounds. This news shocked everyone because it had never happened before. Divine blessings would bring enormous advantage. Tran Truong believed angel interference would break fairness, yet the prodigies here knew no fear. Young Lam Kai was the most impatient, immediately stepping forward wanting to test first. He loudly declared that since angels had intervened, this was no longer a simple test, but a true struggle for resources. The strong live. The winner took all. Angels were watching. to see who could seize the fastest, the most effectively. Lam Kai smiled confidently, his fist gathering divine power before striking. One punch slammed onto the divine mirror, golden light exploding dazzlingly. That terrifying force shocked all contestants. Even if not absolute, it was at least no less than 95 points. Immediately after, Lam Kai's strategic potential score began to appear on the mirror. Number shown was 84 points. Evaluated as an unparalleled strong figure, the spirit promptly announced the result. The crowd buzzed in discussion, while Lam Kai showed clear dissatisfaction. As the youngest continental lord, he believed he should have surpassed 90. He demanded another attempt, but was refused by the spirit. Each person had only one chance. If exceptions were made, the test would never end. Contestants outside laughed mockingly, saying the steel reflected true strength. Even leaving a mark was difficult, let alone destroying it. Many other geniuses stepped up one after another, results ranging from 56 to 82 points, none surpassing 90. The temporary ranking was led by Lam Kai with 84 points, followed by Ji Minho with 82, So Hang Kai with 81 and others. After numerous attempts, all eyes focused on three people, Hyen Min cult leader, Mak Hoa Tuk and Fairy Ngok Lan. Only they had hoped to break the threshold. Female cultivator approached asking why Tran Truong had not yet tried. He smiled faintly, waving his hand, saying there was no rush. He wanted to observe more. But in her ears it sounded arrogant, believing he was frightened by the prodigies and dared not step up. She mocked that he would soon miss the chance to gain angel attention. He no longer paid him mind, turning to observe the geniuses while trembling inwardly, secretly planning to find backing rather than risk her life. The spirit called the next person. A neatly dressed young man stepped out, but he mistakenly walked toward the gate, leaving the crowd speechless and reminding him to return to the correct direction. Under scrutinizing gazes, he fumbled in embarrassment, scorned by many as an unknown weakling only filling numbers. The mocking words made him uncomfortable, inwardly sighing he should not have come here. Even so, since he had come, he would try. He clenched his hand as spiritual energy slowly gathered. The aura alone oppressed those standing nearby heavily. The entire plaza shook as the spirit announced Deep Tiu Lam at Chi refining stage, yet with strategic potential reaching 91 points. The ranking instantly overturned, Deep Tiu Lam leaping to first place. Lam Kai pushed to second, causing intense uproar. Many discussed in shock about a genius favored by the heavenly Tao, low cultivation yet terrifying potential, unable to understand why he had not broken through. Tiu Lam honestly said he had cultivated for 100,000 years, yet remained stuck at Chi refining, confined in a cave dwelling, and unaware how far he had reached. This made Tran Truong find it interesting, the spirit smiling happily as this time contestants seemed more resilient. Fairy Ngok Lan stepped forward. Someone mocked, saying she would repeat her failure of years past, but she paid no attention, drawing her sword and slashing straight at the spirit's steel. A single strike made the steel tremble and crack, leaving the spirit stunned. The strategic potential score began to display. The number stopped at the absolute maximum, the entire hall instantly erupting. Gasps resounded as Ngok Lan turned and left proudly. Everyone believed none could surpass this absolute score, pressure weighing heavily on those remaining. Ngok Lan declared she would surely seize the championship, showing absolute confidence. Tran Truong discussed with Lei Khan about the law aura on her, while contestants wore gloomy faces due to the vast gap. Lei Khan explained about lightning tribulation and the ability to comprehend heavenly Tao laws, which piqued Tran Truong's interest. He asked what type of law Ngok Lan possessed. Lei Khan shook its head, saying the traces were very faint. Tran Truong smiled, dangerously joking that he would let Lei Khan strike him with lightning tribulation, making it beg in fear. Spirit called the next person, but many still had not yet tried. Under Ngok Lan's radiance, many contestants grew discouraged and intended to withdraw, knowing they could not surpass her. The spirit grew furious and declared that abandoning the test would mean losing qualification, and the continent would be downgraded. It caused panic among the crowd, for a weakened continent meant a decline in cultivation. At this moment, Tran Truong calmly spoke that if no one dared to try, then let him. He stepped forward, introducing himself as the continental lord of 9 provinces, surprising many who remembered he had arrived last. Crowd believed he was merely trying to avoid demotion. No one thought he could accomplish anything. The blue-haired female cultivator who had spoken with him also thought that, whatever the result, no one would mock him since 100 points already existed. Yet in truth, alliances had formed. The fate of a lone individual was nearly sealed. She considered herself fortunate to cling to Deep Tiu Lam's thigh, still having a chance in team competition. As for Tran Truong, she judged he would surely suffer a miserable defeat. Spirit paid no attention, believing the test was merely procedural. Tran Truongan spoke little, and directly swung his fist straight into the spirit steel. A thunderous explosion resounded as the stone steel shattered into countless fragments. Sight left the spirit, and all contestants frozen in horror. No one dared believe the sturdy steel had been completely destroyed. Even Deep Tiu Lam was stunned, wondering if he had known it could be broken, whether he could have done so. In the center of the plaza remained only ruins and scattered debris. The spirit stared at Tran Truongan's figure, speechless. It trembled, looking at the destroyed treasure, unable to comprehend what had happened. Contestants could not believe the steel, blessed by angels and nourished by 10,000 years of spiritual energy, had been smashed by one man. If achieving 100 points merely caused cracks, yet this man reduced it to dust. No one knew who he was, only that he claimed to be from 9 provinces where immortal fortune was thin. How could such a being arise? The crowd unconsciously remembered the name Tran Truongan. The masked figure had not even finished calculating silently before witnessing the steel's destruction, proving the opponent's overall strength was no weaker than his. Were unknown figures of this era all so monstrous? Even he shivered. Ngok Lan, female emperor, etched the name that shattered the steel into her heart. Tran Truongan of 9 provinces. Sooner or later the two would clash. Thinking thus, she calmly flew to examine the ruins. Tran Truongan felt puzzled about what was happening. He suffered no backlash injury. Ordinarily, the steel contained great reincarnation law and would absorb the attacker's vitality to restore even minor cracks. Seeing it shattered, he understood vitality and essence would next be drained to rebuild until complete. When the female emperor tested, it only cracked. Now it lay barren rubble. The spirit collapsed, crying hoarsely. This loss was immense. This was the treasure bestowed by angels. Tran Truongan stepped before the spirit, asking what should be done now. Was it not time to announce results, throwing it into panic? Tran Truongan continued rubbing salt into its wound, urging it to stop pretending dead and announce quickly. Evaluate my strategic potential and see how many points it reaches. The steel was gone, so only this spirit remained. A distant place called Divine Domain. Within the immortal Divine Hall, countless towering figures sat. It was the gathering place of angels. Suddenly, a golden stone vibrated violently, then exploded into scattered winds. Golden immortal energy merged into the air like falling rain. At the same time, a voice echoed. The Eastern Starfield steel had been destroyed, followed by another voice. Another indifferent voice said the steel's heavenly Dao Law Long had flaws, so breaking was unsurprising. Yet he sensed an unusual aura from the Eastern Starfield and smiled. It had been long since he felt such excitement. Back at the scene, the spirit cried hoarsely but continued duty, announcing the steel destroyed and the test cancelled, moving to the next stage. On a distant mountainside, countless numbered lights appeared. Contestants were puzzled. Did this mean seeking caves to occupy? Positions differed. What was implied? The spirit explained behind it stood immortal mountain of 188 levels corresponding to continental lords. Originally, after testing, each would sit at a position, matching ranking determined by the leaderboard. Since the steel was destroyed and many lacked ranking, they could directly choose caves. No limit per cave, and opportunities varied by rank. Tran Truongan folded arms, observing, thinking strong ones untested could choose low caves. So-called opportunities likely lured weak cultivators to compete desperately. Whether high rank meant fortune or disaster remained unclear. Long Thai spoke, asking what first position meant and what last position symbolized. Many powerful continental lords focused on him as brilliant golden light gathered. Shade like golden light descended from the sky upon the speaker. Lightning coiled around, shocking everyone who did not understand. Seeing this, the spirit suddenly realized and slapped its forehead, saying it forgot something crucial. All because you destroyed the steel, interrupting my growth. Those choosing caves first met attention from chief gods. Each beam represented one. Those chosen received blessing and a portion of divine power. Now an angel had chosen you. The contestants understood Lam Kai was chosen. Quite fortunate. At this moment, 2 more beams of purple and green descended slowly. Signaled more selections. Each chief god had distinct color. The 2 fell upon masked figures. Clan leaders whispered. Renowned continental lords were noticed even without testing. Even the youth at Chi, refining for 100,000 years, was enveloped by a beam, tense, almost shouting. The 91-point potential had been chosen. Contestants felt envy and anger. At that instant, another dazzling beam descended beside the muscular youth. He looked around in panic, then shouted for all to see. Ngok Lan, female emperor. He stammered that she was chosen by 2 gods simultaneously. With perfect score, 2 chief gods competed, yet she remained calm, sensing the beams. Witnessing this, untested contestants glared at Tran Truongan resentfully. If not for him smashing the steel, perhaps they too would be favored. He ruined the chief god's plan and surely would not be chosen. Yet to their despair, another powerful beam descended directly upon Tran Truongan. Crowd fell silent, truly a god willing to choose him. Some consoled themselves that he had one beam while Ngok Lan had two, so she was superior. While they still discussed resentfully, 4 more beams appeared simultaneously. As they descended, the entire scene gaped in awe and fear, circling Tran Truongan. Even he paused slightly. Contestants were stunned. 5 gods choosing one man surpassing Ngok Lan. Beams collided as if chief gods contested, frightening all. Spirit flew over laughing congratulations. 5 gods choosing was rare honor. Yet you could accept only one blessing, so consider carefully before rejecting 4. Then it reminded Ngok Lan she too must refuse one god. Inwardly, the spirit laughed, believing chief gods never accepted rejection. Whoever you chose, the others would resent you. Once a fool offended a chief god before competition and was targeted until annihilated. It looked at Tran Truongan maliciously. Reject 4 and prepare for their wrath. It wished to see how he survived after shattering the steel. Contrary to all expectations, Tran Truongan coldly waved his hand, declaring no need to choose. He rejected them all. This left spirit and contestants stunned. The spirit shouted in panic, asking what he said, reject all. This was a chance to obtain divine power dreamed of for life. Yet you refuse? The spirit jumped, making him annoyed. He coldly said he would not repeat. The beams gradually withdrew, no longer contesting or surrounding him. He raised his head, watching their departure. Seeing the dazzling patterns in the sky, he sensed the 5 beams carried not benevolent blessing but dark malice. The spirit grew irritated. Chief gods had withdrawn and regret was useless. Had you chosen one, the others would not dare act. Now good luck offending all 5. While Tran Truongan remained silent, Ngok Lan female emperor spoke, saying she too rejected all, causing him to glance at her. He said softly she came to prove herself. Any external assistance was burden. This explanation left the spirit speechless. These people defied logic. It did not know her heart surged, one beam gentle yet unclear, the other dangerous, making her wary. The remaining golden mane god was like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, always watching her. The chilling sensation down her spine filled her with disgust, so she decided to refuse them all. This moment the spirit's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. It angrily shouted that they thought they were strong enough to look down on everything. Did they even know what the choice of a main god meant? After living for hundreds of millions of years, this was the first time it had seen such foolish cultivators. Before it could finish speaking, Deep Tiu Lam beside it raised his hand blankly and said he also wanted to refuse. The spirit was instantly speechless, and the green-haired girl who sided with Tran Truongan was stunned. She had thought joining the strongest side would bring benefits, yet she ended up offending the main god without receiving any blessing. Deep Tiu Lam thought to himself that receiving a shady buff was indeed pleasant, but being monitored around the clock was far too inconvenient. It would make everything difficult, so he would rather refuse. Only the spirit was furious to the point of exploding, cursing that he was truly insane. The long-faced masked man who had been chosen also spoke up to refuse. He said relying on external power to stand at the top was not interesting at all. He hated carrying another's strength. The spirit could not comprehend it. What exactly was this generation of the Eastern 6th main star domain talking about? Even Lam Kai refused, and he even said that if so, then count him among their ranks. This shocked the other contestants. They could not understand why someone who had always craved power like Lam Kai would do such a thing. The spirit's face darkened completely. It angrily scolded them as frogs at the bottom of a well who did not know the vastness of heaven and earth. In this situation, it had no choice but to reluctantly reveal a secret that was only announced when the official competition began. Next competition would take place in the form of a golden RANK challenge, and those blessed by the main gods would hold an enormous advantage from the very beginning. This was the divine grace bestowed by the main gods, a rare blessing. Since they had received it, they should know how to cherish it. It raised its head high and looked toward Tran Truongan, telling him not to imitate those short-sighted fools who thought themselves strong and dared to disdain angels. In truth, their thinking was even more shallow and foolish than pigs. I am talking about you, listen carefully. The spirit angrily pointed straight at Tran Truongan when it saw his indifference. That attitude drove it into a frenzy. Suddenly, countless dazzling, divine lights of various colors appeared across the sky at the same time. Look, the divine light has appeared again. The contestants looked up in astonishment and confusion, because the selection of the main gods had clearly ended. Before everyone could understand what was happening, the divine lights shot swiftly toward the tops of their heads, just as the spirit was speaking loudly and endlessly. It explained that those who refused the blessing of divine power would receive no assistance from the main gods in the next round. Therefore, this surplus divine power. As the spirit spoke, the streams of divine light successively shot into the bodies of several other contestants. Shock quickly spread, joyful voices rang out. The refusal of one person had become fortune for another. The top contestants wore complicated expressions. Some laughed as if they had won a lottery for being chosen by the main god in another's place. Even with only 63 strategy points, they were favored, drawing envy from many. Spirit revealed an arrogant look and said the main gods did not wish to waste time on those who did not know what was good for them, then asked whether they dared to refuse like that group. Hearing this, they all puffed out their chests and replied that refusing was merely a joke. This was divine blessing power. They were not foolish like those blind people. As soon as they finished speaking, divine light swirled around their bodies. A powerful aura began circulating through them. Spiritual energy gathered into a massive vortex. Fierce winds shot outward in all directions. Those enveloped by the divine light all felt their strength surge. Some even comprehended the origin law of reincarnation, confidently believing their realm now rivaled that of Nuda. The rise in power made their courage swell as well. Seeing this scene, the youths who had once been the strongest each showed different expressions. Some sneered, others lowered their heads. No one knew what they were thinking. Some laughed loudly and said the victory of this star domain was not yet decided. The tone of those who were blessed had clearly grown arrogant. Tran Truongan found everything even more interesting. The intervention of angels made the game less dull, but lacking experience, he planned to find a chance to inquire with that pair of angels to understand the inside story. After completing the blessings, the spirit loudly announced that the time of divine selection had ended. Everyone should quickly choose a cave dwelling. In 10 minutes, the star domain competition would officially begin. It reminded them that ranking first in the test did not mean always leading. Positions were not permanent. Fortune and misfortune went hand in hand. Only those who dared to take risks could obtain great rewards. Lam Kai calculated inwardly that choosing the first position was too ostentatious and would easily make him a target. Refusing the blessing had been impulsive. In the future, he would need to be more cautious. After hearing the rules explained, everyone left the plaza and flew into the air. Nuda led the way to find a cave dwelling. Amthap chose cave dwelling number 7 because he believed he ranked 7th in his family. This number surely matched his fate. At this moment, Lam that was still hesitating when he suddenly glanced at the strange, veiled person beside him. He cast a divination for himself and believed that number 6 would bring luck and prosperity. The competition even had such a random choice that left him speechless. In the end, he decided to choose a position far from the crowd to avoid attention. He looked at Nuda standing ahead and told himself to forget about position number 1. She was too ambitious. He was not afraid of her but disliked having to strike too heavily. He turned to Tran Truongan and asked whether Brother Tran had decided on a position yet. Tran Truongan laughed loudly and said he had chosen cave dwelling number 1 from the very beginning. His calm attitude made the youth who had cultivated for 10,000 years deeply admire him. Before he could introduce himself, Tran Truongan had already patted his shoulder and called out Deep Tiu Lam's name correctly, praising the meaningful name and making the other slightly embarrassed. Then he leaned closer and spoke softly with hidden meaning. In addition, he also thanked Deep Tiu Lam for not shattering the divine steel, clearly aware that the other was still concealing his cultivation. After speaking, Tran Truongan turned and waved goodbye, saying they would meet again in the official round, while Deep Tiu Lam stood frozen with an unpleasant expression. He silently watched Tran Truongan fly away to choose a cave dwelling. When the figure disappeared completely, he thought to himself that he had tried to hide his strength yet was still seen through. If it were that person, would he be able to withstand one of my full power strikes? Uncertain of how strong he truly was, he decided to observe for the time being, choosing cave dwelling number 188 near the bottom to avoid standing out. Just as he was about to step inside, a voice sounded from behind praising that the cave dwelling built by angels was more spacious than imagined. It turned out the two had chosen the same inconspicuous spot. The green-haired girl softly asked Deep Tiu Lam, appearing calm on the surface, but inwardly already wanting to cling to him to gain an advantage. Deep Tiu Lam was speechless and walked away. He only wanted quiet cultivation. Having someone choose the same cave dwelling made him far from pleased. Cave dwellings were gradually claimed. Everyone settled in, attention focused on the key positions. When Tran Truongan reached the entrance of the cave dwelling, he encountered Nuda. He smiled lightly and said she was blocking his path. He frowned and shouted that position number 1 could not have 2 people. She had chosen it first, so he should go elsewhere. The Empress of Western Liang had never feared anyone. A dispute broke out. Tran Truongan said that by rights this position belonged to him. She still had many other choices, so why not yield? The Empress firmly said the final name on the stele was hers. This was her second time participating in the star domain. She was determined to win and would never step back. Her commanding attitude gave Tran Truong a headache. Encountering a stubborn woman always left him at a loss. He asked whether she wanted to fight. His pride would not allow him to concede. The Empress immediately pressed close with overwhelming pressure. She drew her sword and prepared to strike without the slightest hesitation. At the same time, Tran Truong's divine power pressed down. His hand tightened. He seized her arm. Even exerting her full strength, she could not break free. Spiritual energy erupted violently as she tried to escape his control. Tran Truong spoke coldly and challenged that if she could move even slightly or draw her sword, he would yield position number 1. His provocative gaze made the Empress roar in fury, believing he dared to look down on her. As the two were locked in a standoff, the spirit suddenly appeared and teased that the match had not yet begun and they were already fighting. Both quickly separated. Spirit gave a false laugh and reminded them they could fight anyone, but those who chose the same cave dwelling would be allies in the competition. Though explained as good intentions, Ngok Lan Nuda coldly said she needed no ally. The spirit cut her off and affirmed that this was the rule. He ignored the two and declared that everyone had finished choosing cave dwellings. Now they should listen to the next announcement. Before the final round, the 4 regions of East, West, South, North would compete in 3 elimination rounds. Those who remained would contend to determine the victor. In the first round, contestants would be randomly teleported to dangerous places such as volcanoes or deep chasms. Poisonous swamps, deep seas, or the central plain could all be destinations. They would compete for 5 days. Only by reaching 200 points and arriving at the plain would they be considered to have passed. The moment arrived, the spirit wished the 6 main domains good luck. Circles of light appeared beneath everyone's feet, and the teleportation began. Before leaving, Ngok Lan Nuda coldly warned Tran Truong that he had better pray not to encounter her in the same place. He glanced at her and sneered that she could do nothing to him. His words made her face flush red with anger, and the two stopped arguing. Everyone was successively sent to the first competition location, every single one of them the same. Only the spirit remained at the scene. It let out a long breath. It had finally officially begun. The 6 main domain lords participating this year were all stubborn troublemakers, making its fragile heart endure constant shocks. At that moment, an extremely powerful surge of divine power was about to descend, startling the spirit so badly it nearly tumbled over. It saw the void torn into fragments flying toward it. This was clearly an urgent order from the angels, even forcibly breaking the laws of time and space to deliver it. The spirit immediately opened it to inspect. Could this be information sent from the future? What could make the main gods pay such a heavy price to reverse time to send a message? Could it be that a terrifying upheaval had already occurred in the future? As soon as it finished reading the order, it was so frightened that sweat poured down like rain. Having to traverse time and space to send it proved the severity far exceeded imagination. The images in the message showed the invincible main gods with their bodies shattered, limbs bound, clearly tortured brutally before their fall. The message also stated that a figure with an extremely strange identity and cultivation had killed the leading main god, then swiftly concealed his aura so the other gods could not track him. Thus they suspected a force behind him manipulating everything. The main gods ordered the spirit in this time and space to find the god Slayer and those behind him across the 3 other realms. Upon discovery, it must immediately make contact and absolutely not act rashly. After the order ended, the protective divine power dissipated into the void, leaving the spirit standing frozen in fear. A god slayer, someone who killed a main god, in its understanding that was nearly impossible. A person capable of killing a god could only rely on heaven-defying luck and coincidental fortune. In the spirit's view, such an existence appeared only once every several million years. Who exactly could it be? While it was still speculating, Tran Truong had already been teleported to the first competition zone. Observing his surroundings, he realized he had been sent to the abyssal underground palace beneath the earth. The condition to pass the first round was to reach 200 points within 5 days and arrive at the windless plain. The method of earning points and the way out of the underground palace were still unclear. Just as he was feeling annoyed, a massive shadow suddenly launched a sneak attack from behind. Tran Truong was completely unconcerned. He had long sensed the danger. The opponent was simply too weak to bother with. 2 sharp claws immediately swept fiercely toward his back the moment the monster landed. Rubble and dust were blasted in all directions. Yet when the attack ended, the demonic beast's eyes revealed clear horror. Before it, Tran Truong calmly blocked the strike. He curled his lips in a faint smile. Realizing this was a demonic beast carrying divine law power, such beings appearing everywhere truly exceeded expectations. He said indifferently that had it met someone else it might have become their meal. Unfortunately, it ran into me. A burst of divine power shot out, and the demonic beast instantly turned to ashes. Before the dust had fully settled, a point value appeared before him. Tran Truongan raised his hand in surprise and lightly touched the floating number 1. At some unknown moment, the number 4 was already on the back of his hand. Adding this 1 point made a total of 5 points. Quickly understood that hunting demonic beasts was the way to earn points. Each one equaled 1 point. The previous 4 points must have been earned by Ngok Lan Nuda since the two were allied. The match had just begun, and she already had 4 points. Clearly, her desire to seize first place was immense. Yet there were no more demonic beasts nearby, indicating their number was limited and rather few. Even so, he did not care, deciding to venture deeper into the underground palace to explore. At that moment, an extremely powerful pillar of light suddenly shot straight into the sky. It turned out the brother who had cultivated for 100,000 years had been teleported to the windless plain. He laughed loudly at his luck in arriving directly at the required destination, without the hardship of searching for a path. Looking at the score on his hand, he grew even more excited. The initial 50 points had somehow become 188. He only needed 12 more points to pass the round. Thinking of his green-haired ally, he was certain victory was already in hand. At the same time, in another forest secret realm, a group of cultivators were forming a formation to surround 2 Quays, immortal emperor demonic beasts. They shouted excitedly at encountering 2 valuable targets. Each one was points, urging each other to kill them quickly before others discovered them. Immediately afterward, a barrage of attacks poured down, aimed directly at the 2 demonic beasts. The beasts fell, the group cheered, believing that with enough people killing both was not difficult. While examining the corpses, someone ran over shouting that someone had appeared, causing them all to jerk their heads around in alarm. They immediately worried it might be Tran Truongan. His reputation was too terrifying, but the man quickly waved his hand, saying it was not. He pointed to the sky where the latest ranking board was floating. Each secret realm had such a board. Seeing the ranking board, they rejoiced upon discovering that the farther the cave dwelling, the higher the starting points. The top ranks were all weak ones, easy to hunt. They immediately sought Tran Truongan's position. Naturally, the one who concerned them most was still the person who had smashed the spirit steel. They saw Tran Truongan had only 4 points and had been teleported to the Nether Ghost Throne. The leader laughed madly, believing heaven had helped them avoid disaster. Someone asked why the leader of the Hyen Min sect was so happy. He replied that Tran Truongan was the most terrifying newcomer this time. As long as he was nearby, no one could do anything. But now that he had been sent into the maze, they considered themselves fortunate to have avoided him in the first round. Elsewhere at Lava Mountain, the head of a monster had just been severed. The one who acted was Ngok Lan Nuda. After some effort, she looked at the score on her wrist, which had only reached 10 points, unable to hide her displeasure. She thought the monsters in each region were limited. This place was vast, but in other secret realms they were likely already cleared out. 200 points were truly not easy. That was why the alliance mechanism existed. Thinking of Tran Truongan teasing her, she suddenly found it amusing. With such a strong teammate, this round was surely won. Yet she was also annoyed that his points had barely increased. All the points were earned by her. She did not understand what he was doing. At the same time, in the Nether Ghost Throne maze, trembling pleas for mercy echoed. 2 monsters were surrounding a tailed figure. Winged figure stared at the person before him and coldly asked where he came from. That person was Deep Tiu Lam's Quay's immortal emperor ally. Being teleported here frightened her to the point of crying inwardly, regretting not clinging tightly before. He had the ability to transform into a blue cat to avoid recognition. This maze imprisoned countless terrifying demons. She trembled as she begged and lamented her terrible luck. The ox-headed horse-faced creature said disdainfully it had never seen someone so ugly and drove her away. They had received news that a terrifying aura had appeared nearby and immediately gathered to retreat. Just as she sighed in relief, another change occurred ahead. Something made her eyes widen in terror as she stared. A dark shadow with blazing red eyes approached, plunging her into despair as she thought she had escaped the ox-headed horse-faced monsters, only to encounter a ghost king, truly cursed with misfortune. She was about to kneel and beg when a hand suddenly clamped tightly around her throat. Lifting her head, she realized the one who acted was Tran Truongan. Not understanding why she had ended up here, he looked at her as if at a demonic beast and blurted out second one. With her throat gripped, she could only stammer incoherently. Tran Truongan could not understand and thought she was denying any relation. He replied coldly that he knew. Cried as she nearly suffocated. her mind filled with despair at being unable to explain clearly. Only when she was about to lose consciousness did she shout Big Brother. Her transformed state vanished. Only then did Tran Truongan realize she was an ally, nearly strangling someone to death. This moment she stuck out her tongue and gasped like a fish out of water, so he quickly released her. She gulped mouthfuls of air and stammered that Big Brother must have misheard. Hearing that, Tran Truongan felt slightly embarrassed. If you do not speak clearly, who can understand? Leaving her choking back sobs, Big Brother could still laugh at a time like this. Tran Truongan asked where Deep Tiu Lam was. Was he not your teammate? She helplessly explained that the cave-dwelling teleportation array was random. Each person was sent to a different secret realm, so that Golden Thigh had also vanished without a trace. Upon hearing Golden Thigh, Tran Truongan immediately grew vigilant and told her indifferently to keep some distance. Yet she was as thick-skinned as a city wall. She immediately flattered him by calling him Brother Truongan, begging to follow along, promising to behave and not cause trouble, even to cheer him up when he was sad. Tran Truongan waved his hand decisively, saying he would not be fooled. Quickly tell me what you understand about this maze. During this, she bent down to pick up a stone, circulated her true energy, and softly said, Brother, watch closely. After speaking, she threw the stone into the pitch-black void ahead under Tran Truongan's puzzled gaze. Immediately, a strange vortex appeared there like a lantern being activated. Sight startled Tran Truongan. His eyes widened in astonishment. Around the two of them, streams of laws intertwined like a seven-colored rainbow. The space here had clearly been altered. Corpses from other regions also appeared before their eyes. It seemed two spaces had connected. The stone that had just been thrown shot back toward Tran Truongan's back, making him realize in shock that it was the very same stone from before. Only then did she gradually realize that the tangled complexity was merely the outer shell of the maze. In truth, this place was a primordial secret realm formed by the intertwining of two great laws of reincarnation. This space could not be broken by anyone. One could only enter and absolutely could not leave. It was said that even the strongest expert in history who forced his way in would end with shattered bones and crushed flesh, all reduced to skeletons. This was the warning passed down by my ancestors. This piece of heaven and earth had been the battlefield of two angels hundreds of millions of years ago. The clash of cosmic power overturned the world. After they left, it was discovered that the walls here were only illusions condensed by the power of the heavenly Tao. The laws within carried an instinct to devour everything. Later, the world reconstructed itself, and the heavenly Tao was born. The remaining angelic laws were extremely dense, helping the heavenly Tao grow rapidly, from which countless laws were born, even surpassing the spirit Tao to touch the realm of the guiding Tao. The laws comprehended by cultivators all originated from the heavenly Tao of the world. Even after cultivating for millions of years, they only brushed the surface and could never approach the true origin. Hearing her explanation, Tran Truongan's expression darkened as he realized that his 9 provinces' heavenly Tao was far too weak, while what they were facing were the original angelic laws that far surpassed the present world. Leave this place would likely require an extremely powerful origin law, but that was the level of confrontation between the pre-Tao, not something they could even dream of. This made Tran Truongan fall into deep thought. The competition was growing increasingly fierce. If they remained trapped here, the risk of elimination was enormous, meaning the loss of the chance to obtain godhood and rewards from the Great Hall. Yet she giggled without the slightest worry, because with a Golden Thigh ally like Deep Tiu Lam, he was surely grinding points to level up by now. As long as they hid for 5 days, they would automatically win, and then leisurely return to the cave dwelling. She had no idea that not only did she want to lie low and reap the benefits, but Deep Tiu Lam was thinking the exact same thing, waiting for his teammates to carry everything so he could pass the round with ease. After hearing her analysis, Tran Truongan understood much more. In the past, he had been ignorant about the heavenly Tao. Now he learned that below it were the human Tao and the pre-Tao, while the heavenly Tao was supreme, and above that was the Lord of the divine Tao. Most angels relied on the heavenly Tao laws to coordinate in battle. After that, the two continued deeper into the pitch-black passage. She appeared quite surprised by the silence here. It was truly strange. Just moments ago, it had been filled with monsters, yet now they had suddenly vanished without a trace. Not even a single claw remained. This made Tran Truongan vigilantly observe the surroundings, but it was indeed completely empty. She immediately cast a detection spell, the result showing that all the monsters had left this area. In contrast, Tran Truongan's bracelet only had a mere 10 points, which made him extremely irritated. If things continued like this, reaching 200 points would be nearly impossible, and the chance of advancing extremely low. While she softly said that based on the signs, the monsters seemed to be afraid of something and had fled in haste. A single Quasi-level monster was enough to destroy heaven and earth anywhere, let alone an entire group. It was hard to imagine what could frighten them like this. Perhaps something even more terrifying existed here, or some mysterious city. Perhaps a certain person. Her gaze slowly turned toward Tran Truongan. That moment she jumped in shock, because dazzling golden light suddenly radiated from Tran Truongan's body. The mark on his forehead shone brilliantly. He calmly said that they had already entered the maze, yet still wanted to hide. Did they truly think he was powerless? This was the pre-Dao recognition mark, after which he ordered the 9 provinces pre-Dao to appear and accomplish something great with him. Immediately Lei Nhi manifested aggressively. His arrogant voice rang out. "Old Dad finally remembered me, just give the order." Tran Truongan simply replied, "Just do it. I will bear all consequences afterward for you." Witnessing the father and son plotting together, she stood frozen in shock, her heart trembling endlessly. The origin law of heaven and earth, like the heavenly Tao, had actually acknowledged him as father. She had never heard of such a thing. At this point, it could be considered the end of episode 114. What follows is a spoiler, and Gok Lan Nuda saw her accumulated points soaring like a train and was astonished, not expecting points to be so easy to earn. At the same time, she decided that, when she met him again, she would certainly kill him and end the alliance. At the same time, a shadow silently approached her from behind. When the other party drew near, she quickly sensed it. Her face filled with anger as she shouted loudly. Each icy word rang out. "Why did you kill my friend?" Elsewhere, the masked youth who had not been blessed by divine power frowned in speculation. Though he was a true immortal emperor, he still could not detect any clues. It seemed everything here was tied to an enormous karma. At this moment in the assessment zone, the ranking board clearly showed him at the bottom. Rank 122 out of 122 contestants, with only 4 points in the Yumin region. The condition to pass the first round was to reach 200 points or appear at Bin Nuyen Vo Fong within 5 days. Currently, the land bordering Yumin Quitoa was the magma region. The masked man here felt extremely uncomfortable, inwardly cursing Tran Truongan for his bad luck being trapped in Yumin Quitoa. Clearly, he was the one who lured the monsters, not us, so why implicate me? He was furious at constantly having his prey stolen. Though he had provoked no one, the monsters in the regions had nearly been wiped out, making it difficult to gather 200 points. In his hand, he held a gigantic soul sword. The one stealing his monsters was Ngok Lan Nuda, Tran Truongan's ally. Without a word, she immediately gripped her sword, immortal power erupting to envelop her entire body. In her heart, she let out a cold laugh of grievance. An alliance of cooperation sounded nice, but to her, it was merely a joke full of injustice. She charged straight toward 2 monsters with towering fury, inwardly cursing the 8 generations of Tran Truongan's ancestors, believing that man's heaven-defying luck was the only reason he could form an alliance with Ngok Lan Nuda. Meanwhile, Tran Truongan lay leisurely enjoying himself, leaving her to serve from A to Z. Under her raging anger, the 2 monsters were slashed into 8 pieces before they could escape. Not a drop of blood stained her body, showing her cold and terrifying strength. Looking at the sword in her hand, she could only swallow her resentment. Tran Truongan still did not move at all, which made her completely despair over this useless teammate. She could only hunt monsters twice as hard to compensate for his idleness while glancing at her steadily rising points. After a long stretch of relentless slaughter, she finally accumulated a relatively impressive number of points. Nearly all 32 points were earned by her alone. That man contributed only 1 point. Without initial point advantages or teammate support, she was forced to fight alone to save herself. Determination flashed in her eyes. As long as she passed the first round, she would definitely kick that damned Tran Truongan out of the cave dwelling. She secretly cursed that she would never let him sell her off or force her into hard labor while he lay enjoying himself. But at that moment, a large, eerie shadow suddenly appeared behind her. The other party closed in. She turned in shock. Before her stood a bizarre figure with a gaze like a demon god. That man growled, asking why she killed my companion. She immediately realized the opponent was at the pseudo-god realm. Her heart pounded violently as she wondered when he had appeared behind her. The bizarre creature exhaled green smoke like a ghost king. His deep voice uttered the word death while his finger pointed straight at her. The scene caused her pupils to contract in terror. Realizing the opponent was about to strike, she immediately swung her sword. The 2-horned creature's finger technique shot out a terrifying beam of energy that tore through the sky and blasted toward the secret realm heavens. Thunder light spread and lightning roared continuously. The recoil force pushed her back several steps. When one move failed, the bizarre creature's eyes grew colder as he brought his entire palm down from above. Behind him, numerous eerie circles of light appeared. Beams of light simultaneously targeted her, the pressure filling her with fear. She immediately raised her sword to form a protective sword formation around herself. The rays of light were blocked and rebounded. Surrounding earth and stones were blasted into the air. Other contestants caught in the aftermath fled in panic. while she gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly that they were supposed to be teammates yet abandoned her. And that man coldly roared that I kill you not die myself. It seemed Ngok Lan Nudu had encountered an extremely terrifying monster. Even that bizarre creature revealed surprise at her strength. Surprise quickly turned into impatience as he clenched his fist, halos bursting forth along with an icy voice saying the one who must die is you. From all directions, formation arrays simultaneously appeared, tightly surrounding her. She immediately recognized it as the immortal slaying execution formation, her chest heaving violently in fear. Without giving her a chance to react, the formations simultaneously bombarded her position, creating a terrifying explosion like a nuclear bomb. The aftershocks spread outward, causing rocks on the surrounding mountains to collapse continuously. From within the thick dust, the bizarre creature's figure gradually emerged, yet it stood stunned, because at her previous location there was no trace of her at all. Only empty space remained. Rage exploded as it ground its teeth, revealing ferocious fangs like a demon. Then it threw its head back and roared, shaking the heavens, terrifying pressure making even the sky tremble while surrounding earth and stones were swept away in all directions. In the distance, someone secretly observed the battle between the bizarre creature and Ngok Lan Nuda. The masked man watching from afar turned pale with fear, completely unable to understand whether that thing was human or monster. Ngok Lan Nuda was entirely suppressed. That thing's strength was far too horrifying, to the extent that even I could not see through its cultivation. That damned monster existing earning points became even more difficult. Facing it head-on was certainly a path to death. Thinking of this, he took out a divination compass. He believed that the inevitability of death was only natural. The compass began operating calculations. His gaze immediately became focused as he formed divination hand seals. In his heart, he thought of the name Tran Truongen, the one who had shattered that monument. If Tran Truongen were to face this bizarre creature directly, what would the outcome be? However, the divination compass suddenly cracked and shattered into countless pieces. The scene left him in disbelief. Was it impossible to deduce? A dignified, immortal emperor, yet unable to divine the outcome of this battle, it seemed. This matter was clearly entangled with enormous karma. In this competition, besides avoiding Tran Truongen, he now also had to stay far away from that terrifying monster. It was best to change regions immediately. At the same time, in the magma region, the previously quiet volcano suddenly erupted violently, lava gushing out everywhere. Ngok Lan Nudu was covered in blood, using a blood technique to desperately escape, collapsing behind a small rocky hill as she coughed and blamed herself for being too careless, never expecting a pseudo-god guarding the pass to appear in the very first round. In theory, it should have appeared at the final stage. Why had it shown up so early? She clearly understood that the other party was the final gate boss. At that moment, a gigantic eye suddenly manifested in the sky, divine sense spreading as a voice resounded asking, "Where are you?" The voice was filled with fury. "You tortured and killed my friend and left me alone once more. How dare you?" Her panic was laid bare beneath the gaze of that eye. A gigantic eye suddenly appeared right behind her, coldly saying, "I have found you." Ngok Lan Nuda's eyes were bloodshot. It was clear she had been gravely injured, because the Vow God was the darling of the heavenly Tao, standing above all cultivators, carrying countless laws within its body, directly empowered by the heavenly Tao, a death soldier guarding the laws and prisons of the heavenly Tao. In the distance, this ghostly deity revealed a delighted expression upon seeing the female emperor and slowly approached. Here ends episode 115. The following reveals that Ngok Lan Nuda understood there was no retreat and could only fight the Vow God with her life, while the Vow God burst forth with lightning speed and charged over. After a round of fierce combat, its sharp claw pressed straight against her forehead, preparing to end her life, but at that very instant, a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering quake erupted from the maze, powerful enough to overturn the entire world. That was law. It was the power of laws. Moreover, the law of reincarnation and the law of extreme space, among the 3,000 great Taos. Continuing the previous thread, Ngok Lan Nudu had been helpless when Tran Truongen earned only 1 point, and thus had to grind points herself, only to be miserably hunted down by a pseudo-god, while the spirit artifact was explaining to the main gods that this monster was not arranged by it, and it did not understand why it had appeared so early. At this time, a main god spoke in divine language explaining that the girl was Mu, the main god, the moon god. Hearing this, the gods were all shaken. It turned out that the Nine Suns God Emperor had intervened in this matter. Originally, the main gods planned to find the god Slayer at the final stage and deal with him together, but the Nine Suns' southern main god insisted on acting his own way. His purpose was to find the one who would kill him in the future, as early as possible. Before personally killing that god, he wanted to see who had the ability to slay him. Yet the contestants at the first stage had not matured, especially the Eastern Star region, which had been the weakest for many years, and thus had almost no chance of victory. The spirit artifact looked toward the cave dwellings of the Eastern Star region and sighed. If they continued to stand by and watch, then all 6 lords here would likely perish. That was the judgment of the guardian spirit. Within the secret realm, the Vow God moved at lightning speed. Ahead, 2 people stood with folded arms, sneering. Upon seeing him fly over, they mocked and discussed joining forces to kill him and split the points. Before they could finish dividing the spoils, the Vow God's speed had already reached the point that in an instant it sent the 2 of them to their deaths. They did not even understand why they had died. Along the pseudo-god's flight path resounded screams, pleas for mercy, and chaotic cries of escape. Immediately afterward, the Vow God appeared, blocking Aniclimax's path, causing her to panic. Within the dusty haze, the masked man trembled as he stared at that pseudo-god. Aniclimax's eyes were now veined with blood, her face pale and devoid of vitality. Guardian Spirit observed the entire development and anxiously realized this was absolutely not simple, then asked the main gods whether they should intervene to support the Eastern Star region. But the angels did not think so. They believed it was unwise to interfere rashly. After all, this was a method of the 9 Sons God Emperor, and no one wished to provoke him. As for those 6 lords, they could only pray for blessing. In the eyes of the angels, they were no different from ants. The masked man was also quickly captured by the Vow God. The pseudo-god coldly demanded that he answer a question. With one hand, it tossed the masked man's head. With the other, it pointed straight at Aniclimax's forehead, asking, who among you is the most troublesome? Even with the finger poised to take her life, she could not resist cursing. It corrected itself, asking, who is the strongest among you? Then contemptuously declared that all were weak, its finger pressing hard against her forehead, causing her blood to flow endlessly. Aniclimax secretly circulated laws, knowing her injuries were not healed, and she could not confront it head-on. She had long arranged spatial laws everywhere to seek a gap to escape, never imagining she would one day use heavenly Tao laws to flee so miserably. While she was still calculating, the Vow God suddenly sneered, saying, worm, I know what you intend, shocking her into widening her eyes. Laughed loudly in mockery, declaring it would teach her how to use heavenly Tao laws, because it was the darling of the heavenly Tao, and laws were like child's play to it. Immediately, countless multicolored chains, representing various laws, bound her body tightly, terrifying her as she had no idea when they had approached. Her cultivation and spiritual power were completely sealed. Space, time, reincarnation, and hundreds of laws pressed down on her body simultaneously. Looking at the pseudo-god before her, she understood that such a monster was fundamentally unbeatable. Just then, it coldly grabbed her arm. It said, become a human pig. At that moment, in the distance, a pillar of energy shot straight into the sky. In her desperate crisis, Aniclimax secretly prayed that Tran Truong would continue hiding within the Yu Min maze. Vow God used its other hand to grip her throat. Intense pain surged as it tore off her arm, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Aniclimax was choked in extreme agony, her limbs convulsing as her mouth opened wide to gasp in despair. The Vow God coldly threatened that if she did not speak, he would kill them one by one to find the strongest. Suddenly, from Yu Min Quitoa, a demonic aura shot upward and spread everywhere. It was a space-time reversal technique cast by someone. All the scenes that had just occurred rewound like a film pulled backward, time returning to the moment the pseudo-god flew away. At this moment, Aniclimax's arm was braced against the ground. The familiar scene left her stunned. In the blink of an eye, she had returned to the Crimson Rocky Mountain area. She hurriedly glanced around to confirm her surroundings. Realizing this was the moment she had just fled to the Magma Mountain. Looking down at her intact hands and vanished injuries, she was astonished and deduced this was space-time reversal. Could it be that someone had broken the heavenly Tao to reverse the time of this world? Even the pseudo-god, under the constraints of the heavenly Tao, was horrified and could not understand what had just happened. Aniclimax immediately fled without hesitation. In her entire life of cultivation, she had never seen a god powerful enough to reverse space and time. It could only be the god of space-time. That was precisely Tran Truong's close friend from countless years ago. At this moment, a transmitted voice echoed everywhere. All contestants at the first gate must immediately conceal their auras by any means, and for 5 days avoid the pseudo-god. Aniclimax recognized this as the voice of the guardian spirit. She immediately transmitted her thanks, saying, just now, thank you for intervening. Without you, I would likely have become a soulless corpse. Thought it was the guardian spirit who had reversed space-time. But upon hearing this, the guardian spirit shook its head, eyes filled with astonishment, as it softly replied, there is no need to thank me, because even angels cannot reverse time, let alone me. Those words left the female emperor even more confused. Then who was it? The guardian spirit's eyes flashed as it answered that the key force reversing space-time came from the Yu-Min Quitoa maze region. After the pseudo-god appeared, everyone quickly retreated to the regional borders, no one daring to risk venturing deeper. The contestants all abandoned hunting monsters, each striving to conceal their aura, some even crippling their own cultivation to avoid detection. Such a method of severing connection with the true body was truly decisive. Female emperor looked toward the maze with a contemplative gaze. What exactly was happening there that could cause chaos, shaking the entire world, and even reverse the heavenly hall's time in an instant? Meanwhile, the pseudo-god fell into a frenzy because it could not find any target. Its rage made it stomp the ground, turning an entire region into rubble. It flew throughout the secret realm, black, eerie smoke spewing from its mouth, its eyes constantly searching for traces of cultivators. In a nearby small rocky mountain, several people hid closely and transmitted messages warning each other not to make a sound. The other grumbled, "Look at me, do I dare move?" Outside was a pseudo-god. Even for money, no one dared breathe loudly. It was the masked man and the blue-haired furred fellow. When asked why he had died earlier yet appeared again, the masked man explained it was only a clone. The furred fellow then suggested creating another clone to flee elsewhere because he could barely hold it anymore. Those words drove the masked man furious as he cursed him for being stupid. If even a trace of aura leaked, the pseudo-god would track them instantly and then twist his head off to use as a chamber pot. The furred fellow, though displeased, still complained that hiding like this was too humiliating. The masked man was helpless with this guy. Live or be cowardly, choose for yourself. The furred fellow trembled in fear upon hearing that, yet still comforted himself that this was merely strategy, while he himself was suffering because his bladder was about to burst. At that moment, a powerful aura surged from afar, causing both of them to startle. Pseudo-god also sensed that aura and immediately turned its head toward its source. Two hiding figures realized that aura came from the Yu-Min Quitoa maze. That side had been growing more and more turbulent. The pseudo-god revealed excitement just like the two of them and immediately shot toward that direction, shouting that it had found it. The two hiding figures breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing it leave, especially the furred fellow who was finally relieved. Yet both still cautiously transmitted that at this time, anyone daring to release such vast aura would surely die without a whole corpse if caught by the pseudo-god. The masked man found this aura familiar. The masked man thought for a moment, then ran to gather, and softly said that was Tran Truong-An's aura. If the pseudo-god cannot find us, it will certainly vent its anger on Tran Truong-An, already unlucky being trapped in the maze, and now hunted by the pseudo-god. Even if he had 10 lives, it would not be enough. They did not believe he could withstand that terrifying monster. Elsewhere in Gok Lan, Nuda also stood silently gazing toward the maze. She softly said, "Pray for your own fortune." She did not have the strength to face the pseudo-god. She only hoped his luck was strong enough to avoid disaster. This moment, from deep within the maze, thunder roared and struck straight into the sky. Heavenly lightning descended in response. The two streams intertwined, creating a clash of the heavenly Tao's origin laws. Whichever side retreated first would be devoured. Inside the maze, the blue-haired girl, ally of the 10,000-year weapon refiner, stood frozen at the sight before her. Her eyes filled with fear as she wondered what he intended to do. If it was only to escape the maze, there was no need to cause such earth-shaking commotion. At the center, Tran Truong-An held the heavenly Tao aloft in his hand and laughed, saying, "Come over here. This place is perfect. I will help my heavenly Tao level up." Inwardly, he thanked his luck for being able to reverse space-time and repeatedly restore vitality to the 9 provinces' heavenly Tao. He slowly guided the heavenly Tao to absorb the opponent's laws and transform them into his own comprehension, though it had nearly overloaded and collapsed before it did not retreat because it trusted him. "Today I will help you break through to the spirit Tao realm." At this moment, the pseudo-god also tracked its way here and landed not far from Tran Truong-An. Looked at Tran Truong and then laughed gleefully, declaring the game ends here. It spoke contemptuously, calling Tran Truong a tiny insect. The game of hide and seek is over. The blue-haired girl beside him seemed to recognize the monster's origin, pointing at it and screaming in horror with a pale face. Being screamed at beside his ear annoyed Tran Truong, and as he covered his ear and asked if she was crazy. Why shout suddenly? The girl stammered, telling him to look ahead, inwardly panicking that she was about to die after encountering such a terrifying monster. The pseudo-god immediately rushed forward at astonishing speed, roaring that it would chop off his limbs as toys to pass the time. At that instant, an urgent transmitted voice sounded advising Tran Truong to quickly dodge. That man had suppressed all 6 lords. Do not be stubborn and retreat. Pseudo-god had already closed in beside Tran Truong and struck intending to kill him in an instant, but the next scene left it stunned in shock, because Tran Truong only used 2 fingers to easily block its killing move, even calmly asking whether this was a high-level monster. The corner of his mouth lifted in a scornful smile, as he asked, "How dare you say you would turn me into a human pig?" Immediately from his palm erupted a terrifying surge of energy. The force shot straight ahead under the pseudo-god's horrified gaze. Behind him, Lei Nhi still had his eyes closed in cultivation. "You are truly too bold." Tran Truong coldly said, "Now you know fear." The pseudo-god's eyes revealed terror as one of its arms had been blasted apart. It could not understand how a body perfected by the heavenly Tao could be destroyed like this. Tran Truong picked up the pseudo-god's severed arm and held it before the blue-haired girl, declaring, "This high-level monster is mine. No one compete," frightening her so much she wanted to flee far away. The pseudo-god on the other side was furious beyond measure. It was the darling of the heavenly Tao, yet was compared by this trash human to an ordinary monster. Never having suffered such humiliation, it roared madly, its arm extending as it angrily shouted that it would teach him what manners meant. At this moment it clasped its hands together and began to unleash laws. The blue-haired girl screamed in panic, "Be careful. That is a sealing law that can isolate all cultivation and aura." Thousands of multicolored chains immediately surrounded Tran Truong's body, binding his hands and causing him slight surprise. The pseudo-god was extremely smug, believing itself to hold the upper hand, thinking that hundreds and thousands of heavenly Tao laws would be enough to crush the opponent. After controlling Tran Truong, the pseudo-god leaped high and dove down, shouting under this heavenly Tao, "I am invincible." Contrary to its expectation, Tran Truong showed no fear and still smiled calmly with disdain. Coldly replied that, "For me, 1 finger is enough." From his fingertip flared a blazing red light. That light instantly transformed into a terrifying beam of energy shooting straight toward the charging pseudo-god. The dazzling radiance burned the pseudo-god, leaving it both terrified and confused as to why its heavenly Tao laws were ineffective against this human. No one answered it. Only a beam of light pierced through the maze and soared into the sky. Pseudo-god vanished completely, leaving only Tran Truong standing firmly before the pitch-black cavern created by the finger technique. On the back of his hand appeared the number 132, representing the current points of cave dwelling number 1, bringing joy to his face. Unexpectedly, a high-level monster was worth 100 points. Combined with previous accumulation, the total reached 132 points. The distance to the 200-point advancement mark was no longer far. Outside Magma Mountain, the 6 lords looked up at the ranking board in the sky in astonishment as the rankings changed drastically. Tran Truong's team leaped from rank 122 to position 10, shocking everyone. Could it be that even the terrifying pseudo-god could not kill him? Inside the maze, Tran Truong, greedy for points, pulled the blue-haired girl clinging to the wall and asked where there were more high-level monsters, frightening her into saying that in his eyes they were worthless, but to her they were like ants facing an elephant. Those words did not deter Tran Truong. Seeing his sly smile, the girl trembled, thinking, could it be that he was plotting something again? After that, Tran Truong immediately ordered the system to act. This time it naturally obeyed, but the scope of effect had been narrowed. Move targeted only a single objective. Around the monster appeared an eerie green glow as he once again used the divine skill of space-time reversal. This scene made the blue-haired girl break into cold sweat, inwardly horrified, wondering if he was using that move again. What exactly did this have to do with the god of space-time? How could heavenly fate be so easily reversed? Though her strength was not high, her knowledge was vast, and at a glance, she understood that after reversing space-time, the pseudo-god was resurrected, but imprisoned tightly within a sphere of light, completely unable to escape. It lay fully under his control. Tran Truong smiled brightly, greeting, "We meet again. Consider this my mobile treasury." Pseudo-god looked at the scene before it and understood what had happened. Fear surged as it realized how terrifying the person before it was, cold sweat pouring down. Tran Truong laughed, saying, "Staying in the maze is too boring. It is time to go out for a stroll." Then turned to call, "My good Lei Nhi, show me your cultivation results." Hearing his voice, Lei Nhi slowly opened his eyes. A dazzling burst of light exploded, making it impossible to look directly. The blue-haired girl cried out in panic, "What kind of absurd trick are you playing? I do not understand at all. Stop quickly. Doing this will easily get you devoured by the maze heavenly Tao." The center of the light, a human-shaped figure gradually took form. Rolling lightning enveloped the entire assessment space, the 5 forbidden zones simultaneously shaken by thunder strikes. Blue-haired girl stared wide-eyed in shock, intently watching that form after the light faded. In the blink of an eye, Tran Truong and the girl appeared outside the maze. She trembled, saying this is space-time teleportation. Only the heavenly Tao of a world can do this. Forcing it requires an immense price. Hearing this, he laughed loudly, replying, that is not the heavenly Tao of this world, but my heavenly Tao. It has succeeded. After forming, the heavenly Tao was no longer a man, but turned into an adorable little loli, making the blue-haired girl widen her eyes. It had devoured all the immortal Tao laws of this world and broken through to the spirit Tao realm. Now all heavenly Tao laws were in his hands. That not mean your heavenly Tao has replaced the heavenly Tao of this world? She muttered to herself, then denied it. The heavenly Tao is not so easily replaced. Could he be deceiving me? Tran Truong and did not know what she was thinking, and smiled, confirming bingo correct, leaving the girl stunned as she asked, how exactly did you do it? He calmly replied that by normal means it is impossible, but with the divine skills of the gods it is different. After speaking, he only gave a vague explanation. At that moment, several other six lords also rushed over, astonished, asking Tran Truong, and how are you still alive? Did not the pseudo-god just go looking for him? One monkey-faced man shouted in disbelief. Amid everyone's doubtful gazes, Ngok Lan, Nuda, also slowly appeared. Her body was still covered in injuries as she softly asked, are you all right? Still alive? Tran Truong did not answer immediately. Seeing her arrive, he happily said, perfect timing. His finger flicked lightly. A green light appeared as the pseudo-god was dragged before Ngok Lan Nuda, frightening her into a scream. He explained, this one is worth 100 points. I have killed it once, so killing again adds no points. Therefore I kept it. After it revives, you try to act. Perhaps we can reach 200 points in one go. Pseudo-god looked at Tran Truong and then at Ngok Lan Nuda, utterly unable to believe this was real, as if in a dream. The once invincible pseudo-god was now chained like a dog awaiting slaughter. This scene left her unable to believe. Immediately asked, what exactly did you do? This pseudo-god killed everyone. Normally you could not win either. Could it be that you had long set a trap to weaken it and capture it? Hearing her call it the vow god, Tran Truong replied in confusion, this is merely a high-level monster. What is there to worry about? The surrounding six lords all stood agape in fear upon hearing this. Tran Truong reached into the restriction and grabbed the pseudo-god by the throat. He pressed it to the ground and urged Ngok Lan Nuda to act quickly. Seeing her still hesitate, he irritably said, if you do not kill it, someone else will snatch it away. What are you still wavering for? The atmosphere suddenly became terrifyingly silent. Everyone sensed something ominous about to happen. Female Emperor's hand holding the sword trembled. Before her was the pseudo-god who had nearly killed her. Tran Truong immediately encouraged her to just do it. If you stab your sword into that little thing, the pseudo-god will be as soft as tofu. Killing him will count as erasing everything I said before. He asked, what did I say before? Tran Truong was stunned, yet she had already resolved to thrust her sword. She softly said, perhaps you misheard, then withdrew her sword. Tran Truong teasingly said like that you will never find a husband. She ignored him because she had no intention of marrying. After that, she glanced at the points on her hand. Still 132. She raised her hand for Tran Truong to see. The score had not increased at all. Tran Truong irritably realized teammates could not jointly kill one monster. The organizers had planned ahead. Now in this world there were no monsters or gods left to reach 200 points and less. His eyes flashed as if thinking of something, and he glanced backward. The contestants felt chills at that gloomy gaze, fearing he would slaughter them all to level up. After witnessing his strength, they knew resistance was futile. Several prodigies stepped forward, calling Brother Tran. One said, I have 8 points willing to transfer to you. Another said, I have 12 points, just spare us. But someone objected, saying giving all points to others would result in a ban from the Star Region competition. Tran Truong lacking points has nothing to do with us. With their current points, they were already enough for generous rewards, hard-earned results. Yet the two prodigies were helpless under his terrifying gaze. The blue-haired girl beside Tran Truong angrily thought without him these people would be dead. Giving up a few points was natural. She loudly supported Big Brother kill them all. After hearing this, Tran Truong only pondered silently. No one knew what he was planning. After a while he said indifferently, to kill you I need only one finger. But I will not do that. I will take points through fair trade. Everyone's expressions changed. Tran Truong stood up, power enveloping the maze as he once again used the divine skill of space-time reversal. Everyone stared in horror. The force of space-time swept over the contestants. Only Ngok Lan Nuda clearly felt herself return to 5 minutes earlier. Tran Truong held the pseudo-god by the neck and smiled, saying, just spend 5 points to exchange for this pseudo-god worth 100 points. How about the deal? Everyone stared at him in shock. Someone asked what that divine skill was. Ngok Lan Nuda looked at the revived pseudo-god and immediately understood. She realized it was precisely the divine skill of space-time reversal. that had saved her life earlier. At Magma Mountain, she had vaguely guessed it. This divine skill was not cast by the guardian spirit or angels. Its source lay within the maze. Now she understood everything. The one who acted was him. At last, all doubts were resolved. She looked at Tran Truongen with tender eyes, her heart beating wildly. Tran Truongen held her hand, teasing, "Was that not just tried earlier and you want more?" making her startle and turn away, stammering no. An old-looking youth stepped forward, saying, "I agree to this deal. Killing the pseudo-god will greatly benefit my Dao heart." Immediately, several others stepped forward requesting to take part. This result pleased Tran Truongen greatly. His mood visibly lifted. Soon streams of points continuously gathered on the back of his hand, the number finally reaching 200. It has reached 200 points. Tran Truongen smiled at Ngok Lan Nuda. She stood stunned watching him. Having lived millions of years, she had never seen a battle so beyond reason. On the other side, the pseudo-god's corpse was still bound by the great Dao. A long line of people queued to strike, constantly urging, "Hurry, there are many waiting." The blue-haired fellow crossed his arms, chatting animatedly with the six lords, sighing that he never imagined one day he would personally kill a pseudo-god, all thanks to Brother Tran. Others nodded repeatedly in agreement. If asked now why Tran Truongen did this, he would only glance calmly and say what else, of course, to level up. But the girl shook her head about to speak when she was interrupted. A sudden voice rang out, ending the story. "Unfortunately, you cannot enter the next round." Everyone looked up to the sky and recognized the one appearing was the guardian spirit. Spirit stared at Tran Truongen, voice low, saying, "From now on you should think about how to keep yourself alive, God Slayer." Thanks to the divine skill of space-time reversal, Tran Truongen's identity was completely exposed. He remained silent. He admitted that 10 million years ago he bore the title of God Slayer who specialized in killing gods, yet coldly asked, "What do you mean?" The guardian spirit explained the angels had revoked your qualification and offered two choices. One is to step into this teleportation gate to go to the Eastern Star Region Angel Hall for interrogation. As soon as it finished speaking, a blue door appeared before Tran Truongen. Two is to directly face the Nine Suns Angel on his way to kill you. No one will protect you, and you cannot escape. This news shocked all contestants below. Their eyes filled with astonishment. Tran Truongen's eyes were icy with anger. You set the rules, then change them at will, deciding others, fate without explanation. For 10 million years, I thought you had changed, but you are still the same. The angels still treated human lives as grass. Even if the current contestants felt goodwill toward him, they did not dare stand before angels. Someone capable of killing gods could not be ignored. Ngok Lan Nuda, watching this, was also helpless. Though the pseudo-god had been killed, no one had the ability to save Tran Truongen before an angel. What is a god slayer? Across countless worlds and eras, some fortunate beings break the limits of humanity and step into the angel realm. They are humanity's hope, but also a threat to gods. Once a god slayer appears, the angels immediately convene a council to eliminate and erase all related forces. The blue-haired girl anxiously advised that the Nine Suns God Emperor could burn an entire star region. Big brother, do not choose confrontation. Preserve your life first, then plan later. Perhaps the god of space-time will appear to protect you. Spirit urged Tran Truongen to choose. He stood silently before the teleportation gate with his back to the contestants. No one knew what he was thinking. At the same time, on the defenseless plain, a figure lay leisurely sunbathing. Not fighting was best. It was the 10,000-year weapon refiner. Suddenly, his eyes contracted upon sensing something abnormal. A massive surge of energy descended from the sky onto where he lay, forcing him to spring up and evade. He coughed, choking on dust, muttering, "Who is it? The sky is full of smoke." Seeing a dark figure hovering within a sea of flames, he was shaken, realizing the surrounding air was being burned. One before him was the Nine Suns God Emperor of the southern region, the angel destined to be killed by the God Slayer in the future. The weapon refiner raised his head, saying, "Please restrain your pressure. Burning flowers and grass is fine, but there are many small lives here." Those words earned a cold gaze from the angel. With only a glance, it turned into terrifying pressure, slamming straight into the weapon refiner's chest. He cried out like a slaughtered chicken. His body was blasted far away, crashing through several mountains in succession. Only at the third mountain did he finally stop. The mountain peak was completely shattered. Rocks flew everywhere, forming a bottomless crater. The weapon refiner sat up calmly, uninjured, nodding and saying, "I understand. You are an angel. Angel, then I will give you a choice as well. However many gods there are, I will kill that many." The video ends here. Wishing everyone a good day. Remember to like and subscribe.